The story opens with an ear-piercing scream. A useless thing like you doesn't deserve to be in this family. Our protagonist faces this outburst, but her expression remains icy cold. The truth is, I've been transmigrated into this woman's body. Meldonique Vavalois, a woman notorious for her business failures. 10 billion BGT vanished into thin air. To put that in perspective, 4,000 BGT is the average annual income for a family of 4. She had absolutely no business acumen. Of course, her stepmother, the Duchess, also had a hand in her failures. But the Duke, who already despises me, certainly wouldn't care about the truth. So the Duke yelled, throwing a stack of cash at her. Take this money and get lost. I don't ever want to see your face again. Meldonique swiftly snatched the money. She caressed the bills and replied nonchalantly, Yes, and I have no desire to see you again either. Then she promptly pocketed the cash. Her father was furious. You dare defy me? Who do you think you are? You wench. Her face remained cold, unwilling to say another word. He must find this strange. The daughter who used to throw massive tantrums, insisting she would never leave, is now leaving so easily. However, I have no intention of changing my mind. With that thought, Meldonique continued. Not at all. I'm simply following your wishes. Her face lit up with joy. You told me to get lost. So, I'm getting lost. With that, she turned to leave. I've been waiting to escape this place for a long time. As she walked towards the door, her father continued to scream. Remember this. Even if you come back crawling and begging, I will never take you back. Suddenly, her hand froze on the doorknob. Meldonique turned back and asked, Begging, you say? She burst out laughing. Yeah, right. Bye-bye. I'm saying goodbye to this house forever. Ciao. In the next scene, her face is beaded with sweat. She looked at her 2 large bags and wondered, this should be enough, right? I'm not sure if they'll try to take the money back. I need to get out of here fast. His voice echoed in her mind. It's useless giving you money. Give it back to me. Just as she was about to leave, a voice called out, My lady, where could you possibly be going in this freezing winter weather? It was Rosalind, her personal maid, her face etched with worry. She's the only servant in this house who genuinely cares for me. Suddenly, a sparkling bag caught Rosalind's eye. Oh my goodness, what is this? Meldonique replied, Rosalind, it's March now. Isn't that springtime? The maid looked at her, puzzled. Where are you going, my lady? Rosalind asked. Meldonique looked off into the distance and answered, I'm going to follow my dream. For a moment, Rosalind was just stunned. The next, it was as if she'd been struck by lightning. She grabbed onto Meldonique's dress. Oh, my lady. She asked, Are you planning to go to Duke Heisman's estate? And are you going to propose to him? Her face was a mask of sheer panic. Hearing this, Meldonique suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. The original Meldonique's dream was to marry Duke Heisman. But that's not my dream. The cold, aloof, and emotionless Duke? He's totally not my type. Even if the main character of a story forced me to marry him, I wouldn't do it. I only like cute guys. With that thought, she waved her hand dismissively. What are you talking about, proposing? I have absolutely no interest in Duke Heisman anymore. Rosalind asked, Really? The novel I transmigrated into a few months ago was a dramatic fantasy romance, titled Her Secret Lover. The male lead was cold but perfect. Duke Heisman. The lovely and adorable female lead, Syria. It was a story about their forbidden love. Meldonique was lost in her own thoughts. Although, it didn't really have anything to do with the novel's title. Not really. And me? And the female lead stepsister, Meldonique, who was engaged to the male lead before we were even born. Later on, out of jealousy, I'm supposed to become the villain who tries to harm Syria, and ultimately commit suicide by slitting my own throat. I tried everything I could think of to return to my original world. I even tried banging my head against the wall. My only wish was to go back to my world. But ironically, nothing worked. I still couldn't escape this place. I broke down. No matter what I did, I couldn't return. The question kept echoing in my mind. What should I do now? So, I decided to give up on returning to my old world. As for the original story, Meldonique thought, I don't care about the original plot. I'm going to do whatever I want. After a long time of soul-searching, I finally found my own dream. It was inspired by the people I envied as a child. Root beer candies, spicy snacks, Korean chips, all sorts of sweets. She suddenly recalled moments from her childhood. A kind man once gave her the very candies she had been dreaming of. They were the ones who gave me a taste of magic when I was little. Back in the present, Rosalind was still calling out to her. My lady. Meldonique let out a long sigh and looked at her. Then, she placed a hand on the maid's shoulder. She said with absolute conviction, my dream is to become the owner of a candy store. That way, children all across the continent can have happy childhood memories. Just like I did. Rosalind was confused. A candy store? Meldonique thought. Just you wait, you adorable kids. Rosalind quickly moved to block the door. My lady, she said hesitantly. I don't know exactly what that is, but are you trying to start another new business? Hearing this, Meldonique tilted her head and thought. Come to think of it, there are only general stores for adults here. There are no shops specifically for children. Does that mean this is an untapped market? As she thought, she imagined herself conquering a vast blue ocean of opportunity. Her eyes narrowed with determination. Even so, she probably thinks I'm going to fail and go bankrupt again. Rosaline's face was filled with worry. My lady, if you fail again this time, you might never get to wear your favorite satin dresses again. Meldonique just laughed. Honestly, I don't care. Rosalind pressed on. And you won't be able to eat the gourmet meals prepared by the finest chefs in the kingdom. How could you possibly survive on commoners' food like oatmeal and black bread? But Meldonique just replied cheerfully. I happen to love oatmeal and black bread. With that, she slipped past Rosalind. Don't worry so much. As she reached for the door, the maid couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out, but what if Lady Hildegard tries to sabotage you again? What if she tries to harm you? She's always been cruel to you. Please, my lady, be careful. Meldonique reached out and gently patted her head. Don't worry. I've already planned for that, she thought to herself. Hildegard Vavalois, if you think I'm the same person I was before, you are sorely mistaken. Solidifying her resolve, she added, who knows? Maybe things are about to get a lot more interesting. If everything goes according to plan, I'll contact you. With those final words, the door slowly closed behind her. A short while later, Meldonique stepped into the grand hall of the mansion. Glancing back at her loyal maid, who stood there looking forlorn, she thought, Rosalind wants me to stay here, to live under the family's protection. But if I stay here, I'll die. It's that simple. The first thing I must do is leave. Otherwise, I'll just become an obstacle in the main character's love story and end up dead. She walked down the grand staircase with firm steps. Of course, I can't stand the thought of that miserable fate. Her departure quickly drew attention. The nearby servant started whispering. She finally got kicked out. Serves her right. The wicked always get what they deserve. True, but where will she even go? She carries the cursed bloodline, after all. In truth, Meldonique's mother was the last woman of the Marquis Kenoa bloodline, a lineage said to carry the curse of a black dragon. Because of this, most who carried the Marquis's blood died young, and Meldonique's mother was no exception. Hearing this, Meldonique chuckled grimly. Perhaps my fate will be the same as theirs. Instead of protecting me, the Duke and Duchess of Vavalois despised me. Meldonique had been backed into a corner her whole life. That's why the servants could curse the Duke's daughter without fear of punishment. They never held back. Finally, Meldonique stepped out of that hellhole. A coachman was waiting nearby. Where to, my lady? She replied, Take me to the slums. This immediately caused a stir among the onlookers. She's getting into a carriage without an escort. Good heavens! How utterly common! What did you expect from someone like her? As Meldonique stepped into the carriage, she threw open the window. She gave the crowd outside a friendly gesture. Hey, everyone! She flashed a brilliant smile. Stay stupid forever. Don't ever stick your noses in my business again. I'm forging my own path now. With that, she drew the curtain shut. I'll show you all. I'm going to live well, extremely well, all on my own. Night falls. The carriage continues to roll along. Meldonique rests her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance. I'm finally out. Hildegard is probably ecstatic, already pushing for Syria's wedding to Duke Heisman. They might even try to eliminate me if I become a problem. She reflected, yes, that's a real possibility. So, before I open my candy store, I need to hire a personal guard. And I know just where to find the strongest bodyguard in this kingdom. With that thought, she called out to the coachman. The carriage screeched to a halt. We'll stop here. Here, milady? The coachman peered around nervously. My lady, are you sure you want to stop here? The place she had come to was a gloomy cemetery. Yes, but this place, she suddenly exclaimed. This place is perfect. It is? The coachman worried. It's getting dark, be careful of ghosts. She smiled brightly. I will. Seeing her resolve, the coachman pursed his lips. He quickly turned to leave. Well then, take care, my lady. Now alone, Meldonique mused. How can I be afraid of ghosts when I've already died once and transmigrated into someone else's body? Technically, that makes me a temporary ghost, right? She then began to walk slowly into the cemetery. Because of the rumors about ghosts, this part of the slums was almost completely abandoned. But the strongest knight in the empire is right here. Thousands of years ago, beasts exiled from the divine realm began to punish humanity. The entire empire was thrown into chaos. But then, a young knight appeared and single-handedly faced the horde of monsters. He sacrificed himself to seal the monsters away by merging his very soul with his sword. Thus, his sacrifice brought peace and prosperity to the empire. The story of this hero spread throughout the land. In reality, he's just waiting for the seal that trapped him to be broken, forced to live out the rest of his existence inside that sword. After walking for a while, Meldonique finally stopped. Before her was a tomb with a sword resting upon it. Having been in this desolate place for so long, no one had found it. And of course, in the original story, Duke Heisman would eventually find this old sword, albeit a bit late, and be praised by all for summoning the great hero of old. The story was so ridiculous that he was secretly chosen to become the next emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, she walked up and lifted the iconic and powerful sword. And now, that hero is mine. The air fell silent. Meldonique squeezed her eyes shut. She slowly opened them and wondered, did it work? A man now stood before her. He was a handsome young man with black hair and blue eyes. Dominic, the young knight who protected an entire at the tender age of 17. Perfect. He looks exactly as described in the original novel. Dominic then walked over and took the sword from her hands, causing it to slowly dematerialize. He looked at her and asked, who are you? She calmly replied, I am Meldonique Vavois. You can call me Mel. You're Dominic, correct? The great hero who sealed the beasts. He asked, you know of me? She smiled. What would you like me to call you? Let's make a small contract. His eyebrows furrowed. He slowly sat down. A contract. Must you be so direct? How boring. You're quite straightforward, aren't you? You just want to use me for your own selfish benefit, don't you? Meldonique replied without hesitation. Well, yes. Her answer left him momentarily speechless. She continued, so you agree? Forgive me for being a bit blunt. Her words made his jaw drop, but he quickly regained his composure. Dominic said seriously, fine. What do you want? Based on your answer, I will consider whether or not to sign this contract. She answered simply, protect me. He replied, of course. I will risk my life to protect my contractor. Is there anything else? No. The short conversation left him confused. What the heck? He probed further. Perhaps you wish to conquer the empire but don't dare to say it. Something like that? She waved her hand. Not at all. I have no desire for an empire. As she spoke, she thought, throughout history, most who summoned him proposed a contract to rule the continent. I can't believe but I want to live, sir. Then she added aloud, actually, I am a little ambitious. She leaned in close to him. She declared, I'm about to open my own candy store in front of an academy. I'll be selling treats to the children there. Become my guardian and protect that candy store with me. He stared at her, dumbfounded. A candy store? Then understanding dawned. Ah, now I get it. Her eyes sparkled as she wondered. He's from the ancient world. Does he even know what a candy store is? Suddenly he spoke. You must be planning to name the empire you're about to conquer the candy store, correct? What a boring name. You should pick something else. Her face fell. What in the world is he talking about? Is he some kind of battle-crazed maniac who only thinks about fighting, just like the sword he was sealed in? So she tried to explain. A candy store is just like any other shop, but it's specifically for children. Your job is simple. You've always wanted to escape that sword, right? If you sign a contract with me, I can help you become human again, right? Dominic raised an eyebrow. How did you know that? She said, you don't need to worry about that. Your only job is to protect the store, and both of us can be free. She wondered, is he sharp enough to get it? He quickly gave his answer. Yes. That sounds simple and easy enough. She looked at him, puzzled. Does he prefer being sealed? Is he disappointed he won't get to fight? He then slowly stood up. He extended his hand and said, all right. Thanks anyway, Mel. His expression had softened considerably. She smiled back at him. The two shook hands, sealing the start of their partnership. The materials to build and repair the shop are all ready. She got right to business. Do you know teleportation magic? Tonight is going to be a very long night. We've arrived. After a moment, they arrived at an unfamiliar place. This place? Meldonique whistled in admiration as she looked around. Wow, look at that golden design. The most prestigious academy in the empire. Dominic suddenly remarked. This place has changed so much. It's a bit far, but not bad. The two were now chatting comfortably. Let's go. So? Do you know the way, Dominic? This way, Mel. He smiled. Not that way. Suddenly they both fell silent. Then she pointed. Look. There's a building over there. Huh? What? Over there? She was pointing at a gloomy mansion. They both stared at it, frozen. Meldonique said cheerfully. It's the only building here, don't play dumb. She said brightly. Over there. That's where we're going to live. Her words struck Dominic like a bolt of lightning. After the shockwave passed. After Meldonique's mother passed away. Her title was stripped from her. And all her assets were seized by Duke Vavalois. However, there was one thing she left for Meldonique. It was this very house, the one Meldonique was pointing at. She was now lost in thought. I didn't think it would be this old. But if we renovate and clean it up, it will be a great place to open a candy store. We can use the first floor for the shop and the second floor as our living quarters. It'll be perfect. She turned to see Dominic's petrified expression. He asked, So you mean I have to live in that tiny, hideous house? She replied, That's right. He had actually imagined she would provide him with luxurious accommodations. Who would have thought this left him utterly deflated? He suddenly exclaimed, I've been tricked. Deceived. She looked at him, bewildered. No, I didn't. Seeing his pouty face, she thought helplessly. Even when this naive boy glares at me like that, he's not scary at all. She patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. I'll renovate it and make it look beautiful. I already have a plan. Her words left him stunned. She declared with conviction, I will become the greatest candy store owner in the world. He gave her a skeptical look. That's what all the lies say. I'm sure it will be fine. I'm positive. It's going to be a huge hit. Yes, it will definitely be fine. It's bound to succeed. Now, come on. She then cheerfully pushed him forward. I'll treat you well. If you do a good job, I'll even pay you a salary. Dominic sighed and said, I used to receive mountains of gold. So you don't need to give me a huge salary, understand? Meldonique was touched. What's with him? Don't tell me we're not a real family. Is he too cute? Just like a little brother. He's clearly older than me, but... Suddenly he said, Don't look at me with that expression. She was confused. What expression? He shyly looked away. Like you think I'm cute, or something like that. Meldonique averted her eyes, thinking, Was it that obvious? He's surprisingly perceptive. Finally, the two decided to enter the mansion. Everything inside looked ancient. Meldonique slowly walked around. She looked around and thought, Wow, this place is completely abandoned. Although it's old and run down and this abandoned house needs repairs, I'm the owner of this house. With that thought, she turned back and asked, Isn't it great? Dominic said flatly, As I suspected, I've been tricked. I think you've lost your mind. Oh, heavens. Why have you forsaken me? Seeing him like this, she put her hands on her hips and challenged, What kind of sword god are you? A moment later, they both got to work. Hey, to the left. Put the lottery box on the left. Rows of shelves and supplies were neatly arranged. Put this on the right. Meldonique planned. We'll sell food at the counter outside. Then she clenched her hand into a fist. Full of determination, she thought. It won't be long now until my dream becomes a reality. As she thought, she recalled a word. My beautiful future. She was so happy she couldn't wipe the smile off her face. I'm so happy. Dominic stood in a corner, watching her. He exclaimed. Of course. A surge of power emanated from his hand. He said, Just show me how to do this candy store thing. Hearing that, Meldonique became even happier. Great. The two chatted as they walked. First, I want you to put this large bin outside to prevent children from bumping into it. What else? It would be great if the door could always be open. What else? I had no home. I couldn't have gone to school without a scholarship. I was an orphan. The reason I was able to keep going was because so many adults helped me when I was young. My teacher, who paid the expensive fee for the school field trip, the director of the orphanage, who always guided me when I made a mistake, and also, she remembered one time, a candy store owner offered her a lollipop. Do you want to try it, little girl? She was so excited. My tongue turned blue. This is awesome. The owner didn't forget to advise her. But don't eat too much, okay? It's not good for your health. The owners of that candy store gave me a happy childhood memory. What children think about, how they grow up. I hope all the children who come to my candy store will be truly happy. Just like I was. Back in the present, the two were working hard. Use magic to clean it up. All right. Okay. Dominic had accepted his current job. Meldonique maintained her cheerful demeanor. The scene changes to the next morning. A carriage has stopped at a certain place. It turns out the carriage had brought Meldonique to the Imperial Palace. Dominic doesn't have an official identity yet, so he'll follow me as a bodyguard. She looked around. There's no one here. Not many people, just one person passing by. Then she looked at a cat enjoying its life. What a peaceful place. Meldonique skipped and sang as she walked. It's perfect for opening a candy store. What an exciting start. Suddenly, a voice called out, It's been a while. She stopped dead in her tracks and turned around. Ah. Her eyes narrowed. I've only met him once, but why? It was the male lead from the original novel and Meldonique's fiancé, Duke Lennox Heisman. Greetings, lady, Meldonique Vavois. Meldonique wanted to scream. What is this? Usually he acts like I'm invisible. She had no choice but to curtsy. It is an honor to meet you, Duke Heisman. She looked at him with clear eyes. She thought to herself, as expected of the male lead's visuals. Goodbye. He spoke up. Lady Meldonique, I heard you ran away from home. She replied flatly. That's right, Your Grace. So, I'm no longer part of the family. Please just call me Meldonique. He stepped closer and closer to her. No. Lennox suddenly exclaimed. What nonsense are you talking about? I will not allow it. He sighed in frustration. I demand that you stop this and return to your family within a month. I cannot allow my future fiancée to become such a wanton woman. His words were laced with disgust. We will be getting married soon, won't we? Meldonique frowned at him. What, married? In the beginning, Lennox Heisman had approached Meldonique with warmth. Good morning, Lady Meldonique. The original, vulnerable owner of the body had asked. Duke Heisman, you don't hate me, do you? He had gently kissed the back of her hand. How could I? You are. Please call me Lennox. For Meldonique, who had always been treated coldly, he was her only salvation. The original owner was overjoyed. Yes, Lennox. He had stolen her heart. But as soon as Meldonique was head over heels for him, his attitude changed in the blink of an eye. What? It doesn't suit you at all. He even started controlling her clothes and makeup. Surely you realize you have no economic sense, right? He belittled her talents. Then one day her suspicion grew. May I ask why you've partnered with Syria in business instead of me? His expression was nonchalant. Because even though he knew Meldonique felt inferior to Syria, he constantly compared them. Meldonique could only agree. He was having an affair with Syria. They met as if by Lennox confessed his feelings to Syria, despite being engaged to Meldonique. Syria quickly accepted his affections. Yes. And people around them began to gossip and suspect their relationship. They pretended on the surface that nothing was happening, because they didn't want to be seen as adulterous traitors. Meldonique had witnessed it all. Once, she had asked, You and Syria, there's nothing illicit going on between you, is there? But Lennox maintained his arrogance. If you believe those rumors, it's because you don't try hard enough. At her breaking point, she retorted angrily. It's not because I don't try hard enough. But he quickly cut her off with a threat. Don't tell me you're trying to argue with me. He issued a warning. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. We are getting married. Lennox looked down on her with a challenge. I'm being too good to people like you. Meldonique, who was belittled, despised and hated, finally gave up and surrendered all decisions to him. Meldonique was still lost in her own thoughts. But Lennox is still with Syria. To this day, he's the one who squandered 10 billion bikros. He's always belittled me and sided with Syria. That bastard, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Calm down, Mel. She glared at him and thought, even now, he still looks down on Meldonique and shamelessly carries on his affair. How does he feel? Sneaking around. Syria is currently resting in the Holy Lands to the south. Since then, Lennox has felt empty and his feelings have only deepened. This lunatic. After thinking, Meldonique spoke calmly. Your Grace, she said frankly, I am fully aware of everything. Lennox didn't understand. What do you mean? She continued to think to herself. How could she still insist on marrying him? Then she said, I'm talking about your relationship with Syria. He let out a small laugh. Then he said shamelessly, it's not really an affair. And I already told you to trust me, Meldonique. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over Meldonique. The Meldonique in the original novel. No matter how humiliated she was, she couldn't end the engagement. All because she was too in love with this man. Your Grace, I want to end things with you. His words left him frozen. He raised his voice. What are you talking about? Good, she said poetically. I'll give you an alternative. Instead of marrying me, you can marry my sister Syria. She suggested boldly. That way, you can formalize the political alliance between our families. Isn't that convenient? Lennox still feigned innocence. As I said before, I have no intention of marrying Syria. Compared to you, she is more graceful, beautiful, and lovely. Not like you. What? Why is this guy suddenly praising Syria right in front of me? He said shamelessly. You two are indeed very different. But even so, I will marry you. She looked at him with disgust. It's like rice and soup that should be eaten together, that then remain separate. What is this lunatic? Then she asked, so you mean you won't marry Syria, right? He quickly replied, that's right. She flipped her hair and said casually, in that case, you should go marry Lady Hildegard. Because I will never marry you. He froze solid when he heard her say that. I'm sure you'll need some time to get over the 30-year age gap. Lennox's face darkened. Lady Meldonique Vavalois. He asked, what is your purpose? I don't understand. His eyes fell on her sword. What are you doing, Mel? She thought. My apologies, this is just a little gift. He looked at the sword suspiciously. You intend to draw your sword in the palace? How dare you? Listen carefully. Meldonique's face was full of determination as she drew the sword. The next second, she slammed the sword into the ground. She said flatly, it seems you still don't understand. Her expression was dead serious. I am officially breaking our engagement. Meldonique expressed. Plunging a sword into the ground signifies the start of a fierce battle, and it also represents a struggle. And it shows my unwavering resolve. Now, perhaps you understand my meaning. With that, she pulled the sword from the ground. Then she emphasized one last time. I will send the annulment letter to you soon. Goodbye. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him with a look of utter astonishment. Lennox wondered, annulment? He clenched his fists in anger. Are you trying to play hard to get? This time, no matter what special jealous trick she uses, I won't be drawn in. Because she could never leave me. She would do anything for me, be it in business or anything else. He thought firmly. There's no way she could change in the blink of an eye like that. As she was walking, Meldonique remembered something and stopped. She immediately turned around. He was pleased to see this. Because she'd do whatever I say. Her expression was still cold. She slowly approached him. I forgot to tell you something. Suddenly, Lennox suddenly blurted out. You don't need to apologize to me. Seeing him like this, she was stunned. Apologize? Then, Meldonique leaned in close to him and cursed under her breath. Apologize for what? Is the male lead of a novel supposed to be like this? You must be kidding. Then she said aloud, I will go my own way. I think you should understand that clearly. Lennox silently watched her. Meldonique tilted her head and said, Don't think I'm playing hard to get to attract you or anything like that. And also, she's an idiot. If I want her, I can have her easily. She'd do anything for me. That's what you think, right? It was as if she had hit a nerve. He was completely surprised. Seeing his reaction, she smirked. She said bluntly, Stop being so delusional. The male lead may not understand the reader's heart, but the reader certainly understands the male lead. In novels, when they break up with the girl they took for granted, only then do they realize their mistake and try to win her back. He doesn't like the feeling of her not paying attention to him anymore. That's what all the crazy ones say. She told herself, But I'm not the female lead, so it probably won't be like that. Then she glanced away and calculated. But there's just one problem. I have to avoid letting Lennox get the upper hand. Because I don't want any late regrets or useless attachments. Suddenly, Lennox reached out. He grabbed her hand tightly and questioned, Have you found someone else? I don't understand you anymore. Are you cheating on me? Meldonique sighed in disgust. Is this how all cheaters act? Lennox shouted angrily. Do you think anyone other than me could possibly like you? She quickly pulled her hand away. She then pointed to a random man passing by and said, "Honestly, I'd rather marry a stranger on the street than have to marry you, Your Grace." Lennox was too angry to speak. "How dare you?" She just picked at her ear. "I'm not finished yet." Without letting him say another word, she asserted, "I'm sure you understand now. So please, stop your nonsense and get out of my life. Get out of my sight. You're polluting my view." She said this all with a bright smile. A moment later, Meldonique walked away. She couldn't stop smiling. She was thrilled. Oh my God, that felt so good. The look on his face was priceless. Suddenly, Dominic's voice whispered, "Mel, are you okay?" "He's a duke, you know." She asked back, "You mean the fact that I cursed him out?" Meldonique's face fell. She began to think, what if he's the petty type? Then he'll probably try to get revenge on me. It should be fine. My family has the same status as his. If I don't make a big deal out of it, maybe he'll let me go. She shrugged and continued thinking. Besides, in the original novel he was even more abusive. He was always looking down on me, bullying me. I never thought the day would come when I could kick him to the curb. Hearing this, Dominic said firmly, "If that guy does anything to you, I'll protect you." A happy smile spread across her face. After walking for a while, she finally arrived at the government office. An official rang a bell. "Lady Meldonique, your business has been approved." Meldonique was a bit surprised. "Really?" The official's face was full of resignation. She's just going to go bankrupt again this time. On her side, she seemed to guess his thoughts. She probably thinks that, which is why she didn't ask me any questions. Even the government officials know about this Meldonique's incompetence. She continued to walk and think. She didn't even check the documents and just stamped the permit. Being seen as incompetent isn't so bad. She was cheerful. It just makes it easier for me to succeed. Suddenly, someone behind her picked up a piece of paper. The person called out, "You dropped this." Meldonique quickly took it. "Oh, this is mine. Thanks." The person asked again, "Were you serious?" "Ah. You said you'd rather marry me than Duke Heisman." The mention of his name made her cringe. "Oh, anyone but him." The man smiled and said, "I'm very happy to hear that." Meldonique froze for a few seconds. She remembered. Was he the man in the shirt who was passing by earlier? Still thinking, she looked ahead but couldn't see the man anywhere. Her face was full of confusion. Then she put the matter aside. Whatever. She started to calculate. Now that I have the business license, I don't need to come here anymore. I'll never see that man again. A thought arose in her mind. How strange. Returning to her new home. Meldonique opened the door. My house is clean now, I can finally relax. She was very happy to see Dominic working hard. It's all thanks to Dominic's clumsy cleaning magic this morning. She then sat down in a chair and instructed, "Tomorrow I'm going to renovate this place, so come with me to the shopping district." "All right. We still have some money left, so let's decorate the store nicely. 200 million beet crows from Duke Vavavois. 100 million to hire a mage to renovate the house. 100 million to buy decorations." She hummed a tune as she calculated. Although it's a very small amount for Duke Vavavois, it's enough to open a small shop. Her gaze fell on Dominic. She asked, "What are you thinking so hard about?" He wondered, "Was that man earlier your fiancé, Mel?" Meldonique, yes." She closed her eyes and said, seeing his puzzled expression, she thought, "He must be wondering why I'm not sad at all." When a contract, Dominic scratched his head and said, "All right, but even so, I feel a little sorry for you." "Yes." She smiled and listened to him. "Even though you're the one who tricked me into signing that fraudulent contract, yes. And you're the one who's using a great person like me to do evil things." Suddenly, she felt something was wrong and playfully hit him. "Are you criticizing me on behalf of that Heisman guy?" "Not at all." Then, Meldonique returned to her serious demeanor. Right. This is no time for jokes." She took out a quill. "Here it is," she declared firmly. "I've already told Lennox, so now I have to write the annulment letter." She wrote and thought, what a brilliant idea. I need to cut ties with them as soon as possible, thank you. I thought the family would disown me as soon as I left the house. But why are they reacting so slowly? My lady. Why haven't they cut ties with me yet? And that Lennox. He's sticking to me like glue. Dominic quickly took notice. "You're a noble and you want to give up your status." She explained. "That's right. Don't you understand? There are plenty of guys out there willing to lick the Duke's boots just to gain some fame. But Duke Vavavois, my father who hates me, the Duchess, my stepmother who always wants to get rid of me, and Syria, The female lead and my half-sister who always makes me feel insecure. In order to cut ties with them, I had to give up my family name to gain my freedom. Also, if I become a commoner, it will be easier to break the engagement with the Heisman family. I have no desire for that. I'm confident. Dominic was confused. Confident? Meldonique said with dignity. If I'm determined enough, I can regain my title. Besides, I have a wonderful companion like you. He was stunned by her sweet words. She thought, although I don't really need him right now, there must be a way for me to get a noble title. His face was now blushing. What? He coughed and said, well, obviously I'm your most reliable knight. Of course. Seeing his expression, she marveled. He's so cute. After a long while, Meldonique had written a long letter. She smiled and exclaimed, done. She placed the paper in an envelope. Once this letter is sent, my connection to the past is severed, right? Because in that place, everyone looked down on me. After transmigrating into Meldonique, I gradually remembered fragmented memories of the original Meldonique, things that were never mentioned in the novel. Meldonique gripped the quill tightly, as if they were my own memories. Memories of the original owner's childhood came flooding back, the taunts echoing relentlessly. She carries the cursed blood. At that time, she constantly tried to explain, no, I'm not cursed. I'm just like you. You're lying to me. But the criticism never stopped. That girl doesn't even bathe. Listen to this song. Call her a useless parasite who only causes trouble for her family. Lady Hildegard said that about children her own age. One day Hildegard threatened, I could kill you, you brat. But no, I'll let you live. She said this while rubbing her stomach. A life worse than death. The young Meldonique could only obey, not daring to talk back. Next, when she went to talk to her father, you don't like me. She closed her eyes tightly. It would be nice if I could have friends. The Duke maintained his cold expression. He was no different from the others. His words were just as harsh. How troublesome. If you're being bullied, it's your fault. You're a fool, that's why people look down on you. Get out. Even my own father, the Duke, believed the bullied is the one at fault. But this was completely different for those living in the Valois family. Did they blame everything on Meldonique? No. Whether it was lucky or not, the Duke loved himself and his power. He didn't like others badmouthing his daughter who carried his blood. It was all for his own honor. So, in front of the Duke, everyone treated Meldonique like a princess. But that was all. No one was ever punished for treating Meldonique badly. Duke Valois simply hated hearing gossip. He didn't actually care about Meldonique. As she grew older, Meldonique no longer faced direct criticism. But the wounds remained etched in her mind. To protect herself, she put up a front, acting vicious. Because in a world where no one would stand by her side, she had to appear arrogant and proud. Back in the present, Meldonique thought fiercely, I really want to curse out this whole family. She suddenly stopped. But I don't know anymore. Of course, I have no right to take revenge on that family on her behalf. Besides, I don't have enough power to go against Duke Heisman and the Valois family. Heisman and the Valois family. The only thing I can do now is to cut ties with the Valois family as soon as possible. Later, Meldonique stretched and said, I hope tomorrow comes quickly. Dominic replied, me too. No. She looked out the window and thought, what if they refuse to cut ties and come back to bother me? Do I have the right to escape that family? In this common world, there is one thing I am absolutely sure of. She then closed the window. Tomorrow will be a busy day. The next day, both were dressed neatly. Meldonique dusted off her hands. If I can cut ties with them this way, that would be great. Dominic suddenly spoke up. That guy from yesterday. That Duke. He's so vile. She was confused. Why? He explained. He's been tailing us since early this morning. I wonder who's with him. About 5 of them in total. The two continued to chat as they walked. She began to ponder. If there are 5 people, then come to think of it, Lady Hildegard and Duke Heisman sometimes send people to follow me. They're probably afraid I'll bully Syria, right? She then laughed and exclaimed. It's probably the Duke, huh? Heisman and the Valois family sent them to spy on me. In the end, it's just to monitor my every move. Dominic was now boiling with anger. How despicable. If they dare to touch you, I will not let them get away with it. She calmed him down. All right. It's like you're afraid people don't know you're a messenger of justice or something. Just pretend you don't see them. That's my specialty. See no evil, hear no evil. She looked around and thought, I need to call a carriage. Her attention then shifted to him. She said, It's nearby, let's walk. He quickly replied. Sure. I was in that sword for too long. My body is all stiff now. She suggested, let's take a shortcut. With you here, it shouldn't be dangerous. Right? The two continued to chat as they walked the long road. While they were talking, something caught Dominic's attention. So, the candy store, Mel, look. Huh? Meldonique curiously peered into an alley. What's wrong? Her eyes fell upon a child. The boy had injuries on him. Judging by his clothes, he must be from some noble family. But why is he kneeling there? Is he being bullied? Or was he cornered? Dominic, wait for me a moment. Okay. If he's being bullied, he'll probably scare the kid. Without thinking, she approached him. Get up. She took the boy's hand. He cried out in pain. My leg hurts. Meldonique worriedly suggested, let me call a doctor for you. The boy said, I don't like doctors. Seeing this, she thought, he must be afraid his family will scold him if I call a doctor. I just tripped. It doesn't hurt. She then turned to look at Dominic. Before she could speak, he understood. He lifted the boy onto his back and said, listen here, kid. Come with us. We won't call a doctor. I'll treat you myself. The scene changes back to Meldonique's old house. The boy they had just rescued was frozen in place. It's a little rundown. He looked like he had seen a ghost. You're a knight, and this place is like a battlefield. Hearing this, she frowned. A battlefield? Meanwhile, Dominic was trying to treat the boy's wounds. Almost done. Just hang in there a little longer. Hearing himself being called a kid, he bristled. I'm not a baby. I'm almost a grown-up. I'm a proper junior knight, you know. He winced and exclaimed, wounds like this don't hurt me at all. Now he froze for a few seconds, a happy smile spreading across his face despite himself. The cute boy quickly turned away. Suddenly she noticed, come to think of it, the boy has been clutching that thing this whole time. She wondered, isn't that a music box? It looks so old. It's not easy to find a music box like that these days. With that thought, she leaned in and asked, do you like it? The boy's face turned red. He then flared up. Yes, it's my favorite. Don't make fun of me. She raised her hands in surrender. No, I like these things too. It's wonderful to own such an antique. The melody from this music box is so soothing. Hearing these words, his face brightened even more. It's the first time I've met someone who likes it as much as I do. But the next second he said wistfully, I bought it as a birthday present for my older brother. I wonder if he'll like it as much as I do. Meldonique thought, it's clearly a bit out of style for today's tastes, but I don't want to make the boy sad. She gently comforted him. Of course he will. If I received a gift like this, I would be overjoyed. Besides, if your brother cares about you, no matter what gift he receives, he'll be very happy. Her words made the boy's face turn even redder. Now, they wouldn't accept any worthless gift. It would be lucky if it wasn't thrown in the trash. I was originally going to ask the kid for his name and why he was injured, she thought as she patted the boy's head. But I think the kid likes me a little now. Again. A little later, Meldonique asked Dominic, are you done treating him? He's a bit scrawny though. With that, he went to a corner to stretch. Good. She stared at him and thought, he looks so slender, but he's a legendary hero. Heroes should be a bit more muscular, right? Like a bear. Suddenly, she looked at the boy and saw him nodding off. The boy seems a little tired. She gently shook the boy and turned to Dominic. I was going to call a carriage, but can you carry him upstairs to the second floor and let him sleep for about an hour? Suddenly, the boy's small hand grabbed hers. He asked, there aren't any ghosts up there, right? Meldonic gently replied, of course not. You're so cute, she said bravely. If any ghost dares to show up, I'll chase it away for you. Dominic, standing beside her, just scoffed. Looks like our dear knight is full of passion. Willing to live in this haunted house with all the ghosts. Living so well, just like a true knight. Hearing that, she froze. A haunted house. She stuttered. But he was calm. Let me carry the little one upstairs. A while later, the little boy had fallen into a deep sleep. Meldonic was now full of determination. We need to discuss the renovation of this house right away. Dominic was silent for a moment. All right. He glanced around and asked, right now? She replied, yes, right now and immediately. Actually, I already have a plan. First, we send the kid home and take the opportunity to promote the general store. Second, at the academy, the kid will tell his friends about our store. Third, complete and utter success. The two of them continued to look around and search. As they talked, she noted, "But this building is so run down, I'm afraid any promotion would be useless." That kid even described this place as a haunted house and a battlefield. He's not wrong. It really does look like that. Is it really that bad? She cleared her throat. Then she continued, "Anyway, before we send the boy home, let's tidy up the garden a bit, and then give him a tour." "Sounds like a good idea. Let's start with that bush over there." "Wait a minute. Are you planning to use a sword like me to cut grass?" "Yep." Scene change. 1 hour later. Meldenek's cheeks were flushed. She fell back in astonishment, wondering to herself, is there anything that Dominic can't do? Then she went back to working diligently, when suddenly Dominic called out, "Oh right, Mel." He asked, "What about those guys who were following us?" She immediately turned to look at him. As he trimmed the grass, he explained, "Yeah. When I bent down to pick up the child, I took the chance to brainwash them. I threatened to tell you about them. It wasn't directly related to protecting you, but just consider it a little surprise gift from me." Hearing this, her face turned bright red with happiness. "Right." He tilted his head up and continued, "Yeah, it's been a while since I used my powers, so I'm a bit tired. Brainwashing isn't easy, you know." Meldenek praised him. "You did great, Dominic. Let's get some meat to eat later." At her words, Dominic began to sing happily. Look how excited he is. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. She turned around and asked, "What was that?" Just now, that there was nothing behind her. Nothing suspicious at all. Suddenly, a strange sword appeared at her feet. She cried out, "Dominic, your sword." He was still in a cheerful mood over there. "Dominic's sword? The one who's even amazing at trimming trees?" She replied, "Yeah, that's the one." Suddenly something choked her. My voice. Instantly, a surge of power targeted Dominic. Sensing it, he whipped his head around. Then, a massive explosion erupted. He managed to shield her, dodging the attack just in time. Both of their faces grew worried. "Oh no, how did the seal get broken?" A barrage of ice chunks shot out. Dominic quickly, he yelled, "You have to dodge, Mel." Meldenek cried out, "How am I supposed to dodge rocks that big?" Suddenly her eyes widened. "They're not shattering." She touched the ice blocks and said, "If I try to dodge, I just get in both of our ways. It's still intact even when I touch it. It's better if I—" "That's true." Suddenly a dark voice echoed. "So it's her. The one who made the contract. I will kill her." Meldenek's world spun, and she couldn't stop gasping for breath. An unknown force was tightening its grip around her neck. The voice continued, "Only when you die can I have my revenge." "Melden, am I really going to die like this?" Dominic's hand shot up in a swift motion. She was finally freed from the suffocating grip. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he scanned the area. "Show yourself." Countless shards of ice appeared. They merged, creating a massive explosion. In a moment, a small figure gradually materialized. The person looked completely bewildered. Without a word, Dominic lunged at the figure. He grabbed him by the collar. His face was a mask of fury as he asked, "Do you want me to obliterate your very soul?" The boy broke out in a cold sweat. "You absolutely must not touch me." Meldenek, still panting, watched the scene unfold. Her complexion finally returned to normal. Looking at the thick smoke ahead, she thought, "This is just as chaotic as 5 minutes ago. First, we need to deal with what just happened." A short while later, "This is a demon I sealed away a long time ago, Mel. He's also the one who was trapped in the sword with me." Despite this, the guy could still manage a grin. "I, the demon of the winter moonlight, have finally arrived in the human world." Meldenek whispered to Dominic, "You said you sealed that little demon? Then he should still be bound by the spell. How did the seal break and let him out?" The little demon boy easily overheard and laughed excitedly. "Even he doesn't know how I suddenly reappeared in the human world. But I am very pleased with your world. Listen here. Hurry up and bring me some snacks." Her eyes were filled with disdain. "What is he even saying?" Dominic sighed and explained, "It's been a few 100 years since I last used my powers, so I lost some control. I don't understand how it happened, but he was accidentally released." Suddenly, the boy on the other side yelled, "However, all you need to do is seal me again." As the ropes were about to be undone, they instantly tightened even more. Dominic commanded, "Before you're put back in the sword, apologize to Mel." The boy arrogantly declared, "Oh wretched human, Come forth and receive my apology. Seeing this, Meldenik got annoyed. This brat needs to be taught a lesson. I have a question for you. Were those ice chunks you're doing? Precisely. Is it the kind that never melts? How mysterious. Even touching it with my bare hands didn't do anything. She mused. I thought it was rare for anyone to create a type of ice that never melts. Seeing this, the confidence of the little demon only grew. That's right. Someone born under the winter moonlight like me can create any kind of surprising ice. In any quantity. Hearing that, Meldenik turned and asked, Can't you do it, Dominic? Dominic avoided her gaze. She quickly realized, Oh, right. You specialize in wielding power, don't you? While this might be common in a world with refrigerators, in a world where they haven't appeared yet, it's a precious commodity. Even the talented Duke Vavella or Duke Heisman would have a hard time obtaining it. Especially since this ever-melting ice was made by this little demon, which makes it an even rarer item. Instantly, a thought flashed in her mind. This little demon is pretty useful. With that thought, she spoke cheerfully. All right then, demon of the winter moonlight, you have a job to do. The winter moon demon looked at her quizzically. A job? She replied, Yep, I need you to make me a smoothie. What? He exclaimed in horror. Are you going to use a slashing technique to tear me to shreds? Why is an angel so much like a human? She looked at him, a bit confused. Shreds? Slashing technique? Angel? Meldenik covered her happy face. Is he complimenting me? The demon said helplessly, No way, I'm cursing you. Dominic finally spoke up. That's right, demon of the winter moonlight. From now on, you'll be using your slashing technique to chop ingredients. He crossed his arms and stated, Mel is a very frightening human. Even I, he said with a grim face, was tricked by her into signing a shady contract. The other two just stared at him. Meldenik wondered, why is he so proud of that? The Wintermoon demon was shocked. What? What a talented human. She could only stare blankly. Right. Dominic continued, exactly. So now, a pathetic demon like you will be disposed of sooner or later. Fare thee well, demon of the winter moonlight. The boy screamed, I refuse. Seeing this, Meldenik held her head in frustration. I haven't even said a word yet. Besides, I'm just a human with no powers. I'm even under the dragon god's curse and famous for my own lack of talent. She asked wearily. But are we just going to stand around? How long can he stay here? Dominic spoke up. At most, another 30 minutes. The probability of him disappearing is extremely high. Her face turned to panic. Why? I thought as long as he's sealed in your sword, we could summon him any time. He explained, I only know how to seal him. Controlling a demon probably requires a summoning ritual, an offering, maybe even mana. In any case, I'm not sure. It was like a bolt from the blue for her. She thought she'd have an endless supply of ice, but it turns out she only has 30 minutes. The two continued to talk, ignoring the demon who was gritting his teeth. So who else is in that sword? The winter moonlight. Autumn mountain, summer star, spring flower. There are 4 demons in total. Their names sound so sweet. Romantic. Suddenly, the demon boy shouted, I'm the weakest one among them. So don't get cocky about using a slashing technique to exorcise a weak demon like me. The stronger ones will avenge me. Meldenik stared blankly. Exorcise. Then she said gently, No, I'm not planning to make you disappear. Why would I want to kill you? Suddenly he cried out, Dominic, you have to look into this human's eyes. She was confused. What's wrong with my eyes? Unbeknownst to her, her face had taken on a sinister glint. Oh mighty slave, doesn't that sound completely insane? Please subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. A long while later, the demon's hand trembled as he reached out. Please, just let me rest for a bit. In truth, Meldenik had been working him to the bone. A glass jar that functions as a refrigerator. Teleported by the little demon. Ice that never melts, made by the little demon. Ice being crushed by the Wintermoon demon. Dominic worked diligently on the side while the other two bickered. Hurry up and make more ice, you Ice Moon demon. Make more. I'm the Ice Moon spirit. The fierce demon said, Just you wait until I recover my powers. When that time comes, I'll... Dominic unexpectedly walked over and bopped him on the head. Too noisy, hurry up. Meldenik said worriedly, Hey, don't, he's just a kid. He replied, He may look like one, but he's over 1,000 years old. The demon was now full of regret. Let me go back into the sword. She immediately said, No, no. You haven't finished your work, so you're not going anywhere. Hurry up. He was so angry he couldn't control himself, his eyes welling up with tears. Then he's truly evil. If my ancestors saw this, they'd give you an award. Meldenik heard this and wondered, is he insulting me or complimenting me? Later, Dominic held a cup of water and asked, As you requested. I'm sure it will melt when you drink it. Therefore, I demand my freedom immediately. Do you want to try some? She quickly replied, Yes. She began to close her eyes, savoring the aroma of the drink. A second later, Meldenik praised, Perfectly delicious. The demon's face lit up at her words. Then now, his happiness lasted only a few seconds. His face froze when he heard her say, Hey, you spirit, aren't you going to work? He turned his face away, sulking. Even in the demon world, I wasn't exploited like this. Our rule is work for 1 minute, rest for 10. She had to concede. I know. I'll reward you handsomely. Then Meldenik held out the cup and said, Here, try what you made. He was still pouting. I don't eat human food. I don't need it, but I am curious how a spirit would perceive it. What a troublesome human. Suddenly the spirit's eyes flew open. His whole body began to tremble. What is this? Have I been brainwashed? Huh? What's happening? Oh no! He exclaimed with delight. This stuff is divine water. Meldenik covered her mouth in astonishment. She looked at the cup and thought, Divine water. The spirit immediately begged, He give me more. More. So obedient. With those words, his figure vanished. Meldenik looked at the jar in front of her and mused, Has it been half an hour already? Is there no other way to control him? That wintermoon spirit. Her face was filled with determination. Next time, don't you dare escape my grasp. Time flew by, and it was now dusk. Meldenik called out gently, Sanite, time to wake up. It's time for you to— The little boy sat up, rubbing his eyes. Then she gave the cup of divine water to the boy to drink. Little one, would you like to try this? Huh? The boy quickly drank it all. She watched beside him expectantly. How is it? An eerie silence fell over them. It's so cold. You have to chew it carefully before you swallow. A moment later, the boy's eyes sparkled. He couldn't help but exclaim, This is so delicious. You like it? Hearing that, Meldenik grew even happier. The boy expressed, I think my heart is beating so fast because I drank this. Maybe it's because it's so cold. It's not because of the cold. Unexpectedly, he took her hand. Without a second thought, he confessed, I think I've fallen in love. Then she blushed and beamed with happiness. Scene change. That evening, 2 hands, one large and one small, were holding each other. It was Meldenik and the boy she had just saved. Do you like me that much? She instructed. Then please help me promote the store in the future, he said excitedly. I'll tell everyone this isn't a haunted house, and it's definitely not a battlefield. It's not dangerous at all, and no ghosts appear. I'll definitely promote it for you. Oh my, if you say that. Meldenik said helplessly. Mel's general store will be opening in a week. He replied, Yes, I'll tell them that. As he got into the carriage, he said his final words. I'll definitely dress up nicely and appear in front of Mel's general store. When I go to give my brother his gift, I'll tell him about you. She looked at him and wondered, does he mean he'll introduce my store to his older brother? She didn't forget to give him another cup of divine water. Then please give this to your brother. The carriage started to move. The small hand was still reluctantly waving goodbye to the two of them. She and Dominic waved back from behind. So much happened today. And right before the grand opening too. How many more things will I have to face in the future? Suddenly, Dominic held out his hand. Let's go. She froze for a few seconds. Suddenly she called his name. Dominic. She asked pensively. The annulment papers and the disownment request must have arrived by now, right? What will happen now? Will they cause a scene? Or will they quickly accept it? She was filled with excitement. I'm so curious. It's a shame I can't witness it with my own eyes. At the same time, at the mansion of Duke Heisman, Lennox's voice rang out. What is it? The butler reported. The annulment papers have arrived, Your Grace. His face darkened. Annulment? Lennox recalled a conversation with his father. You must marry Meldenik Vavella. At the time, he was skeptical of his father's command. He expressed his frustration. But father, she carries the Konoha bloodline. That's a cursed bloodline. How can someone as unlucky as her father? But his father's face was extremely annoyed. He stated that the Konoha was not a cursed bloodline, but rather a bloodline that received the power of the dragon. He spoke as he raised his trembling hand. It's just that no one has possessed the vessel to awaken that power. The power hidden within Meldenik is immense. If she has a child, that power will be passed on. The child who receives the dragon's power will become the strongest on the continent, and that child's family will always be happy and be protected by the dragon. Lennox was utterly astonished. The strongest on the continent? His father continued to instruct. You must watch her and marry her. After that, you must suppress her so she cannot unleash her power. Only then can our family. Before he could finish his sentence, he ran out of breath to speak further. Lennox's face grew somber. Finally, he uttered, I understand, father. I can't let this marriage be annulled. My family needs her. Back in the present, he remained calm. Ignore it. She come back eventually anyway. The butler continued. But there are a few warnings in the letter, sir. When he asked, what does it say? The butler read aloud. If you dare to ignore my annulment letter, I will let the entire kingdom know about your scumbag face. Annoyed, Lennox snatched the letter. And another thing, I have enough evidence of you cheating with Celia, so be a good boy and annul the marriage. Otherwise, you know what will happen to your reputation. Meldenik Favela. At that moment, he could only hold the letter and swallow his anger. Suddenly a voice called out, Brother. A little girl was looking down from the... He quickly recognized her. Marissa. I am Lennox's sister. 15 years his junior, Marissa. Frail and timid as I am a secret everyone wants to keep hidden. I am the product of an affair between Duke Heisman and a commoner. Of course, I don't know if she's aware of her own identity, but she has a very strong worldview. Once, the little girl was reading a novel. I don't know what was inside, but after finishing it, she slammed the book shut and declared loudly, as expected, all cheating women must die. In the present, Marissa suddenly asked, Brother, are you having an affair? Lennox shut his eyes tightly. Then he said, No, Marissa, you've misunderstood. She and I are just good friends. Hearing that phrase, the girl remembered a conversation between two servants she had overheard. He said they were just friends. Without thinking, she asserted, That's what they call an affair, you know. The little girl continued to pour out her thoughts. Having an affair is a terrible thing. I'm really, really disappointed in you. Lennox angrily shouted, I told you it's not like that. The little girl looked at him silently for a moment. Then she said coldly, Poor Lady Meldenik. Lennox heard her words, but before he could scold her, the little girl had already left. He tugged at his hair in frustration. Damn it. Then he said, For now, just ignore the annulment. Don't mention this again. Meldenik Favela. He gritted his teeth in resentment. You will pay for this. Scene change. At the residence of Duke Favela. Meldenik also sent a letter to her father. As I said before, I wish to be disowned from the family. From now on, I am no longer a daughter of the Favela family. Please forward my disownment request to His Majesty for me. I was happy to be your daughter. I hope we never meet again, Meldenik. The Duke's mood was no different from Lennox's just now. This insolent little brat. He flew into a rage. Requesting to be disowned so brazenly. This is ridiculous. My pride is wounded. She's going to embarrass me again. Then he softened his tone and asked, Meldenik will surely back down and return, right, my dear? It turns out Hildegard was also present. She said sweetly, Yes, my lord. The child will certainly have no choice but to bow her head to you. Please do not worry. In the spacious office of Duke Favela. Suddenly, Hildegard offered a bold suggestion. First, let's approve the disownment request as the child wishes. The Duke heard this with confusion. My dear, what do you mean? Doing that seems a bit too harsh. She said cunningly. We're not really disowning her. We're just scaring her a little. In her heart, she thought, You're hesitating because she's your own flesh and blood. Aren't you? Then she set down her teacup and continued. In any case, if you want to disown someone, you have to wait through a 4-week adjustment period. After the adjustment, you still have to wait for His Majesty's ruling. It's extremely rare for a noble to be disowned. Most disownment requests are cancelled during the 4-week adjustment period. You could say there's never been a case that had to go to the Emperor for a ruling. She began to think deeply. If it actually reaches the ruling stage, she might become the first noble ever to be expelled from their family. The Emperor wouldn't miss such an opportunity to strike a blow against the Duke. If Meldenik is disowned, Getting rid of her will be as easy as flipping my hand. The day I've been waiting for has finally come. The Duke was quickly manipulated by her. That's right. We must let that stubborn young colt see what she wants to see. Precisely, my lord. Her heart was filled with satisfaction. My dear Celia, the day you take everything that belongs to Meldonick is drawing near. Then she approached the Duke. First, let's send this disownment request to His Majesty. I will also inform Meldonick that we will accept her request. Her words were like a spell. Don't let anyone know. This is a secret. Scene change. Early the next morning. Meldonick held the letter. The disownment notice has finally arrived. First step is disownment, next will be the annulment. Dominic watched her from behind, pensive. But Mel, why hasn't Duke Heisman responded yet? She turned to him cheerfully and replied, Him? It seems he doesn't want to annul the marriage. But now, it doesn't matter if he agrees to it or not. He asked, puzzled, why is that? You said you absolutely had to annul the marriage. She explained, because now I'm a commoner. Before, I was so insistent on annulling the marriage because I wasn't sure the disownment would be approved. Once I'm disowned, the marriage contract will automatically be voided. Contract terminated. Mission passed. According to the law, a noble cannot marry a commoner. She was overwhelmed with happiness. Is this really happening? I feel so much lighter all of a sudden. While the two were chatting, someone came up to them and said, The house has been renovated. The two of them immediately rushed into their house. Everything was now pristine and beautiful. Meldonick's jaw dropped when she saw the scene. She couldn't help but exclaim, It's so beautiful. Then they both sat down on a nearby chair. She said excitedly, Now we just need to unpack, and we can open the store. If it's successful, we could hire a chef and a chocolatier and also a mage, a spirit, and an alchemist too. Dominic stared at her intently. She continued, With them, creating items will be much easier. Then my store will become more and more magnificent. But they are rare talents on this continent. It seems a bit difficult. After she finished speaking, the two looked at each other with determination. Dominic had been watching her with a cool expression the whole time. As for her, she was very much looking forward to her future. I know. But giving up so easily isn't my style. I even managed to tame a 1,000-year forgotten sword. What are those little things in comparison? He finally spoke up, true. Meldonick glanced at him. She sat down and continued talking. And we can use the spirits in your sword too. I'm not sure if I can command them without breaking the seal. I'll have to work hard to find a way to control those demons. A moment later she stood up again. Finally, tonight we need to make sugar candy to sell for the grand opening. Her words were like a heavy stone weighing him down. In fact, she had previously given him a prince's apron, which made his face freeze up. He voiced his thoughts. I will absolutely never wear that apron. She smiled and replied, All right. Although we're still lacking a few things, so we can't have a proper grand opening just yet. Later, the two of them started working together. The sugar candy was being cooked. Meldonick sat beside it, watching intently. She exclaimed, I don't know if it will sell well, but I really like this. He replied calmly, That's enough. Hearing those simple words, she broke into a bright smile. Even though we're still lacking a lot, day by day, this place will be filled with beautiful memories. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower, a man was kneeling on the floor. This is shameful. I will take responsibility for protecting the Magic Tower's artifacts. I am deeply sorry, Master of the Magic Tower. In front of him, another man was sitting with his feet crossed on the table. In his hand was a piece of paper. So, the Magic Tower lost a few magical artifacts, including a power vessel. His voice was incredibly calm. You can handle petty thefts like that yourself, Ramos. There's no need to report every single thing to me. The man on the floor had a face full of worry. But I wanted to report about the suspect, sir. We must capture that person. The leader's foot touched the ground. He slowly sat up straight. Then he smiled and said, Is that so? Then continue. It turns out he was the master of the Magic Tower, Isaac. Ramos, Isaac's subordinate, began his report. I have narrowed the scope down to 3 people. First, the one whose energy flow has become strange, Bartek Ely. Second is the magic experimenter, Duke Heisman. And the last person who is also the most suspicious, Isaac asked. Who? Unexpectedly he answered, Meldonick Vavella, sir. He explained, Yes, sir. I did a little investigation into Meldonick because she carries the blood of the dragon, and is thus cursed. I found it a bit suspicious. Not long ago, she left her home and set up a strange shop. The place is called Mel's General Store. I suspect she's controlling some kind of strange magic. In any case, I think I need to investigate her more thoroughly. Isaac was now a little surprised by this. Is that so? Come to think of it, the sword she carries is also very suspicious. The flow of energy in the body of a Kanoa's daughter is also very special. He suddenly remembered the conversation between her and Lennox. Now, get out of my life, please. Because you're disgusting. Just thinking about it made him laugh. Perhaps I should go and find out a little more. Then he spoke up. I've changed my mind. After hearing your report, I find this matter quite important. Sir? Unexpectedly, he suggested, let me handle the third suspect. This startled Ramos. Sir? Why all of a sudden? This has to be a first. Seeing his determination, I really can't understand you, sir. Whether she's a thief or not, she has caught Master Isaac's eye. I feel so sorry for her. At the same time in the palace, a voice echoed continuously. Your Highness! Your Highness the Prince! The voices of the maids were also frantic. If you run like that, something terrible will happen, Your Highness. It was the boy Meldenik had saved the day before. He threw open the door and called out, Brother! A young man in the room was frozen in place. He called out, stunned. Arson! The little boy's heart was pounding wildly. He declared firmly, I've found the girl I want to marry. His older brother was completely frozen stiff. At those words, the boy said excitedly, We only met by chance, but I fell in love with her at first sight. She's extremely kind. And she's smart and beautiful too. She will definitely be my princess. His brother replied helplessly. It seems that finally. Spring has come for you too, hasn't it? Then he asked, Is she a friend from the academy? No, sir. The boy replied, She's older than me. His brother became even more curious. How old is she? If she's 3 or 4 years older, she's probably around 15, right? Suddenly, Arson exclaimed, I think she's 10 years older or maybe 15. She's 25, right? He recounted cheerfully. I'm not really sure. She's a commoner named Mel. Her name is beautiful too, isn't it? His words startled his brother even more. A commoner, you say? Arson continued. Mel said I should come visit her general store later. She said she'd sell me lots of things. His brother's face turned grim. Selling toys to a child. He thought with worry. Is that girl a scam artist? Why would a scam artist? Suddenly Arson remembered. This is a birthday present for you. Instantly, music from the music box began to play. What a wonderful gift. The boy asked. Yes, it's a music box. Do you like it? His brother replied. Of course. The boy's face became even brighter. As I thought. He jumped up and down cheerfully. Mel thought so too. Her again, Mel is a genius. Then he held out the cup of divine water. This is for you too. Mel told me to bring it to you. It's a type of drink. It's grape-flavored, made from ice that never melts. She calls it shaved ice. His brother was stunned. A commoner. Is giving away ice? He couldn't help but be suspicious. This is definitely suspicious. Arson looked at his older brother with anticipation. The boy exclaimed, As I thought, you think the shaved ice is delicious too, right? The corner of his brother's mouth twitched. He was a bit stunned. Then he wiped his lips. It's quite good. Then he said, I suppose I'll have to go and meet this person named Mel. Yes, brother. You have to go there once. Arson smiled radiantly. Mel said she wants every child to be happy. So she came to the area in front of the academy. Hearing that, his brother ruffled the boy's hair and thought, She planning to start a business related to children? Just from hearing that, she sounds like a good person. Suddenly, a subordinate's voice called out, Your Highness, His Grace Heisman has arrived. Arson frowned upon hearing that. That annoying Duke is here. His brother replied, Yes, he's here for work. Then the boy quickly turned away. Then I'll be going now. All right. His older brother watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. Arson's standards for people are very high. You can see that from his rudeness towards Duke Heisman, a man admired by everyone. The reason Arson could open up like this is because that person must be extremely skilled. Finishing his train of thought, Lennox entered. It's been a while, Kellen. He replied with a polite smile. Indeed. Or she's a professional con artist. In Kellen's office. He and Lennox were discussing business. I've reviewed the business plan you sent. The target audience is children, teenagers, and the elderly. That's right. Suddenly, Lennox presented something. This is a test product. Kellen's eyes were filled with surprise. It was a fountain pen and perfume. He exclaimed, "What a work of art! It's different from ordinary pens because it's encrusted with diamonds all over. Wouldn't it be a bit inconvenient for children to use? I think it would be hard for them to hold it properly. Right? You don't need to worry about that." Kellen picked up the pen. "This doesn't seem very useful. I think it's a bit over the top." Suddenly Lennox exclaimed, "Useful?" His voice was filled with mockery. "What does that have to do with anything? Just invest. I guarantee it will be a success. Kids will imitate adults at any cost. Besides, children don't really have any capital." He looked full of cunning. "So the real target is the parents. They are our loyal customers. Also, this time we will be collaborating with the Vavella house. We will be working with Lady Hildegard and Miss Celia." Kellen's face fell. "Is that so? Vavella and Heisman? With two ducal families joining forces, there's no way it could fail." Lennox's business strategy began by forcibly creating a trend. They would use a large sum of money for widespread promotion and sell at the lowest possible price. His store would engage in price wars with other large and small stores until they went bankrupt. Lennox Heisman. Is there anyone in this kingdom who can surpass his business strategy? Certainly not. With that thought, he asked, "Before we proceed, I have a question for you. Do you only intend to partner with Miss Celia, or do you intend to marry her?" Unexpectedly, he replied, "My marriage partner is Meldenik Vavella." Kellen said bluntly, "If that's the case, it would be better to keep some distance from Miss Celia." "What do you mean? According to you, your current fiancé is Meldenik, right? Because of your actions, the nobility is already guessing that your engagement will be broken. In this situation, isn't it a bit disrespectful to both of them?" Lennox sneered. "Is that so? Or isn't it because that girl has always acted strangely that such rumors have spread?" Seeing him like this, Kellen held his head and said, "If you're engaged, you must protect Lady Meldenik's honor. I mean, treat her like a life partner." Lennox's eyebrows knitted together. He stated, "That's an internal family matter, so you don't need to worry about it. Compared to what she has done, treating her like a human being is enough." Kellen said bluntly, "It seems the royal palace cannot invest in this." Hearing that, he became very angry. "I understand the royal family rarely intervenes in large-scale projects, but it's a shame to pass up an opportunity that would benefit the royal treasury." Kellen stated, "The Heisman Merchant Group dominates almost every street in the capital. The closure rate for self-employed individuals is increasing." Lennox's face was completely unfazed. "Is that so? I guess I'll have to hire them as slaves for my family. In any case, it's for the best. It's a much better choice than owning a low-quality place that goes bankrupt. You must know that the weak always fail, Kellen. Part of the game." Kellen's face darkened at his attitude. He looked at the perfume and the pen in front of him. He suddenly remembered what Arson said. Mel wants every child to be truly happy, so she came to the area in front of the academy. Remembering that, he suddenly burst out laughing. Then he said, "It's better to have someone with ideals." Scene change. The day of Meldenik's store opening finally arrived. Despite having no promotion, looking at her quiet store, she was dejected. But how can there be not a single customer? She rested her chin on her hand, her face full of anticipation. Dominic approached and said, "Aren't the kids still in school right now?" Suddenly, his dark, panda-like eye circles caught her attention. She thought wearily, "We had to stay up all night making sugar candy." Dominic asked again, "Have you thought about developing a new product yet?" She replied, "Of course I have. I want to make beer candy." He asked, puzzled, "Beer candy? What's that?" She put her hands on her hips and said, "Listen carefully, Dominic. Kids always imitate the actions of adults, right? So, well, and adults like beer, don't they?" She began to explain. "The kids have definitely seen adults drinking beer, but children can't drink beer. So I'll divide it into two types of beer candy. One type will taste exactly like beer for adults. The other type will look like a glass of beer, a sweet candy with no alcohol and no intoxicating effects." At this point, she mused, "If I want to make this, I should probably hire a mage, but I'm still short on funds." Dominic immediately exclaimed, "I can do that much." She looked at him happily. "Really?" He said, "But if we want to make it, we need to research beer and candy ingredients. The brewing process will probably also require a spell, so I need to learn everything about the brewing process from someone who knows about beer. Since we're just starting, the more specific, the safer. Besides, I've only just started using magic again, So the two of them discussed excitedly. So what's the plan? First, let's think about how to sell our current stock. We have to sell these goods first. That's how we'll get capital. Who knows? Just selling all of this might be a huge success. That's right. A while later, their shop still had no customers. The two had to discuss another plan. Well, in my opinion first, we should approach the surrounding merchants while we wait for the children to arrive. Don't you think? It's not a bad idea, right? The sky was clear and blue. Meldenik, holding a star-shaped lollipop, said with a bright smile, "Hello." Lily stopped what she was doing and said, "Oh, hello." She chatted cheerfully. "Do you see the blue-pillared building up ahead? I'm the owner of that shop." "My name is Meldenik." Lily asked, "A shop?" She took the candy Meldenik offered and glanced behind her, saying, "But this was clearly just a vacant lot before." Lily said in amazement, "Oh my wow, that's right. The building has become so beautiful." Meldenik said cheerfully, "I recently opened a general store." Lily asked, "A general store?" She replied, "It's a general store that sells this and that for kids." Lily said, "That makes sense. It's right in front of the academy. It's so amazing. It's been a long time since a new store opened here." She asked, "But you haven't run into any trouble, have you?" Meldenik asked back, stunned. "Trouble?" Lily replied, "Oh, it's nothing." She introduced herself. "Oh, I'm Lily. I'm an employee at the Risa Tavern over there." Meldenik asked in surprise, "Huh? A tavern? A tavern?" Lily replied, "Yes, it's a little ways away because taverns are forbidden from operating in front of the academy." She thought to herself, "How could this be? Just when I was wondering how to make beer candy." Meldenik thought, "So this is what they mean when they say a pumpkin vine grows and spreads out to survive." Then she grabbed Lily's hand and asked, "Could I possibly speak with the tavern owner?" Lily saw Meldenik's eyes sparkling brightly and replied, Yes." Scene change. Now she was in a room, her chin resting on her hands as she pondered her conversation with Lily. Meldenik thought back to Lily's words. But the owner's health isn't very good, so she probably won't have much time to talk to you. Might be difficult to meet her today. If you can, please come tomorrow afternoon. The owner said tomorrow afternoon. The owner will come to the store, so you can meet her then. Meldenik said, "Dominic, I just met an employee from a nearby tavern." Dominic asked, "Is that so? Did you ask them to make candy with you?" She replied, "I haven't said anything yet, but I have an appointment to meet them tomorrow." He said, "Good, but why do you look like that?" Meldenik replied in a long stream, I heard the owner's health isn't good. The employee had a bruise on her face, and she even asked me if anything had happened." Clearly something is going on. At the tavern, after reading the plan Meldenik had given her, the owner said, "This is indeed a good idea. A very good idea. A rather special plan, too. The children will surely love it." Hearing this, she shot up and said, "Oh, let me tell you." "More specifically," the lady said. "But what can I do? I've already decided to close the tavern." Meldenik asked, puzzled. "The business location is good. So why?" Lily said it was because of the tribute money. She turned to Lily and called her name. Lily continued, "The ones who hold power in this area are called the Red Axe Pirates. They demand too much tribute money, so because we have to prepare the tribute, we can't serve much beer to our customers. If we don't pay the tribute, they'll beat us and trash the store. We have no choice but to give it to them." She added, "The guards won't protect commoners like us either. Not long ago, there was a rumor about us. They receive backing from a high-ranking official. Those people know how to use magic and are physically strong, so we can't fight back." Lily told Meldenik, "Those guys will probably come looking for you soon. Mel, at the very least, they'll demand 5 million Beccaro." She exclaimed, "Oh my God." Outside the tavern door, there was a loud banging and a loud voice. "Hey, open up." Lily screamed, "It's them." The tavern owner, with a worried expression, told Meldenik and led her inside. "Miss, hurry and hide." The banging on the door didn't stop. She reassured Meldenik and Dominic as she went outside to check the situation. "I'm not in business anymore, so it doesn't matter what happens. You just stay in there, okay? Absolutely do not come out." Meldenik said, "I'll help you, ma'am," she said loudly. "You're so young, what help can you be? Hurry and hide inside. If you come out, I'll be really angry." She and Dominic looked at each other and nodded. She said, "Please go away. We will not accept being treated like slaves anymore." This. Meldenik opened the door from where she was hiding and saw the pirates hitting Lily, which made her angry enough to punch one of them straight in the face. "Hey, you sons of bitches!" The pirate and Lily were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Meldenik panted, looking at her throbbing hand, and said, "If you leave quietly now, I'll let this slide." The orange-haired guy slowly stood up and said, Hey, are you women trying to play games? You don't know your place. Daring to hit me." A voice whispered in her ear, "Mel, first, calm down. Take a deep breath. I will temporarily lend you my power." Meldenik followed the instruction and took a deep breath. The voice continued, "Now you will easily see their movements. Your skin will also become as hard as steel, so even if you get hit, it won't hurt." The red-haired guy raised his hand, squeezed her neck tightly, and said loudly, "Who do you think you're staring at, you insolent wench?" He said fiercely, "With just a little effort, I can snap your tiny neck." Meldenik thought, "Oh, it's true. It doesn't hurt at all." She grabbed his hand firmly and said, "Go on, try and break it." With a swift movement, Meldenik threw the red-haired guy to the ground, leaving everyone present frozen for a moment. "Just how strong is Dominic?" Meldenik said to them, "So, you're the Red Axe Pirates? From now on, I'll show you what I'm made of. I'm a fox borrowing a tiger's might." Meldenik said, "Unfortunately for you, I'm very poor, so I don't have any money for you." The leader of the pirates stepped forward arrogantly and said, "You've got a lot of nerve, huh? It's thanks to clueless women like you that we're living so comfortably." She asked them, "You guys have a lot of money now, right?" The whole group of pirates chuckled. "That's right. A lot." Meldenik looked at them as if they were walking bags of money and couldn't help but exclaim, "Great. Just when I've spent a lot of money." She beckoned to the pirates with her finger. "Follow me outside. I'll fight you." After a fierce fight, only one big guy remained, shouting, "You insolent brat." She quickly threw him to the ground. Meldenik looked at them lying scattered on the ground. She sighed and put her hands on her hips, saying, "Is that all? Weaker than I thought." They murmured among themselves, "How can someone with such strength be here?" Meldenik turned around and said, "Hey," startling them. She said, "Give me everything you have." The pirates had no choice but to obey, and gave her everything they had. Meldenik held 2 large bags of money in her hands, smiling brightly and thinking, "With this amount of money, the mages can use it for 3 months." The pirates whispered among themselves, "She must be really stingy, taking all our small change too." Meldenik glared at them with daggers in her eyes and said, "What did you just say?" Seeing that, they quickly said, "We're sorry." Another murmur caught Meldenik's attention. "What is it?" She saw Lily leading a group of people armed with crude weapons. Lily said, "I was worried, so I called everyone here." But Meldenik thought, The townspeople looked at her with sparkling eyes and said, "Amazing. Did she take care of all of them? How?" People started buzzing. It was 1 person against 17. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it too. Meldenik stood frozen on the spot, screaming internally. "What are you talking about?" It was 1 against 8. The tavern owner told everyone. I was being beaten by them when she appeared like a champion of justice and drove those guys away. The surrounding townspeople cheered for her. A single woman defeated the Red Axe Pirates all by herself. She defeated them. Wow. She looked at everyone and asked, "What is this?" Dominic gently draped his coat over Meldenik's shoulders from behind and said, "You've worked hard, Lady Mel." The townspeople continued to cheer for her without stopping. Wow, she must be a very formidable person. Meldenik asked herself, why is he suddenly using honorifics? What's with this atmosphere? A townsman, who seemed to be the local reporter, ran up to her and asked, "You knew those guys were harassing the merchants, so you chose to suppress them with your sense of responsibility?" Meldenik replied, "No, it was all a coincidence. My hands are tired too. They're throbbing with pain." She asked, "But that necklace, are you a reporter?" He replied, "Yes, ma'am." Meldenik thought for a moment and said, "This is my chance. Could I ask you to promote my general store a little?" Meldenik said it was like a shop that sells cute little things. "Cute things. I just opened a shop right in front of the academy." She added, "If so, the price must be very expensive." Meldenik smiled and said, "It's all for the kids. I'd like to ask you to publish the best article possible. If things go well, I'll formally invite you to the general store later. Then she turned to the tavern owner and said, Amarisa, earlier you gave a good evaluation of my plan and said you wanted to work with me. But because of the tribute money, you felt it would be difficult to do so. Meldenik held out her hand in front of her and said, all the troublesome things have been taken care of. So now, we can work together to develop a new product, right? With tears in her eyes, she said, I will help you with anything I can. The people around were buzzing with conversation. Before, even if we reported them, the security team would secretly take bribes and let them go. This area is in front of the Nobles Academy, and they often pass by in carriages, but they consider this the most beautiful part of the academy. This is an abandoned business district, so even if we report it, they don't care. People continued to talk non-stop, but a young girl like that defeated them so easily. The reporter heard everything that the others were saying. Listening to the townspeople talk about her, he thought, this young girl has made me realize the duty of a journalist. I must use this story for my article. He said, this will be considered exclusive news. Scene changed to Meldenik's store. She and Dominic silently looked at something that resembled hard candy in a pot. She broke the silence. So what's the problem? He replied, the technique is perfect, but my sword hasn't been drawn for long, so I still can't regulate my power. Meldenik asked, about how long will it take for you to regulate it again? Dominic said, probably a few months. She said in despair, months? Meldenik smiled and said, how about I try using some ingredients and cooking myself? He said, that's not a bad idea. You're startled? Oh, really? Dominic said, this is the most basic of basic magic. I wouldn't be surprised if you could do it too. Meldenik said, magic is a no-go for me. He asked, why? She replied, my family is under a curse, so I was born with a body that has not a single drop of mana. Dominic asked again, your body has a curse, so you don't have mana. No, it was in the original story, Meldenik Babella couldn't attend the academy. The entry requirement was to possess a certain amount of magic power, but she failed the entrance exam because she had no mana. Because of this, Meldenik always felt inferior to Syria, who had an abundance of mana. Dominic said, that's impossible. If your body had no mana, your hand couldn't have accepted the mana from me. Meldenik was stunned and said, huh? She thought back to what happened at Lex's tavern. Come to think of it, he used his magic, and a blue light appeared. He told her, if you don't believe me, let me check for you directly. Dominic held out his hand and asked her, do you see this light? Meldenik said, yes. He said, if you see a yellow light, then you have energy. She asked blankly, yellow? This is white. Dominic asked, isn't it yellow? She replied, no, it's white. The color of a wedding dress. He said, you. Dominic said, in any case, it seems there's a source of pure energy flowing through your body. Meldenik asked, pure energy? Dominic explained, as you know, magic has distinct attributes. Water, earth, light, and wood. This causes all mages to choose one of these attributes, but regardless of their choice, they all draw upon the same type of energy. Drawing energy from nature into their core, near their heart, and then using it. He continued, however, your pure energy is different. It's energy that comes from a person's life force. Meldenik asked, puzzled, life force? She said, does that mean if my energy runs out, my life will fade away too? That can't be right, can it? Dominic said, probably not. In any case, people with this pure energy don't have the aptitude to become mages. Instead, they have the potential to become alchemists. Meldenik said in surprise, so I'm not from a cursed bloodline. I have the potential to become an alchemist. She chuckled to herself and thought, so that's why the Academy's simple test couldn't detect it. Meldenik, the most useless of the useless, actually had a hidden ability. She thought, come to think of it, the original story mentioned that Lenos eventually gains alchemy abilities. So he must have pure energy too. How annoying. Dominic said, however, there are differences depending on their ability. Meldenik asked, my ability? What is mine like? He told her, you're not at the stage to discuss ability yet. You're a novice one who didn't even know they had energy. Hearing this hit Meldenik like a ton of bricks. A novice? Dominic said, in terms of potential, your energy is only about the size of a mouse's. She was disappointed. A mouse? Meldenik dared to ask. But anyway, I do have energy, right? He replied. Yes, that's for sure. And it seems to be constantly growing right now. She asked excitedly. If I have energy, can I summon that Moonforest imp I met before? Dominic said. Summoning a demon requires a sufficient source of energy. Your innate energy is still too low. He said. At your level, you could probably summon it for about 3 seconds. Just enough to say hi. Meldenik was completely crushed when she heard this. Dominic said, Don't be too discouraged. As an alchemist, you have the ability to create pure energy. She said. Then teach me how to create it. He replied. Beyond the basics of alchemy, I don't know anything else. Meldenik thought, even in the original story, alchemists with pure energy were rare. The only one who mastered alchemy was the master of the Mage Tower, Isaac. But not only does that man have no connection to Meldenik, he has no connection to anyone. It's impossible to even confirm if he's still alive. She recalled. During the attack on Linos, he suddenly disappeared. Meldenik slowly stood up, thinking, there's no way to find the Mage Tower Master's whereabouts. She called out to Dominic. Meldenik said, I'll do whatever it takes to create more energy and train my abilities. I will become the best. Dominic looked at her and gave a soft smile. He said, As expected, I put my faith in the right person. From now on, I will do my best to teach you. First, let's start by creating the strongest sword. Meldenik ran into the kitchen and said, First, let's make the beer candy. Dominic looked at the candy ingredients and asked her, This? Meldenik replied, Yep. You said you couldn't make it, right? She said excitedly, So I'll make the beer candy. I'll make treats shaped like the cutest characters and sell them. Meldenik said, Like that tonkatsu thing? Dominic asked, Is there nothing else besides that? She replied, After toiling away in the kitchen for a while, Meldenik now had her beer candies. She lay on the table and groaned, so tired. Dominic looked at her and said, You've used up all of your mouse-sized energy. He took a candy to try and said, It'll probably take about a day for that energy to fully recharge. Dominic ate the candy and felt a sensation. It feels a bit chewy. Meldenik, who was sprawled out on the table, shot up and asked, What's wrong with your voice? He replied in a deep voice, It's too deep. Dominic said, While you were practicing earlier, I got bored, so I randomly placed a spell on the candy. He said, For him, my voice really doesn't sound good at all. A man who's hundreds of years old like me, falling for a prank that children would like. Realizing something 3 seconds later, Meldenik shouted excitedly, What is this? Are we geniuses? Placing a simple spell into the candy and selling it, like a simple magic that changes your voice for about a minute. He said, I admit, it's a good idea. Meldenik ran outside and said, Then I'll go ask Lexa what she thinks. Elsewhere, Isaac and Henry were glaring at each other intensely. The boy said cheerfully, I finally got an outside mission. Isaac thought to himself, I was planning to go alone. He remembered, because of Romo's strange misunderstanding, his subordinate had said, You were not to kill him directly. Isaac looked at the very excited Henry and thought, Well, I guess going out with Henry is fine. He said to the boy, You seem pretty happy to be leaving the Mage Tower, huh? Henry replied, Yes, I'm very happy. Isaac thought to himself, Did she come to the front of the academy because she likes small children? You can tell a lot about a person by how they treat a child who is alone. He patted Henry's head and said, Go on, try saying a few words. Henry, 5 years old, is known as a bookworm genius, but has a language development delay. More than a few of the young mages at the Mage Tower have paid the price for underestimating Henry. Among them, his ability ranks in the top 3. The boy spoke quickly. Please trust me, sir. I will complete this mission perfectly. We're here. See you later. Henry said, I'm off. Isaac said, Don't play around too much. The boy replied, I won't. Sir Ramos instructed me. I have to investigate thoroughly. Isaac said, That's right. And don't bully anyone. Isaac thought, I feel guilty. He's so diligent, but I only came. He imagined the energy flow of Princess Babella Danzan is strangely fluid. What are her limits? And why, of all places, is she here? Also, what happened between her and Duke Heisman? Henry called out to Meldenik. Miss? She smiled brightly at the boy. Henry ran over to Meldenik and bowed. Hello, miss. Seeing such a cute boy, she couldn't help herself. She plopped down on the ground and said, So cute. Seeing her reaction, Henry thought, she fell for it. Just as easy as I expected. The boy said, "Play with me, miss." Henry held out his hand and thought, "All right, I'll transfer some mana like this." Meldenik smiled and said, "Of course, I'll play with you. What's your name?" The boy replied, "It's Henry." She asked, "Henry, with the cute glasses you must love to study, right?" The boy replied, "How did you know?" Meldenik said gently, "There are calluses on this little hand. Let me see if I'm playing with a studious boy like Henry." Then, Henry, scared, hesitated and backed away. She searched in her bag and said, "Let's see what's in here." Meldenik was very thoughtful. She had prepared a bag full of carefully selected items. Meldenik took something out of her bag and said, "Tada." Henry looked at the item with interest. He said, "Is that a pencil case? And there are ancient characters carved on it. The truth will set you free." That is a phrase beloved by the mages of the Mage Tower. The boys asked. Meldenik said, "If I give you a pencil case, I have to give you a pencil too, right?" Henry asked, "A pencil?" She replied, "It's an item that hasn't been used much recently, but you can probably find them on Antique Road. It's said that among the ancient sages, some used pencils instead of quill pens." Henry was overjoyed. "These are all things I like." The boy asked, Could it be you already knew about me?" Meldenik answered, "Huh? No." Henry asked again, Then, how do you know everything I like?" She smiled and said, "That's a secret." Then she said, "I have an ability." The boy asked, "What kind of ability?" Meldenik said, "It's..." Henry gulped, thinking, what on earth could her ability be? She told the boy, "The ability to instantly know what all children want." Henry was shocked to hear this. He thought, "How is that possible? This is different from what Sir Ramos said, but if this is true, it's very dangerous for all children." The boy imagined Meldenik playing a pipe to lure children to follow her, like the Pied Piper. Henry thought to himself, "Sir Isaac, help me." A voice called from somewhere, "Henry?" The boy turned his head, saw Isaac, and waddled over to him. Isaac started, "Hello." Meldenik looked at the man before her and said, "Yes?" She asked Henry, "Henry, is this your father?" Isaac froze for a second upon hearing that. He thought to himself, "I thought you had no prejudice against me." Isaac proactively introduced himself. "I am his guardian." Meldenik replied, "Ah, I see." She said, "Please take this. It's a gift I intended for Henry." Isaac said, "Thank you." Meldenik took out a candy and gave it to him, saying, "Ah, this is our new product, beer candy. Please give it a try." He took the item and in that moment, checked her energy. Meldenik sensed something strange and startled, pulled her hand back. Isaac smirked and thought, what a peculiar energy flow. It flows like a small flame that could be extinguished at any moment, yet it's so full of life. He pondered, could that strange flow be related to the Konoha bloodline? Meldenik said, "If you try it and you're satisfied or need more, you can come to Mel's general store anytime. I've prepared a lot of interesting things." She said goodbye to Henry and Isaac. "Well then, see you next time, Dad. Goodbye, Henry." He watched her leave without saying a word. The boy clutched the hem of his robe and asked, "What she just said she called you Dad?" Isaac smiled, crossing his arms, and said, That's right. I'm your dad." Henry said, "Huh?" Isaac said, "I raised you, didn't I?" He picked the boy up and said, "Come on, try calling me Dad." Henry called out, "Dad." The boy asked, "So who's my mom?" Isaac said, "I've never thought about that." Henry thought to himself, "Is that so if I could choose my mom, then..." The boy hugged Isaac tightly. Meldenik suddenly remembered something. "I should have told him that eating the candy makes your voice strange, shouldn't I? Well, I'm sure later he won't come to complain, right?" Meldenik entered her store as the door chime rang. "I'm back." Dominic asked, "Did the deal go smoothly?" She answered, "Yeah, and I gave away some free stuff while I was at it." She said, "Everyone keeps asking how I could invent such a miraculous thing. For now, I won't reveal that I'm an alchemist." He said, "Good, let me tell you something more interesting. Some reporters asked me to pass a message to you. They said your recent exciting activities have been published in today's newspaper." She froze, pointed at herself and asked, "Me? Breaking news. A commoner named Mel outside the academy single-handedly defeated the Red Buffalo Pirates. Commoner Mel, who runs a general store near the academy, won with a score of 17-1. A small frame, but with extraordinary power. Lexa, owner of Lexa's Tavern, 51, said, "Mel's kick was truly amazing. That kick saved my life," said an anonymous young man. She said, "Don't you dare threaten our place of business while delivering an incredibly beautiful kick. It felt like nothing less than witnessing the birth of a goddess." Melnick continued reading the article. It was the birth of a living legend. This writer regrets not being able to capture that image on canvas. From the Thams, a newspaper fighting for righteousness and truth. She said, "Me? Isn't this one of those sensationalist newspapers that just tries to stir up public opinion?" Dominic said, "There's more on the back." Melnick flipped to the back of the newspaper and continued reading. On the other hand, at Commoner Mel's general store, she not only sells a variety of items and different school supplies, but also a wide variety of snacks. For example, the beer candy. This candy is very interesting with its beer mug shape, and because your voice changes the moment you eat it. The newspaper added, "We believe many people will be quite surprised after reading that news, but the real surprise is what comes next. A drink made from a special kind of ice is also sold at a reasonable price." Who hasn't heard phrases like ice that never melts or eternal snow? According to the news we've gathered, after reading the article, Melnick felt proud. What an incredibly truthful article. The writer is a true journalist. The freedom of speech is a wonderful thing. Dominic nodded in agreement. As Melnick was cutting out the article, she suddenly froze and said, "Wait a minute. Heisman or the Babella family will surely publish a rebuttal article soon." Dominic chuckled. He said, "Those people won't be able to read that article." She asked, "Why not?" He answered, "I've already brainwashed all the spies watching us, haven't I? I've also implanted thoughts in their minds that you are only doing foolish and despicable things. They will see that article as mere fiction or feel pity for you. They might even think you're exaggerating." Melnick said happily, "Oh, is that so?" He said, "Furthermore, I told them that you're still messing things up, as usual, and still spending money wastefully." She asked, "Huh?" Dominic replied, "Making them think you're a complete child, an idiot, and that no one will believe the contents of that article." "I also brainwashed the kids at the academy," Melnick said. "Oh, you can do that? Then that's great for me," Dominic said smugly. "Those two families will only believe the reports sent back by their spies." She thought resentfully, "Doesn't this guy have even a shred of pity for me? To go that far?" Melnick looked at the newspaper article about her store and asked, "This newspaper is probably in the academy too, right?" Dominic replied, "Of course. There will at the academy, the children were buzzing about the contents of the newspaper. I heard someone just defeated the Red Buffalo Pirates. And it was a commoner, no less. They also wrote a very magical and unbelievable story. About that person, beer candy? Aren't we not allowed to drink beer? That just makes me more curious." One of the kids made an offer, a suggestion to go check it out. A girl with loose hair and a bow in the back offered her opinion. But the article also says that person is a commoner. The girl asked the other kids, "Isn't that a lie? A commoner couldn't do something so amazing. Even for nobles, that wouldn't be an easy feat." The girl with two braids said, You're right. For a commoner to create something so wonderful is a bit impossible." Another boy said, "I heard that if you get close to commoners, you'll catch a disease." The children started arguing noisily again. Someone said, "That's just a silly rumor, but still commoners are scary." A child asked, "But what's a general store?" Someone else replied, "I don't know, like a department store. Won't it just go out of business right away?" "But have you seen the new perfume the Heisman family just produced?" Arson approached the talking children and said, "Wait, a general store." The children said in unison, "Your Highness." Arson read the newspaper and thought, "The Red Buffalo Pirates, weren't they the ones who beat me up? Could it be that she found out and dealt with the ones who bullied me all for my sake?" He had never mentioned the Red Buffalo Pirates to Melnick. "She's like a really cool knight." Carrot appeared from somewhere and said, "Your Highness, you're also planning to go to Mel's general store, aren't you?" Arson said, "Huh?" The boy thought to himself, "That kid he clearly just transferred here. His name is Carrot, wasn't it?" Carrot smiled slyly and said, "Then let's go together." In reality, this boy was a child prodigy mage secretly sent from the Mage Tower at the request of the nobility. They had only one request for Carrot. to prevent the kidnapping of noble mages happening at the academy. Carrot infiltrated for this reason, and he had already secretly thwarted 2 kidnapping attempts. Carrot mused. The Red Buffalo Pirates are not to be trifled with. Even though they're just a small organization that acts as scouts for counterfeiters, many of them can use magic, so suppressing them has never been easy. And yet a normal shopkeeper was able to defeat the Red Buffalo Pirates. The owner of that general store must be hiding her power. Still, something is fishy. For all I know, she could be a child kidnapper. Arson thought. Come to think of it, Mel did say I should bring a friend. All right, let's go together. But wait for me to send a telegram to my older brother. In the magnificent palace, Carson was sitting thoughtfully, reading a letter. The letter read, To my dear brother, do you remember? The woman I once said I would marry someday. I'm planning to go to Mel's general store now, but I still want you to come with me. Please come with me today. I've also enclosed a story about Mel's amazing deeds. From Arson. He leaned his hands on the table, slumped down, and sighed. Carson thought, Mel's general store postponing the investigation was a mistake. He sat up straight, placed his hands on the chair, and thought, the fact that she's just a commoner is highly suspicious. He picked up a pen to write, but a question kept nagging at him. Why would someone with such power deliberately hide in the academy? Fine, I'll play along. I was going to go with him anyway. Afterwards, Carson released a carrier pigeon with the letter and watched it fly away. The emperor had 8 children, but most of them fell ill and passed away for unknown reasons. The only 2 remaining were Arson and Carson. Carson thought of Arson. If someone is trying to approach Arson with ill intentions. Suddenly he snapped back to reality and told his attendant, prepare for teleportation. He walked quickly saying, to Manton Academy. Outside the store, there's a chime and voices. Is this the place? Meldenik opened the door and was surprised to see Arson. She was surprised it was the noble boy who had asked her to make a shaved ice drink. Seeing her, Arson ran over eagerly. Miss Mel, I'm here. Meldenik approached, smiling, and said to him, You finally came. How are you feeling? She paused, thinking, Wait, what was this kid's name again? Arson was cheerful and happy. It's me, Arson. I'm perfectly healthy. Hearing that, she thought, what a relief. He even introduced himself. Arson said excitedly to her, I brought a friend with me. She asked in surprise. A friend? Carrot stepped up from behind, crossed his arms, and nodded coolly. Hello. Arson introduced his friend. This is my friend. His name is Carrot. Meldenik was surprised to hear that. Carrot? Someone's named that. Hearing Arson's introduction, Carrot got angry. It's not Carrot. It's Carrot. Arson, the 2 of them started bickering again. Meldenik stood watching helplessly and thought, Oh, my... I can't believe kids from the academy came to play at my shop. She formed a plan in her head. I'll play with these kids with all I've got. After we're done playing, I'll promote the beer candy in a very fancy way. Then she called the 2. Arson, Carrot. She smiled happily, raising her hands. She said cheerfully, Come on in. Come play at Mel's general store. Carrot's eyes were filled with judgment. Meldenik turned around and said, Dominic, bring in the rubber balls. He sat on a chair, staring at her with a judgmental expression. This is supposed to be the noble lady who defeated the Red Buffalo Pirates. This doesn't seem right at all. There must be some mistake. He looked over at a man, thinking, in contrast to this woman, that man over there looks like he has more power. Is he a slave? But could someone who looks that strong be sold into slavery? He wondered curiously. Could it be that woman is so strong she can drain the life force of others? Then Meldenik turned her head and asked the 2. Carrot, Arson, what do you 2 want to eat? Arson hesitated, looking thoughtful. Aye, while Carrot looked at Arson and thought, and that foolish prince is completely bewitched. In Carrot's eyes, Arson was a child madly in love. But it was more likely she used a love potion on him. Love potion on him. I don't care how simple it was, but for a prince to be giggling like an idiot like that. Then suddenly, Arson craned his neck and asked Meldenik, Miss Mel, what's this? She answered fondly, That? It's for blowing soap bubbles. She bent down low and said gently to Arson, It's perfect timing. I wanted to test it out. Will you play with me? Arson, excited and happy, immediately replied, Yes, I'll play with you. I love experiments. Hearing the word experiment, Carrot's mind conjured up scary things. That prince has lost his mind. He just says whatever comes to his head. He looked at her, his face beaded with sweat, and thought, something is definitely going on here. She is undoubtedly a very dangerous woman. She looked over at him and smiled gently. Fearfully, an idea popped into Carrot's head. I have to stop this with magic. And then, everyone went outside to the yard to play. Meldenik held the bubble solution and said, shall we begin? Arson was delighted. Yes. Suddenly Carrot shouted, bring it on, leaving Arson confused about what was happening. Meldenik started to blow bubbles. The bubbles floated up into the air, spreading all around. Arson, delighted, gently touched the bubble and exclaimed, so beautiful. Suddenly the bubbles transformed into flowers. Arson was surprised. What is this, Miss Mel? Then he happily and excitedly held out his hands to catch them. This is so fun, Meldenik said to him. Right? Carrot looked up in amazement at the falling flowers, his heart pounding. Then Meldenik approached him and asked, Carrot, you should try it too. He was startled. Me? She replied gently, yes. He stood there stiffly, thinking, that's right. I have to try it to know if it's dangerous or not. Then he agreed with her. All right. He held the bubble solution, his heart racing with worry, thinking, this thing has no label, which means it's not a product currently on the market. I can feel it's a bit soft, but there's no strong aura of malice. He brought it to his lips to blow, fearful. This is a huge gamble. I will not be swayed by this woman's magic. The blown bubbles floated high up. Everyone watched happily, but Carrot remained suspicious. But something strange. This is just an ordinary bubble toy. Just soap bubbles and fluffy flower petals blooming before my eyes like a dream. He looked up at the bubbles floating in the sky, and then, by reflex, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the fresh, joyful air of nature. He wondered to himself why he was feeling this way. At this moment, Carrot suddenly froze. The boy's face turned pale when he saw Meldenik suddenly appear beside him. Since when? She asked the boy with a cheerful face. How do you like it, Carrot? Carrot couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard Meldenik's question. It's fun, isn't it? She flashed a bright smile and said in a gentle voice, these flowers are a gift for you. When the boy saw Meldenik's sweet smile, he blushed. Carrot was dazed for a moment before he snapped back to his senses, thinking in panic. What? Why all of a sudden? The boy panicked. No, this isn't right. I need to investigate more. For her to make me feel this way, it's so suspicious. Carrot was now thinking that he must object, saying that it wasn't fun at all, and that she was a very suspicious person. Then I'll ask her how she managed to defeat the Red Buffalo pirates. But when he opened his mouth, the boy suddenly stuttered. He hesitated for a moment. Then Carrot shouted, want to play again next time? As soon as he realized what he had said, the boy's face turned red, and he covered his mouth in embarrassment. What was going through Carrot's mind now? He was in utter panic. That's not what I wanted to say. And I even stuttered. I just did something so childish. The boy thought in shame. I have to report this to the Mage Tower Master. This woman, she definitely possesses some kind of magic. Meldenik smiled brightly and said gently, that's right. Let's play again next time. At this point, she suddenly laughed out loud. Now, let's go inside and have some shaved ice. Hearing this, Carrot quickly agreed. But what is shaved ice, Miss Mel? She didn't explain further, just said, something very delicious. Because he didn't understand. Carrot's heart was still filled with suspicion, thinking, the boy thought resolutely, no matter what it is, I will absolutely not put it in my mouth. Carrot saw Arson's expression and became even more resolute in his thoughts. If I eat it, who knows, I might end up blindly following this woman like Prince Arson. Although he thought that, in the end, the boy ate the shaved ice that Meldenik gave him. While she and Arson were chatting happily. Today was so much fun. The orange-flavored shaved ice was also delicious. Is that so? That's great. That's a relief. Next time, I'll make a lot for you. Meanwhile, Carrot was on the side, thinking in embarrassment. This is so good. At that moment, Arson suddenly said shyly, Miss Mel, there's something to me. You are a very good person. As the boy was hesitatingly saying, I originally intended to take you as my wife. A sudden noise attracted the attention of Meldenik and Dominic. Arson was still speaking excitedly. But if you married my great older brother, that would be great too. But she was looking towards the door with a puzzled expression. The hand about to open the door suddenly froze. The next second, Dominic opened the door and asked with a wary face, "Who are you?" Meldenik, inside, saw this and asked, "What's wrong, Dominic?" Arsene saw the person outside and got very excited. The boy smiled and said, "It's my older brother. He said he would come, but I didn't expect him to be so fast." Hearing that, she was a little surprised. Older brother? If it's Arsene's older brother, I should go greet him, right? With that thought, Meldenik immediately stood up and said happily, "I see. Arsene's brother is here." When she realized Arsene's older brother was Carson, Meldenik froze for a moment. Wait, isn't he supposed to be a teenager? She seemed very shocked. But this person, Carson said hesitantly. "It's been a while, Princess Meldenik." Meldenik's mind was now filled with doubt. "That's Prince Carson." She smiled awkwardly and backed away. At that moment, the boy ran over. "Brother," Arsene continued with a happy smile. "Brother, you know Miss Mel. As expected, you two are destined for each other." Hearing this, Meldenik stammered in fear. Arsene, your Prince Arsene?" Due to his poor health, the prince had been recuperating in a villa outside the capital all this time. That prince was Arsene. This prince has recovered and is destined to become a knight, and he is also the youngest prince whom the emperor dotes on the most. Therefore, people often joke that he is the one who holds the real power in this kingdom. Prince Arsene. Arsene smiled brightly and turned back, saying, "That's right. I'm Prince Arsene." The boy asked innocently, "I haven't told you yet." Meldenik thought in despair and panic. "No, not even once. Will I be arrested for insulting the royal family? I'll probably be buried alive." A while later, they were inside. She said fearfully, "Please, have a seat." While the atmosphere was incredibly awkward, Arsene suddenly spoke up. "I didn't know you were a princess, Miss Mel." Meldenik replied with a helpless smile. "I didn't know you were Prince Arsene either." The boy said with an excited voice, "This is great. You really can get married now. To my brother, your statuses are a perfect match." As soon as Arsene finished speaking, there was a sudden cracking sound. Dominic calmly said, "My hand slipped." Carrot heard this and shouted, "Slipped? Didn't you intentionally break that brick?" Meldenik seemed to completely ignore them. "But I prefer Prince Arsene." Carrot was taken aback. So shocked. She's just ignoring them? Arsene sighed and said, "Oh my, I know everyone adores me, but even Miss Mel Carson, who had been silent, finally spoke up. It seems you've become quite close with Arsene, Princess Meldenik," she said. She replied shyly, "Yes, by chance." Meldenik hadn't finished before the boy cut in. "She saved me by chance, Miss Mel did." In her heart, she was thinking, "Oh no, he must find this very suspicious." Meldenik looked at his expression and couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's like I saved the little prince just to get in the good graces of the big prince. After some thought, Carson spoke again. "Princess Meldenik Babella." He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "May I be so bold as to ask your reason for saving Arsene, as well as for running this general store?" Carson, the prince born during a time when the emperor's power was already weak. In the original story, he ascended to the throne with the help of Duke Heisman, his childhood best friend. Thinking this, she glanced at Carson. "But he's close with Linos. At first, I didn't think he was on Linos' side. I wonder if that's why he later has a one-sided love for Syria. He was the valedictorian of the academy. People said if he had been born into a noble family, he could have been the greatest prime minister of all time. But in the end, his feelings were not reciprocated. A character with a one-sided love for Syria, a model of perfect neutrality and scheming, and also the next emperor. I hate being constrained. And I also don't like being suspected. I hope he neither likes nor dislikes me." After thinking for a long while, Meldenik finally spoke. "My dream is to open a general store." She continued to explain, "As you know, my business ventures in recent years have somewhat fizzled out. No, what was it? They failed, and I suddenly realized that my true dream wasn't to run something big, but to open a store. A simple shop and find small joys every day. Actually, when I opened this general store in front of the academy, I was just looking forward to being able to chat with the young children. I thought it would be nice if the kids could visit the shop and create memories." Meldenik said this while thinking of the children's innocent smiles. I also hope to help the children create happy memories. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. If the children are happy, my business will do well. At this point, Meldenik thought, it's okay if he doesn't believe me, because I have no intention of making him my powerful ally. She was silent for a moment, then added, I hope the prince will also visit our shop often. I just need this man to have a slight fondness for my general store, that's all. There was a hint of surprise in Carson's voice. You're very different from the rumors. Meldenik calmly replied. Rumors tend to be exaggerated. Arson at the side also said angrily. That's right. When I was away, they spread rumors too. It was all nonsense. You should scold them, brother. He gently reminded her. You probably won't be able to live as a normal shopkeeper. There are many people watching you and considering you an enemy. Hearing this, Meldenik's expression remained calm as she thought. Is this a kind gesture or a warning? A moment later, she calmly said, I don't intend to be meek. Should I consider you my enemy, Prince? He replied with a faint smile. Not yet. Hearing that, Meldenik bloomed into a bright smile. Then that's fine. Besides, the moment I've been waiting for has finally arrived. Meldenik then gave Carrot. Carrot took the bag she gave him and asked, Miss Mel, what is this? The boy took a candy out from inside, observed it for a moment, and then said, It looks strange. So strange. How so, Miss Mel? Meldenik explained to Carrot. Yes, it's a beer mug-shaped candy, but I didn't put a single drop of beer in it, so don't worry. The boy said with a suspicious tone. How can I believe you? Hearing that, she gave a faint smile. Meldenik was now thinking, because this is candy for kids who always want to act like grown-ups. She looked at the faces. On top of the white stick was a bright yellow candy, and on the very top was a gummy that looked like foam. A white, sweet, and sour beer foam. It's just a simple sweet candy. It's a lot of fun, Carrot. Meldenik then started to tease them. I also put a very interesting kind of magic in it, Carrot said in surprise, stuttering, Ma magic? She smiled brightly and instructed them. You must try it, okay? And please promote it for me. Arson eagerly replied. Yes, I'll recommend it to my friends. Meldenik suddenly added, I also want to give you a gift, Your Highness, for visiting our store. Carson heard this. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. I get one too? What an unexpected welcome. A gift like the beer candy. Meldenik immediately denied his words. No, please wait a moment. I'll go upstairs to the second floor and get it. In the original story, Prince Carson had a very perfectionist tendency, as well as a deep attachment to those he cherished. People with high levels of caution are often like that. Perhaps that was also the reason. When he was young, the nanny who was always by his side died mysteriously after the suspicious deaths of his sisters. Because of his younger sister's suspicious death, he sometimes has nightmares. After rummaging around for a while, Meldenik finally found it. She said happily, Found it. She thought to herself pensively. It was originally made as a gift for children who grew up with pain. Neither I nor the main character in the original story knew the cause of those mysterious deaths. Perhaps everything was predestined. Meldenik looked at Carson and thought, when Prince Carson had nightmares about his innocent childhood days, Syria comforted him. That was also when he began to develop feelings for Syria. This gift will surely be a very special gift for Prince Carson. He will also have a favorable impression of me, the one who gave him this gift. A long time later, in the main hall of the shop, Meldenik excitedly gave him his gift, a dream catcher. Seeing the gift, Arson asked with some confusion, What's a dream catcher, Miss Mel? She happily explained to the boy. It's an item that will help you have beautiful dreams. Hearing that, Arson asked again, Beautiful dreams? But my brother already has beautiful dreams every day. Her next sentence made both Carson and Arson very surprised. Even so, having even more beautiful dreams is a good thing, right? His eyes turned towards Meldenik as he asked coldly, I have a strange feeling about this thing. Did you cast a spell on it? What? She replied without hesitation. That's right. I hired a low-level mage. At the same time, she was thinking, with a low-level mage, a person with power like Prince Carson would definitely be able to sense the Mana's energy. Dominic looked at Meldenik with an angry expression and spoke telepathically. This is your doing and the work of this Dominic here. What are you saying? She explained with an awkward smile. I just wanted to let you know that a wonderful stage worthy of you has been prepared. Carson, on the other hand, didn't ask any more questions after hearing that. I see. At this point, he gave a very gentle smile. I will use it well, Princess Meldenik Babella. The shame of the Babella family. It's rumored that since she was a child, she has been a fool. Some even say she is the obstacle hindering the beautiful love between Duke Heisman and Lady Syria. The woman with so many rumors. Seeing Carson remain silent for so long, Arson couldn't help but feel worried and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" He looked at the boy and thought, "How is her life changing?" After a moment of silence, Carson finally spoke. "It's nothing." Then they left. Scene changed to the academy. Arson shouted loudly, "Come on, everyone take a candy." Hearing that, the children all ran over, chattering noisily. "What is this? It looks just like the drink my mom always has. Eating this candy makes you feel like a grown-up." "It's beer candy." Now everyone was making a lot of noise. "Did they put beer in it?" "No way. It just has the shape of a beer mug. On top is a gummy, and below is the candy." Meanwhile, Carrot sat silently to the side. "What am I doing? I came here to find the kidnappers." After receiving the candy, the children were all very happy. They started joking around. "I'm drunk. Isn't there any wine candy?" "Hey, your voice sounds so weird." "I'm a monster." "It sounds just like a monster's voice." Arson saw Carrot just sitting there and shouted angrily, "Carrot, you have to promote it properly." But the boy just looked at them with a helpless expression, thinking, "These kids have been bewitched too. This is serious. I need to ask the Mage Tower Master about this. That general store needs to be thoroughly investigated." At that moment, the children suddenly ran up to Arson and asked, "Your Highness, will eating this candy change our voices? Is that right, Prince?" The boy proudly replied, "That's right. It's a candy made by Miss Mel herself." When they heard Meldenik's name, they stopped. "Mel, from that general store?" Carson replied with a big laugh, "Yes. That place used to be a stone building." The children were a little scared when they heard that. "It's that haunted house." Seeing their expressions, the boy immediately denied it. "It's not a haunted house." Marissa remembered the meeting between Arson and Carrot, and the words Prince Arson said to Carrot at that time. The girl thought worriedly, "The commoner Mel from that general store is actually Princess Meldenik. I have to find out more. Miss Mel might really hate me, that guy's younger sister." Thinking this, Marissa suddenly looked at the letter she had received from Leno's. "Marissa, live properly. If you continue to defy me, I will consider cutting off your allowance." The girl angrily tore the letter to shreds. "He still dares to send me this letter," Marissa said furiously. "That crazy cheater." Scene changed to Meldenik's store. Suddenly there was a loud bang followed by a shout. "Is this the general store?" Hearing the noise, she went out to check. But when she saw the children, Meldenik was a bit surprised. "Huh." She looked at the kid in front of her and thought happily, "Finally, customers." Meldenik greeted them cheerfully. "Hello, kids." One of the girls among them couldn't help but exclaim when she saw her. "It's an angel." The kids ran up, chattering excitedly. "We came here after the prince recommended it. Give us more of that candy, please." "That's right. The voice-changing candy. I brought enough money." "Yes, we brought a lot of money." Seeing the children like this, Meldenik felt very happy in her heart. "So cute. So adorable I could die." She smiled brightly and gently reassured the children. All right. Hey kids, I'll just give you the beer candy, okay?" Hearing that, the children paused to think for a moment. Then they said, "Give us something stronger. Like one that makes you lose your voice, or one that hits you in the throat." Meldenik was now in complete shock, thinking, "If I sell you kids dangerous things like that, I'll definitely get arrested." "What are you thinking?" With that thought, she laughed awkwardly and said, "Kids, how about I give you something more interesting?" They looked at Meldenik with excited eyes. "More interesting?" She snapped her fingers and said, "Dominic, that candy." He calmly replied, "I know." Meldenik then gave the children the candy that could change the color of their tongues, saying, "This is the one." She watched the children enjoy themselves with pride. "Your tongue is the exact same color as a monster's." My tongue's color." Meldenik was very pleased with herself. "Good thing I managed to create a few more types of candy similar to the beer candy last night." The kids shouted excitedly, "You're not an angel, you're a genius. A magic genius." Hearing that, Meldenik paused for a moment and thought, "It wasn't me. It was Dominic." At that moment, she suddenly fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, lately I've been receiving excessive compliments about my abilities. It was as if Meldenik was receiving the good fortune she was never meant to have. A boy in the group suddenly noticed a problem. "The black mark on Meldenik's hand?" The boy asked suspiciously. "The black pattern on your hand, did you draw that on?" She looked at her hand for a moment, then thought with confusion. "There's nothing here." With that thought, Meldenik asked, A black pattern? The boy said disappointedly. Hey, the mark disappeared. The boy said shyly. I must have seen it wrong. A while later, the children finally left. Goodbye, miss. We'll come again, Meldenik said with a cheerful voice. Remember to tell your friends about us. She looked incredibly excited now. Today is the first meaningful moment of my life. Dominic looked at her and said, I'm glad. Meldenik replied happily. Yeah. Right after that, she suddenly lunged forward and hugged him. I'm so happy. Dominic's face turned beet red. Dominic frantically pushed Meldenik away. Absolutely not. She looked at him with a surprised expression. Dominic wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Oh. He suddenly stammered. Hundreds of years ago, I swore to the gods to keep my chastity until marriage. Meldenik was completely shocked by his words. Until marriage? She thought helplessly. This was just a friendly hug. This guy, what is he imagining? While they were talking, someone suddenly walked in. All right, you can live with your chastity for the rest of your life. What is it? Marissa stepped forward and said hesitantly, I'm O. Meldenik looked at the girl with some confusion. Why is she being so mysterious? The girl handed an apple to Meldenik and said, I heard an apple can be a substitute for an apology. She looked at Marissa, feeling a bit confused. In Korean, apple and apology are homonyms. Why is she suddenly apologizing? Then Meldenik took the apple from the girl's hand. Even though I don't know what's going on, seeing her like this, I should probably accept it to comfort her. She said gently, Thank you, I'll accept it. Then she gave Marissa a candy bar. And this is a gift from me to you. The girl was moved to tears and said hesitantly, Miss, why are you so kind to me? Seeing Marissa's expression, Meldenik quickly reassured her. Of course. She gently took the girl's hand and said in an affectionate tone, All children deserve to be loved, so don't cry anymore, okay? So, on the outside she was calm, but inside Meldenik was panicking. Who on earth is this child? Dominic, take a look. Let's see. Maybe this child is a fan of yours. I don't think so. At that moment, the girl suddenly spoke up. I'm Marissa. Meldenik now recognized her. Marissa. Marissa, wait a minute. Is she Princess Marissa Heisman? She looked at Marissa and thought worriedly. Then she's Lena's younger sister. The girl now took off her hood, tears streaming down her face, and said, I want to apologize on behalf of my brother. I came here because of his affair. The girl's face turned red with embarrassment. I didn't even know you were such a gentle person. She thought with a helpless smile. This bastard Heisman. Even a 10-year-old child knows about his affair. Meldenik now felt very annoyed. Why do cheaters always get found out? If you're going to hide it, then hide it until the very end. Are you trying to advertise it or something? She tried to comfort the girl. Princess, you don't need to apologize. But Marissa was still very sad. I saw everything from outside. You treat the children so gently and affectionately. As expected, you can't believe the rumors. The girl looked at the candy in her hand, then suddenly put her hood back on. Then immediately left to their astonishment. I'll come again next time. Dominic was silent for a long time, then finally spoke up. Princess Heisman is really different from her brother. Meldenik was still a bit stunned. I know, right? She said. She's such an adorable child. Why does she have to live with that Heisman? She watched the girls retreating back. As she watched Marissa's figure, she thought, next time she comes, I have to give her lots of gifts. A long time later, at a party, everyone was now happily chatting. How did they manage to place such a giant tree in the middle of a party? Where on earth did Did Duke Heisman bring it from? It must be from the Holy Kingdom. I heard he went to negotiate with them. The Mado Kingdom. Their conversation was very lively. Oh my, do you mean the kingdom with many different races? That's amazing. But I wonder if doing that will awaken the legendary heroes. Oh. Lino stood not far away, observing the entire party. Everything is going very smoothly, even though there hasn't been an official treaty with the Mado Kingdom yet. The Mado Kingdom is a place with many people of different strong magical powers, but it is extremely reluctant to deal with outsiders. Thinking this, he also headed towards the party. If I can establish a relationship with the Mado Kingdom, my family's reputation will be enhanced. Right now, even the Mado Kingdom doesn't have a sword of swordsmanship. All the spirits sealed in the sword are just small fry. What I need is a true hero who can help me shine. At this moment, the first person who came to Lino's mind was Dominic. For example, the legendary Dominic. His mind was completely elsewhere. If things go according to plan, I will become the most talented person in the world. If everything goes smoothly, then holding the crown in my hand will no longer be a pipe dream. Linos's ambition grew larger and larger. I must say, I am very satisfied with the Emperor's crown. But at this moment, a sentence shattered his fantasy. Isn't the master of the Mage Tower better though? Angmun continuously looked around and said, even though he's been wandering for a while, but he hadn't finished speaking before his mother cut him off. Listen to me, Angmun. Angmun replied nonchalantly. What is it? Linos suddenly interjected into their conversation. How foolish, he said confidently. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I have an announcement to make. After hearing Linos's speech, everyone applauded in praise. As expected, this time the reputation of the Heisman family will also be spread far and wide throughout the country. I truly admire the financial power of the Heisman family. To think they would partner with us. With the Babella family, it'll be the best of the best. Dougal, at his side, suddenly asked him, Duke Heisman, I have something to discuss about Meldenik Babella. Linos calmly replied, Is it about Meldenik's marriage? The man laughed loudly and said, That's right. Let's go and scene change to a room in the mansion. Linos angrily questioned Dougal. You annulled the engagement without saying a single word to me. The man replied coldly, Who was the one who caused this mess? Dougal didn't argue further and explained, Although I have submitted the annulment letter, I never intended to actually go through with it. I will find a way to cancel the request as naturally as possible. But Linos felt uneasy and said, As far as I know, if the kingdom has already accepted the power of attorney, it cannot be cancelled without an agreement from both sides. The man said with a confident face, No, there's no way Meldenik would be so stubborn as to actually annul the marriage. You really don't know that girl, do you? She has tried to do everything to stay with the Babella family. When her business failed, she starved for 3 days and knelt until both her knees were about to burst. Even without anyone's help, she endured it. Dougal seemed to have calculated everything, saying, So she won't be able to easily accept giving up the family like that. At this moment, he was extremely confident in his judgment. She will probably come running back crying and apologizing. In any case, matters of high nobility require His Majesty's decision. Linos hesitated slightly. That's true. He was also thinking, right, even if it has to go to court for a trial, it wouldn't be difficult to control the puppet emperor. Dougal continued to reassure him. Duke Heisman, don't you worry. He laughed loudly and said, What's more, if she annuls the marriage, you can just marry Syria. That way, without Meldenik, our two families can still join hands. Linos smiled smugly and said sarcastically, Actually, I still feel sorry for Meldenik. I trust you will be able to cancel that annulment letter. After he left, Dougal thought, This Duke Heisman. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. He seems to hate Meldenik, but when it comes to annulling the marriage, he makes such a fuss. There must be something more to this. Dougal's subordinate pretended to cough to attract his attention. Dougal looked at him and asked, What's the matter? Why are you standing here coughing? He said urgently. Your Grace, have you heard the news? He asked, confused. What news? What he was about to say next dealt a huge blow to Dougal. The rumors about Princess Meldenik. He thought angrily, Has that girl lost her mind? Dougal furiously shouted, She's messed up again, hasn't she? The man was startled and scared. Yes. Before he could even finish, Dougal quickly affirmed, I knew this would happen. Dougal, fuming with anger, shouted, She's completely useless. Humiliating me again. The man hurriedly explained, No, it's not that. The princess has opened a shop in front of the academy. Hearing this, he calmed down. Is the business doing well? The man replied anxiously, I'm not sure about that, but... He then recounted excitedly. Lately, my son has been constantly talking about some general store that he says is amazing. Out of curiosity, I went to check it out, and it turned out to be Princess Meldenik's store. Dougal replied with a contemptuous look. It's just a commoner's shop. The man continued. But Your Grace, she seems to love children now. She's very different from before. Hearing that, he was stunned. That's the child who was rumored to be a villainess. I married her just to get the territory of the Kanoa descendants. That's the story. A daughter born from a loveless marriage, carrying a cursed bloodline. Her business ventures were constantly failing. That child became the shame of the family. But now, this happens. At this moment, a thought occurred to Dougal. Could it be that she has really changed? After some thought, he finally spoke. All right, you may go. The man replied respectfully. Yes, Your Grace. I must investigate this myself. Scene change. Hildegard was now in the garden. She couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking, the matter concerning Meldenik he already knows? Not long ago, the two of them had an argument. No. Why did you know but not tell me? Because I thought you hated her, didn't I? I didn't say anything because I didn't want to upset you. You know it yourself. I was the one who drove her away. Even though it's true I drove her away and cut ties with her. But Dougal tried to remain calm. Anyway, just go there once. Of course, you have to congratulate her. The trial is not far off either. Thinking of this made her even angrier. If you want her to come back, you have to choose your words carefully. Get a grasp on the situation. Hildegard took out her frustration on the flower bushes and thought, forget about that. Do I really have to go visit her? It's not funny at all. The recent hires, instead of dealing with Meldenik, were dealt with instead, and were told to stay away from the name Meldenik. To be honest, it's not yet at a level where I need to be concerned, but her face was indifferent as she thought, or should I use magic? I heard that the addicted spies have very poor abilities, so their lives must be difficult. Is it just a coincidence? Hildegard was still calculating that she had to deal with it before Syria returned when someone interrupted, My lady. The maid said respectfully. She replied with a smug look, Let's go. A while later, at the tea party, Hildegard put down her teacup and said, As you've all heard, now that the Babella family has an agreement with Duke Heisman, I intend to start a business with children. The other ladies were very excited. Oh my, that's something to look forward to. Then she added, Come to think of it, my daughter Meldenik has opened a shop in front of the academy. Hearing that, they gave a mocking smile. Could it be that this time too? Although on the surface Hildegard was siding with Meldenik, her words were actually full of hidden meaning. Even though that child keeps failing, but she still doesn't give up on business, which makes me very proud. So, when Syria returns, I will also not give up on the business that makes me so proud. I'll let her work with Mel. She hesitantly added, Anyway, Meldenik can't do anything on her own. The other ladies were also laughing mockingly at her. Oh my. They chimed in, My lady is so kind. In any case, Princess Meldenik is really this time too. It seems she got lucky, avoiding my sight by running a small shop. Lucky for her that she avoided a pirate gang. Her voice was now slightly mocking. That child will grow up eventually one day. But, thinking, enjoy it while you can, Meldenik, because you will soon fall back into the abyss. Meanwhile, Meldenik was still staring blankly at her shop. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke up. Dominic won't be coming today either, will he? Meldinia asked with confusion. Is it because they're all nobles, so they don't like visiting a store run by a commoner? The children still come though. She thought seriously. The problem is that the revenue from the children is too low. The general store has a bigger income barrier than I expected. Just then, someone suddenly entered the shop. Dominic said with an annoyed face. The nuisance has arrived. Seeing his expression, Meldinia grew curious. Who could it be to make him act like that? The person who arrived was none other than Carson. The situation looked serious. Princess Meldinia, I think you need to know about this. He stepped forward and asked, Have you seen this piece of junk before? Meldinia took the notice and said doubtfully, Junk? But in the next moment, Meldinia's expression changed instantly. She immediately rushed off. Dominic called after her worriedly, but Meldinia didn't forget to thank Carson. Thank you, Carson. The notice read, Another general store, planned by Lady Hildegard, will be built in front of the academy. This place will soon be decorated as a specialty store targeting noble children. This holds even greater meaning with our help. The debut of the first product from the collaboration between the Vabeloa and Hesman families. Before Syria returned, Lady Hesman had already looked into the prospects of this collaboration. Laudegat will be leading everything. Meldinia looked at the newly opened store with a hint of worry in her heart. It was less than a 10-minute walk from her own shop. Her expression was extremely serious. This is a prime commercial area with a lot of carriage traffic and a wide variety of goods. At this rate, they'll steal all my customers. Meldinia was still deep in thought. Just like how they've always obstructed me before. Why do they have to keep messing with me? I try to live independently, freely and comfortably without seeking revenge. Suddenly, a man ran over to help her. He interrupted her train of thought. This is a construction site. Miss, please step aside. Meldinia asked coldly. What's being built here? The man was a bit surprised by her question. A store for children, Like a general store, you could say. Naldinia continued to probe. How long will it take to finish? Although he found it very strange, he wondered, what's it to her? But he answered anyway. It's a large-scale project, but I'll try to finish it as quickly as possible. That's what the client requested. Hearing that, Naldinia replied, I see. She thought worriedly, how should I respond to this? I need a method to get rid of it as quickly as possible, like removing cancer cells. At that moment, Lennox suddenly approached and grabbed her hand. Naldinia glared at him with annoyance. She thought with confusion. Duke Hesman, he suddenly said, I don't know if you've heard, but Duke Vabaloa has decided to partner with me. The brown-haired man saw that the situation was turning ugly and quickly slipped away. If you'll excuse me, Naldinia replied with a faint smile. Is that so? That's not how it was in the original story. But inside she was thinking irritably. Why does he keep seeking me out? Shouldn't he hate me? Lennox gently reminded her. We will start our business at the beginning of the year, targeting children. Naldinia snatched her hand away and said, Good luck. I'm really looking forward to it, he said confidently. Your tiny little store could go bankrupt. Instantly. Hearing that made her even angrier. Oh, really? Lennox seemed to have lost his patience now. Answer properly, Naldinia Vabaloa. Naldinia said mockingly, I don't have a habit of responding to trash. Lennox started to threaten her. Whether it's the academy or preschool children, they will all use our products. So, before your tiny shop goes bankrupt, make the right choice. Drop the annulment letter and let's pretend none of this ever happened. Happened. Naldinia replied with a faint smile. Whether the first fail or not. His tone was full of disdain. Who knows? You always fail, don't you? As your former fiancé. I'm very concerned. She looked at Lennox with contempt. And whose fault is all of that? Killing him once would be better than enduring this 3 times. Naldinia was having an intense internal struggle. I really should just do it. My true nature, no. Endure it. Think of the cute, rabbit-like children who come to my store. I must not kill. Thinking of this, she said furiously, forget it. Then she directly threatened him. If you keep nagging, I'll spread a rumor that you're the nation's #1 cheater. Have you forgotten? Lennox explained in a panic. I swear I never intended to cheat. I'm not a cheater. But Naldinia just said coldly, it seems you still don't understand. Listen to me. Then she listed a series of his infidelities. You traveled with Syria, didn't you? Even if there was no physical relationship, everyone in high society thinks you two are lovers. Have you ever once denied it? That. Furthermore, you two even attend parties together. You two are quite a good match, aren't you? Lennox couldn't refute her. He got angry out of embarrassment and yelled, we're just business partners. How many times do I have to tell you? She dismissed him. Just business? Do you dare claim you don't have any feelings for her? Even if you don't. If you're trying to make me sad, I find your actions laughable. Lennox angrily tightened his grip on her hand. Then he offered Naldinia a bracelet. Take it, Lennox said in a tired voice. This is the gift you used to always beg me for. She looked at the bracelet in his hand with a disgusted expression. Naldinia yelled in anger. Are you giving me charity now? He had the audacity to say, yes, it is charity. I've confirmed one thing. You want to spread rumors that I cheated. Lennox leaned in close to threaten her. Who would believe the words of someone like you? Naldinia shouted in anger, you. Before Naldinia could finish, Marissa ran over, interrupting with a shout. You scumbag. Both of them were surprised to see Marissa. The little girl stood protectively in front of Naldinia and stammered. I believe you. Naldinia was shocked to recognize her. Princess Marissa. The little girl shouted angrily. I believe what Sister Naldinia says. Naldinia looked at Marissa and thought worriedly. Princess Marissa. She must be so hurt. Marissa was born from an affair. And she knows that truth. Yet now she has to witness her own brother's wrongdoings. She was now thinking in confusion. How do I console her? Even though I hate Lennox, I never intended to use an innocent child like this to get my revenge. Children should only be shown good things. Naldinia tried to calm her down. Little one, Marissa, please calm down. Lennox, on the side, spoke up tiredly. Marissa. He reached his hand toward Marissa and said in a cold voice. You shouldn't say such rude things. What scumbag? Come here. But the little girl shouted back in refusal. Don't you dare approach Sister Naldinia, you dirty adulterer. Seeing Lennox take such a blow, Meldinia felt a little guilty. No, Marissa, she didn't have to step up for me like this. To this extent. Marissa, in turn, looked at her with teary eyes and said, "Don't leave me with that scoundrel anymore. Please let me go with you." The little girl comforted her in a gentle voice. "Don't let the words of that scoundrel hurt you." Meldinia was a little surprised. Huh? Can't she see that my expression isn't hurt at all? Marissa said painfully. Don't put on an expression like nothing happened. I know that's not how you really feel inside. Lennox was trying to explain to the girl. Marissa, she's not hurt. But his words were met with only fury. You know, Duke Lennox Hesman. Marissa looked at Lennox with sharp eyes. A dirty liar like you is not worthy of being my brother. You filthy adulterer. Filthy. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl grabbed Meldinia's hand. Let's go. Marissa was still fuming. From now on, I won't let that evil man get near you. I'll protect you. I looked back at Lennox and thought with a smug smile. Hey Hesman, I haven't even done anything yet. I swear, I have no ulterior motives at all. Right now, Meldinia was very happy in her heart. How did things turn out like this? Seeing the little girl breathing so heavily, she got a little worried. Marissa. As Meldinia walked into the store, she thought, I'll give her some tasty snacks to calm down. Then she said, First, let's go inside. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw that everyone was already inside the store. Meldinia couldn't help but feel worried. Why are all these people gathered here? Did they skip work just to come here and eat shaved ice? But then she was shocked to realize they were all avoiding her gaze. At that moment, Marissa suddenly stepped forward and said firmly, Don't worry, sister. I'll introduce you to a better man to be your husband. Meldinia was a bit surprised. What? The little girl said as she scanned the room. We have to choose someone who is handsome, the most talented, the most amazing, and also very thoughtful. First, Marissa looked towards the group of men and said, We'll choose from here. She was still dazed and didn't understand the situation. Stammering, So, the little girl shouted with determination, I'll start now. A little later, Marissa sat at a table with a pen and paper, taking notes. She looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. Then she began the process of elimination. Carrot and His Highness Prince Arsène are too young, right? Yes, that's right. So that only leaves the handsome guy and Prince Carson here. Dominic asked, confused. What is this? The girl looked very determined. I told you, I'm going to find a husband for her. Someone handsome, the most talented, the most amazing kind, and who only loves Sister Meldinia. Among those even, kindness gets the highest score. He proactively introduced himself. As you all know, I'm considered by everyone to be an extremely careful person. She said with a sly smile. Really? Dominic replied confidently. What? She said being kind is good. Meldinia looked at him, thinking helplessly. He's just looking for a companion. Does he just want to do all the nice things? Marissa finally had to concede to Dominic. All right, I'll write it down. What's your name? Just call me Dominic. Carrot looked at Marissa with a bewildered face. But Marissa, why are you suddenly finding a husband for Mel? Marissa clasped her hands and said, Sister, can I say something? Meldinia was a bit startled by the sudden question. What is it? The little girl said angrily. About that man's evil deeds. She thought with an awkward smile. Given her relationship with him, she should be calling him Big Brother. She then said weakly, Go ahead. Immediately after, Marissa slammed the table and stood up. Everyone, listen to me. She recounted passionately. Whether it's marriage or engagement, both are wonderful institutions created by His Majesty, right? But that Duke Hesman dared to desecrate such a beautiful thing. At this point, the girl suddenly shouted in outrage. He dared to ignore his betrothal and cheat. And he cheated with Sister Meldinia's own sister. He even lied, saying it wasn't serious. Carrot and Arsène were both stunned. Cheating? That bastard. Is he even human? Marissa became more agitated as she spoke. And it's not just cheating. He's also planning to ruin the business of Sister Meldinia's general store. Meldinia sighed, thinking, You've emphasized cheating 4 times already. Dominic, on the side, had a murderous expression. I'm going to kill him. Seeing him like that too, she felt even more helpless. Dominic. Marissa turned to look at her, her eyes welling with tears as she said heartbrokenly, My gentle sister did nothing wrong. I'll work hard to promote the store to the kids at the academy, so you don't lose money. Meldenia worriedly thought to herself, if she finds out later about the bad things I've done, won't her sense of being destroyed and betrayed be even greater? Pushing someone on the stairs, splashing water. She said with an awkward smile, it's nothing. Before Meldenia could say anything else, the little girl cut her off. You're not doing anything wrong. You can do whatever you want. Marissa looked at her with an empathetic gaze. When your partner cheats like that, who could stay sane? Meldenia now didn't know how to explain anymore. Is that so? Anyway, she assessed the current situation. Marissa was directly cursing her own brother, but as for Prince Carson, even though he and Lennox weren't that close, she was still cursing his friend. Both Arsène and Carrot were indignant. Arsène said, that's right. I always thought he looked like a ferret from the beginning, so I really disliked him. I knew it. Get lost. There's no way I'll ever like him. Whether it's among the nobles or at the academy, I'll spread rumors everywhere. I'll also spread rumors at the Magic Tower to the people I know. Marissa glanced at Carson and said in an annoyed tone, what about your highness, Prince Carson? What do you think of him? He remained silent, thinking for a long while. Then he smiled brightly and said, he's a piece of trash, what else? Hearing this, Meldenia was extremely shocked. What? She thought in confusion. Is His Highness the Prince using words like piece of trash now? Weren't they classmates? What's going on? Therefore, Meldenia asked doubtfully, aren't you two friends? Carson smiled gently and said, there's a clear line between public and private matters. Hearing that, she immediately understood. Right. Everything has its price. He suddenly changed the subject. You may not believe me, but the Dreamcatcher is really useful. It's been a long time since I've been able to sleep so well. Hearing that, she realized. Ah, the Dreamcatcher. After some consideration, Marissa said again, Prince Carson, we'll keep you as a candidate for now. You'll have to work harder in the future. The little girl looked extremely serious. From now on, I, Marissa, will strive to find a partner for Sister Meldenia. Meldenia found it so cute she couldn't look away. What a tragic declaration. After hearing the girl, if you want to be Sister Meldenia's lover, you have to pass a few tests. You must be handsome, strong, kind, and only like Sister Meldenia. That's probably impossible. There's no one like that, even though those conditions are great. Hearing her say that, the children immediately comforted her. Don't worry, sister. I'll find someone. We'll help too. Meldenia looked at the children and smiled gently. Oh my, look at them. It's like a children. Thinking about it made her feel even more amused. I know. All right, kids, I'll be waiting. The children stared at her blankly for a moment. Then they looked at each other and nodded, saying, just trust us, sister. A long time later in the academy dormitory. After a long day, Carrot finally returned to his room. The boy said with a determined look, I have to quickly find a husband for Mel too. They had discussed it earlier. If you know anyone good, you have to tell me right away. First, I'll diligently investigate that handsome guy. I'll evaluate him fairly. So don't worry. After that, an argument broke out between Marissa and Arsène. Hey, my brother is handsome too. I nominate him. Carrot, standing to the side, hesitated and said, let's not. Thinking about it, the boy clenched his fist with determination. I'll try to find someone too. The children seemed to be very serious about this. Forget the looks, we need to find an upright person to match Sister Mel, who is gentle, kind, and adorable. They were still discussing it on their way home. I won't let that Duke Hesmond get near Mel. I know. We start tomorrow. Although he thought, I have to find someone quickly. Carrot didn't know how to. I want to find a perfect person too. I'm not doing this because I have a crush on Mel. I'm just doing it for justice. At that moment, the cry of a bird suddenly caught Carrot's attention. When he saw the bird, the boy was very excited. A letter from the Magic Tower Master. Carrot sat down at his desk curiously. What's going on? The content of the letter. Hello, Carrot. I have some business, so I'll be coming to the academy this time. I'll probably be staying for a while. Reading this far, the boy became even more excited. He said he's coming here. The letter continued. I finally discovered the thing I've been searching for so long. As soon as he finished reading, Carrot looked up, stunned. The boy immediately wrote a letter to Isaac. I have to check this out. The Magic Tower Master is handsome, careful, and gentle. Writing up to this point, Carrot suddenly paused. In the Magic Tower, there's probably wait. The boy thought carefully for a moment. The Magic Tower Master is the most handsome person I know. He's an incredibly perfect person. Carrot thought shyly. Of course, I'm only ranked second after him. At this moment, happy images of Carrot with the two of them appeared. How interesting would it be if the Magic Tower Master and Mel got closer? If I throw some jewels, they'll float in the air. This made the boy even more determined. All right. Carrot immediately wrote a letter to Isaac. I understand. I will wait for you. But, Magic Tower Master, do you have a girlfriend? If you don't, I'd like to introduce a friend of mine to you. Her name is Mel. I guarantee she's not suspicious at all. Your subordinate, Carrot. The boy wrote while thinking curiously. When will the Magic Tower Master arrive? Will he be wearing a mask this time? Carrot was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Assuming he reveals his identity, I have to tell both Marissa and Arsène too. After a long while, it was finally finished. The boy said with a proud face. It's an amazing... That night, in Carrot's dream, Duke Hesman appeared as a villain. And just like that, the Magic Tower Master saved Mel. Mel threw a large bouncing ball to Carrot, and had a happy ending with the Magic Tower Master. When Isaac received Carrot's letter, he was very confused. What's going on? Why is he suddenly mentioning a girlfriend? I really don't get it. If it's Mel, does he mean Meldinia Vabeloa? He recalled the boy. A string in Isaac's heart was plucked. Meldinia Vabeloa. Thinking of Meldinia, he couldn't help but smile. It seems she's living well. But suddenly, someone approached. It's really been a long time since I've seen you smile. The smile on his lips immediately vanished. He looked at Rasmus and said sternly, Are you just sitting there observing my expression now? Rasmus's duties. Catch the thief. Incubate the dragon egg found by Isaac, and research magic. He replied tiredly, Yes, sir. Rasmus asked curiously, We need to catch the thief who broke into the tower quickly. Are you planning to go see Princess Meldinia? What? He replied coldly. Yes. He asked hesitantly, Isaac, you're not going to be killed, are you? He replied, confused. Line seems to be a typo fragment in original. At this point, Isaac brought up the past. Have you forgotten about Henry? You kept holding my hand, shaking it, and pestering me about when you could see that girl again. That could also happen. Rasmus lay down tiredly and grumbled, What's going on? Am I the only one who finds this strange? Isn't she a witch? You could even say she's cute. Hearing Isaac say that, he was shocked. Rasmus shot up and asked, Sir, did I hear you correctly? He said, flustered. No. Who is this cute person? Let's talk about her. That's more interesting than the thief. Isaac, finding Rasmus too noisy, said angrily, This isn't something you should be saying when you let a thief hit me from behind. Hearing that, he became worried and tried to change the subject. The topic suddenly shifted to the thief. Speaking of the thief, never mind the Batmanor. But why did he also take the artworks? The more Rasmus talked, the more confused he became. I really don't get it. The Batmanor is already famous. But why did he take even the unimportant artworks? That idiot. Hearing that, he grasped the main point and replied, In other words, you don't know the connection. Even if I try to figure out what's going on in that guy's head, I really can't understand it. The familiar tracking the golden necklace has also lost contact. Although Isaac was thinking, I don't think Meldinia Vabeloa is the culprit, he still felt a bit suspicious. Have you ever seen it? A human who can receive the power of both a demon and a dragon at the same time. Hearing this, Rasmus immediately denied it. No, sir, I couldn't sense the power of either of those things from the start. Is that so? My apologies. He instructed him. First, you focus on incubating the dragon egg until it hatches. The Batmanor was directly blessed by a dragon, so the dragon will have an easier time tracking its whereabouts. Rasmus was suddenly drawn to his candy. Huh? Candy? Yes. I've been keeping it warm, so it should hatch soon. All right. Once the dragon egg hatches, we'll catch the thief. Isaac still felt a bit curious. But I also need to investigate the dragon's curse and Meldinia. This is the first time I've been curious about a human. That curiosity has been going on for a while now. After eating Meldinia's candy, Rasmus was extremely surprised. Why is this so delicious? Then he thought in a panic. This thing, no. What's wrong with my voice? Isaac looked at him and immediately understood. I could sense the presence of magic, but I didn't expect it to be such special magic. She uses a type of magic as pure as herself. Rasmus said, Why won't it go away, Isaac? First, go tell the others to stop searching. Although he was extreme. Yes, I understand. Seeing him smile, but then his face immediately returned to the stern expression from before. Rasmus said, confused, What is this again? He read the letter. Isaac replied coldly. It's nothing. Then he also wrote a reply to Carrot. To Carrot. I do not have a girlfriend. And let's arrange a meeting. Isaac. Writing up to this point, he suddenly stopped, then smiled unconsciously. The next day, Carrot received Isaac's letter. The boy looked at the letter curiously. What does he mean by making this part bold? Naldenia stepped out of the door with a radiant face and sparkling eyes, looking surprised. Miss, we've heard the rumors. Oh. Everyone was worried about her. A woman asked, They've already started handing out flyers everywhere. You must be having a hard time. That rumor has been spread around. We've gathered this in the Neighborhood Merchants Association. It might be able to help you. A petition? A girl said shyly. This isn't money to help you buy a big building like them. The man standing next, I want to help, even just a little. If we were to turn our backs on the person who helped us, it would truly be a disgrace. It would be inhuman. Everyone was doing their best to help her. If we submit this petition, their opening day will be delayed by about 15 days. According to what people say, this is in the commercial law. Hearing people praise him like that, he felt a little shy. Ahem. Well, she held the petition in her hands in a daze, staring at it without saying a word. Naldenia thought that she didn't deal with that pirate gang for them. She only fought them because she wanted to. I also wanted to drive them away. There are some rumors in the noble circle, but they probably don't know I'm the daughter of Duke Fabuloa. Revealing their identities like this could get them hated by the Duke, but they still signed for my sake. The petition. So, at times like this, instead of telling the truth, she stepped closer to everyone, clutching the petition to her chest and bowing her head. Thank you, everyone. Her face was a little shy. Saying thank you is better, right? Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, when they heard her say, if things go smoothly, next time, let's have a celebratory party together. I used to play musical instruments too, like the flute or harmonica. A flute? I'm very good at a harmonica. This person knows a lot about flutes. Hearing everyone show off their talents, an old man couldn't be outdone. I can't play an instrument, but I'll use my belly as a drum. This was the first time she had heard of a belly drum, which made her fall back in surprise. Everyone burst out laughing, making the old man shy. Except for the belly drum, everything else is highly anticipated, since protecting our eyes is very important. People were still whispering, what's a belly drum? While Naldenia stared at the petition, her hand clenched tightly. But in truth, this petition is almost useless against a duke. The judiciary sides with the nobles, after all. She clenched it tightly and thought, but I can't let this petition go to waste either. Naldenia looked at the scenery around her, and the people who loved her. Because I like the people here. Everyone was still whispering, still laughing happily. A woman said, I'll let you know, seemingly unaware of what she was thinking. Scene change, to the three. Marissa was worried. Carrot was angry, and only Arsene spoke up. The boy said, we thought very seriously about the Duke Hesman matter. The little girl seriously recounted to Naldenia when she followed him. That evil Duke Hesman seems to be planning on sponsoring something. At the talent fair, she listened with her arms crossed. Is that so? How clever, just like Hesman. She crossed her arms, but her face was still dazed. That's why we've decided to choose you. She was surprised. Huh? It might even attract more attention than the Hesman family on their opening day. The children were happy and excited, each one trying to persuade her. Marissa said, you're not a witch, but you're like a witch. It won't be hard to get attention. Carrot, make me an interesting item. Arsene continued, then we'll work hard to promote your shop. The most important She smiled, knowing the children cherished her. Huh? The talent fair. This is the Academy's biggest annual event. The children aged 7 to 13 to bring items or food from home to share with friends. The children were happy and excited. This activity aims to promote unity among students. The items the children bring are very diverse. The most precious and important thing you have. Some brought cookies, some brought candy, some brought yarn they knitted themselves, and even flowers. A paper boat. Some children brought dishes cooked by their family's chef, while others brought things they made themselves. And some brought expensive items like jewelry, gems, and pearls. However, as its name suggests, the prejudice about the talent fair gradually grew stronger. People often said the items the children brought represented their status. Is it really okay for you guys to bring me along? Arsene burst out laughing. Of course. Carrot stood behind him. looking a bit sad, not saying anything. After a moment, he said, "Even though I'm a commoner and can't participate, I'll support everyone from behind." Naldenia thought as she looked at him. Carrot can't go. His status. The girl heard this and went to comfort Carrot while Mel encouraged him. "I'll try to make something really fun for you, Carrot." Hearing that, a bright, happy smile bloomed on his face. All three ran towards her. Arsene was teasing Carrot. "Don't cry." "I'm not crying. I'm not crying." She knelt down, opening her arms to hug all three children. "Thank you guys for that. For always thinking of me." She thought to herself, what do I have? I want to create something really good for all three of them. If I were better at alchemy, what a shame. More importantly, I need to make an impressive presentation of my store's items. The three children, with their 6 eyes, stared at her and listened as she said, "We have to think about what we should develop. Do you guys have any ideas? Things that are trendy recently would be good." The three children huddled together to think. What would be good? Then a moment later, they burst out laughing. "I really like fluffy blankets." "A fluffy blanket? Aren't you hot?" "I'd rather bring a sword." "A really big one." "I like ice cream cake made of stone." "A knight like me gets hot after a battle." "If there's anything, I'd like ice cream cake made of stone." "A knight like me gets hot after a battle." Having a stone ice cream cake would be amazing. The afternoon faded, the sunlight dimmed, and the sky began to sparkle. The children started to head home. Mel happily saw only Carrot lingered, turning to say to her, "Sister Mel." Mel turned to look, surprised, but still kept her smile. The boy said, "When the festival is over, I have a friend I want to introduce to you. Is that okay?" She replied instantly, "Any time is fine." "What kind of friend is it?" He became shy, his face turning red and sweating. "You looked away." The boy stammered. "That is." He didn't finish his sentence. He was too shy and turned to run away without looking back. As he ran, he said, "I'll let you know on that day." This left her bewildered. Why did he run away? His face was all red. He gets shy so easily, but it's so cute. Scene changed to the kitchen. "Dominic, do you remember the things the kids talked about earlier? A fluffy blanket, ice cream cake, a stone sword. Are you planning to make all of them?" "Yes." Mel was as happy and excited as a child. "I'm going to pick the clouds from the sky." Hearing this, he asked her. She thought to herself, "This guy, he's looking at me like I'm a pervert. I'm still not fully awake." Then Mel said again, "To put it simply, all I need is sugar. But how do I infuse magic into it?" He blinked slowly and listened to her say, "It would be good if we could get information in advance." The two talked. "Come to think of it, the number of spies seems to have increased. I can sense them now. If you want, I can take care of all of them." "Really? Do I look scared at all?" "Well, but those spies are not our..." Dominic smiled and said, "I had a lot of fun playing with them," which made her turn to look at him, completely confused. They say the ego can be influenced by the contractor's tendencies. Her face turned pale, her eyes filled with worry. Could it be? She thought he was a supervillain. Getting information from them will be... This time, it was ordered by Countess Hildegard Shire. The one directly involved is the highest-ranking representative, Viscount Theum. I don't know the specifics, but they're probably preparing something. Mel walked over to the window and looked up at the sunlight shining on the fresh green leaves. "Viscount Theon, you know him?" "Yeah, you could call him a crazy magician. He's crazy about magic. I won't kill a piece of trash like you right now, because that would be too merciful. He wouldn't even kill an ant, just to take it back and torture it. A despicable person." Mel put a hand to her face and thought, even though Meldenia is a duchess, she sure speaks informally when there's no one around. She sighed. Why do people always like to pick fights with a gentle person like me?" Dominic chimed in, "Actually, you're not really gentle." These are harsh times for gentle people like me," which left him speechless. The reason that Madman follows Hildegard is simple. It's because Hildegard saved him when he was a child. Even though Hildegard and Theon both have cruel, wicked personalities, it's because of that paradox that they can support each other. Mel was anxious and worried. "Dominic, we have to deal with... He must disappear for the sake of humanity. He always carries strange magical tools. So who knows? One day he might bring harm to the world. A kind of sticky substance that messes with the mind, making people cry and vomit. In just 24 hours, it can turn any place he likes. into a living hell. It's all the work of that Viscount. She thought worriedly and explained to him. Such dangerous people want to sell products for children. We can't let that happen. We can't let children. What if there are side effects? Understanding her concern, he replied. So what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch. Don't worry. Mel glanced at him and said decisively. If he brings it to the academy, we'll find out what it is. He loves to show off, and I'll use that to turn the tables. Hot news, hot news. Viscount Theon will appear this time. This made everyone look around in confusion. A blessing stone? That Viscount Theon is a genius. 3 ladies discussed over afternoon tea. The children's abilities will surely improve greatly. Someone said, I really want to go see him at the talent fair. Mel worried. But, she sighed, looking at the woman, then said, but won't the children who use it have nightmares? The woman said, that's right. But, as long as it helps the children improve their intelligence, concentration, and manner all at once, it's fine, right? As long as it helps. We only need to use it during the exam period. That's right. She clasped her hands worriedly. Besides, they'll forget the nightmares soon enough. Is that so? Scene changed to 2 people arguing. Mel angrily threw papers everywhere. I don't think so. This made Dominic stand scared in a corner. Instead of enhancing intelligence, he's developing something harmful to children. What a piece of trash, Theon. Mel slammed her fist on the table and thought, what should I do? I don't have enough mana to fight him head on. Is there something that can both stop him and help the children? She thought to herself, but as she thought it over, she couldn't find the words. Her brow furrowed. A moment later, Mel moved closer to him, hooking his elbow. She said, Dominic, you can summon a demon in 3 seconds, right? Another firm idea came to her. Yes, that's the key. Sharp as a knife. Mel continued to think, her eyes calculating, her brows knitted together. Come to think of it, during the winter months, nightmares can only appear and cause trouble for a short time. Mel clenched her fist with determination. Then 3 seconds should be enough. Let's do it. She continued. Let's take a gamble. Finally, the day had arrived. The party had begun. Everyone was in splendid attire. Ooh, it's so grand. It's even glowing, said the boys. The children were joyful and excited. Look, my feet can't touch the ground. Well, your feet couldn't touch the ground to begin with. My mom seems really happy. My mom too. From afar, a lady was talking to people, unaware her child was watching. Oh my, how much is that stone worth? It's incredible. As expected of a duke, rich beyond belief. The Duchess of Hessman was also present. A little girl sat staring intently. Everyone was solemn and proper. Is the little girl going to give roses to someone? Who will be the one she gives roses to? Maybe she's close with our children. You never know, my son is quite close to her. That girl. If there was an engagement with Princess Marissa, the dowry. Marissa heard this. Oh my, if it's that engagement, then the new duke of our family. The little girl sighed and stared. Honestly, adults are so. Arsène saw the girl sitting alone and ran over, calling her name loudly. Marissa. This made the girl turn to look. Oh my. Oh heavens. The princess and the prince seem so close. I think so too. Hearing this, he slammed his hand on the table and turned to look. With you here like this, that Duke Hesman probably won't come, right? He won't come looking for you. Will he? The girl replied. Duke Hesman couldn't attend today, so he sent a gift. Don't worry. Arsène asked again. Oh, so you're all alone today? Marissa closed her eyes and replied. That's right. Whatever. It's better that he's not here. Saves me the trouble of seeing him. The girl was still thinking. Sister, when will you arrive? Marissa held the bouquet in her hand, thinking, I even prepared flowers to give to her. So why isn't she here yet? The clock had struck late. She should have been here earlier. Suddenly the clock chimed. After the break, we will begin part 2. Next, I would like to invite the students present here. Arsène and Marissa were extremely sad. Their heads bowed without a word. The boy looked at the door. Mel, will she come? The girl replied, Of course. I'm sure she will. Her mouth said it, but her heart was full of determination. She's different from that Duke Hesman. She definitely won't break her promise. Duchess Vabeloa, please show us your face for a moment. The headmaster, Arsène, was angry. I hope nothing happened to Sister Mel. It's not because they stopped her from coming, is it? If they really did that, whether it's that cheating bastard or those other people, I won't let them get away with it. Marissa heard him say that and stood behind him, stunned as if struck by lightning. Then the girl said, "Forget it," making the boy glance back at her. Huh? The girl's face darkened, full of anger. She gritted her teeth, as if wanting to eat them alive. "Let's kill them all," Marissa said. "Let's shred their corpses," which made the boy tremble with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Why, yes." Suddenly both of them looked in the same direction with surprise. "Your Highness Prince Arsène, Princess Marissa," a handmaiden came to announce. "It is time to present the gifts that you have both painstakingly prepared." Marissa was worried when she heard the handmaiden say this. But sister hasn't arrived yet. I have to ask for a little more time." The boy, however, turned his gaze elsewhere as if he had discovered something. A moment, the door opened, a stream of light shone in. "The door is opening." Marissa looked towards the door, bewildered. Lady Hildegard was also surprised. She frowned. "Is someone else coming?" Everyone started whispering and discussing when they heard, "Duchess Fabulosa Meldinia is entering." The lady angrily covered her mouth with her fan, but still muttered, closing her eyes tightly with a superior air. "Oh my, why is that girl like this?" The people around chimed in. "That's right. What does she intend to do by coming all the way here? What for? Did she come here to ask for investments?" The Duchess Fabulosa said, "Meldinia, my dear daughter, you've come? But I didn't know. What kind of trouble you'll cause this time? Today is an important day for the children." "Why would I do that?" "Who knows?" Her footsteps slowly approached. "Just think about everything she's done up until now." "What is it? Is the atmosphere really bad?" "Yes, it is. I'm so scared." The children started to get worried and scared, their eyes about to tear up. But there were other children who just... Mel approached Arsène and Marissa, leaving the handmaiden staring in bewilderment. She asked the children, "I'm late, aren't I?" which made them stare at her worriedly. Mel gracefully smoothed her hair and stepped forward like a young lady. "You must have been very worried." Seeing this, the two children ran quickly to her, shouting, "Sister, Mel, you really are beautiful today, like an angel," which left her stunned. Then Marissa quickly said to her, "I have a surprise for you." The little girl gave her the flowers. The flowers symbolizing her radiant beauty brightened up the corner of the room. Mel replied softly, "Thank you." This caused the people around to gossip. Nell continued, I think today will be very interesting." This made everyone very curious. "You should all look forward to it." She winked with a bright smile, as if giving a signal. "Kids, gather round." Looking towards Meldinia, they admired and whispered, "So beautiful. Can I go talk to her?" No, you can't. That's Duchess Meldinia." She smiled, intending to overwhelm them with her visuals, knowing how hard she had worked for this moment. A child lowered his voice and asked, "Does she eat people?" His words made Meldinia's steps falter. Her eyes glanced at the boy, a thought flashing through her mind. Just how far has Meldinia's bad reputation spread? She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. "But anyway, the children like my appearance. As long as I make a strong enough impression on the children, who are my main customers, that's enough. The rest, I'll take care of with the item I've created." Glancing over at the adults, she noticed their gazes were glued to the stone. The adults couldn't take their eyes off the stone. In front of her was a pile of gemstones. Just by looking, she could see there were over 100 stones. It's obvious that to get this many stones, whether in one go or several, it would be very difficult to borrow that amount of money. Her gaze stopped on Hildegard. She must have borrowed it from Duke Fabulosa. The look Hildegard sent her way filled her heart with calculations. The Duke thinks he has never failed and was willing to lend him a large sum of money. Hildegard, if this fails, she'll take a huge blow. Meldinia gently held Marissa's hand, walking and smiling. She's about to take a huge blow. Let's see what the 8th prince and the young lady of the Duke Hesmond's house have prepared. Meanwhile, a plan had already formed in her mind, for she understood clearly. The promise of enhanced intelligence is certainly a very attractive factor. But what the adults don't know is, no matter how dazzling and expensive the item you bring, a child will care more about its food and toys. An item for children must have an appeal to children. There's only one thing that stimulates their attention. Marissa turned and introduced. "This is Duchess Meldinia. We invited her here. And that is interesting things." Meldinia pulled out a stick of cotton candy. The children's eyes immediately widened in amazement. A big fluffy thing appeared from a small bag. And not just one. They keep appearing. Marissa and Arsene beamed with joy. We prepared this. Everyone, have a taste. Mel and I worked very hard to make it. Try it. Maldenia just smiled shyly, thinking, if I said I made it, From behind, a familiar voice rang out. I didn't expect you to bring something like this. Isn't it a bit common? Maldenia turned her head, her eyes sharp. Common? You should be more careful with your words. Hearing this, Thean was slightly startled. She stepped closer, her voice calm but unable to hide its firmness. Because it's a gift for the children. He backed away slightly. To him, who had invested so much money, this probably seemed like nothing special. Thean snapped his fingers. If you want to know if it's common, try it for yourself. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Before their eyes, a sumptuous feast for the children appeared. But they hardly paid it any mind, their eyes still glued to her cotton candy. He was momentarily flustered. What is this? What is this? If you're curious, you should try it once too. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, the headmaster took a stick of candy, his eyes full of curiosity. What on earth is this? It looks like a cloud. Maldenia replied, It's called cotton candy. Please try it. He took a bite. Oh ho! Then he was suddenly astonished, his mouth agape. Oh my heavens! Thean asked in alarm. What's wrong? Maldenia tilted her head, waiting. How is it, sir? He replied, his voice trembling slightly. I feel like I've died, and seen a meadow full of sheep before my eyes. The academy's headmaster, whose great dream was to see the academy prosper. What he truly admired was the thought of enjoying a peaceful retirement. His eyes were glued to the cotton candy, his voice full of desire. I've always wanted something like this, he asked curiously. It feels like there are stars in my mouth. They're popping. Maldenia smiled and explained. That is a star candy called a shooting star. Every time it pops in your mouth, it increases your mana energy. And unlike other candies, or that stone, it will help you have more beautiful dreams. Thean exclaimed in astonishment. What? Hildegard frowned angrily. You. Yes, I made it. Maldenia said with full confidence, using the most basic methods. Arya, at that moment, was dejectedly holding a small piece of paper at her table, her heart filled with disappointment. So boring. The girl thought sadly. Art forms like painting don't have a strong connection to mana, and on top of that, it causes nightmares. She put the paper down, her eyes tinged with sadness. Everyone brought such amazing things, so it's only natural that my hand-drawn postcard isn't getting any attention. Hey! Arsene held a cotton candy towards her. Try it. Me and Sister Mel made it. Arya hesitated. It's a bit of a hassle, but eating something sweet might make me feel better. A friend came over. Your name is Arya Minerva. The friend praised her. Your drawing is really beautiful. Even though painting isn't very... Is it because the lines are too strong? When I look at your drawing, I feel like I gain strength. Hearing this, Arya's cheeks flushed red. Back to the present, the girl was still thinking, then resolved. Alright, that's right. The reason I started drawing. Arya initiated a conversation. Hello. The girl offered a compliment. The jewelry box you showed everyone earlier. I wanted to say it's very beautiful. The other girl replied, Oh really? Thank you. Your postcard is great too. Her friend was curious. But what's your name? Arya hesitated. Arya Minerva. So you're Arya. What class are you in? I'm in. A quiet joy welled up in Arya's heart. I've made a friend. Coming here today was the right decision. A happy smile appeared on her lips. The two girls held hands and played together. It's like magic. After Arsene and Marissa finished their task of distributing the gifts, the boy, Arsene, happily reported to her. Mel, we've handed them all out. Maldenia gently stroked the heads of the two kids and praised them. You both worked hard. Witnessing the situation from start to finish, the noble ladies couldn't help but whisper to each other. Did Duchess Fabuloa really make this candy? Another lady wondered. Didn't they say she has absolutely no mana? That's right, but I sense an amazing amount of mana. If that's the case, do we even need the welcome stone, with its side effects anymore? Just then, Viscount Thean suddenly yelled out in frustration. This is absurd. How dare you lie in a sacred place like the Academy? Maldenia sighed and was about to turn and set him straight. But before she could speak, a small arm blocked her way, and a young voice rang out. She is the one I introduced. Arsène lifted his determined eyes and stared intently at Theon. The boy threatened him in a low voice. By saying that, are you suggesting that I am also lying? The boy's fierce attitude startled him, and he hurriedly explained in confusion. What? How could that be, Your Highness? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Naldinia calmly spoke up to explain. To be fair, this candy has 5% mana. The headmaster of the academy stroked his long beard thoughtfully and said, Oh, an item that both increases mana and has no side effects. It's a pity it can only be used once, but it even tastes delicious. A bright boy from the academy raised his hand and asked curiously, What is the name of this dish? It's just cotton candy and shooting star. This question made Meldinia freeze up. She lamented silently. Oh dear, I prepared this in such a hurry that I haven't even named it yet. She glanced away, flustered, trying to think of a way to cover it up. That is. Before she could finish thinking, a sweet, young voice rang out. It's happy cotton candy. Marissa gently took her hand, coming to her rescue. Then she broke into a bright smile and nodded in agreement. Yes. Naldinia remembered the whispered discussions of the nobles at the party. Is the dragon's curse broken? The Duchess's ability? Could it be that she hired a magician? But she came alone. Even if she brought one, it would have to be a more powerful magician to create something better than the welcome stone. She chuckled to herself. Now is the moment everyone has to reverse their view of the cursed bloodline. Naldinia approached the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She sighed internally. I used up all my mana, so I'm dizzy. Anyway, as long as it was a success, that Arsène, sitting next to her, also looked at her and cheered happily. That was a perfect performance, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Sister Mel? At this moment, Viscount Theon yelled impatiently. It's not over yet. Now it's time to test the welcome stone. The little girl conducting the test squeezed her eyes shut in fear, worrying inwardly. I don't want to have nightmares. Her small, trembling hands reached out and lightly touched the stone. A long moment later, the girl opened one eye in surprise and asked, confused. Huh? I don't feel anything. This is completely empty. They're just pretty stones. Hearing this result, Viscount Theon was horrified. No, that can't be. He immediately turned to Meldinia and questioned her. You tricked me, didn't you? She immediately retorted, asking back, What did I do? Seeing the result of the test, the people around began to buzz with discussion. Oh my, so it was a scam. Seriously? How could they do that? Naldinia's cotton candy is much better. I was looking forward to it so much. I made a wasted trip. The headmaster of the academy nodded continuously in agreement. He made a decision. I was planning to import the welcome stones for the academy, but it's better to cancel it. Hearing him say that, Viscount Theon immediately felt a chill run down his spine in fear. He turned to seek help. Lady Hildegard. However, all he received in return, Get lost, you useless fool. I don't need someone who can't do anything for me. From now on, you and I are finished. In the meantime, find your own place to stay. He was immediately terrified, trembling as he tried to salvage the situation. But it was too late. Naldinia sat on the side, resting her chin on her hand, calmly assessing the scene. Well done. And that's how everything finally came to be. One morning, a few days earlier, Dominic was discussing with Naldinia. Although I haven't found a way to summon and control a demon completely, I have found this exchange contract. Naldinia asked back, confused. An exchange contract? Is it like, if I give the demon what it needs, I'll get the power I want? Dominic explained. That's right. Of course, since your abilities are limited right now, you won't be able to use its full power. Hearing that, she immediately agreed. All right, let's take a gamble. Dominic spoke up. You can summon a sealed demon without using magic. For now, it's fine even without using mana. As he spoke, he controlled the sword, and a circle of light immediately emanated from it. A demon appeared from within the sword. It smirked and said with delight, Finally, I'm free. They say that a blossom demon is born when flowers bloom in the spring. She raised her hand, turning it over and over to inspect it for a long while. Then suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The blossom demon clutched its face in panic and wailed. No way. I thought that I was ranked first, so that's why I was released. Why can't I feel any power at all? Meldinia looked at her with her arms crossed and explained. I only summoned you in a sealed state. The blossom demon shouted, berating her, What do you mean? Sealed. Dominic, standing behind her, saw her overreaction and his face darkened, his fists clenching as he tried to control his anger. The Blossom Demon immediately became obedient again. She asked timidly, What do you want now? Maldenia was surprised internally. It's this easy, she voiced her thoughts. Would you like— The Blossom Demon looked up. An exchange contract? Then she quickly agreed. Okay. But where's the slush? Maldenia and Dominic looked at each other, stunned. She repeated with a blank face. Huh? Slush? The Blossom Demon clenched her fists, a look of satisfaction on her face. Right now, the demon world is in chaos because of that slushy you made. So? There's only one drop left, so everyone is fighting over it. That's demon food, it's delicious. Just thinking about it is delicious. All of her saliva was flowing out like a stream. The Blossom Demon turned to ask Maldenia how she managed to make such a thing. In contrast to her, she replied flatly, I just made it with sugar. There's still some left. All right. I'll get you the slush. Then she inquired, So, Blossom Demon. She answered immediately, I can only remove magic from enchanted items. I mean, my power has been diminished. Returning to the party. Maldenia was extremely satisfied with the current result. Just like that, I was able to remove the magic without any interference. A child spoke up and asked her, Where is Mel's general store? Maldenia was overjoyed inside. Now the children are starting to get curious. She bent down slightly and replied gently, It's the building with the blue roof in front of the academy. The boy then asked, Can I buy happy cotton candy if I go there? Can I buy it? You can, but this is a limited edition version, so you have to come and buy it quickly. After the party that day, Maldenia was still waiting. Her general store became famous, and she was all over the newspapers. The keyword of that month was her general store. People called that day Maldenia's Rebellion. In addition, another hot topic was being discussed animatedly. Viscount Theon was found unconscious at his home. Viscount Theon is missing. Reading the articles related to this incident, Maldenia spoke up and asked Dominic, That Viscount Theon? He's probably inside the magic sword, right? He replied nonchalantly, I put him in there, but he hasn't woken up yet. After the talent fair, she had gone to find Viscount Theon, afraid he would cause trouble, and found him in a state of despair after being abandoned by Hildegard. After Dominic took care of it, he reported to her. First, I gave him the antidote and waited for him to wake up, because he has to. Testify to what Hildegard, Lennox, and Syria did. I have temporarily sealed him inside the sword. Trust me and leave it to me. Seeing this, Maldenia agreed. All right. A few days later, Dominic, look. I've been invited to a ball. The content of the letter was an invitation addressed to her. To Miss Maldenia Vabiloa. We are honored to invite you to the ball of our Superior Academy. Please come with your closest companion. A reward from the Maxon family. After reading the invitation, her heart pounded with excitement. She thought with a thrill, This is the first invitation I've received since the engagement was broken. Lady Hildegard and Syria have seized control. Aren't they afraid of the Vavella family anymore? The Marks and Sons clan may be from the United States. And then there's the Subia Academy. Subia Academy is a prestigious all-girls, many outstanding and renowned young women have graduated from here. The place is highly exclusive and Meldenik cheerfully held up the invitation in her hand. She decided without a moment's hesitation. This is why I didn't even plan on getting in here. Maybe they'll commission me for something at the ball. No matter what, I have to go. But the problem is, I didn't have anyone to go with. Dominic immediately refused with a smug look. I don't know how to dance. I'm definitely not going with you. He silently prayed. Please don't let her father tell me to go. Meldenik immediately added. Besides, you don't have any official status yet. So just rest at home. She grew frustrated, thinking of a plan. If I take another man, would that make Lennox feel hopeless? The quality might be a bit lower, but should I hire an escort? Or maybe use illusion magic? Then, she slumped over the table in defeat, shooting down her own idea. But that would require mana to work. My mana is already at its limit. I don't know how to break the curse that's clinging to my bloodline. Suddenly a voice, Mel, there's someone outside. Who is it? With a small creak, the door to the general store swung open. Carrot rushed in from outside in a panic. The boy called out urgently. Mel, I have something to tell you. Meldenik wondered, Carrot. Carrot sat fidgeting, unsure of how to begin. Meldenik, sitting across from him, saw his anxious expression and thought, he's wanted to tell me something for over 10 minutes now. It must be something difficult to say. I should probably make him feel more comfortable so he can speak up. Here, this is for you. The boy took it and asked curiously. She replied, that's right. But it's not a large one. Try stabbing the table with it. Hearing this, the boy curiously drew the sword. Then he stabbed the table as she said. Unexpectedly, the sword retracted. The boy said in surprise, it got shorter. She smiled. It's amazing, right? She continued, I was going to give it to you after its debut. You were the one who gave me. The boy was very surprised to hear that. Really? She replied, well, there's a small problem. I don't have a dance partner. Unfortunate, isn't it? Could I ask you to be my partner? Hearing this, the boy was taken aback, not knowing how to answer. The boy said, hearing this, she looked at him, stunned. She thought, a teacher. He's a university lecturer at the academy, right? That should be fine. The boy continued, I'll tell you about him. Do you remember the person I wanted to introduce you to? It's him. She imagined a professor buried under a mountain of paperwork. If he's a university professor, he probably doesn't have time to listen to silly rumors about me. She agreed with the boy's idea. All right then, I'll go with you. The boy said cheerfully and confidently. Trust me, Miss Mel. The boy asked her. But I have a few questions. Did that two-timing cheater Hessman ever date you before? She answered, I don't think so. The boy asked again. She replied, not once. Well, he asked again. Did he take you to fancy restaurants? She replied, nope, not that either. The boy continued, what about gifts? She hesitated. No, wait a minute. She thought, thinking back, I think he did give me a necklace. But why would he give me a necklace? The style of that necklace didn't seem popular at all. Thinking about it, it looked more like a magical circlet. She envisioned Hessman holding the necklace and saying, I searched far and wide to find this for you. I personally prepared this gift for you. I'm sure you'll like it, Meldenik. She fell silent. But now, I've thrown away everything related to him. After thinking, she answered the boy. I did receive one gift. He gave it to me and told me to get out of his sight. Hearing this, the boy became furious. What? That scum. That piece of trash isn't even a man. Hearing him, she thought, Carrot probably only says that in front of me. What if he gets caught for slandering Lennox? Never mind. The boy told her. Tomorrow I will introduce you to the most wonderful partner. She replied, all right. The boy continued, I'll also give you a wonderful gift. She was surprised. A gift? You don't have to do that. You're the one who deserves a gift. Hearing this, the boy blushed beet red. Seeing this, she thought, he's blushing again. He's so sensitive. She left. Well then, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. The boy also walked out to see her off. Yes. In Lord Isaac's room, Romo said to him, she's definitely the thief. Isaac was sitting at his desk. He asked, puzzled. Ramos replied, Meldenik. And Vivella, how can an ordinary person like her, with no manner whatsoever, perform illusion magic and manner dialectics? Unless she's a sorcerer, for example. Isaac read the paper in his hand. It read, Lord Isaac, are you well? I'm writing this letter regarding Mel. The person I wanted to she is looking for a partner to accompany her to the ball. It's not about your official title. How could she be a sorcerer when you've already received another title from His Majesty? I think it would be great if you two could get to know each other. Ramos wondered, what nonsense. How can she be an ordinary person if she's a sorcerer? He replied softly, there are many things in this world that you do not know. Ramos continued, you defended her last time too. Has Meldenik bewitched you, huh? He laughed knowingly. I can't believe a master of magic like you would go to such lengths just to get into the academy. The one who had to travel so far just to catch a thief. You've fallen for Meldenik, haven't you? Isaac crossed his arms and answered flatly, not at all. Ramos pressed on. Didn't you intentionally go there to help her? He answered, no. Ramos was not convinced. He continued, didn't you transfer mana to her when you saw she was tired? That wasn't helping? What was it then? He replied, if she couldn't handle that lump of mana, it would have gone haywire. That could have gotten people hurt. Hearing that, Ramos was stunned. He said, it didn't look like mana. If she had intended to use a mana vessel, she would have had plenty. But it's true you didn't have a mana vessel. or any motive whatsoever. Isaac replied, That's right. Ramos stood there, stunned, thinking. He watched as Isaac smiled when talking about her. He thought, he smiles every time Meldenik is mentioned. He propped his chin on. Isaac replied shyly, I already said no. He gave an order, Go investigate Hessman. Ramos replied, I've already sent some people to scout him out. That Lennox fellow is acting very strangely. Isaac asked, intrigued. How so? Ramos replied, He suddenly stopped frequenting the Information Guild. Moreover, he is trying to find an assassin. He doesn't go to the temple anymore either. He's even been tailing Meldenik. I think something is going to happen between the two of them soon. Hearing this, Isaac, who had been writing, suddenly stopped his pen. Ramos continued, A strange incident also occurred. A sorcerer who was looking for an energy vessel has been reported missing. He was an odd fellow who usually kept to himself, but he is believed to have disappeared near Duke Hessman. Hearing this, Isaac thought, There's a chance Meldenik and Vivella will clash with Duke Hessman at the ball. We have to catch the thief quickly, he said. How strange. Ramos replied, Isn't it? He continued, This Duke is very suspicious, but honestly, the most suspicious person is Meldenik. Suddenly, Isaac stood up. I'll be back. Ramos was startled. Huh? Isaac left. This time I will go and catch the thief myself. Ramos watched him go, helpless and speechless. He reminded Isaac, You know not to reveal your identity unless absolutely necessary, right? Isaac replied, Ramos reminded him again. Remember, she is a suspect. You must know that our sorcerers are certain that Lady Meldenik is the thief, right? Isaac replied, I know. He put on his coat and said, I won't reveal my identity, that his thoughts were different. At least, not for now. The scene changes to a shop crowded with customers. Among them was the daughter of Hindegard's spy, complaining. What's so great about this place? There's nothing fun here. Meldenik stood behind her, watching and thinking. This girl, she looks so familiar. I think I met her at the tea party. If I'm not mistaken, she's the only daughter of the spy Hindegard sent. Suddenly, Dominic appeared from behind the girl and lightly tapped her on the head. What are you looking for, kid? The girl jumped and turned around. Oh. Seeing his handsome face, the girl exclaimed, Wow, he's so handsome, he said with satisfaction. The girl said, Is that all? Aren't you going to sell me something? He replied, Well, we have big candy, colored pencils, and pencil cases. Which one do you want? Hearing his sweet voice, the girl got even more excited. Oh my gosh, even his voice is charming. Damn. Seeing this, Meldenik thought, Being handsome has its perks, huh? The girl went to the counter, placed a bill on it and said, Keep the change. The girl pointed at him and told Meldenik, You can keep the change and give a tip to that handsome man. Meldenik froze, thinking, A bribe? A tip? Dominic, standing beside her, was also startled. The girl turned back to look at him and said, I've been completely captivated by that handsome guy. Meldenik thought, Captivated, huh? The girl continued, He's just standing there, but he makes my heart flutter. Meldenik was stunned, thinking, Oh my, what a cradle robber. As the girl left, You have to give that handsome guy a tip. Meldenik replied, Yes, my lady. She thought to herself, Customers are so demanding. Dominic stood behind her and said, Give me a raise. She replied, Of course. I'll increase your salary this month. All right, I'm heading out now. He asked her curiously, Are you going to meet that person? She replied, Yes, he wants to meet at the tea house nearby. At a luxurious tea house. She looked around for Carrot and pulled out a chair to sit. Is Carrot here yet? From behind, a voice called out to her, Miss Mel. She smiled faintly. Speak of the devil. The boy cheerfully called to her, Miss Mel, have you been waiting long? The person walking behind him was Isaac. Seeing him, she thought, I thought he was a stranger. Henry's father? Meldenik sat across from, looking at the two of them and thinking to herself, But how can I go to the ball with a man who already has a family? And he's Henry's father. No less. Isaac smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Matthew, Henry's guardian. Meldenik replied shyly. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Henry's dad, are you going to be my partner? Hearing her question, he smiled and corrected her. Henry's guardian. Meldenik thought to herself, what's the difference? Is he embarrassed to be called Dad because he's still young? After thinking, she complied, yes, Henry's guardian. Suddenly, Henry jumped to his feet and blurted out, that's not it. What I mean is, no. He's never dated anyone and there are no issues whatsoever. The word, nitrogen monoxide, seemed to be written all over his face. After speaking, he picked up a glass of water and took a large gulp. She said casually, oh, is that so? So you're divorced and currently completely single? Hearing this, he was speechless. Henry, sitting next to him drinking water, immediately spat it out. Seeing him choke on his water, Isaac turned and handed him a handkerchief while explaining, you can just call me Matthew. I heard you need an escort to the ball. I am a count, and I also have some research to conduct at the academy. Hearing him, she rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. A count? I've never heard of a count named Matthew. Seeing her pensive look, Isaac continued, I only recently moved to the capital, so you probably wouldn't know. Meldenik looked at him with a suspicious expression, calculating. Either way, I need to be sure first. I can't be careless. Even though Carrot introduced him, I still need to investigate him further. Seeing her like this, Isaac explained again. If you need, I can verify my identity. Hearing that, she immediately said, then if it's not too much trouble. Then she noticed his firm chest muscles visible through his collar, and blushed beet red. Meldenik immediately turned away, covering her blushing face with her hands, and said shyly, in that case, please send the documents to the Mel's General Store. It's right in front of the academy gate. In her head, she thought, no, he has a child. And the child is right here at the meeting. Seeing her like this, he just chuckled. Meldenik peeked at him from behind her hands again. But, ever since I met Dominic, my standards have gotten much higher. But look at Henry's dad, he's so handsome, there are no words to describe it. With looks like that, and he's a professor, Isaac smiled and said, I'm looking forward to the ball. I received information that the thief who stole my belongings will also be there that day. Meldenik was puzzled. A thief? He confirmed. Hearing this, she wondered to herself. A nobleman's thief is also attending the ball. What kind of brazen thief is that? Henry immediately asked, really? Isaac turned to him and replied, yes. The scene changes to Meldenik's father. He shouted angrily, what the hell is going on? The Duke frowned and said, you spent a fortune just to buy that useless rock. Do you think my money grows on trees? I'm not a fool. Lady Hindegard just stood there with her back to him. He continued, have you lost your mind? She frowned, glancing at him with annoyance, thinking, he's talking as if he was against it from the beginning. With that thought, she said, it was just bad luck. No one wanted this to happen. The Duke scoffed. This is the result of your actions. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. It's true the loss of that stone was significant. But I can't believe I spent so much money and still let that girl get the upper hand. Then she spoke up. Why? He was dismissive. I'm the one who has to fire the Viscount behind my back. Speaking of which, I wonder where he disappeared to. Where is that Viscount? He shouted angrily. Nuff. You don't need to do anything else. She immediately replied, yes. And the Duke slammed the door as he left. Lady Hindegard stood alone in the room, silently crossing her arms. Then she returned to her room, holding a gem. A voice emitted from it. Mother, even if she awakens her power, she still has to die. Hearing this, she replied, but I clearly saw it escape the force. That curse. I saw it with my own eyes. That could be a disadvantage for us. The voice from the gem replied, yes. Have you heard the rumors about the red cat? All right, I'll be back soon after the experiment is successful. When the two of us meet. Hearing this, she was startled, her face darkening. On the other side of the gem, Syria was clasping her hands in prayer, smiling menacingly as she said, then, Meldenik will have to. Then she laughed maniacally. Die. That is the consequence of the dragon's curse. After finishing her conversation with Syria, Hindegard thought worriedly, there's something very strange about Syria. Did something happen to her? Somewhere, a thought emerged, one by one. It was a magnificent castle. All who stood in my way are dead. Those loyal fools who wanted to stop me from achieving my goal. The castle shattered to pieces under Meldenik's and the dragon's attack. Back with Hindegard, she stood in her room, fiddling with her clothes and calculating. I have to try to make more connections. I must maintain relationships with high-ranking people to ensure everything goes smoothly. Wait a minute. If my plan to eliminate Meldenik is exposed, that Hessman fellow won't let it slide. That Duke Hessman is strangely obsessed with Meldenik. He has no feelings for her whatsoever. But whenever the topic of annulling the engagement comes up, he just ignores it. It's as if he's determined to marry Meldenik. I wonder what he's plotting. Don't tell me. That man isn't going to betray Syria, is he? The scene changes to Meldenik. She was trying on a dress for the ball. She put on a blue gown, admiring herself and saying, "This one is beautiful." Meldenik smiled, thinking to herself, "I've checked the verification documents for his title. The scouts also confirmed that he has no connection to Hindegard or Lennox. That's good then. Next, I need to get ready for the ball. Besides," she looked at the vastness around her and exclaimed, "That guy's shop is huge." Then she wondered, how is this possible? To build a building of that size in such a short time, even without using magic. From a distance, a voice called out. Dominic called to her. "Mel." Dominic held a letter in his hand and told her, "There's a letter confirming that the expulsion hearing will be reviewed next week." Hearing this, she was delighted. "Really? That's great. Everything is progressing just as I planned." The sound of a carriage behind her caught her attention, and she turned to look. Dominic also glanced over. Seeing the carriage stop, she thought, "Who's that?" It's still a while until my appointment with Matthew. Two of Duke Vivella's subordinates stepped out of the carriage. Seeing them, she thought to herself, "Looks like we have some uninvited guests." Meldenik approached the two men and greeted them. "May I ask who you are?" The man in black replied, "We were sent by the Duke. He heard that you, my lady, are managing a shop with a man." After speaking, he looked at her expectantly, sighed smugly, and thought, "Lady Meldenik Vivella, surely you'll pack up and return immediately without even needing to hear the Duke's reasons." Against their expectations, she put her hands on her hips and replied, "So what?" Hearing this, the two men's dreams shattered into pieces. They were shocked and exclaimed, "What?" They continued, "We are here on the Duke's orders. Aren't you going to invite us in to discuss this?" Hearing that, Meldenik took a step forward and said, "To me, you are not guests." She sat down on a nearby chair, her hands resting on the armrests with a dismissive expression. "Get straight to the point," they said loudly. "My lady, what is this behavior? Please be patient." Then they began, "The Duke, your father, sent us here to bring you back," he said. "He has reconsidered your expulsion and wishes for you to return and prove your abilities." Hearing this, she crossed her arms, deep in thought. She thought, "He must have heard the rumors about the excellent things I've done. I know what he's thinking. He's just trying to figure out my abilities and use me like a puppet, right?" Then one of the two men pulled out a letter and handed it to her. "Please take a moment to read the letter he wrote for you." Meldenik took the letter and began to read. "Meldenik, my dear, I am very proud of you lately. I know that you have been young, and have done everything to prove yourself valuable to the family. But it's time for you to come back. I will cancel your expulsion order." Reading this far, she asked, "A letter from him?" The man in black confirmed, "Yes, my lady." The other man crossed his arms smugly and looked at her. "So, when will you be returning, my lady? And once you return, all of this will become the property of the Vivella family." Hearing this, she cut him off, calmly tearing the letter right in front of them. "Enough. This is ridiculous. I've made it clear that I want to cut ties with Lennox and Duke Vivella. In short." Seeing her tear the letter, the two men were horrified. She tore it into tiny pieces and let them fall to the ground, then smiled menacingly. "Get lost," she resolved in her heart. "I will not lose to Vivella." She sat on the chair, covering her mouth with her hand as she yawned contemptuously, not even looking at the two men. They were displeased. "You heartless! What did you just say? Do you really have no intention of letting this go?" Just then, Isaac spoke up. "Lady Meldenik just told you to get lost." He stood behind them with a cold expression. "Why are you still here?" The man in the black suit stammered, "Who are you?" Meldenik, who was now standing up behind them, said, "He is the one accompanying me to the ball." She stood with her arms crossed in front of him, looking at them coldly. "Is there a problem?" He put his arm on her shoulder and turned to leave in front of them. The man in the black suit still tried to stop them. "What about the Duke?" "So what?" Isaac glanced over at her reassuringly. "My lady, you have nothing to worry about." Hearing him say that, the man in the suit shouted, What is this nonsense? Isaac's voice deepened. Come here yourself if you're curious about me. This caused them to panic, sweat drenching their faces. She glanced back with a low voice. Because I am no longer the Meldenik you once knew. And they could do nothing but watch as Isaac and Meldenik's silhouettes got into the carriage and left. Inside the carriage, Meldenik sat across from him, both looking out the window. She rested her chin on her hand and glanced over at Isaac, thinking to herself, a normal person would be asking what's going on right now. But I can't believe he hasn't asked a single question about my dysfunctional family. Isaac, however, sat silently with his arms crossed, admiring the sunset outside the carriage. She continued to think, he seems like a good person. The only thing I regret is that he's just my partner for this one ball. Then Meldenik, no. Hearing the question, Isaac smiled and looked at her with interest. The last time I attended one was quite a long time ago. She replied, same here. He immediately asked back, really? Then Meldenik handed him a black mask. Oh, today is a masquerade party, so I've prepared masks for us. Isaac was surprised. A mask? She replied, that's right. Meldenik was now also wearing a mask. She squinted her eyes and asked cheerfully, how do I look? Do I look funny? He, however, just looked at her in silence. Then Isaac reached out and adjusted the mask for her, surprising her. As he adjusted it, he said, I'm looking forward to it. Isaac pulled his hand back, while Meldenik was still staring at him in a daze. In her head, she thought, something feels a bit strange. Strangely comfortable. Meldenik reached up and gently touched her mask. She marveled to herself. It feels like I can finally breathe. It's like good energy is flowing to me. The carriage stopped abruptly, startling Meldenik. Her eyes widened as she looked down at her fallen mask. Isaac turned. Oh, seems we've arrived. Meldenik and Isaac walked into the ballroom. Meldenik glanced around and saw people chatting with each other. She thought to herself, even with masks on, they can still recognize familiar faces. Maybe they were also in. Seeing Marcella, hearing someone call her name, she turned to look. Who is it? Hearing the question, she smiled and said, I am Meldenik Vivella. Hearing this, Marcella covered her mouth and laughed cheerfully. Oh, right? Suddenly Marcella's face turned cold and she asked in a low, stern voice, however, who is the gentleman with you? He doesn't seem to be Duke Hessman, your fiancé. Hearing himself mentioned, Isaac, standing behind her, smiled faintly. She gasped and covered her mouth, thinking, oh no, because she was cheated on before, she's probably sensitive about me not being with my fiancé. Marcella Markson's former fiancé had requested an annulment, because he had cheated on her with another young woman from the countryside. Perhaps that's why, in the original story, while everyone was congratulating Duke Hessman and Syria on their budding love, Marcella was the only one who openly and fiercely criticized their relationship. I might be misunderstanding, but it's too early to reveal the truth now. She looked at her and answered. With that thought, she replied, yes. That's right. This is an acquaintance of mine. But as you know, one's identity cannot be revealed at a masquerade party. Hearing that, Marcella also agreed. All right, just for tonight. Marcella smiled and prepared to leave. I hope you enjoy the party. After Marcella had left, she thought to herself, I'm not a good dancer, but I should dance. Well, luckily, Matthew said he hasn't been to a ball in a while. He then raised his hand to his chest in a gesture inviting her to dance. She also held her skirt and curtsied in response. They danced together, step by graceful step. He held her by the waist. Seeing how well he danced, she thought to herself, what is this? I'm pretty sure he said he doesn't attend balls often. So why is he such a good dancer? Her foot suddenly stepped on his shoe again. She looked at him apologetically, thinking, I'm so sorry. How many times have I stepped on his shoes now? She said, my shoes are so pointy, and this dress is so heavy. He replied calmly, let's take a short break. He looked at her with concern and smiled. Are you tired? At this point, she was so embarrassed she covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at him. Yes, it's been a while since I've danced. Then Meldenik smiled brightly, looking at him with hopeful eyes. We make a good pair, don't we? Isaac replied nonchalantly, to some extent. She was stunned, clutching her chest. Why does that hurt my pride so much? From a distance, a woman approached and asked, Are you Lady Meldenik Vivella? If you're free, could we go for a walk? Would you like to take a walk with me? Hearing someone call her, Meldenik turned to look at her, thinking, an invitation for a walk also means wanting to become closer. The woman rested her chin on her hand and bowed her head, trembling. Seeing her tremble, Meldenik thought again, but why is she trembling so much over such a request? Isaac smiled and stood in front of her. The lady has a prior engagement with me. Hearing him, the woman replied, Oh. She took his arm. No, I'm fine. I just need some fresh air for a moment. He looked at her hesitantly. Then he whispered to her, You don't know how dangerous she is. Meldenik reassured him. It's all right, she seems like a nice person. In the end, Meldenik left with her. She even turned her head to say to Isaac, I'll be right back. The two of them walked away quickly. When they reached the garden outside, Meldenik asked, My lady, do you need help with something? The woman stood with her back to her, her hands clasped. Hearing her question, she froze. She looked like she was struggling to speak, her hands clenched tightly. Actually, suddenly she ran away, shouting back at her, I'm sorry. Seeing her run off, Meldenik shouted after her, My lady. From behind, someone approached and pushed her to the ground. A man's shadow appeared before her. She was furious. HMPH, what kind of rude behavior is this? Seeing his face, she was shocked. Duke Lennox Hessman. Meldenik clenched her fists as she sat on the ground, watching Lennox take step after step towards her. These rumors saying you use magic or alchemy, they can't be true. Then he suddenly gripped her shoulders tightly. His eyes were wide with madness. Oh, you're not even wearing the necklace I gave you. Does that mean you were waiting for me? Prove that you have the Konoha ability. Or perhaps you're hiding some sorcerer. Why are you blocking my path? Hearing this, she bowed her head and pushed his hands off her shoulders. The Konoha ability? I don't know what you're talking about. He was silent for a moment, then uttered a threat. I will annul our engagement if you are a useless woman. As he was speaking, a purple bubble exploded, startling Meldenik. However, it will be different if you have the ability to develop your talents. She frowned in suspicion, looking around without paying attention to Lennox. What is this? A sphere? If I can't tame you, that's another good reason to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Ooh. Her face turned pale and she gritted her teeth, trying to break free. I just need a child from you. A child. She thought back. This piece of trash, don't tell me he needs me to get pregnant right after we marry. Is it related to the Konoha ability that he mentioned earlier? He tilted his head slightly as he realized something. But I don't even know what that ability is exactly. What are you trying to do? Are you breaking that sphere? Who knows? He looked like he had already planned to kill her. It seems there's no need to listen any further. A few days earlier, Meldenik held the invitation in her hand. Marcella Markson, who, along with the Emperor, would never invite him. Along with the other nobles. Although we know he'll sneak in if he finds out I was invited. It'll be easier to blend in too. If it's a masquerade ball, right? Dominic stood behind her, discussing the plan. He will try to harm you when you're alone. Yeah. He'll probably try to separate me from everyone else. I wonder how I should plan for that moment. Hearing his suggestion, she fell silent and turned her head to listen. Mel, do you remember how we dealt with the pirates? After that incident? Even if you're far away, it's still possible for me to lend you my power like I did then. So if you think you're in danger. As the thought came to her, she grabbed Lennox's hand on her neck with both of her hands and kicked him hard. Get off. At the same time, shouts echoed in the kitchen. Rosaline, are the fried eggs ready? 1 more minute. Rosaline held 2 eggshell halves in her hands and stared at the pan, frozen. Oops. She muttered softly under her breath. The yolk broke. Meldenik clutched her neck, frowning at a wilting, trembling Lennox who was clutching his groin. This is why you should have let me go. Why are you so persistent? Don't you know how much it bothers me? She stared at him silently for a moment. Then she spoke contemptuously and kicked him again. Once wasn't enough. Then she crossed her arms and looked around. I should get out of this space. Dominic, it should be opening soon. You bitch. Hearing him curse her, she glanced at him and taunted him, causing him to scream in anger amidst a chorus of nearby and distant murmurs. What's that sound? It was bad enough that you cheated on me with Syria, and now you even attack me. You cornered me. What's wrong? My lord, I think the sound is coming from inside the sphere. If it weren't for the family, I'm sure it was because of the family. I was never interested in a crazy woman like you from the start. Oh my, is that so? Yes. How dare you? He angrily turned his dark face and yelled at her. This sounded so familiar. One more time. Someone. So you're trying to make me marry you, right? Yes. Get out of my sight before I kill you. As he was continuously spewing his thoughts, the sphere shattered, causing the two of them to appear right in the middle of the ballroom among the nobles. You think you're worthy of being compared to Syria, the girl I love? Seeing this, he panicked and looked around. Duke Hessman, I'm pretty sure he just said something very trashy. Meldenik and Vavella stood behind him, covering their mouths as they stared at his back. It's over. Did you hear that? The surrounding nobles glanced at Lennox, who was sitting on the floor, and whispered amongst themselves. Duke Hessman is really begging to be called out. So that's how Lady Meldenik has been obsessed with him. He's been acting this way because of the rumors about her. That Meldenik awakening her ability is true. Anyway, the affair is real, isn't it? It seems you don't understand. I can't trust anyone in this world anymore. In contrast to Lennox's shock, Meldenik smiled happily and clenched her fists. I'm so glad the sound transmission magic from Dominic is still working. I didn't even expect Lennox to create a subspace. I used sound transmission magic to broadcast everything. He said after calling me a bitch for the second time. You did well. Is her ability magic or alchemy even a problem anymore? Right now, you should be worried about being the center of everyone's scorn. Lennox panicked, his brow furrowed and his eyes wide as he stared straight ahead. How can he pretend to be human and do something like that? What about Lady Syria, the flower of the nobility? Just like what you did to me. Meldenik cried painfully, leaning her head against the room door. Is it true that Lady Meldenik is extremely obedient to him? Isn't that rather annoying? I feel so sorry for Duke Hessman. Lennox smiled cheerfully while talking to two noble ladies under the warm lights of the party. Please don't be too harsh on me, because I can't do more for my fiancé. Oh my, Duke Hessman is so thoughtful. He would be pursued by many good girls if he wanted to be. Hearing their flattering words, he closed his eyes and smiled faintly. He's so extraordinary. Remembering that, Meldenik held back tears and covered her mouth. I want to laugh so much, but I can't. I can't. Oh my God, Lady Meldenik is crying. Suddenly, a man approached and asked about her, startling her. Are you all right, Lady Meldenik? Yes, I'm fine. Isaac, wearing a mask, stared at her silently. Matthew. Her mouth fell slightly open. Stunned. How? His expression. Suddenly, he took off his white coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. Earing his taunt, Lennox, who was standing far away, flinched slightly. Oh, thank you. How ridiculous to flirt, abandon, and then cheat on them. He knelt on the ground, turning his head to watch the two of them leave. As a fellow man, I despise you. After a moment, he finally reacted and screamed in panic amidst Meldenik's happy laughter. Who are you? All right. That's enough to spread the rumors. That fool's reputation will be destroyed. As she turned her head to look forward, she accidentally made eye contact with Marcella. Ah. She closed her eyes and let out a breath, which startled Marcella into unconsciously raising her voice. I apologize for ruining this wonderful party, Lady Marcella. Apologize? No. The one having an affair is the problem. She frowned angrily and waved her hand dismissively. I can't believe someone uninvited would come and ruin the ball like this. Oh, my goodness. Unbelievable, honestly. How dare he? Hearing her last sentence, Meldenik smiled awkwardly amidst the buzz of surrounding chatter. Ha, he deserves it. Was that too intense? Is she acting like that because of her ex-fiancé? That's a taboo subject. But looking at this case. But she paid no attention to her surroundings, closing her eyes and clenching her fists as she rambled on. You did nothing wrong. Everything is her fault. I will help with the mood. So please, enjoy yourself, Lady Meldenik. Let's make sure we meet again and chat a lot. Then she opened her eyes wide and grabbed both of her hands. Please take care. Meldenik didn't say anything immediately, but glanced back at Lennox kneeling behind her. Hessman. He's still stunned and unresponsive. He still seems dazed. Oh, what a shameless bastard. Then she walked beside Isaac, smiling and nodding to Marcella, who was watching her with sparkling eyes. I will help you. I'm sorry, but I have to leave now. She adjusted her coat and smiled faintly. It seems I've gotten closer to Lady Marcella. Sometimes, good feelings come from two sources of strength like friendship and compassion. But why are Matthew's hands so cold? Then, the carriage slowly rolled away from the party. What should we do, since you couldn't enjoy your first ball in a long time? Isaac and Meldenik sat opposite each other in the carriage, silent. After a moment, Isaac broke the silence, startling her into touching the bruise on her neck. How is your neck? Excuse me. Yes, it's fine. Oh, I just remembered. Did you find the thief? Hearing his firm answer, she clenched her fists and smiled excitedly. Yes, that's wonderful. Congratulations. The thief is Duke Hessman. After Meldenik left, Isaac went searching. He had sensed the mana flow of the energy vessel from within the space Duke Hessman had created. However, he didn't find the energy vessel, which would have been solid proof, and it would be very easy to punish someone for a crime with just a testimony. Isaac was deep in thought, his eyes slightly downcast as he glanced to the side. And once again, there's a strange mana flow on the eye, running around the energy vessel. I'm pretty sure Duke Hessman also stole other items. Why would he go this far? Just to become stronger? Meldenik leisurely admired the scenery outside the carriage window. Anyway, we'll make him pay for his crimes. There is clear physical evidence. The main reason I came to the ball was to identify the criminal, and I was able to achieve that. And yet, she placed her hands on her lap and smiled gently. Why am I so angry? Amidst the clatter of the carriage, Isaac gently spoke up to Meldenik. When she followed that very suspicious girl, I could see that very suspicious girl. I had planned to save you before that space was activated. But then I thought you had a plan of your own. So I just watched. Hearing his words, she widened her eyes in confusion. I wanted to help you, but I didn't get the chance to, I'm sorry. A plan? What do you mean? Then she became flustered and quickly explained. It was just an accident. He snuck into the party and then attacked me. That's all that happened, I promise. But I also really appreciate your intention to help. She's not sharing anything about her plan at all. Isaac pursed his lips and looked down, saying nothing. It's true she shouldn't share too much about her intentions, and it's best we only meet a few times. But I wonder why that makes me so sad. Suddenly, the carriage shook, causing Meldenik's body to sway as well. Huh? She breathed a sigh of relief while Isaac remained silent, his hands clasped together. That really scared me. I'm glad we're okay. I've identified the thief, and I've finished escorting her to the ball. Now all that's left is for us to go our separate ways. And obviously, my feelings for her are nothing more than a passing curiosity. After a moment, he suddenly spoke up, leaving her confused. Meldenik, why don't you value yourself? What? He didn't answer her question but continued seriously. I don't want you to get hurt. Hearing that, she was startled and unconsciously joked, but he replied immediately and firmly. It sounds like you're worried about me. You're right. I am very worried about you. Then he raised his hand and gently stroked a lock of her hair. His eyes were slightly sad as he pursed his lips and looked at her. What is this? Ramos smiled cheerfully, clasping his hands behind his head as he leaned back in his chair. See, I told you so. Didn't I say you cared about her? Who would go to such lengths just to confirm a suspect? Hearing someone agree with him, Isaac sat up abruptly. Yeah, you're right. Huh? When he reacted, Ramos immediately panicked and shouted, but no one paid attention. I'm interested in her. Wait. Hold on a minute, Tower Master. It seems I need to reintroduce myself. What? Isaac's eyes crinkled in a smile as he withdrew his hand. Isaac Matthew Reinhold. That's my... Meldenik repeated it with suspicion. Isaac Matthew Reinhold? You can also call me the Master of the Magic Tower. When she heard his last sentence, she froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Master of the Magic Tower? What? Wait. Looking closer, black eyes, black hair, dark skin. Then she jolted and hit her head on the carriage, causing it to sway slightly. Wait, is that really him? She cried out in pain, holding her head with teary eyes. Ow! Are you all right? Right, I'm in a carriage. Her face contorted as she frowned in disbelief. It's true that there's no way he's just some ordinary character being that handsome, but still. Suddenly she remembered something and pointed at Isaac, trembling. This isn't right. Wait a minute. What about Henry? Aren't you Henry's father? Henry is a mage at the Magic Tower. It's only right that I call myself Henry's guardian. She continued to bombard him with questions while he calmly answered each one, leaving her speechless. You also said you were conducting research at an academy. Yes, I research at the Magic Tower. Her face flushed red as she quickly tried to process everything. I've never seen such a sophisticated scam. Well, come to think of it, he never agreed that he was Henry's father. He only called himself a guardian. And the research, I'm pretty sure he did that too. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, and remembered the image of Dominic with his hands on his hips, sighing. Is this how Dominic felt when he saw the burning building? Abandoned at first? I did so well thanks to Dominic, since he's been through so many scams with me. Even after the betrayal that year, Dominic is really a good kid. Then she turned away, embarrassed, and asked another question. So, how do you know Carrot? Just like Henry. Carrot is also a maid from the Magic Tower. Carrot, you too? She leaned back, her mind blank, trying to sort through the information she just learned. Do you have any more questions? No. So you're saying you're the master of the Magic Tower, right? Calm down. The Tower Master. Suddenly she realized something important and sat up straight, full of energy. So if he's the Tower Master, that also means he's the Tower Master. You know, since you tricked me once, that means you owe me, right? Right? So I have a request. You're an alchemist, right? She excitedly placed a hand on her chest and stared at Isaac. Please teach me. I mean, alchemy. At her proposal, he just sat there silently, not knowing what to say if he refused. I can still blackmail him, or maybe ask him to introduce me to another alchemist. When he confirmed it, she opened her eyes wide in suspicion. Is that all you want? Yes, at least for now. Does that mean he'll grant my request? Suddenly he made a counter-proposal, causing her to ask back unconsciously. If I teach you, can I join you in your revenge? What? Hearing his slightly teasing words, she was startled. I want us to have that kind of relationship. Are you deliberately messing with me? Her face flushed red as she forced a laugh, trying to avoid his dazzling smile. With that handsome face. It sounds like you're trying to get revenge for my sake, huh? Hearing his explanation, she placed a hand on her chin and nodded in agreement. We're very lucky. The guy you want. Then she quickly shouted, while Isaac remained as calm as ever. Huh? So Duke Hessman is the thief? The one who stole your things? That's right. He's a real lunatic. Is that a great achievement? A great achievement. After speaking, she pursed her lips and silently observed the person opposite her. Having a force like the Tower Master behind me would be very beneficial. It's good. But in the original story he wanted to kill Lennox. Will he still be like that? Isaac smiled patiently and continued to answer Meldenik's abrupt questions. He doesn't look ruthless enough to kill Isaac, just because he stole his things. It seems the stolen item was very valuable. That's right. It continues to be a bother. Oh. However, also in that story, Isaac went missing after attacking Lennox and was branded a villain. After sorting through her thoughts, Meldenik held out her hand to Isaac. If he tries to deal with Lennox in any way, like in the original story, Isaac might end up in that situation again. So, let's get revenge together. Back to the story. I have one condition. What is it? When we deal with Hessman, we have to discuss with each other beforehand what we're going to do with him. How should I describe this relationship? Are we rogues or villains? Then the two reached a mutual understanding and smiled at each other. So what about us being allies? That's right. We are allies. Then Meldenik smiled excitedly, turned her head, and clenched her fists. On the same side. I like the sound of that. All right, let's do it then. As Isaac spoke, he raised his hand and created a white bird that took flight. If anything happens, contact me. The bird flew over and landed on Meldenik's hand. All right? Ah, yes, a bird. Suddenly, she gasped and unconsciously shouted. Right. While we're at it, has Duke Hessman become the town's laughingstock yet? Hearing her question, Isaac looked annoyed and raised a hand to stop her. Are you worried about him? No, I'm worried that he hasn't been seen as a joke yet. I can make it happen if you want. In that story, Lennox had a happy family with Syria, but I can't stand by and watch children be born from a womanizer like him. Then the two continued to chat happily in the carriage. At the same time, something was moving in Lennox's pocket. He immediately darkened and froze. I caught that bug, but it's not behaving and even dares to. Seeing this, the noblewomen behind him burst into contemptuous laughter. I still can't believe he's a cheater. And on top of that, he ran away like that because he got caught. And what's with his posture? Hearing their words, he clenched his fist and punched the wall next to him. He frowned angrily, glanced at them, and growled, "Shut up and be quiet." Seeing his reaction, they were startled into momentary silence. After a moment, they continued to whisper among themselves, making him grit his teeth in anger, unable to do anything. Seriously, what did he do to get so worked up? Damn it. I'm pretty sure Meldenik is hiding some kind of supernatural ability, whether it's alchemy or some kind of illusion magic. That's why she was able to move the sphere. Thinking back to that time, who was that guy with her? He looked like a strong person. Could she have found someone like that in this world? That's no longer necessary. Later, at a house under a starry sky, Lennox was continuously absorbing purple power from a vial. I will take you down sooner or later, learning from my previous mistake. Honestly, those spies have become almost useless. He frowned and gritted his teeth. I can't trust anyone anymore. He suddenly looked up and to the side. The image of Syria smiling sweetly suddenly appeared. My love, Lennox. No one. He leaned over, resting his hands on the table, and talked to her. I heard some bad news. She's running a famous shop. In front of the academy, right? Yes, not only that. She also cheated on me, and spread bad rumors about us. While listening to her ramble on, he stared intently at the sphere of light. Oh no, I don't know exactly what's going on, but let her act so recklessly. As soon as she finished speaking, he smiled gently and replied, After all, it's also that you can come back to me. All right, I trust you. I love you, Syria. I'm looking forward to making you my wife, so that I can regain my glory once again. Hearing this, Syria immediately smiled excitedly, clasping her hands together. So you're finally thinking about annulling your engagement with my sister? Yes, for our fated love. He smiled faintly, deep in thought, and was startled when she suddenly fell silent. Lennox? Syria? Or maybe I can eliminate Meldenik. If only I could get revenge on that arrogant bitch for rejecting and humiliating me. On the other end of the line, Syria was rubbing her chin, staring at the people behind her. What is it? Oh, she asked cautiously about Lennox's attitude. If I say it's a secret, will you be angry with me? I won't be angry, just curious. Hearing her idea, Lennox frowned impatiently. It's nothing. You could call it something related to my sister's curse, perhaps. Syria, that bitch isn't affected by those curses. You mean, the Konoha bloodline is protected, right? I know, but I think protection is just another name for a curse. Then, the two continued to chat idly for a while longer. Will you come to see me, Lennox? To the Holy Nation? Ah, yes. I want to see you and hear those words you said earlier in person. I heard from my mother that my sister will be exiled from the family and the clan soon. Once she's exiled, it will be easy for us to get rid of her. As Syria spoke, she smiled happily at the crystal ball, completely removing the thorn in my side. She replied sweetly to Lennox's words. All right, that sounds good. I'll come visit you. Yes, I'll be waiting for you. Come to me soon. Then we'll return to the kingdom together. Okay. After the conversation ended, Lennox propped his chin on his hand, calculating. In the meantime, I can't attend high society events, nor can I leisurely appear at high-level business meetings. It's best to retreat to the Holy Nation, and then return to the country after the expulsion trial is over. Anyway, she become a commoner once the trial is over, as Syria said. It will be easier to eliminate her then, although my image might be slightly damaged by the aftermath. As he thought, he shifted his feet and turned around. But the one who stands last must be me. A woman who doesn't know her place will definitely be. He hadn't even finished his thought when the pain surged, causing his face to turn pale as he gritted his teeth. I need to call a doctor. It still hurts so much. Maybe no. Then he cursed and continued his unfinished work. Damn it. I was careless this time. There won't be a next time. I've absorbed all the mana in the vial, and my power has increased significantly. He narrowed his eyes and smiled confidently. No matter how great Meldenik and Vivella's power is, in the end, the winner will be me, Lennox Hessman. The next morning, endless gossip echoed through the academy. Have you read the article? Yes. Who doesn't know about it? You mean Duke Hessman? As she walked through the whispers, she heard, he betrayed his fiancée, and was vulgar and violent at the ball too. We can't associate with people like that. It bothers me to see cheaters living peacefully. After a moment, she smiled faintly and pushed open the door to a room. Sorry for being late. I was still spreading some rumors, so Hearing her voice, the members of the retro club all turned to look at the door. I probably don't need to explain the reason for today's meeting. You all remember what happened at the ball last night, right? Yeah. Two of her friends frowned slightly and spoke with sympathy. I feel so sorry for her. So that's why she's been acting like that. We've already spread the word far and wide. Two others laughed cheerfully. Let's make a petition now. If she creates candies as delicious as the ones in Happy Dreams, it would be amazing. Marcella dismissed the idea and sat down in the main chair, taking the hands of the club members. All right, I'll go make a petition later. For now, let's pray. May Lady Meldonick be happy, and may the Rachel era return. Sophia Academy is a place where only the daughters of prestigious families can attend. They are taught lessons in liberal arts and magical knowledge. They are also educated in a manner befitting noble ladies. However, among them are some outliers. The most prestigious and mysterious. The members of the club are hand-picked by Lady Marcella Maxon, of the Marquis Maxon family. Selling antiques and relics as old junk is the behavior Lady Marcella despises most. She is also part of the pro-nobility faction. So, during the reign of Duke Vivella and Hesmond, how did she secretly recruit members? The ladies in the club range in age from 7 to 17. They met through their interest in antiques and strange, outdated things. Their clubroom is filled with old items collected by antique enthusiasts, and they strengthen their friendship through regular small gatherings. A moment later, as Marcella opened the door to leave, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, Lady Marcella. Syria's best friend, leading two others, covered her mouth and laughed mockingly at her. It seems you're hanging out with those poor young ladies again. Oh, but... What? Lady Maxon, calm down. Faced with Marcella's reaction, the girl offered a superficial apology. Oh, sorry, it was just a slip of the tongue. This is a brooch that my grandmother... After a moment, she swallowed her anger and turned to leave. Your apology, I accept it. Please be more careful next time. Oh, of course. This time, it was the other girl's turn to freeze awkwardly at someone else's question. Aren't you close with Lady Syria? As she spoke, Marcella walked away with her back straight, not bothering to look back. I hope you two remain close. Because of that, she frowned slightly and pursed her lips. This isn't the time to follow trends. But besides us, there are other young ladies with their own eccentric hobbies at Sophia Academy. There will come a time when all hobbies become diverse. And the next mission is to start the beginning of that era. Are you well? I am writing this letter because I would like to ask you for a favor. Dear Lady Meldonick, I hope this can be trusted. I need an item that meets all four of the above requirements. However, no one has been able to meet all four. Meldonick read the letter in her hand and slumped over the table in frustration. My lady, I believe in you. I look forward to your cooperation. Your cooperation? I will transfer the money in advance. Sincerely, Marcella. What should I make for them? This mission is... I've been waiting for a long time, but this is the first time I've been asked to make something that isn't sold outside. I need to consider it carefully. As she was, muttering to herself, Dominic suddenly walked up behind her, holding a black piece of paper. There's still good news. The good news has finally arrived. Hearing his reminder, she was startled as she remembered the day she was expelled from her family. And Vivella. Oh right. In contrast to Dominic's dissatisfaction, she smiled cheerfully, and then rested her chin on her hand, sighing. At the hearing, there's no jury, so why are there attendees? The nobles and the press must be very interested in my expulsion. They probably came to see me get kicked out miserably. I see. Suddenly he sat down opposite her and held up a white bird. But Mel, what's this? The bird tilted its head and chirped softly. Oh, that bird? It's from someone on our side. Our side? Yeah, something like that. Suddenly she remembered something and turned to look at the door. Ah, they should be here soon, right? You called someone over? As soon as she finished speaking, Arzen rushed in. Yeah, Miss Mel. The boy spoke excitedly as he approached. Near her. Is all of this to meet my father, the king? It's hard to go into detail, but is it hard to meet him by chance? Your Majesty, is it difficult? If my request is too difficult, then never mind. It's all right. I promise. Okay? Hearing the boy's cheerful words, she was startled and scared. I love it. I was even planning to invite you to a family gathering. A family gathering? What is this kid planning? The boy clenched his fists in anticipation and laughed out loud. Let's go together. I'll introduce you to my older brother and the king. Well, my mother is sick, but my family is still holding a meal for the upcoming 100-day celebration before my birthday. Grand family gathering. Suddenly, the boy happened to see the black notice on the table. He immediately spoke up, flustered and hesitant. You know, Melham? I swear, I don't care whether you're a noble or not. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, his brow furrowing tightly. PH. They're bad people. They're family. And yet when you were betrayed, they didn't even give you a hug. Hearing that, Meldenik could only smile helplessly, unable to say anything more. I was distracted. Talking with the boy. Talking to him like I've already been kicked out. Still, I can't tell a kid all the adult stuff. Suddenly, Arzen smiled cheerfully and jumped forward to hug her. And it's okay. You can be my family. Today I'll tell my father, the king, to adopt you. When she heard the boy's last sentence, she was startled and repeated it, while Dominic couldn't hold back his laughter. Adopted? Hey, theft. She looked helplessly at Dominic, who was leaning against the wall, trying to suppress his laughter until he shook. Arzen, on the other hand, stroked his chin and muttered to himself. If I get adopted, then I can't be with No. That won't work. What should I do? Then the boy came up with a new idea and started laughing again. I'll grant you a title when I become the Grand Duke. Just wait for me for another 20 years, okay? Hearing this, Meldenik smiled gently and replied, I didn't know you cared about me so much. All right, I'll wait. As she spoke, she squatted down in front of the boy. So you have to become a great duke, okay? Don't worry, I'm already great. Thank you. Hey. Then the two sat on chairs opposite each other and chatted happily. When should I go? You can't leave yet because it's dinner time. Really? Yeah, let's go together later. Hearing that suggestion, Meldenik hesitated slightly, pursing her lips in thought. I think the gossip mongers will go crazy if they see me entering the palace with Arzen. Will they think I'm trying to escape my expulsion? Whatever, let them know. They can gossip if they want. Then she gently murmured a sentence that made Arzen's eyes light up. Then I'll use the remaining time to prepare a gift for the Emperor. Miss Mel is preparing a gift. The king said he likes gifts. The possibility of Miss Mel and my brother's marriage will increase a gift. The young boy leaned forward, eagerly offering his opinion. Father likes superfoods. Really? Yes. He'll eat anything that's good for him. Hearing this, she smiled with interest. Oh, and he likes sweets too, but he gets pretty depressed about it, because the royal physician said he can't have them. I see. Is it because he mentioned his father? I don't know. But it reminds me of my friend's father from my childhood. She laughed excitedly with the boy while trying to wave away the thoughts in her head. He liked superfood juices too. He was and it broke his heart every time. No, it's not the same at all. Although the original story described him as a warm person, he's still the emperor of this nation. Thanks for letting me know, Arzen. No, thank you, sister. Why? After the polite exchange, Arzen excitedly clasped his hands, about to suggest what to give his father. But just as he asked the question, the boy shot up before anyone could speak. Wait, don't tell me. Or I'll just say it first. I think it'd be better if I came back right before we leave. And with that, the boy happily ran off, leaving her behind. Meldenik was smiling and waving, with Dominic behind her. All right, I'll be back later. See you later. Mel. See you later. After the boy was out of sight, Meldenik's expression froze, and she stood speechless for a moment. Once inside and seated, she grabbed her head in frustration. I'm in trouble. What should I do? I can't sort out my thoughts. What in the world is the most suitable gift for the Emperor? Seeing her looking so gloomy, Dominic hesitantly spoke up. Superfoods? No, he must have plenty of those already. What does a powerful, middle-aged man like the Emperor need? Now that I think about it. Hearing that he had an idea, her eyes widened as she listened intently. Powerful, middle-aged men all share one dream. She jumped up and grabbed his hand. It seemed Dominic had met many people like that. She ignored his flustered, blushing face, quickly brushing it aside and urging him to continue with his idea. What is it? I swore to be pure. Yes, you swore. I know. Go on, tell me. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at his face. What is their desire? Later, at the royal palace. I guess father still has a lot of work to do. Arzen happily led the way for Meldenik. Play with me until the Emperor arrives. Please, Miss Mel? You said you were bringing something fun. Suddenly, a voice called out, making her turn in surprise. Lady Meldenik. Carson smiled politely and greeted her softly. Prince Carson, it's been a while. She followed etiquette and bowed in return, while Arzen looked back and forth between them in confusion. Greetings, Prince Carson. Suddenly, Arson made a suggestion to Meldenik. Miss Mel, while we're here, let's let my brother play with us. What do you say? Will you join us, Prince? Join you for what? Hearing Carson's question, she clasped her hands behind her back and gave a mischievous smile. A game of chance. A moment later, Meldenik held up a blue board, sitting across from the two brothers, Carson and Arson. Now then, do you two see this board? She looked at the board and began to explain the rules of the game to them. You can pick any piece of paper on the board. Yellow costs 1 BG. Blue costs 10 BG. And green is 100 BG. The prizes are arranged completely at random based on these papers here beside me. After listening, Arson stood up and pointed to a paper. I have to choose carefully, because there are a lot of bombs too. I like it. I'll pick this one. Seeing the result on the paper he chose, the boy read it aloud with a hint of sadness. Bomb. Then the boy shouted in protest. How is that possible? How could I pick a bomb right at the start? Fine, I'll pick another one. I really want that teddy bear over there. Seeing the boy's determination, Meldenik just smiled without a word. All right, this time I'll risk 100 BG. Just as I expected. You get more hooked when there's a specific item you really want. The boy then ran up to her and clasped his hands in prayer. Will you give me a special BG? All right, go ahead and pick another one. Teddy bear, goddess Asta, goddess of luck. Goddess of luck. When the boy opened the paper, it had a picture of a bear on it. Upon getting the prize he had longed for, the boy's eyes lit up. Wow! Congratulations! You got it. Here's your teddy bear. I just got a new friend. Wow! He hugged the bear and was eager to try again, making Meldenik give a helpless, wry smile. Again, I want to pick again. If you pick again, it won't be as fun. Oh. Suddenly, the boy's eyes darted to his brother sitting opposite him. Oh, wait! The boy smiled cheerfully at Meldenik. It's my brother's turn, right? Hearing that, Meldenik was a bit hesitant and unsure. I suppose so. But I don't think he'll play. Seeing Carson nod and stand up to play, she was a little surprised. You want to pick? Of course. I've been waiting. You're going to play too? He stood before her, thoughtfully staring at the board amidst Arson's cheers. This is unexpected. You can do it, big brother. Well, since it's come to this, I can't do anything about it. She provoked him with a sinister smile. I'm going to get you two completely addicted to this game of chance. Once you pick, you can't stop. After all, it's very addictive. A short while later, Carson still had a smile on his face, but his fists were clenched in silent anger. When she heard his question, Meldenik just laughed it off. Lady Meldenik, why do I only pick bombs? Well, you have to keep picking until you get something. He looked at the prizes surrounding Arson and sighed sadly. But his suggestive words made her freeze. It's quite interesting that Arson, as he said this, he maintained his bright smile and held out his hand, while she nervously glanced away. Is it that obvious? Not when I've been manipulating the results. Of course, I'd be dead if I got caught cheating in a game of chance. But I can't let a child only pick bombs. Well, I'll pick another one. After seeing the result, you'll probably hit something next time. You think so? Yes. Arson tilted his head, watching their reactions. I'm counting on it. You're betting 100 BG, right? Yes. As he watched, an image of the two of them playing happily together appeared in his mind, making his eyes light up with excitement. Big brother and Miss Mel, isn't the atmosphere great right now? Thinking this, the boy immediately spoke up cheerfully. You two look so good together. Really, it's so romantic. The boy hugged his teddy bear, his eyes sparkling as he stared at them. What if Miss Mel came to the royal palace? Could she become my family? That would be amazing. Hearing the boy's words, both Carson and Meldenik awkwardly called his name. We could play this game of chance. All day. Arson. Meldenik gently chided him, making Arson's smile falter a bit. If you say that to him, you'll put Prince Carson in a difficult position. Carson quickly tried to speak, but she raised a hand to stop him. About that, I'll explain. Arson, you're aware that you can't force people who don't have feelings for each other to be together, right? Hearing his apology, she just lowered her eyes without a word. I'm sorry. He genuinely wanted to introduce me to a good person, not Villain Oak. Arson is such a sweet child. After a moment, she responded to Arson, causing the boy to happily jump off his chair. Arson, I care about you too. Just as you care about me. If you want, I can play with you all day, even if we're not family. Really? Of course. Seeing the boy still hesitating, not giving up on the idea, she was startled and waved her hands. But I still want you. Don't worry about that. She covered her mouth and let out a small laugh. Just think that we'll become close soon enough. It doesn't. Carson said nothing, just stood behind them observing her conversation with Arson. After all, we have something in common. We both care for you very much, Miss Mel. He quietly opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he just fell silent, placing his hands on his hips. Suddenly a knock echoed and Meldenik turned her head. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. All three of them. The Emperor was entering. Hearing the announcement, Meldenik stood up. I finally get to meet the Emperor. Greetings to His Majesty, the son of the Empire. I am Meldenik Favrelois. The Emperor entered and spoke slowly. Come, take a seat. He stood before Meldenik with some hesitation. But I must ask, why are you here? I was quite sure the prince said he invited his best friend from the academy. The two then sat down and began to talk. I am not enrolled in the academy. I just run a small shop in front of it. And the prince is one of my customers. It's an incredible business. A stationery shop full of memories. I see. It was a time when the royal family was much weaker than the aristocracy. The emperor held little power, and after his children died one by one from illness, he rarely made official appearances. Meanwhile, the aristocracy, led by Dukes Heisman and Favrelois, gained control of priority markets, further threatening the royal family's power. They were like a candle flickering in a storm. The emperor frowned slightly, quietly observing Meldenik. Perhaps that's why the emperor is suspicious of me. I heard he's doing his best to protect what's left of the royal authority. She awkwardly handed her gift bag to the attendant next to the emperor. Yes, and also I have prepared a small gift for your majesty. A gift? Seeing this, Father Meldenik has a gift. Right, little brother? I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Yes, she always comes up with novel items. You already know. While the emperor pouted in dissatisfaction, the attendant finished the inspection and bowed, placing the gift bag before him. I guess both my sons think highly of you. Is it safe? Let's see. After unwrapping the candy, he looked a bit surprised. This is caramel. Meldenik bit her lip, watching him eat the candy. Many people in this world know what caramel is. But things like peanut-flavored caramel are just a memory of the past for them, like in my previous life. Even so, I couldn't get anything else. People will always seek out caramel. Americano, vanilla latte, caramel latte. They have caramel lattes? Upon hearing her answer, the colleague looked down and started tapping on her phone. I'll have one of those. I used to eat tons of caramel when I was a kid. Okay. I'm sure that nostalgic people often seek out the things they ate as children. The gift I prepared is handmade herbal caramel. It's a two-pronged strategy, evoking fond memories while also caring for his health with every bite. Most people give the emperor terrible tasting but healthy foods like ginseng root. However, Syria did things differently and gave the emperor a one-of-a-kind canary. Oh, she's not like other girls. She's so different and clever. From then on, the emperor began to value her. As Meldenik was deep in thought, the emperor finished eating and spoke slowly. I'm sure the emperor would be more interested in unique gifts. But the problem now is whether he likes this caramel or not. This is certainly a special gift. Just then, Arson suddenly shouted in excitement, making Meldenik's jaw drop. Oh, I've seen that in the Academy's museum. The museum? She cleared her throat and quickly explained, it's made with various herbs. As the caramel melts on your tongue, the bitterness of the herbs will turn sweet. I thought the best thing to offer the emperor would be something that's good for his health, but still tastes delicious. Ho ho. As she spoke, she approached the emperor. This handmade caramel is good for the eyes, ahem. Improves concentration, ahem. As she got to the end, her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered in his ear, making him stare wide-eyed. And it even contains an ingredient called salium, known to be a steady stamina enhancer. Hearing this, he didn't react immediately, just silently stroked his chin. After a moment, his eyes lit up and he shouted, a steady stamina enhancer. Whoa. A few days ago, Dominic and Meldenik stood opposite each other in the shop, discussing the gift. Middle-aged men want to regain their stamina. Really? Yes. What if the emperor doesn't like that? I'll be sent to Majest or something. That's impossible. Really? Once she had the idea, she frowned and stroked her chin, thinking about another problem. So what should I do to make it a stamina enhancer? Should I buy some Sally and root? Sully and root. Seeing this, Dominic spoke softly, making her eyes widen in surprise. I have some. You do? How is that possible? Some elders gave it to me years ago to celebrate the birth of a hero. Oh my gosh. He was smiling proudly. It has been in the sword for 1,000 years. So its effect is undeniable. Then his face turned bright red as he shouted amidst Meldenic's teasing laughter. Just so you know, I've never used it. Don't misunderstand. I'm not misunderstanding anything. Though, what is there to misunderstand? What? So cute. I was able to make the caramel because of that. Back in the present, the Emperor was clenching his fists, his eyes sparkling as he listened to Meldenic's introduction. I conducted countless studies to ensure the effectiveness of the Salian root. And finally, I successfully developed this herbal caramel. This is my one-of-a-kind masterpiece. The more she spoke, the more excited he became, chiming in. Furthermore, we spent a lot of money to acquire 1,000-year-old Salian root just for this caramel. 1,000 years old. A little exaggeration to boost its credibility. Suddenly, the Emperor became serious and beckoned her closer. Come here for a moment. She walked over curiously, leaning in to hear him whisper. Both of their expressions became hard to read. How long will it take? I'm not sure, Your Majesty. How long will it? Meldenic thought for a moment then whispered her reply. From 10 minutes to a day at most. It's no joke. To be honest, I already feel like I'm getting healthier. Hearing the Emperor praise her gift, she laughed happily. How fascinating. I can't believe I received this gift. Such a powerful feeling from something that hasn't even been registered on a magic tool. I'm so glad it's useful to you, Your Majesty. Excellent. I think this is a huge success, right? Suddenly, Arsene ran to the Emperor's leg, hugging his teddy bear. What kind of feeling is it? The Emperor leaned down and answered the boy's question softly. The feeling of nostalgia. Arsene, I used to love caramel when I was your age. Hearing the explanation, the boy was even more confused and asked more questions, making Meldenic sweat nervously. Huh, it's in a museum, yet father, you've eaten it before. Stop emphasizing my age, kid. Did my grandmother, the Empress Dowager, make it? That's right, she made it for me herself. The Emperor said as he recalled his joyful expression back then. I was only allowed to eat it twice a day. The palace doctor said my teeth would rot. If it were me, I would have hidden some and eaten it secretly. Yes, I did that too. He then picked up Meldenic's gift and turned to speak with her. This gift pleases me greatly. It's impressive in many ways. She bit her lip, watching him nervously. If there is anything you desire, tell me. Finally, the law of gifting. The law of gifting is an unwritten rule from ancient times. If a noble gives a gift to a member of the royal family, including the emperor, it is customary for them to respond with a reward of equivalent value. This law was originally meant to uphold the honor and nobility of the royal family. It had faded with the rise of the aristocracy's power. However, the current emperor has been maintaining this law, not failing in his efforts to protect the royal authority. Meldenic slowly clasped her hands in front of her chest. In the original story, Syria benefited from this law, but this time I will use it first. She seriously made a proposal to the emperor. I would like to speak with your majesty in private for a moment. While waiting for his response, she frowned tensely as he considered her request. You wish for a moment of my time? Yes, I only need 5 minutes. I might seem like I'm trying to bribe him or being disrespectful, but the emperor will never be able to refuse what I've offered. Finally, he looked her straight in the eye and gave a firm answer. After all, I grant your request. After we have dinner, which was the original purpose of this gathering, we shall speak. As soon as he finished speaking, dishes began to be brought to the table, and everyone cheerfully enjoyed the meal together. Arsene smiled happily while talking to Meldenic, which caught the emperor's attention. Mel, eat a lot, okay? Right. Arsene, you really listen to the Duchess's daughter. Yes, Mel is amazing. Hearing the boy's high praise, Meldenic could only smile helplessly. Mel also made, thank you for the praise, but my creations aren't that amazing. Suddenly another voice chimed in, making her pause and look up. I have also been to Lady Meldenic's stationery store. Carson offered a polite smile, seconding her words. I saw many enchanting things, many dreamlike toys. There were also many items that made me reminisce about the past. That's right. Being in the stationery store feels like being in a beautiful dream. Hearing this, the emperor smiled suggestively and glanced at his son, while Meldenic said nothing and just quietly bowed her head. The dreamcatcher works wonders. No. He helped me out a lot today. A beautiful dream, he says. But despite her outward, cheerful smile, inwardly Meldenik was completely shocked and surprised. He's not the type of character to help others. Hearing the Emperor's interested tone made her feel even more troubled. I am looking forward to our private meeting even more. Doesn't that mean the Emperor will be keeping a closer eye on me? The Emperor gently flipped over an hourglass. All right, yes. I want to know why you needed to speak privately. Just as Meldenik was about to speak, he held up a hand to stop her. No. It's already clear. Hearing his words, she could only frown in silence and sorrow. But I cannot help you. I liked your gift very much, but you are asking for too much. But when she heard his final words, she froze, her eyes wide with confusion. I don't know what has happened between you and Carson. She looked up, bewildered, while he was still lost in his own thoughts, waving his hand and shaking his head. I beg your pardon. I know everything. Do you wish to become the crown princess? What is the relationship between you two? Realizing what was happening, she covered her mouth. Whatever it is, you should just speak your mind. It seems the Emperor is picking a fight with the wrong person. But she hesitantly interrupted him, causing him to shout in disbelief. I can't help you with that. I can't help. I'm not an easygoing Emperor. I thought, at worst, this would happen. I have no relationship whatsoever with the second prince. What? He frowned slightly, scrutinizing her awkward expression. Is that true? Did you just reject my son? That expression definitely suggests you did. Despite her explanation, he remained hesitant and unconvinced. You see, Your Majesty, the prince is not someone I can reach. It is purely out of respect. Is that so? After a moment, he spoke to her seriously. Then tell me the reason you needed to speak in private. I have come to make a plea regarding the current situation in front of the academy. As she spoke, he lowered his eyes, quietly evaluating the information in her words. The Duchy of Favloir is deliberately squeezing out the small merchants and the alleyway markets. This is a clear violation of the trade laws. I implore Your Majesty to use your authority to put a stop to this. This is surprising, but in the end, what you're asking for is to help your own business. Seeing that he was about to refuse, she held out her hand and explained calmly. Forgive me, but that's impossible. I do not wish to interfere in family matters. This isn't just a family matter, Your Majesty. He fell silent, listening intently to her words. Even if my business fails, I will survive some other way. As she spoke, she took out a file. The people who are suffering under the Duke's trade practices have written a petition. Please, Your Majesty, take a look. She lowered her eyes and clasped her hands tightly, while the Emperor began to review the documents. I don't think you care about these small merchants. I haven't known His Majesty for long, but based on what I've read in the novel, I'm sure of one thing. The Emperor is a wise ruler who deeply cares for and loves his subjects. He will surely be moved when I tell him the commoners are suffering. After reading the information in the documents, the Emperor's face darkened, his eyes wide with disbelief. Good heavens, I didn't know they were suffering this much. He spoke with a cold tone, making a promise that brought a happy smile to Meldenik's face. After a proper investigation, I will take action if they have violated the law. I am forever in your debt, Your Majesty. Then he looked up and straight at her. Is that all you ask? I have one more thing to report, Your Majesty. What is it? They continue to talk about another matter. I heard that my letter of expulsion has arrived at the royal palace. Oh, don't worry about that. The expulsion of a noble is unprecedented, and I have no intention of sending you away. Expelling someone who carries the Duke's own bloodline is meaningless. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, Meldenik opened her mouth to refuse immediately. There are also those who are clamoring for your expulsion. No, Your Majesty. She frankly made her request, leaving him skeptical and at a loss for words. Please expel me. As she spoke, she placed a hand on her chest, her eyes filled with determination. I wish to leave the Duchy of Favloir. Hearing this, the Emperor tried to dissuade her. You will be lost if you leave Favloir. Living alone outside the sphere of your family's influence is not easy. As expected, the Emperor also thinks Hildegarda will do something to me. But she didn't back down and began to explain her plan to him. Of course, it won't be a simple expulsion. In return, a moment later, the sand in the hourglass had run out. The Emperor gently placed his hand on it. You are very persistent. His gaze was serious as he flipped the hourglass over. I wish to speak with you a little longer. At the same time, Arsene was happily looking at the time. It's been way more than 5 minutes. You lost to Miss Mel in terms of there, I knew it. Father will like Miss Mel too. When he remembered even though during dinner, Mel said she had no feelings for him. I'm sure he has some. Great. There's still hope. Just as the boy was thinking, Meldonick opened the door and walked out. If I keep the atmosphere nice. Arson. Miss Mel. Miss Mel. Miss Melnick opened the door and walked out. If I keep the atmosphere nice. Arson. Miss Mel. Did you get father's permission? Permission for what? Hearing the boy's innocent words, she could only smile helplessly. For a date. This kid still hasn't given up on that. It's fine. The boy didn't ask much about her business and excitedly picked at his nails. Mel, did you know? There's a beautiful lake in the garden. Why don't you take a little walk with my brother? Contrary to the boy's expectations, she wasn't very interested and forced a smile. I have to take a walk with Prince Carson. Yes. Because I prepared something really nice for you too. If you don't like it, I don't know what I'll do. I won't force you to do something you don't like. Because I'm a knight. My game is so obvious. But, faced with the boy's excitement, she could only agree to get it over with. All right, fine. But you have to ask Prince Carson for permission too. Yes, Carson will definitely refuse because this is super weird. Afterwards, the smile remained frozen on her face. That's what I thought, anyway. You. She walked awkwardly and confusedly behind Carson, who kept a smile on his face the whole time. Why am I here? Your thoughts are written all over your face. He remained silent, focusing on leading the way. There's still so much to do. I'm the one who should be asking why I'm here. Is it because she's the only one who extended a hand to help me with the nightmares? Meldonick gasped, covering her mouth as she gazed at the clear lake reflecting the starry sky. Wow, there's a lake like this in the royal palace. Everyone is surprised when they see it for the first time. Is this your first time seeing it too? Yes. When she suddenly brought up the topic of love, Carson gave an awkward laugh. Earlier, Arson said that if two people walk together here, they become a couple. Yes, that's the legend. Then, his body seemed to turn to stone at her blunt words. Then we'll be the first ones who don't become a couple. He gave a small, helpless smile as she happily ran ahead. Yeah, I think so too. We can be friends instead. Hearing that, he didn't hurry to follow, but just stood silently, watching her retreating back. I've never met anyone like her before. Tomorrow is the Favloir expulsion trial, where the nobles bribed by Favloir will demand her expulsion. She's a smart person. At this point, there's no way she doesn't know she's going to be expelled. How can she still Suddenly, Carson called out to Meldonick. Lady Meldonick. She flinched slightly and turned to look at him. Right now. But before he could finish, Arson appeared out of nowhere and shouted, Are you two having fun? Perfect. Come on. An event for you and Miss Mel. Rain confetti flowers paper. With each of the boys' words, paper confetti shot out, floating in the air. Meldonick raised her hands in surprise, looking up at the sky, while Carson turned his head back in confusion. Paper confetti? Suddenly, Meldonick covered her mouth and giggled. He said he was going to hold an event. Oh, Arson. I slowly opened my eyes, staring at her. You asked if I was having fun. And I think tomorrow I'll be even happier. Hearing that, Carson's mouth fell slightly open, but he said nothing. What? How can she say that so boldly? A free-spirited dreamer. A woman so different from me that I can't understand someone who wants to embrace a life completely opposite to my own. But suddenly he reached out his hand and plucked a piece of confetti from Meldonick's hair. I hope you will still be happy. She stared blankly at the hand in front of her. It suits you. Then she looked up at his face. It's better to have a society where free-spirited dreamers and immature children can live happily. She clasped her hands behind her back as the gentle breeze made her hair flutter. I have always wished for your happiness. The pieces of colourful confetti fluttered around me. But I still only feel happy when I think about opening my own shop immediately. Our dear customer, please continue to visit my shop. Hearing her offer, he chuckled for the first time. I will, of course. A person who truly shines. The next day, sunlight streamed down on Meldonick, who was resting her chin on her hand while reading a book, as Dominic swept behind her. Suddenly she spoke up, making him flinch and glance over. Dominic, if you get hit by a dragon's curse, your skin changes colour and becomes rough. He then bent down curiously, and came up behind her. So that book, the only one who lost their manner was Marquis Genoa. So, the two of them stared intently at the book on the table. I wonder if you remember what our little customer said a long time ago. She said it's written in this book that the black magical pattern appeared and then vanished. It's time to prove the power of the dragon. Maybe Marquis Genoa isn't cursed. The two then discussed it in low voices. In fact, there have been people who've awakened special energy from one generation to the next. Is that so? But how did everyone know they were cursed? Because those people. Meldenic's pupils contracted lifelessly as she drew a finger across her neck. Slit. Seeing her like that, Dominic backed away in fear. All died within a few months. He was a great painter and a genius pharmacist. At that point, it's a ghost story. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes as she sniffled. No manner or death are not Hamlet. Then she pursed her lips and silently continued reading the book. In the end, the dragon's curse disappeared in a daze. What a relief! The night before, Carson handed her a red-covered book, making her a bit suspicious. Lady Meldenic, please take this. What is this? When she heard his answer, she jumped in fright and screamed, dropping the book. This is the Genoa family's genealogy, and it was recorded by a royal palace official. It's a secret held in the royal library. Huh? Recently, there have been rumors that Marquis Genoa is not cursed. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the book. This is the only related document. I've read it too. Personally, I don't think the Marquis was cursed. Meldenic clenched her fists and bit her lip, staring at the red book in his hand. Please, try checking it just once, she asked helplessly, while he just smiled cheerfully. Is it all right for you to give this to me this time? I couldn't stop or help you, but I can do this much. Remembering that scene, her eyes immediately curved into a smile. Because we're friends. Suddenly a chirp rang out, and she looked over in surprise. Chirp! The white bird's sparkling eyes stared at her. Ah! She let out a happy laugh and talked to it. I'll be helping you guys today, so there's nothing for you to do. Chirp! You still want to come along? Chirp! Yes! Isaac's smiling face suddenly appeared in her mind. She blushed slightly, resting her chin in her hand as she thought, Asterisk, what the heck? First, the existence of a good luck charm. Is that thought better? With her permission, the white bird took off. It flew onto her finger. All right. You can come with me too. From now on, I'll be waiting for you to show up wherever I need to go. Thank you for watching and see you in the next videos. A while later, at the courthouse, Meldenic and Hildegarda stood on opposite sides amidst the surrounding whispers. The judge of the nobles' court slammed his gavel and looked down sternly. Please remain silent. From this moment, Nobles Court Session number 301 will begin. Today's trial is expected to be a brief reading of the case. No, there will be waves regardless. A true shame to the family. First, we must find the right crime. Honestly. Hildegarda used her fan to cover her mouth as she glanced around. When their eyes met, the judge flinched. He squinted slightly, recalling his conversation with her a few days ago. Are you telling me to forge the verdict? Yes, is there a problem? Faced with her threat, he just hesitated, about to say something. Isn't this for someone from the lower class like you? It's impossible to touch such a large sum of money. But, before he could finish, she cut him off, placing a wooden box on the table. Ah, still don't believe me? Then I'll give you this first. The rest will be paid after the trial. Her eyes stared straight at him. I don't know why she's being so obvious. That's just Meldenic's downfall. Hearing those words, he pursed his lips and lowered his head in silent agreement. Over the past month, we have completed our review of the related documents. Regarding the banishment requested by the Duchy of Favlois, Duchess Meldenic Eve Favlois has not filed a lawsuit. Is that correct? Ah, yes. To his question, she just answered calmly, one by one. Do you have nothing to say here? No, I do not. Hearing this, the spectators began to whisper among themselves. Well, the verdict has already been decided. It'll be fine. Upon receiving a firm answer, the judge immediately delivered the sentence. Yes, it's not exactly a bad thing. It's just a visit. With a bad image, I've recently turned over a new leaf. Not directly, not cursed. See, with that level of arrogance, I couldn't even reflect on myself for a lifetime. In the end, His Majesty has approved it. I will now read the sentence. He slammed the gavel and declared the verdict. Verdict. The defendant, Meldenic Eve Favlois. As the words were spoken, everyone in the room erupted in a stir. Only Meldenic stood tall and composed. Is hereby banished. Loud whispers continued to echo. Even the Duke was stunned, unable to believe it. Is it really banishment? This is banishment. The first banishment of a high-ranking noble. Defendant, treat His Majesty well to atone for your mistakes. I understand. No. What is this? Hearing the chatter around him, he stared wide-eyed and whipped his head around. I didn't know His Majesty had approved it. That's right. I heard. They say he built his raft all by himself. Is there something more to this? I wonder what it is. What does that matter? Despite being a stagnant part of the favorable royal family, is this how her life ends? How pitiful! He angrily yelled in the face of Hildegarda, who stood calmly with her arms crossed. So you orchestrated everything. Why would you pull such an arrogant stunt behind my back? She is the rotten part I needed to cut away. How dare you? When he noticed the people around them starting to look their way, he froze in shock. What, the Duke of Favloir's side? He clenched his fists and quickly left under Hildegarda's gaze. I'm leaving. Watching his retreating back, she let out a breath, frowned, and then chuckled. There's no way to undo the banishment. Then she spoke loudly to the men in the spectator seats. Now everyone, head to the stationery store as planned. I will try to spread this news as quickly as possible. Yes, ma'am. The Emperor and Meldenik witnessed the scene in silence. After a moment, the Emperor spoke thoughtfully. Hildegarda seems to be moving immediately. Are you sure you'll be all right? Hearing his words, Meldenik laughed cheerfully. Of course. I'll probably have to refuse. And so, articles about the trial were published everywhere. Thus, everyone had their own reasons for the much-anticipated banishment. The news was spreading thanks to the reporters. A hand holding a newspaper trembled slightly. What do I do? Henry, with tears in his eyes, sobbed and shouted. How could this happen? Here, a boy was falling from the sky. As the boy was crying his heart out, another shout suddenly rang out. Hey, have you seen the news? Barak clenched his fists, panting as he burst through the door. Get ready. We have to go with the master to help Mel. No, just the two of you. Elsewhere, Ramos was pacing back and forth restlessly, while Isaac just rested his chin on his hand, listening quietly. She was finally banished. I told you the Duchess was up to something. I told you now is not the time to sit around here. The more he spoke, gosh, this is so frustrating. The three of you. Seeing Isaac still silent, he slammed his hands on the desk and yelled in his face. Are you kidding me? You know this is an extremely dangerous situation, and you're still not going. Isaac just spoke calmly and slowly, making the other man let out a helpless sigh. Well, no one asked for my help. Huh. He turned away, helplessly furious. Fine, whatever. Just don't regret this later. Despite him slamming the door and leaving, Isaac lowered his eyes, lost in thought. I told her to contact me whenever she's in danger. The bird I sent for communication has never once flown here. His hand holding the pen slowly tightened. Is it because there's no danger? Or does she not know even if there is? Why doesn't she contact me? No, that can't be it. She's a smart person. So if she needed help, she would ask someone. Yes. Suddenly he thought of the scene of Dominic and Meldenik standing side by side, smiling happily. For example, that guy Dominic who's always by her side. With that thought, his hand slipped, drawing a long black line on the paper. He frustratedly picked up the paper. I have to rewrite this. Maybe she doesn't need my help. His eyes darkened with a hint of loss. I'm just a simple acquaintance of hers. We're not actually that close. It's not something I should be concerned about anyway. Sunlight streamed into the room through the large window opposite his desk. Because if I go looking for her when she hasn't asked for my help, I'd just be meddling. A moment later, Henry gently knocked and cheerfully peeked into the room. Master Isaac, are you busy? I'm never too busy for you, Henry. What is it? The boy approached the desk but stammered, unable to get his words out. It's just, The more he hesitated, the redder his face became. You, take your time. Seeing this, Karat stormed in angrily and grabbed the boy's head. The thing is, oh my god, this is so frustrating. Huh? Karat? Isaac sat at his desk, pensively watching the strange conversation between the two boys. Yes, Master of the Magic Tower. Karat, your closest aide, is here. Huh? I'm not the closest aide. I'm just Karat. Hey, does that really matter right now? Right. Suddenly he remembered past incidents that had made Ramos angry and punished the two children. If you two have caused any trouble, I'll give you a chance to make it right. Even though it wasn't them, the two boys felt guilty and jumped, laughing nervously. No, it's not like that. After that, the two boys got straight to the point. Could it be he's already heard the news? It's about our close, righteous, and amazing friend. Mel has been expelled, you see. As they spoke, the two boys clenched their fists and shouted with determination. As a friend, I think we should comfort Mel and find out the truth of the matter together. That's right. No, you can't. Hearing Isaac's explanation, Carrot deflated, losing all his momentum, while Henry said nothing and stared at his hands. And Henry? It seems Meldenik has her own plan. If we just interfere, we'll only get in her way. So we can't. I see. Suddenly, Henry spoke up hesitantly. But, called out on his mistake. He flinched and paused. Master of the Tower, you're holding a document upside down right now. Faced with the children's questions, he could only force a laugh to brush it off. You're right. Why am I holding it like this? And you're also crushing the paper with your grip. I don't know why my hand is so tense. He then bit his lip helplessly and closed his eyes. No, that's not it. I have to be honest. The truth is, even though I keep saying no, I'm very concerned about her, and I'm worried for her too. In front of the two children who were still looking at him with expectant eyes, to the point where I'm unconsciously revealing it in front of them. First, let's go to Mel's place and observe. Before Henry could finish, he placed his hands on the desk, cutting the boy off. I was wrong, wasn't I? Yes, I mean, no. Hearing his words, the two boys looked at each other happily. Of course. We have to find Meldenik, right? The two boys then began to flail their arms and unconsciously shout. Please come with us. My colored pencils are broken. And I'm all out of sketch paper. I need to buy new ones. None of them are broken. Oh no, that's not it. You're right. We have to get there quickly. Seeing the two boys pleading with him, Isaac chuckled happily and nodded. Henry, even though you still have more shortcomings than me, this time your idea was incredibly clever, huh? That's not it. Hey, I'm better than Carrot. But anyway, we have to go to Mel's place. All right, let's go together. Yes, sir. As they spoke, the three of them held hands and walked out the door. But why does Isaac call Mel Meldenik? Really? Yeah, that's a name even more special than Mel. Hurry up. Let's go quickly. Master of the Tower. Let's go. Let's go to Mel's general store. Let's go. Are they really that excited? The trial that left a deep mark on the history of the nobility has ended. I sent the reporters and paparazzi here to write about it. And when I returned in the carriage provided by the royal palace, my general store, Meldenik stared blankly as piece after piece of debris fell. This general store was now just a pile of ruins. It had been completely destroyed. Dominic sighed and stepped up behind her. You anticipated all of this, didn't you, Mel? Her heart skipped a beat. Yes, but even so. Men were still smashing the shop with hammers. I didn't expect it to look this pathetic. A younger Meldenik knelt on the ground, looking up at Hildegarda in a greenhouse filled with fresh flowers. Everything you make will be destroyed. Yes, ma'am. You still don't understand, do you? How foolish. Hearing her aggressive words, she stared with wide, unbelieving eyes. What I mean is, I will destroy everything of yours. As she spoke, she ground her foot back and forth on the sandcastle beneath her hand. Just like this sandcastle. Then glass perfume bottles were dropped and shattered on the ground. Oh dear. I'm sorry. Hildegarda covered her mouth. She looked straight at Meldenik. It was an accident. Who told you to display it in such a way? I will compensate you. So don't be sad. Seeing this, the noble ladies beside her whispered to each other and left through the door. Anyway, this rustic scent wouldn't sell, so maybe it's for the best. Ah. Did she perhaps leave it out on purpose? That's all of you. With that, she stepped forward, treading on the pool of perfume on the floor. Why? What an interesting question. The two stood side by side but faced in opposite directions. Didn't I say I would destroy everything of yours? Remembering that, Meldenik frowned in annoyance. It's like my most disgusting wound. But the me of now will no longer stand by and take it like I did back then. She then slowly walked towards Hildegarda, who was standing gracefully under a nearby weeping willow. What do you think you're doing right now? Before she could respond to the demand, the maid beside her yelled angrily, pointing straight at her face. You will compensate me. My lady. Ha! How dare a commoner like you speak to my lady like that? Hearing that, She just put her hands on her hips and sighed. Ah, I see. You intend to destroy all of my personal property, don't you? So that I can never get back on my feet, right? Since I'm just a commoner now. You can just be useless. And show your true colors, right? No matter what she said, Hildegard just crossed her arms and smirked, not paying much attention, while her maid fumed in silence. If a noble bullies a commoner and takes all their personal property, at most they'll just be. Think whatever you want. She's completely ignoring me. No matter what happens, it's nothing. Shouldn't you be worried about yourself first, since you no longer have anyone backing you? As she spoke, she gripped the fan in her hand tightly. So you should know your place. She tilted her head slightly, her cold, sharp eyes staring at Meldenik's face. Now, get out of my sight. She raised her hand and gently blocked the fan that was swung towards her. Now you're ordering me around. And you're trying to threaten me too. Right? How foolish. Do you still think you're the daughter of Faye Valois? There's no way. She then took out her. Then she whipped out a piece of paper, causing Hildegard's servant to tilt her head in curiosity. However, you must compensate me. Suddenly, the servant screamed in panic, making both Hildegard and Meldenik jump and look at her. Madam, I read this. This is a certificate of true nobility, bearing His Majesty's royal seal. That's right. Your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. Hildegard couldn't believe it as she snatched the paper from Meldenik's hand. You arrogant brat! There is no way a noble title could be granted so quickly. Forging official documents is illegal. You girl who doesn't know right from wrong. Despite her words, as she read the content, her face turned pale. What? Since when did I receive a new title? Seeing the fear on her face, Meldenik laughed cheerfully. The 14th head of the house, Meldenik Kanoa. Marquis Kanoa. Is this the reason you betrayed His Majesty? What's wrong, madam? Don't tell me. You're afraid I'll ask them to expel you. As she spoke, she slowly walked closer to the woman. Now then, shall we start over? She coldly pressed her finger against the woman's shoulder, enunciating every word. Compensate me. Because right now, you are trespassing on the private property of another noble, Duchess Hildegard Babella. Kanoa, a family of mages cursed by a dragon. Those who possessed special abilities were quite wealthy. But after the tragedy, all property and territory of those with special abilities fell into the hands of House Babella. They wandered off to places unknown, and that family now existed only in name, passed down to future generations. The Emperor and Meldenik sat opposite each other. Instead of my background with Babella, I wish to inherit the title of the Kanoa Marquisate. The title of Marquis Kanoa. That might be possible, but I don't think you can handle it, or be of any help. Meldenik placed a hand on the table, listening seriously. My current assets are just a pile of rocks. I don't even know where the manager is hiding. I know that. But inheriting the Marquis title. She clenched her fists and stared intently at the Emperor. Meldenik, do you want to rebuild the family's reputation yourself? Before she could answer, he crossed his arms and nodded slightly. You're not just speaking blindly without a plan, are you? You're strong. It makes me want to talk to you more. Back in the present, Meldenik stood with her arms crossed, a few steps away from Hildegard. Nobles often seize property from commoners. But dealing with commoners is one thing. Invading someone's privacy is illegal. Moreover, His Majesty has recognized the land of this stationery shop as the territory of a marquis. I didn't know you were reckless enough to lay a hand on another noble's assets. Hearing her words, the woman furiously crumpled the paper. What is with this brat? She raised an eyebrow and looked at the woman coldly. I am Marquis Kanoa. As she spoke, the corner of her eye lifted slightly. Call me by my title, Duchess Babella. This method was originally used by Lennox to deal with those nobles who encroached on his property rights. According to imperial law, they must go to court and face imprisonment. But the opponent I need to take to court now is Duchess Babella. So even if I drag her to prison, the punishment will be very light. At most, a monetary fine and maybe 3 days of house arrest in the palace. Even so, at least that high and mighty pride of hers will take a hit. Hearing those words, Hildegard scoffed. Ha, so that's how it is. She angrily spat out a threat. I don't know how you learned the law without attending the academy, but, fine, try taking me to court. Compared to what you're about to face, a lawsuit is nothing. Thanks for watching, see you next time. Saying that, she chuckled, turned around and walked away. Stop. That's enough for today. Prepare yourself for our next meeting. Hearing this, Meldenik sighed helplessly. It seems Auntie still hasn't grasped the situation. She looked at the woman's retreating back with contempt, causing Hildegard to widen her eyes and freeze. You plan to go to the royal palace to rest comfortably, right? That's your plan. But did you think I wouldn't predict that? As she spoke, she lowered her eyes slightly. You must be thinking of begging the Duke. But from what I know, the Duke is quite angry about what you've been doing behind his back. Hildegard bit her lip, and what if he finds out those actions violated noble laws? I guess his divorce filing isn't too far off, is it? As the woman screamed in frustration, Meldenik sighed tiredly. Just then, Dominic slowly walked up behind her. You little brat, how I told you to call me by my title. Mel, I recorded everything on video. Keep it up. She ignored Hildegard's darkening face and looked back. See? Did you hear that? I have evidence too. The destruction of the building is strangely extensive. The neighbors watching this scene are gossiping loudly. I'm sure there will be plenty of witnesses. Hildegard gritted her teeth and frowned in anger. Do you understand the situation now, Auntie? Now, get the hell off my territory. The carriage quickly departed. Oh my God. Meldenik stood with hands on hips, laughing in disbelief as she watched it go. That carriage looks so expensive. So why is it shaking like that? Mel? She and Dominic nodded to each other. They took the chest. Is that okay? I predicted it. Humans really can't change their nature. After the ceremony at the academy, I brought the welcome stone back to the shop to modify it. I hid it in the chest to disguise it, and left it in the shop so that when Hildegard searched, it would easily catch her eye. Let a cruel person like Hildegard, who uses children for her own gain, see clearly who I really am and how much I can resist. Meldenik and Dominic watched the carriage in silence. I wonder how she'll feel when she gets entangled with the very stone she devised. Hildegard sat in the carriage, panting in anger, hugging the small wooden chest. She will face a fierce nightmare that will change her. The ruby glowed quietly on the red velvet. I didn't leave empty-handed after all. I felt a strange energy. So it was hidden in this chest. The servant bowed slightly and responded to Hildegard. It looks very similar to the welcome stone, doesn't it? Yes, madam. Receiving the answer, she frowned and picked up the stone to examine it closely. Maybe that brat Meldenik is the key to neutralizing the stone. This will become evidence of her strange actions. As she was complaining, the servant suddenly covered her mouth and screamed. Viscount Theolung, he's dead, isn't he? Useless when needed. Madam. Hearing her servant, she squinted at the carriage window reflection and saw red streaks spreading across her face. My face. The servant rushed over anxiously as she screamed in terror. What the hell is this, madam? What's happening to you? Calm down. Calm down. You're telling me to calm down now. My face has turned into this. Calm down. Calm down. Her pupils constricted in shock. Is this a nightmare caused by the stone? But if others can see it too, no, it can't be. Meldenik, what the hell did you do? Reject it. If I die, the woman my husband had an affair with you will take my place, won't you? I suppose so. It won't be long now. Look at your ugly body. Her mother, is it like that? Oh, you mean the dragon's curse on this bloodline, right? Even when dying she... Truly. Then her mother tilted her head and looked at her. No different from a monster. But my death won't be because of this curse. She said Hildegard didn't speak. Lost in thought. Does she mean she already knows? So what if she knows? Once she's dead, she can't snitch. Just nonsense. But her mother's next words made her lose her composure. You are the one who put poison in my food to kill me. She stood up in surprise. What? But no one will believe you. Of course. Who would believe a cursed woman living on borrowed time? Just die already. Contrary to her reaction, her mother closed her eyes and smiled peacefully. I see. It's okay. Because I did my best. Let me tell you. If you continue living like this eventually, you will be cursed too. Remembering that, she touched the glowing red text on her neck. Why is that memory surfacing now? Come to think of it, this writing is clearly ancient language. Thanks to the channel. The ruby fell to the floor and glowed. Madam. A surge of power surrounded it. Madam, are you all right? Hildegard screamed, threw open the carriage door and stepped out, causing the servant to follow anxiously. What is it? Help me. Please, someone help me. Someone call the police. This energy is beyond my expectations. How on earth, please? Suddenly the scene froze. Meldenik jumped slightly in worry. It stopped. Don't panic. Mel, time has just stopped for a moment. Hearing the voice, she looked up in confusion. If you get any closer, it will be dangerous. The wind blew, fluttering Isaac's hair and cape. The Duchess has completely lost her mind, and she chose to escape reality. Isaac. Seeing him suddenly appear, Meldenik widened her eyes in surprise. How did you get here? I don't know. He lowered his eyes, listening intently to her words. Wait, no. You said the Duchess chose to escape reality. What does that mean? Seeing her confusion, he closed his eyes and sighed. You were so kind. Yes, you just wanted to show her actions, right? He looked up at Hildegard's frozen image. But the problem is, that woman has too many enemies. Usually, when looking at the illusions shown by the welcome stone, one doesn't lose their mind. At worst, just some trauma from a terrible nightmare. But if it's someone who has committed many evil deeds, they can become a vegetable. Their experience and thoughts materialize the illusion to the point where physical symptoms appear. As he spoke, Isaac took Meldenik's hand. The Duchess will experience every evil deed she has committed within the illusion. Those actions are worse than being killed multiple times. Temporarily, the Duchess won't be able to escape. He stepped closer, looking down at her intently. So, if you have something you want to say. Hearing his words, she widened her eyes in shock. I mean, don't feel guilty. You didn't do anything wrong. An image of her younger self, bowing her head and clutching her dress, flashed in her mind. Your mother is a woman worthy of being cursed. You were just like her. How is your mother's death your fault? Remembering those harsh words, she lowered her eyes. So it was that painful. Did I say that to my dying mother? Thank you for saying that. It's not that Hildegard is dead. But I feel like I can't face her as a whole person anymore. Then the two walked together. Goodbye. They sat opposite each other, talking. As time passes, people will call security, right? But didn't you say? Dangerous enough to stop time. The others are fine. That's natural. It's dangerous because she holds a deep grudge against you. Isaac hesitated for a moment before continuing, making Meldenik look over in surprise. When I was 10, it was the first time. In his youth, covered in blood, breathing heavily, looking down at a corpse. A serial in the alley was the target. I fell into a panic after seeing the scene. My mana went berserk. Finally, the killer who found the alley could kill the dead? Even though I knew it was an accident and he deserved to die, my emotions were very strange. Meldenik placed her hands on her lap. Are you comforting me right now? I don't know. Her cheeks reddened slightly as she looked up and smiled. If that's comfort, what will you do? I'll think that you are indeed on our side. Our side? Isaac's playful tone made her pause. You say we are on the same side, yet you never contacted me. Hearing this, she waved her hands in embarrassment. I was waiting for you to contact me. I was going to call you. I was, but... She looked away guiltily. I thought maybe I should wait until later. Really? Of course. After speaking, they both bowed their heads in silence. Isaac hesitated before speaking up to advise her. Nell, the Duchess has been gone for a long time, but you still have Duke Hessman, right? It might be much harder than entering the capital. Just like Syria received strong divine power and was hailed as a senses, over time, Duke Hessman has also become powerful. While Meldenik was frowning in annoyance, she realized something strange in Isaac's words. I remember when the cockroach was in danger of dying, its IQ would go over 300. Maybe Duke Hessman's intelligence has developed. Huh? But, did I give you permission to call me by that nickname? Seeing his awkward silence, she laughed mischievously. Never, right? Then she smiled at him with bright eyes. But now I allow you to call me that, because we are on the same side. Seeing her hand suddenly reach out, he opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Ah, right. Since you're here, show me alchemy. Sunlight shone on his face. Yes, I will help you with that too. Suddenly, Carrick appeared screaming in anger while Henry looked fearful with tears in his eyes. What? What is this? Why is it like this here? Arson was just here yesterday. Seeing them, Carrick, Henry. Carrick ran around her frantically. I can't say it's all broken, can I? The building is like this. Are you okay, sister? Let me see. I'm fine. The more the boy spoke, the angrier he got, breathing fire. Isaac sat in the back, nodding in agreement. It's a good thing the Magic Tower Master was here to protect you. I will immediately scold those damn family members with a fireball. Calm down. Great Magic Tower Master protected you. Please subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. The boy gritted his teeth, panting and cursing the royal family, causing Meldenik to hold her face in panic. Prince Arsum and Princess Miriam. Why are you so stubborn? Your molars and baby teeth are all ruined. What? Then that's no good. What now? The boy sighed and shrugged at her surprised expression. Marissa created a cursed doll in class and got a huge scolding. I stopped everyone. She needs time to calm down. In exchange for playtime with the kids. Seeing the boys, she could only pat Henry's head helplessly. You did a good job stopping everyone from coming, but you are also a child. Suddenly, Henry jumped onto her lap. Ah, Henry. Carrick and Henry glared at each other. This brat wants Mel's attention. Suddenly Carrick shouted. Ah, that's right. The boy pointed at Henry, making Henry widen his eyes. I couldn't say it all back then, but Henry is definitely not the Magic Tower Master's son. Mel. No, he's not. Seeing the two boys shouting back and forth, she spoke up softly. But no one paid attention. Yeah, calling the Tower Master Dad is fine. You guys don't believe those words. The Tower Master is a bachelor. She and Isaac sat on the side watching the boys. The Tower Master doesn't look like a family man at all. And he's cool too, right? Did you hear that? Hearing her agree, Karak's eyes widened in excitement. Very handsome. As expected. It's true. The boy smiled happily and spun around. Yay! Is it that exciting? Meldenik held the teary-eyed Henry and looked suspiciously at Isaac when he suddenly spoke. Carrick, you shouldn't do that to Henry. His voice was incredibly stern. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, trying to hide a smile, but his expression looked very happy. She raised an eyebrow, unable to understand. It seems he really likes that handsome compliment. Does no one ever call him handsome? 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 True. Of course, telling a handsome person they are beautiful is difficult. Dominic also likes being praised like that. Suddenly, Dominic walked over while drying his hair, causing Isaac to glance over in curiosity. I cleaned up the upon. Who is that over there? This person. Important relationship. An inseparable strategic partnership. Seeing Dominic about to blurt something out while hitting his chest, Melvinick jumped up to cut him off. And who is that? She shook her head slightly, feeling Dominic's suspicious gaze. Isaac turned his head slightly, watching them talk in silence. Meanwhile, Carson was intently observing a pink stone in a glass jar. This is the welcome stone affected by the curse. Viscount Theolung is suspected of modifying the stone and sending it to the Duchess for revenge. A knight standing next to the desk babbled continuously about the stone. We try to control the rumors, but it seems impossible. It's like the rumor of that family's daughter having an affair spread at the same time. It definitely leads back to Meldenik's stationery shop. And came back. Just like when the previous Duchess was cursed, credibility increases when sending her to the villa. Carson stroked his chin and thought. How is there a connection to Meldenik? Viscount, Your Highness, do you have a point you're concerned about? Hearing the knight's question, he placed the glass jar on the table. No. Transfer it and close the internal investigation. The knight bowed slightly. There are no suspicious parts, so it will be handled as cause unknown. Yes, understood. If Your Highness says so, it must be certain. Afterwards, Carson raised his eyebrows and lowered his head. I'm making an exception again. Meldenik's happy smiling face flashed in his mind. But my feelings aren't bad. At Carson's office, the Minister of Interior stood with hands on the table. He looked at him in surprise. The investiture ceremony. The title conferment for Marquis Kanoa will take place in 2 weeks. And there are rumors that Duchess Babella has been cursed. He interlaced his fingers, paused, and then answered slowly. At a noisy time like this, we shouldn't act like that. Rushing because of false rumors like curses will attract attention. Hearing this, the man put his hands behind his back. Nodding, he said, That is true. But this schedule is tighter than normal investiture ceremonies. Suddenly he hesitated and asked quietly, Did Lady Meldenik request to reschedule the investiture? No. Carson looked at him in surprise. If you say that, will I be seen as someone doing this for her? As soon as he finished speaking, the man panicked and explained. No, not at all. I apologize. His face darkened with fear. He clasped his hands together and said tremblingly, Then the investiture will take place in 2 weeks. He smiled at the man, thinking silently, Right, I'm not that romantic. Finally, Finally, this is something that must be done. He covered his mouth. Should I strike up a conversation that day? Goodbye. In Meldenik's room, she held the notice sent from the royal family and spoke slowly. 2 weeks? After reading the content, she shouted in panic. This is a big problem. It's sooner than I thought. Dominic sat opposite her, tilting his head in confusion. Isn't it good if it's fast? You'll be announced before everyone. She shook her head and sighed. That's true. But there is another problem. She began to complain to him about the issue she was facing. After receiving the documents directly, I was informed that if I don't appoint a territory manager within 7 days and send the appointment letter, the title will be invalid. Sensing the seriousness in her words, Dominic crossed his arms and said hesitantly, That's an old law. She lowered her head, silent in thought. I must meet the old territory. The collateral bloodline of Marquis Konoha has existed for a long time, so they might know something about the curse. The dragons, clearly the Konoha family has a secret. After thinking for a while, she frustratedly grabbed her head and cried. But how can I find someone who is hiding? I don't know when Lennox and Syria will return. I can't be away from the stationery shop for too long. Dominic, do you want to go? If the territory expands, I'll give you that mountain. Hearing the words mountain, he answered excitedly. Oh, a mountain. Sounds good. He looked at her and smiled brightly. Since you're giving it anyway, a mountain of gold will be even better, right? Or one filled with minerals. She broke into a sweat, thinking, it's just a mountain with a pile of rocks. But she said softly, That's right. Suddenly, Dominic asked worriedly, But will you be okay? You're all alone. He lowered his head slightly and said seriously, There is that guy's curse, and who knows when your enemies will come here. Then he whispered shyly, I'm worried about you. Meldenik looked at him, stunned by his sincere words. Somewhere inside, she was moved by him. She thought, in my past life, I was an orphan. Meldenik didn't have a family either. Is he really the first person who feels like family to me? No. She laughed loudly, looking at him, and playfully hit him. Laughing, she said, You brat, I'm not a 6-year-old child. She smiled radiantly and spoke slowly. We'll meet again in a few days. Go with peace of mind, my closest hero. He crossed his arms and looked at her. Although a bit embarrassed, he had no intention of objecting. Before he could get emotional, she added, Besides, I have a bodyguard for now. He stared at her blankly and asked, That guy who came to the shop not long ago? She nodded happily. Hearing her say that, his face darkened. He said seriously, Don't get too close to that guy. She tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Why? He frowned and replied bluntly, I just find him abnormal. Since that guy appeared, I haven't liked it. She shouted in surprise. What? She silently recalled his image and said softly, I find him handsome and kind. Not just his face, but his body too. Seeing her judge someone so simply, Dominic pointed at her in anger and shouted, You! No. You should only use him. I will gather your blood relatives. So wait for it. Got it? You know? She nodded and laughed. I say that, but you know Isaac has a lot of work, so meeting him is hard. Even so. In the yard of a house, Meldenik watched Isaac cast his magic. The light from the magic circle shone brightly, dazzling those around. After casting, he exhaled. Few sleep. Then he turned to her. This way, the first floor is restored. Hearing this, she stammered in awe. Thank you. Thinking, can he stay by my side every day? She reached out and spoke slowly. I didn't expect you to care so much. If I receive settlement money from Duchess Babella, I will send you your payment. Isaac put his hand. What are you shy about? She waved her hand, but she stroked her chin. Incognito? Can you leave the position of Magic Tower Master? Hearing the question, he answered decisively. No. He shrugged and smiled. But I have a thought that sooner or later I will leave this position. She looked at him, bewildered. Surely he's joking? Even if he's not obsessed with status. Wait. Isn't it better if I try to flatter him to make a contract and have him be my alchemist for life? If that happens, I might become the strongest in this world for you. Proudly thinking of her future, she hesitated. Is the scale too big? But it's all for my stationery shop. After talking outside, they went inside. He sat opposite her and began to lecture. Before officially starting to learn alchemy, you need to understand yourself. She looked at him, puzzled. Myself? No? Without waiting for his answer, she continued. My name is Meldenik. Originally, I belonged to the Babella lineage, but now I don't know. I don't belong there anymore. I am about 167 centimeters tall. As you can see, my hair is blonde. I have blonde hair. I take care of it very well. He listened silently and thought. I was going to say you need to understand your own mana. But now, listening to her talk isn't bad, so I'll sit still a bit longer. He lowered his head, smiled slightly, and asked, Anything else? She reached forward, saying seriously, but I can't tell you things like where my money is or my brilliant ideas. Isaac chuckled. He didn't care about those things but asked anyway. That's a pity. So what exactly can you give me? She reached out to him, made a heart shape, and said shyly, This small and precious heart of mine. He burst out laughing at her silly action. Did she just shoot a heart? Cute, isn't she? What is it? Seeing his reaction, she shouted in embarrassment. Are you laughing right now? My heart is precious, you know. How much? He quickly waved his hands, coughed a few times, and explained it was a misunderstanding. He looked at her and sometimes she doesn't hesitate to talk about her dreams and is someone who gets what she wants. She is attractive. The gaze from others on days I don't see her. My mood at night is very strange. She turned her face away shyly and pouted. I'll let it slide just this once. He looked at her silently, his gentle eyes staring at her, thinking, if I teach her and get to know this girl little by little, will the ripples of these strange emotions naturally subside? Suddenly she interrupted his thoughts. Now, he asked in confusion, Tower Master? She pointed at him and smiled. It's an abbreviation for Magic Tower Master. What do you think? We have a strategic partnership. So a nickname is good, right? Her nonchalant. Then he covered, no, the feeling, it doesn't seem like they will subside. After chatting for a while, he finally got to the point and explained. Pure mana for alchemists. Usually ripples like waves around the heart, and is used like a stone to flow mana outward. But the flow is strong. Your mana is strangely twisted, so the outflow path is blocked. It might be hard to sense accurately, and the amount usable will be small. That's why we practice breaking this flow. She watched him, listening intently. He smiled, reached out to her, and spoke softly. Give me your hand. I will follow your flow and make the mana move. He continued explaining. That way I will feel how the flow is twisted. I will try to imagine your mana. She happily placed her hand on his arm. Yes. If I close my eyes and start to feel, what is this feeling? Is it mana? It feels like a bright white light in front of my eyes. I feel like I'm floating on a cloud, and also like someone is compressing my body. Suddenly she frowned and muttered. Damn it. Her mind spun, thoughts chaotic. It's really tangled. Like a tangled ball of yarn. Just a little more and I've got it. A little more, forget the uncomfortable feeling. Seeing her pained expression, Isaac sitting opposite called out, Mel. Suddenly Isaac's pupils dilated as if seeing something unbelievable. He spoke slowly. Stop now. Mel. Ignoring his call, she remained immersed in her mind, repeating to herself. Just a little more. A little. It's a chance. Suddenly his loud shout pulled her back to reality. Stop it. She startled and opened her eyes wide. Seeing she seemed to have woken up, Isaac asked worriedly, Are you okay? His image in her eyes suddenly became blurry. She wondered in confusion. Huh? Since when was it this hot? Her eyes were dazed, her face flushed red. Sweat dripped down her cheeks to her chin, and onto the wooden table. She looked at him, panting. Her eyes were unfocused. Suddenly she lost her balance. Her body swayed, ready to fall. Seeing this, he panicked and leaned forward to catch her. Then he shouted, Meldenik. After being unconscious for a while, Meldenik finally showed signs of waking up. She slowly opened her eyes to look at the person in front of her. Seeing she seemed better, he quickly asked, Are you awake? As he spoke, he held her hand tightly, transmitting a stream of light to suppress the chaotic power inside her. Meldenik was still groggy, sweat glistening on her flushed face. She tilted her head, listening tiredly to his words. It seems there was a riot. Isaac helped her sit up and spoke slowly. Luckily, at this level, it can still be resolved through simple exchange and negotiation. Suddenly she pushed him hard, knocking him to the floor. She lay on top of him, her hands clutching his white shirt, wrinkling it. She buried her face in his chest. Her body wouldn't stop trembling, causing him to ask in confusion. Mel, why are you still... done? He reached up and gently stroked her blonde hair. Finished, he said. As expected, the problem lies here. Without delay, he cast his magic. White light emerged from the back of his hand, enveloping both of their bodies. After helping her stabilize, Isaac asked, "If you feel better now, what can you do? Can you get off me?" She was still sitting on him, gasping for air, then sighed. "Phew." He closed his eyes and said shyly, "If you stay like this, it's awkward for me too. Go." As if realizing the ambiguous situation, Meldenik shouted in embarrassment, "I am sorry." After getting off him, she sat on the chair, staring at the purple mark spreading on the back of her hand. She thought, when the dragon's power manifests, it leaves a trace like a magic circle. So my ability is indeed pure mana. Suddenly she shouted happily, "Master, I feel like my mana has increased a lot." He stood beside her. Amused by her cheerfulness, he replied gently, "Training doesn't mean the amount of mana increases immediately." She spread her arms, still excited. "But I really feel like it increased." He pointed at her and said softly, "Then let's measure it." "Okay." She grabbed his hand, waiting excitedly. After measuring, he let go of her hand, surprised. "It really did increase. As if it existed in your body all along." She nodded proudly. "See?" He didn't reply. His eyes stared at his own hand. He continued, "I was also monitoring the flow that was blocked there. I don't know if it's just temporary." She waved her hand, smiling at him. "That doesn't matter. Anyway, the most important thing is that mana is flowing continuously now." She thought, "There's no time. I must quickly cultivate the mana stone and increase my ability. Only then can I face Syria when she returns. Besides," she spoke slowly, "there are a few things we must do for revenge." He looked up, puzzled. "Revenge?" She nodded. "Yes." She began to tell him. "Listen to me. First, Syria is currently vacationing in the Holy Kingdom. Second, Duke Hesman went to that Holy Kingdom not long ago. Third, there are rumors that the Holy Kingdom is developing a new type of holy water. When completed, it will be distributed in the Empire. Finally, Syria and Duke Hesman have always done business together." Isaac asked, "So they will bring the holy water and holy relics as soon as they are recognized by the Pope to restore their reputation?" She agreed. "Exactly. God is a sacred existence, so it will cover up their scandal." Saying that, she still considered the source. Actually, this rumor isn't fully confirmed. Unlike existing ingredients, the Holy Kingdom succeeded in developing ingredients and holy water with special effects. Syria performed unconditional charity for people using holy water. Everyone was completely influenced by her. She continued, "So before that thing officially launches, I want to check it first. I heard there is a secret auction selling holy water in the Holy Kingdom." He lowered his eyes, asking seriously, "You mean the black market auction?" He hesitated. "But Mel, that place is very dangerous." She crossed her arms and replied softly, "I know, but isn't it fine? What if Isaac goes with me?" At the Holy Kingdom's auction house, she and he walked down the stairs. From afar, appeared. He pointed to the stage and reminded them slowly, "When bidding, please raise your paddle and call out the bid." Meldenik wore a chestnut brown wig to disguise herself. Beside her, Isaac changed his hair to snow white. After hearing the reminder, she took paddle number 57 from the manager, held it tight, and looked around. Suddenly she turned and whispered excitedly, "Isaac, you know what? Silver hair suits you well." He listened and played along, smiling softly. "Thank you. Mel looks cute too." While they were talking happily, whispers came from afar. On stage, the host's voice began to ring out in front of them. Loud whispers continued, "The host today is that person, right? I mean the one who sells everything out." "Yes, it's him." She leaned closer to the person in front to eavesdrop. "Anyway, he's an orator. Manipulating customer psychology is probably easy for him. Where did someone like that come from? This host is really good. I'm looking forward to seeing how well." On stage, a young man with light brown hair and ruby eyes appeared in the center. He smiled and bowed. "Now, let the auction begin. The first item is a giant ancient stone tablet." Speaking of this tablet, Meldenik stood below looking up, eyes full of admiration. "Is that him? A good negotiator, right?" Suddenly a sentence cut through her emotions. "It was created 1 day ago." Suddenly from behind, a crowd shouted excitedly, making her jump in confusion. "Can it really create everything?" Amazing. If I had money, I'd buy it all. She started searching. She looked back at the stage, bewildered. What exactly is good at talking? Am I the only one who doesn't get it? Not just me. Isaac doesn't seem to get it either. The atmosphere around her became lively. They started raising paddles and bidding. 500,000 becquerel. 700 becquerel. Ignoring the noise, she stared at the host, pondering. Except for Isaac and me. Is everyone bewitched by something? What? There seems to be something on the host's arm. Did I see wrong? As if sensing Meldenik's suspicious gaze, he looked up at her and Isaac. Isaac, sitting next to her, saw her sitting still for a long time and asked, Mel, what's wrong? She shook her head. Nothing. While the two were talking, a sharp gaze from below the stage was watching them. After a period of waiting, the host finally spoke excitedly. Well, this is the final item. The last item. I will introduce to you. This is the holy water secretly created by the Holy Kingdom. Not long ago, new holy water was developed by recruits. This is water that can cure any disease. As the final item was brought out, she frowned, surprised and thinking, that's it. Whatever it is. Even without the ingredients, if I get the holy water, today is a success. Around her, the bidders started shouting in awe. Holy water, I must buy that. A cure-all. They started bidding. 100,000 becquerel. 200,000 becquerel. Amidst the chaos of bids, from all four sides, she became confused and flustered. When should I bid? And now? She tremblingly raised her paddle and whispered, 1 million becquerel. After her bid, the atmosphere became even more chaotic. They started shouting and bidding higher. The stakes have risen. Then I'll bid 20 million becquerel. Hearing them bid relentlessly, she clutched the paddle, wanting to cry. Not like this. How much do I have right now? Isaac sat beside her. Seeing her hesitation clearly, he gently took the paddle from her hand and raised it. He looked down at the host and said calmly, 10 million gold. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around fell silent, and she stood frozen like a statue. After a moment of shock, she shouted, 10 million. She grabbed him. Thanks. Thanks for the help, but I don't have that kind of money. He smiled and reassured her gently. Don't worry, I'll pay. He turned and said sincerely, because we're on the same side. She looked at him, blinded by the warm light radiating from him, and felt moved. She thought, Isaac must be very rich. Is this the power of magic? If that's the case. After he bid, no one else spoke up. The host announced, we have 10 million. If there are no other bids, I will close it. Hearing that, she clutched her heart happily. Thank you. What a relief. To be on the same side as you. Even that host looked surprised. Sold. On the way back, she sighed in relief. Finally got the holy water. She clenched her fist and hesitated. This is good, but... He leaned in and asked, is something bothering you? I don't know. She turned and explained hurriedly. Don't think badly of me. Does the magic tower master inherently have a lot of money? He answered directly without hesitation. Yes. Receiving his answer, she thought. A very sharp answer. She looked at him and continued. Don't do that anymore. Isaac asked in confusion. Is that so? She answered vehemently. Yes, if you trust others. And give like that, you'll suffer losses. He smiled and replied softly. I see. Being hurt, because it's the first time having a friend. I didn't think of that. So, can I use it for Mel? Listen. Hearing him say that, she was confused and didn't know how to answer. Why ask that? I told you not to trust people. This won't do. I have to be harsher. But then she said excitedly, yes, because I am a very good friend who won't use you. She rejoiced inwardly. That's too much money to deny. Right, this isn't using him, it's helping. Suddenly, a man ran up from behind them. He called out loudly. Excuse me, you two. Standing behind them was the host from earlier. He panted but spoke hurriedly. May I ask your names? Meldenik glanced at him and thought, it's that suspicious guy from before. Where is he looking? My hand. She bit her lip thinking, there isn't a single decent guy around me. She frowned and said, isn't the rule of the auction house not to ask or reveal identities? He answered, yes, that's correct. As if realizing what he just said, he covered his mouth and muttered, no that. She stood with crossed arms, curious. Yes. Seeing her suspicious look, He explained in panic. That I can't tell you. That I. She looked at him doubtfully. What? The host waved his hands and stammered. I hope to see you again. Before finishing, he ran away, leaving only a so sorry behind. Seeing this, she reached out. Wait! She exclaimed blankly. What a strange person. He apologized boldly, but stuttered the rest of the time. Wouldn't it be better to talk normally? She sighed and dropped a sentence that struck Isaac like lightning. He looked handsome though, and polite too. He stepped up close to her and asked, You say he's handsome? Seeing him ask, she replied, At that level, isn't he handsome? His face darkened, and he said coldly, Suddenly you care about people like that. She thought, what? Suddenly it feels chilly. Then she sighed. Leaving without finishing his sentence, it's really annoying. Hearing her say that, he became happy again and smiled. Ah, so it's annoyance. She was curious about his words. Huh? He shook his head and smiled. Nothing. I don't know anything anymore. She wondered, but only thought to herself. What? Then she whispered. Anyway, we finished what we needed to do. Let's go back. At Meldenik's shop, they reverted to their original appearances. He stood opposite her and said, The magic has been dispelled. Thank you. Thank you. Suddenly a familiar voice spoke up from somewhere. Past, Mel, can you hear me? She paused, thinking, Dominic. Dominic continued. Finally arrived. She pulled out a chair and whispered to Isaac. Let's rest a bit. Then she replied to Dominic. Is that so? You worked hard. Dominic continued. I also heard there is someone close to inheriting the Kanoa bloodline. It's a talented person, but I tried to follow him to the door, but the tracking magic didn't work. Maybe he is something else. As for Meldenik, she thought wearily. I can't hear clearly. Is it cutting out because it's too far? And Dominic isn't someone easily caught. Thinking for a moment, she whispered. It might be very dangerous. Be careful. Hearing this, Dominic laughed. Who are you? You're the first person to worry about my safety. Did you forget who I am? She ignored him and retorted quickly. But it's better to be careful, he replied helplessly. I know. See you later. Isaac sat on the chair, holding the vial of holy water, examining it. This will be our research subject. She looked at him, lost in thought. Come to think of it, Isaac must be very curious about Dominic, she spoke. Thinking back, I stopped Dominic before, but now Isaac trusts him. However, without Dominic, I can't reveal my identity, although it's vague. I should say no. Suddenly she blurted out. Oh my, Dominic said that. Isaac asked curiously. The friend I met back then? She nodded. Then she spoke slowly. We are all in the same boat, so I can't go into detail. But I think you'd be curious. He nodded slightly and said directly, I am curious. What kind of person is he? And since when were you close? He continued, but if it's hard to say, later is fine. I trust Mel. She was stunned by his sincerity and whispered, Isaac. She tilted her head looking at the holy water and spoke slowly. Thank you. Do you sense anything from the holy water? Isaac soaked? Note. This might be a mistranslation of Isaac's name or action. Assuming context. Isaac asked. He replied, Holy water usually contains divine power or blessings. I wish I could sense something like mana. But I know nothing about divine power. She looked at him and asked, Mana, what exactly is that? He answered calmly, I don't know either. Maybe because I'm not a priest. I can't distinguish divine states. She frowned, rubbing her chin. Should I kidnap a priest? Then she pondered. No. What if what's in the holy water isn't divine power, but something unrecognizable? What then? Seeing her anxiety, he spoke to reassure her. Don't worry too much. Lies and conspiracies will eventually surface. He placed his hand gently on hers, smiling tenderly, and continued. If there is something unusual in this holy water, we will definitely find it. She looked at him, cheeks blushing. Is it because I always receive help, this unexpected comfort, that I thought if we are together, I can do anything? He is like a big tree I can lean on and rest. Suddenly his voice pulled her back to reality. So, shall we start training? She looked up blankly. Now? Huh? He didn't answer but said softly. There is a lot to do. I might have to be a bit strict today. Scared by his words, she thought, Forget what I thought about the tree to lean on. Right now, this man is truly the cruelest instructor. She imagined the training, him standing beside her cheering relentlessly. Good. Do it 3 more times. Really the last time. After training, she leaned back in the chair, exhausted. I'm completely drained. I can't see anything. She glanced around, thinking. But thanks to this, I can fulfill the request. If you start something, you must finish it. Hope he likes it. At the academy, the excited voices of girls rang out continuously. It's finally here. Is it the locking diary? Simpler than I thought. However, I like this lock and key. On the table was a diary with a sophisticated brick red tone. On the cover was a lock and an intricately styled key. Marcella sat among them, holding an instruction sheet. Reading it, she said, "There are instructions here. If you write on the cover of the diary, what's in your diary will appear in real time." As soon as she finished, the 2 friends beside her exclaimed. Saying that, all 3 picked up pens and started writing. It's really hard to learn ancient languages. Do your best. Borrow my ancient language book? What are you scared of most? I'm most scared of ghosts. I'm scared of werewolves. For me, they happily wrote their thoughts in the diary. One of them laughed and said, I really like it. They sat on the bench continuing to talk. Today, I introduced the shop's diary to a lady who asked about it. Me too. I heard she intends to enter Subia Academy, Lady Marcella. Marcella was thinking about something and was startled by their call. She stammered, sorry, I was thinking. Recently, ladies often follow Syria, isn't it strange? As Duchess Babella, she was quiet for a while, but now she's acting arrogantly. Hearing her say that, the other 2 thought and replied. Now that you mention it. One of them spoke up. Did Lady Syria devise a scheme to turn the tables? Marcella agreed. Any way to know the secret? Suddenly, a girl walked in from outside and said, I'll do it. She said excitedly, we must find out the secret together. I'm small like a mouse anyway. Thus, Supia Academy had a new spy who was a believer of Meldonic. She monitored and took notes frequently. Always eat something morning and night, like drinking juice. But so far, that's just a small step. Something I don't know. Meldonic doesn't know yet. Somewhere, Syria was kneeling and praying before a sword. While that woman was still intently praying, a familiar voice came from behind. Syria, have you heard the news? It's new. That woman turned her head and replied calmly. Of course. Her nonchalant answer stunned him slightly. She turned to look at him, hands still clasped, smiling brightly. Everything is according to God's will. He looked at her. He looked at her silently, wondering to himself. Is she the type to smile when hearing her mother is cursed? Lennox stood silently watching Syria, thinking blankly. That's surely not a normal reaction, but you don't need to mind. Anyway, Syria has value to be used. After thinking, he asked, Then when do you plan to return to the Empire? She turned to look at him. She replied happily. Can we return right now? Just in time, the secret weapon to escape my... He tilted his head, asking in confusion. Secret weapon? She didn't answer, just smiled brightly and spoke slowly. Lennox, do you know what this sword is? I don't know. He frowned and looked down. Seeing that, she said nonchalantly. Seems you don't know. Lennox grimaced at her and asked annoyedly. Are you planning to teach me now? Seeing his expression, she burst out laughing. That can't be. She pointed at the sword and spoke slowly. This is the sword that slaughtered the mixed blood race in the Holy War. She forgot. Note, likely, she gazed. She looked down at the sword and smiled softly. It can steal everything that race possessed. It revived mana and destroyed life, and can exterminate them forever. This is the first weapon I have. Then she tilted her head and looked at him, speaking softly. You know my sister has traces of the mixed blood race, right? He wasn't a mixed blood. He asked back. That's the dragon's curse. So what is the second thing? She stroked her chin and replied nonchalantly. It is the trade of holy water and relics. Syria shook her head and replied calmly. No. That woman looked straight into his eyes, explaining slowly. Holy water and relics will definitely be a new initiative. Therefore, Syria tilted her head looking at him. Pupils widening, voice gloomy. Lennox was stunned by her words and expression, thinking fearfully. As expected, there is something strange. Is it because it's been so long since we met? This woman's words are indeed correct. There is almost no loss. Lennox put a hand in his pocket and continued softly. Then is exclusive distribution allowed? I have a building in front of the academy. so I can sell there. When accompanying. As soon as he finished, Syria immediately jumped and hugged him. That woman exclaimed happily. That's exactly it, Lennox. She continued happily. Let's return to the Empire quickly. When we return, let's start over together. Lennox leaned down, lifting Syria's face, and spoke softly. Let's do that. He brought his face close to hers and gently placed a kiss on Syria's lips. Smooch. Then he stared at that woman's face and said sternly, I don't want to let you out of my sight, so I don't have to worry about those alley cats trying to steal you. Syria looked at him in daze, trembling and whispering, Lennox. Her face flushed red again. Surely father will allow it. Lennox frowned at her, asking unpleasantly, That person? Why? Syria nodded furiously in embarrassment and said, Yes. She leaned into his embrace, happily saying, Everyone will bless our love. In the end, only those blessed with victory are recorded in history. At Meldennick's shop, Dominic ran in excitedly from outside. Passing the shop, as he ran, he shouted, Mel! The paperwork for the Marquis mansion is complete. But contrary to my excitement, what caught his eye was the image of her and Isaac standing opposite each other. Not only that, Isaac, do you know? That person was still holding her hand tightly. Isaac turned to look at him and smiled. Nell, is this the person who finished the business for the Kanoa family for you? No, don't be angry. She looked at the two in confusion and stammered. Huh? Yes. Suddenly from her side, Dominic stepped up next to him. He spoke, immediately cutting her off. That's right, because I am the closest person. Isaac stared, smiling sarcastically. I didn't ask you. Meldennick stood between the two, looking back and forth in confusion, wondering. There's no conflict, so why do they hate each other? First I have to stop them. Thinking that, she went to Isaac's side. She pushed him away and smiled brightly. Isaac, can you finish investigating the holy water in the magic tower? Seeing her ask, he replied gently. Of course. Dominic stood behind, staring at the two in front. He frowned and said unpleasantly, I'm still here. Here. This is my house, HMPH. She turned to look at him, saying helplessly, Why bring that up suddenly? Can't you two be friends? You're on the same side. Dominic lowered his head, scratched the back of his neck, exhaled and said, If you want, I'll try. But, honestly, I don't want to talk to him. I feel like I'll lose you. What? What are you saying? Waiting a while without an answer, she frowned. Our relationship is under one roof. Hearing this, he turned his face away shyly and whispered, That's true too. Suddenly she cut through the awkward atmosphere. Come to think of it, what happened to that collateral blood relative? Dominic looked at her and hurriedly recounted what he found. I lost, and I don't know why. She frowned, muttering, Even you couldn't catch him, right? Suddenly he spoke again. Maybe he thought I would kill him. She looked up, rubbing her chin. TSK. I wanted to meet him before the investiture ceremony. But I can't. So I will officially summon him after the ceremony. She crossed her arms and said seriously, But surely with such power we will meet. He stood with hands on hips, asking curiously, Power? She looked up at him, pointed at him, and spoke slowly. Dominic. I mean you. You are a knight. She silently recalled the original story. In the original, with Dominic. That's why Dominic's status in their eyes is incredibly high. Syria chose the Pope as her backer. So I should also show my own power. Thinking that, she Now I will give you an official title. He stood opposite her. Hearing this, he shouted excitedly. Great. Then let me do that, he continued happily. Butler. Butler is good too. She stared at him blankly. Her face clearly showed confusion. Hey, knight. Are you serious? He didn't seem to mind her expression and raised his hand to start a speech. I realized I wanted to do this while working part-time at home. I like cleaning and decorating the interior of the house. The other day, Marissa said a prudent man is the best. She looked at his proud face and immediately broke into a sweat, thinking worriedly. Marissa, what on earth did you teach Dominic? Then she pensively recalled her first meeting with him. Come to think of it, the first time she met Dominic, all he thought about was conquering the empire. He even hates mowing the lawn, but if he really enjoys this, maybe he's finally found his calling. That's what she thought. But she reached back to scratch her neck, slowly reconsidering everything. After 1,000 years, he's found his purpose. However, it's not a knight, but a butler. I'll have to think if there's a position similar to a butler. There. After a moment of thought, she looked at him and said cheerfully, I've got it. A position similar to a butler. Dominic nodded, saying excitedly, I've finally achieved my dream. She asked with a small smile, Do you like it? Before he could answer, she continued, But first. Then she threw a stack of papers onto the table with a flick of her hand. The cash and nobility list. She sat down, slamming the stack of papers onto the desk with her finger. Pointing at the paper, she said slowly, Shall we choose the nobles to be invited to the ceremony? As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into deep thought again. I've been so busy I couldn't even blink, what with opening the general store. Lady Marcella, along with some royal nobles and the young aristocratic children. The academy president and all the instructors have been invited. I even personally attended galas to invite more guests. Luckily, most of the nobles at the galas I attended were curious about my situation and asked if they could be invited. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. She recalled the meeting at the last gala. From a distance, a young lady approached her and struck up a conversation. Lady Syria is holding her engagement ceremony. Unfortunately, the dates conflict, and I've already promised to attend hers, so. She suddenly remembered, until I heard that Syria had returned to the Empire. She shook her head and said cheerfully, It's all right. Then she thought quietly, she must have intentionally arranged it this way for a direct confrontation, to prevent the influential nobles from attending my investiture ceremony. But what can I do? Syria, she thought gleefully, I have too many weapons to deal with you and Duke Heisman. Meldonic began to imagine. Lady Meldonic, congratulations to Marquis Kanoa on his investiture. I would like to attend the festival. I'd like to attend the investiture ceremony as a guest and congratulate you in person, but I don't know if it's an oversight, but I haven't received an invitation yet. Suddenly, she crumpled the paper in her hand, saying angrily, I don't understand why they change their attitude at the flip of a switch. She crushed the paper in her hand, thinking irritably, Syria has been cooped up in her room since returning to the Empire, so it seems they're getting anxious. But even so, do they think I'll just accept this? Honestly, I didn't expect Syria to be able to stay quiet for this long. She threw the crumpled paper ball over her shoulder, grinding her teeth and thinking, but even so, she must be preparing to announce the holy water, the holy relic and divine power. If she weren't an idiot, she wouldn't be holding an engagement ceremony. Suddenly, a letter lying on the table caught her attention. She thought, this is a letter from Haley. In the letter, Haley wrote, Lady Meldonic, are you doing well? Thanks to the diary, I'm now experiencing all sorts of things. A happy day. She opened the letter. As she read, she thought, to repay me for the diary. This kid collected the information I needed and sent it to me. Thanks to her, I've received a lot of unexpectedly useful information. Her eyes scanned down, reading about the rumor of Lady Syria's divine power, secretly spreading among the ladies who attended the gala she recently hosted. I hid myself a bit, and from what I overheard, Lady Syria is about to have dinner with the Empress and His Majesty. As you know, Her Majesty the Empress has suffered for the past 10 years due to the mana reversal phenomenon. But it seems Lady Syria can cure that illness. What if that wicked person receives the Empress's affection? Is there any sharp counterplan? Even though she's as small as a hamster, she's incredibly smart, that Haley. After reading the letter, she gently placed it on the table and said softly, so she really can cure the Empress, just like in the original story. She mulled over the original story's plot. In the original, Syria cures the ailing Empress and bestows healing magic on everyone, from talented nobles to beggars in the street corners. Because of that, everyone will praise Syria like a goddess. She leaned forward, pondering, that power is strong enough to make the paralyzed walk and the blind see. How is that possible? It was all explained in the original story. That divine power includes healing abilities. Although that's not unusual, how can it be that power? Something is off. Then she looked upside and said, What's wrong with me? I've been thinking like this a lot lately. It's not like I'm taking advantage of anything, and I haven't been able to see him. She held her own arm, her other hand gently stroking the pigeon perched on the table. She muttered to herself, Isaac, what's he doing right now? I'm so curious. Damn it. The sound of the shop bell rang. Jingle, followed by his familiar voice. What were you just saying? What were you bowing your head about? Her train of thought was shattered by his voice. She lifted her head in astonishment, looking toward the sound. As soon as she saw him, she called out softly, "Isaac." He leaned in, looking at her dazed face, and said with a smile, "What are you so curious about?" Flustered, she quickly waved her hands. It's nothing. But what brings you here at this hour?" He became serious. He replied slowly, "It's just that the moon is so bright tonight you can't see the stars, so I went looking. I thought of you and came here." She stared at him blankly, her face a mask of confusion. She thought doubtfully, "What does that have to do with me? That reason is so illogical." He looked away from her, out the window, and said slowly, "It's an interesting evening." She frowned, observing his expression, and mused. His expression is the same as always, but his ears, the tips of his ears are flushed red. This is just like he missed me, so he came here. Contrary to his actions. Right then, Isaac was deliberately making conversation to break through his own awkwardness. He continued, "It's about time. We've gotten a lot closer after all. At this rate, I thought you might want to see it too." As if realizing her own chaotic thoughts were a bit improper, she looked at him shyly. Her heart, for some reason, had suddenly started beating faster and faster, and she couldn't find a way to make it return to normal. Suddenly he spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere between them. "Mel, shall we take a little walk?" On the deserted street, two figures appeared, one tall and one short. He walked beside her, bowing his head slightly to ask, "Look, the moon really is bright, isn't it?" Meldinik didn't dare turn to look at him. She stammered shyly, "Yes, I suppose it is." Seeing her robotic movements, he chuckled and said, "Actually, I lied about just coming to see you." He turned to her and said seriously, "Do you remember? The boy we met at the auction that day? You said you had your eye on him. I found him." Hearing him mention the boy, she said in surprise, "Really? What kind of person is he?" He leaned in and replied, "To know for sure, it's better if you hear it directly from him." He lowered his gaze and continued, "But I'll tell you one thing first. He's been looking for you all this time. More precisely, he's looking for the direct blood relative of the Konoha Marquisate." She froze, asking quietly, "He is?" Without letting her interrupt, he continued, "He is the last surviving collateral relative of the Marquis Konoha's family. He might be the key to breaking the bloodline curse you're under. I've told him the location of the stationery shop, so when you get back, you should be able to meet him." She stared at him in a daze, speechless. She thought to herself, "So that's why he asked for my name. Miss?" Recalling their conversation, she began to wonder, why was he looking for me? If he approached me without any prior planning, it must be something important. I shouldn't have just left like that back then. Suddenly, Isaac reached out and touched her lips, saying softly, "Your lip, Mel." He gently caressed her cheek, leaning his head close to her still dazed face, and reminded her softly, "If you keep biting it like that, it'll bleed. Then it will hurt." She froze, then hastily pulled away, saying shyly, I see." But then her mind raced in confusion. What was that? Why am I so flustered? Her face flushed red. She turned her head away and thought, but doesn't he feel any distance between us? To her, he's so handsome. Are my cheeks a little red right now? But it's a good thing it's dark around here, so he can't see clearly. Back at Meldinik's shop, the auctioneer from before was sitting across from her. He introduced himself, trembling. "I am Basin Konoha. Sometimes I use the alias Dante." She sat with her arms crossed, her serious face focused on every word he said. She observed him from head to toe and thought, is he scared of me? Then she spoke slowly. "Is there something I can help you with? My name is Meldinik Vervila. I heard you were looking for me." Hearing her question, he flinched and shot his head up, startled. Then he shouted, "My height is 190 centimeters. She asked, bewildered, "What? What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Her face darkened. She frowned and said, "You only look to be about 170 centimeters. What kind of scam is this?" But contrary to her expression, he covered his mouth, moved, and then shouted, "It must be true then." She said nothing. "You weren't fooled by my lie. Until now, only 2 people have been sharp enough to realize I was lying. The man with the light brown hair at the auction and you." She looked at him, thinking skeptically, could his ability be lying? Now I understand why everyone was acting so strangely. At the auction. Then she said calmly, "Actually, those 2 are the same person." Basin gasped. covering his mouth in shock. What did you just say? He placed his hands on the table and pleaded. If you are truly a close relative of the Marquis, I have a favor to ask you. Please. Before she could answer, he burst into tears, wailing, Please save the people of our clan. The priests of the Holy Kingdom are hunting and trying to kill us, because we received the blessing of the other races. With the direct bloodline gone, they're worried about our superior special abilities. Please, protect us with your power. Weren't all the Konoha relatives supposed to be dead? After a long session of crying and pleading, Basin finally calmed down and explained everything to her and Isaac. Although her family is gone, we Konoha received the dragon's blood curse, but it's not actually a curse. It's a blessing. The dragon species that granted us this blessing fell into a deep sleep for some reason, which caused an inevitable side effect to occur in the Konoha family members. She nodded and rubbed her chin. You're talking about being short-lived, right? He immediately refuted. No, it's the phenomenon of mana reversal. She bowed her head, thinking deeply. This or that, it's all the same. Then she lifted her head and continued. Wait a minute. Mana reversal, why does that sound so familiar? Basin quickly interjected. It might sound familiar because, typically, Her Majesty but through generations a method to treat mana reversal has been found, and the disease can be overcome. As soon as he finished speaking, her pupils instantly dilated. She looked at him with a shocked frown, silently asking herself, What? What did he just say? Meldenik shouted in surprise. You've also suffered from mana reversal. Startled by her shout, Basin stammered in reply. Yes. He quickly raised his hands to explain. There's an incredibly talented medical expert in our family. Thanks to him, mana reversal is no longer an issue. As soon as he finished, he started crying loudly again. So please save my family. She was getting a headache from his wailing. The sound of his crying, then she rubbed her temples. She thought to herself, curing a curable disease, I can use this. After a moment of thought, she asked, Does that treatment work on people outside the family? He stopped crying and answered blankly, Yes. She nodded and said slowly, In that case, let's treat the Empress first. She silently recalled the plot of the original story. After temporarily treating the Empress, Syria earned the title of the Empress's physician. With that fame, Syria was able to solidify her position. But what if I take that fame for myself? From parents to friends, lovers, and all those relationships. Even the opportunities and experiences. She took everything from me, and this time she's going to do the same. No, she's probably already making her move. In that case, this is as far as you go, Syria. Continuing her thoughts, I'll just consider this compensation for my work. I can't just stand by and, of course, I also hope Carson's mother gets well soon. But suddenly, Basin's trembling voice cut through her train of thought. I must admit. Then he stood up and shouted, You are truly amazing, agreeing to help someone so quickly. With this root we found, I think the Empress will recover quickly. Just soak the root in water and drink it, and she'll be fine. It will be effective immediately, and there are no side effects. She looked helplessly at him as he rambled on, thinking, so he can speak clearly now. Is it because he's not lying that he's so confident? After praising her for a while, Basin finally sat back down in his chair. He glanced around and continued, But I just need one more thing. I can wait for them if I meet the Empress. Hearing this, she stammered, That can be arranged. Someone will help with that. As soon as she finished, he said excitedly, Of course. You're amazing. Then he held up a bag and offered it to her. As he handed it over, he said, I'm glad I brought the root. Seeing the bag in his hand, she raised her hand to take it. She gave an awkward smile, silently assessing the situation. I don't know how things turned out so smoothly, even though I thought there must be a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Isaac stepped up beside her. He took hold of her outstretched arm with his own hand and said softly, No. He frowned, saying quietly, I've told you many times that I don't want you in danger. He looked at her and asked sternly, Are you trying to test if I'm sane by forcing a mana reversal? Don't you know? His words made her feel guilty. How does he know? She thought. Then she stammered, Well, I didn't know anything. She turned towards him and quickly explained, But that's the surest and fastest way. Isaac, you were busy with research. So who else but me could possibly do it? He ignored her words and just replied, I will call a physician. Let's study its effectiveness together. But contrary to his opinion, she vehemently objected. We're out of time. There's no need for such complicated discussions. Isaac shook his head. He continued to persuade her. If something goes wrong, everything will go back to a terrible state. The moment he finished, she immediately said, he said it would definitely be fine. Isaac retorted, it wouldn't kill anyone to be careful. She was rendered speechless by his argument. She thought irritably, this guy is so stubborn. Why does he have to be so rigid? And he's great at physical contact, too. But then she lowered her head, thinking shyly, but it's strange to have someone care about me this much. Suddenly, a voice cut through their argument. Basin smiled mischievously, teasing, you two, are you in love? He chuckled and continued, you really look like it. He watched them for a moment, and when he still didn't get an answer, he waved his hand and said, oh, no. Well, but isn't it? Before he could finish his sentence, from outside, Dominic kicked the door open and shouted, Mel, I've caught that bastard. He glanced at the three of them, startled, and said, wait a minute. Then he pointed angrily at Basin and yelled, Basin Kanoa, you damn swindler. Startled by the call, Basin immediately shriveled up, trembling in his chair. As for Meldonic, who was standing explaining things to Basin, she was startled by his shout. She turned and called his name, Dominic. Just like that, the awkward atmosphere created by Basin's unexpected question vanished as Dominic stormed in. But then she pondered again. But Isaac, why didn't he answer? And why did he hesitate? She rested her chin on her hand at the table, her eyes fixed on the window, but her mind was constantly on him. She mumbled to herself, every time I think about Isaac, I feel so awkward. At the royal palace, a gathering of young ladies from noble families was underway. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Enjoying a tea party after such a long time, it's wonderful. The Empress gently set her teacup down. She looked at Marcella and said softly, there are many new faces here. Marcella, sitting opposite her, replied cheerfully, thank you for inviting me, Your Majesty. The Empress sat poised in her chair, her golden hair tied up neatly. She looked at Meldonic and just smiled faintly. Back to before Marcella, and she entered the palace, in the carriage. Marcella sat across from her and began to speak. Lady Syria recently announced that she will cure the Empress's illness, so she must have good prospects. She has tried all sorts of medicines, but none have had much effect. Only holy power remains unused. So, I could only invite you and Lady Syria to the tea party together. Suddenly she ground, but I can't believe that Lady Syria dares to announce she'd be late despite being invited by the Empress. Is she just naturally that flighty? She leaned back in frustration, crossing her arms. It's just in time too. The Empress has been resting for a while, so people haven't noticed that she's also having an affair. First, we need to win the Empress's heart. Then we'll teach her a lesson. All of a sudden, she leaned forward and grasped Meldonic's hand tightly. She looked directly into her eyes and said seriously, you can do it, Lady Meldonic. I believe in you. Back in the present, she lifted her head to look at the Empress and introduced herself slowly. It is an honor to meet you. I am Meldonic Varvella. The Empress tilted her head, looking at her. She said slowly, I see. I have heard about you. Meldonic bowed her head slightly and said softly, yes, thank you. As she finished speaking, the Empress lowered her gaze and said pensively, you know, in my time, I never would have imagined finger food like this. The world has changed so much since I was a child. Marcella froze at her words. She bowed her head, thinking helplessly, oh no, here we go again with the back in my day stories. Even though she's been bedridden for so long, she often says things that are out of touch with high society. Why does the Empress tell these hard-to-listen to old stories? Script error. The Empress sat up straight, rubbing her chin as she began her story. If I recover, I wish I could go for a walk. In the forest. When I was young, many young ladies also enjoyed hiking in the dense mountains. Marcella wasn't really paying attention to her words, but instead tilted her head to look at Meldonic, worrying if she could handle this. Seeing Marcella's worried expression, Meldonic thought, I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. Lady Marcella. After thinking, she said cheerfully, then could we go together? I also love to go hiking. Hearing this, the Empress asked in surprise, oh, really? Meldonic nodded eagerly and replied happily, yes. If you can have some cold golden wine with a few slices of cheese in the middle of the mountains, all your worries will disappear. As soon as she finished, the Empress was both surprised and delighted by her words. Seeing the Empress's expression, Meldonic felt proud. She thought, business, at its core, is about salesmanship. The Empress, immediately cheered by her answer, let out a soft laugh. She said, you certainly have good taste. What could be better than sipping wine and enjoying the mountain breeze? Marcella looked at her, her eyes filled with unspoken admiration, while Meldenik thought smugly, I knew it. Everyone knows that those who like hiking usually have a good tolerance for alcohol. And then the Empress continued, lately, few young ladies know about that dream of mine for when I recover. Let's go together. Meldenik bowed her head slightly, lifting her teacup, and replied humbly, I would be greatly honored. The Empress looked at her. The two then began to praise her. You two are so virtuous, unlike the others. Don't you think so, Marcella? Sitting beside her, Marcella happily replied, Of course, Your Majesty. That's certainly true. She took a sip of tea and slowly savored it. Oh, how relaxing. This light, this temperature, this warmth, I feel so relaxed. Suddenly an announcement cut through her peaceful moments. Lady Syria has arrived. Syria stood behind her chair. She bowed slightly and greeted them slowly. It has been a long time since I've had the pleasure of seeing everyone. She lifted her head slightly to look at Meldenik and said with a sinister smile, Especially you, Sister Meldenik. After greeting the Empress, Syria pulled out a chair and sat down. She lifted her teacup and gently took a sip. Meldenik sat opposite her, frowning and thinking to herself, why does she have to sit right across from me? Syria ignored her annoyed expression and simply tilted her head, saying, Your Highness, thank you for giving me the opportunity to heal you. The Empress turned her head to look at her, smiled softly, and said, I am the one who should be thanking you for it. So you can use holy power, is that correct? Syria covered her mouth with her hand, smiled, and replied humbly, Yes, with all due respect. His Holiness the Pope himself has confirmed this. Hearing this, the Empress continued to ask, But why did you not become a priestess? Syria looked at her and smiled brightly. It is because I wish to contribute to our empire. I want to heal the sick without needing the title of priestess or saintess. The Pope has given me his permission. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere between them, on the other side, next to Meldenik, Marcella was clenching her fists in frustration, staring straight ahead. Seeing her displeased expression, Meldenik thought, every sentence ends with the Pope. The Pope, she mentions him so often, yet she pretends. But Syria, the best way to elevate yourself is to get involved in something, or gain control of the entire nation. That's how it is. After a moment of thought, Marcella, sitting beside her, finally spoke up. That reminds me of something. I heard that Lady Meldenik also brought some herbs to alleviate your symptoms. Hearing her mention this, the Empress said hesitantly, Yes, that's right. I apologize. But now, suddenly a small voice from the side cut her off. Your Highness. She turned her head and asked, What is it, Carson? From a distance, a boy with bright blonde hair ran to her side, saying as he ran, Mother, are you feeling better? Suddenly, he realized that it wasn't just his mother present, but a few other people as well, and he froze. He bowed politely and said, Hello, ladies. I apologize for entering your tea party so rudely. Meldenik was surprised by his politeness and covered her mouth, exclaiming, Oh my, he's so mature. Then she thought, staring at him, the boy looks like a little soldier. She went along with it and replied, His Highness invited me to her tea party. He nodded like a pre-programmed robot. He said stiffly, I see. Meldenik was amused by his dazed expression. She thought, this kid's acting is pretty good. The Empress, sitting beside them, saw them talking cheerfully and asked curiously, You know her? You know Lady Meldenik, Carson? He replied happily, Yes. Then he continued excitedly, You know, how father has become very strong lately. It's all thanks to Lady Meldenik. The Empress exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, really? He nodded and began to praise her. She's always making new things like that. Even the dream candy happiness that garnered the most attention at Potit's debut party was made by her. The Empress covered her mouth and laughed softly, saying, Is that so? So Lady Meldenik is the one you want to marry, Carson? He giggled and replied, That's right. She sat silently listening to them, feeling a swell of pride. This is the story. This is how you elevate yourself without having to boast. People will always value true worth. After talking to the Empress, Carson turned to her and asked curiously, I bet she made something wonderful. To bring here today too. Right, Mel? Hearing his question, she replied cheerfully. Of course. This time, you've heard correctly. I've brought flowers that help with health care, Your Highness. He turned and said enthusiastically to his mother, Mother, do you know what the best part of Lady Meldonick's inventions is? No, it's that they are not only effective but also have no side effects. I was worried that if the mana reversal was treated with holy power, it would have some side effects, like what happened before. The Empress was swayed by his words. She looked towards where Syria was sitting and said softly, Side effects. As if understanding her hesitation, Syria spoke up, It seems you are worried because you are uninformed. She smiled and continued, My holy power has no side effects at all. Carson frowned at her and said skeptically, How can we believe you when your holy power hasn't even been sanctioned by a priestess? Have you ever had experience treating mana reversal before? Syria was stunned by his sharp words. She fell silent and said no more. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Seeing this, the Empress said, Well then, let me try what Lady Meldonick has prepared first. After trying the flower she brought, the Empress reached out and gently touched her teacup. Then she lifted the cup and said softly, Strange, this is very strange. Watching her expression, Meldonick grew worried and asked, What is it? She didn't know what was happening. She thought in fear. Did something go wrong? I knew it. I should have tested it on myself first. Suddenly, the Empress's voice cut through her chaotic thoughts. The headache and the tightness in my chest. They've all disappeared. She continued happily. Of course, we'll still need to wait a while to see who would have thought these symptoms would disappear so quickly. Hearing her words, Meldonick sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Then she said enthusiastically, In that case, during this time I will assist in managing your medicine once a week. The Empress nodded slightly. She said, It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable. There's no more turmoil inside me. And she gently placed her hand. This line appears to be an outrow for a video. I will omit it. Then she asked curiously, Even the doctors said that mana reversal is very difficult to treat. How did you come up with this solution? She explained cheerfully. I also suffered from this mana reversal illness for many years. This is the result of a long process and a great deal of investment. I am very honored to serve you, Your Highness. The Empress was pleased by her sincere words and continued. Honestly, I wasn't expecting anything at all. I thought I would have to rely on Lady Syria and her powerful holy abilities, and then Carson also directly joined the fray. Their conversation was joined by him, who said excitedly, Mother, I told you Mel also gave Father a wonderful gift. It's amazing. If someone like her could become a part of our family, wouldn't that be wonderful? The Empress chuckled. Now everyone here knows that the person you want to marry is Lady Meldonick. He quickly clarified. Myself, Mother, no. I wasn't talking about myself. Suddenly the sound of a teacup shattering rang out, crash. Syria looked around at everyone with an embarrassed smile and said slowly, Oh, I'm sorry. My hand slipped. She glanced at Meldonick and said softly, Your Highness, it is truly an honor that my sister could heal you. With my holy power. Before she could finish, Meldonick cut her off. Lady Syria, I'm sorry. I know Your Highness entrusted this matter to you, but I hope you can understand. Syria was taken aback. Cut off by Meldonick, she asked confusedly, What? Meldonick sighed and continued, Since we have never tried combining herbal treatment with holy power, perhaps your holy power and the herbs are not compatible. You'll have to use it at a different time, because Your Highness's health is the most important thing. Syria listened to her in silence. Then she smiled faintly and replied agreeably, Yes, I only hope for Your Highness's recovery. Meldonick gave her a chin-up look, thinking seriously, she's probably upset that things aren't going according to her plan, even though from the start, she never cared about the Empress's illness. She must have wanted to use this to cover up her affair. But how upset must she be feeling now? Suddenly, a young lady sitting next to her spoke up. But holy power is a very difficult thing to access. Why don't we? Marcella quickly shouted to cut her off. Lady Meldonick. How did you discover something like this? Sitting next to her, Meldonick thought helplessly. Lady Marcella, she cut off my train of thought. The Empress, not wanting to continue this topic, said slowly, Yes, I didn't know you were hiding such a talent. I want you to come here once a week. Having received her recognition, Meldonick replied happily, It is my honor, Your Highness. She thought eagerly, The revenue that slowed down after the stationery shop was destroyed will increase now, right? Since Montine Academy is near the stationery shop. And it's a royal academy. Suddenly Syria asked, "You said you were Lady Marcella Maxon, correct?" Marcella, having her name called, answered palely, "Yes." And Syria covered her mouth with a smile, saying slowly, "I just have a feeling we'll be seeing each other again soon." Meldenik answered coldly for Marcella, "No, Syria. You should come see me." She smirked sarcastically, and continued, "We have a lot to talk about, don't we?" Syria narrowed her eyes, smiled sinisterly, and said, "Oh, yes. You're right." After the tea party ended, she stood waiting silently in the main hall. From a distance, Syria approached her, calling softly, "Sister." She tilted her head, looking at Meldenik, and said darkly, "We should talk, shouldn't we?" Meldenik thought to herself, "Looks like she found me as soon as I was alone." Then she gently walked past Syria, saying slowly, "Yeah, go talk to a wall." Syria retorted without hesitation, "You'll regret this, sister." Meldenik, unafraid, shot back, "You're the one who should have regrets. For choosing Duke Heisman. It's like picking up someone else's trash, isn't it?" Then she turned her head, smiled mockingly, and said, "Speaking of which, his stamina isn't bad either. He was so clingy I had to kick him away once. Wait. No, twice." Syria frowned, annoyed at hearing her fiancé badmouth it. But then she moved closer and whispered, "You've changed, sister." Meldenik looked down at her. She replied flatly, "Of course I've changed. Now you're the one who's beyond help." She recalled the character's past, and sighed, thinking, although there was a time Meldenik genuinely wanted to be friends with her. Back in the past, when Meldenik and Syria were still children, Meldenik had brought a box of candy, happily wanting to. The friend Syria, "Want some of this? I saved it for you. It's the best premium chocolate I've ever had." She awkwardly offered it to her and stammered, "I wrapped it carefully. It's not dirty at all." Syria didn't even glance at her, just swatted the box of carefully brought chocolates away and yelled, "No, I don't want to be near you." Back then, she just quietly hugged the spilled box of chocolates and said, trembling, "I'm sorry." Even then, Meldenik didn't understand why she liked her so much. It wasn't just admiration. And because Syria herself knew exactly what Meldenik wanted, that's why Meldenik obediently told her everything about Lennox. That day, for the first time, Syria willingly sat next to her and started a conversation. "What does your fiancé like, sister?" Because she was happy that Syria was talking to her, and because she liked to see Syria smile. After telling her about her fiancé, she suddenly asked curiously, "Why do you want to know?" She gave a fake smile and said, "It's just that he's the most famous person in high society. It's better to be on his good side." Back to the present, she thought with pity, and in return, both her fiancé and her sister stabbed her in the back. Then she sighed and said, "Besides, shouldn't you go back to your cursed mother? Coincidentally, you have holy power. Not the emperor. Heal your mother." Before she could finish her sentence, Syria cut in. "What do you mean? Mother has moved to a new residence. What's the use of me going there?" She was stunned by those callous words, exclaiming blankly, "What?" She thought in confusion. What did she just say? The Syria I knew was selfish, but she still loved her mother. So what's with her reaction now? She doesn't even care about her comatose mother. Suddenly Syria spoke, pulling her from her thoughts. "I will create perfect things from the building my beloved mother left behind. The details will be announced at the reception I'm hosting soon. You're invited to attend, sister. Because it's not like you can do anything anyway. Oh, and one more thing. The people at the shop, the stationery store, and Marcella Maxon are in my way, sister. Should I do something about them?" Hearing this, Meldenik frowned. She clenched her fists, thinking, she's declaring war. Then she growled, "If you dare, then go ahead." Syria bowed her head slightly, smiled, and said, "Yes, sister." After Meldenik successfully obtained the title of the Empress's physician, time flew. Syria stood in her room, looking down at the paper on her desk, thinking deeply. I can't believe she's still in her room, holed up in her house after getting the title of the Empress's physician. Why is she getting in my way when she's not even using her position? There. Whatever. The time to eliminate the obstacle has come anyway. She placed her hand on the paper, saying softly, "As the Pope said, a new world is about to open up. I mean, a beautiful and pure world. Suddenly, the sound of a door being kicked open, and a loud shout came at the same time. "This is humiliating." Syria glanced towards the door and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Lennox?" He angrily untied his cravat and yelled, "Prince Carson, he." Flashback to his encounter at the palace, in Carson's office. He was tilting his head, seriously reading a document. Holding it in his hands, he read it and said slowly, "Duke Heisman, no matter how publicly you were abandoned by Marquis Kanoa, isn't it still pathetic to tarnish her achievements?" After finishing the document, he placed it gently on the desk and continued, "The Marquis didn't say much about your affair." Back in the present, Lennox was still fuming about it. Suddenly, Syria placed a hand on his shoulder from behind and comforted him softly. "Don't worry, Lennox. If we can have an affair, so can my sister." She wrapped her arm around his shoulder and continued, "I just found out she's always with a commoner named Dominic, a man with no proper background." He turned his head suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean?" "Meldonic is head over heels for me." Syria shook her head, smiled sinisterly, and said, "Ha, you know it too, Lennox. People don't care about the truth. If you stir things up and add a plausible truth, people will believe it as it is. The rumor will spread quickly, and by the time she realizes and tries to deal with it, it will be too late." At Meldonic's stationery shop, she was lying dejectedly on the table. As she lay there, she began to ponder, "What's going on? I'm sure the plan went smoothly, and I even took the title of the Empress's physician from Syria. Because of that, the heads of Sophia and Martine academies personally visited. If there's a problem, it will be that Basin is overworked, so the stationery shop will be sold out for a while." But then she I guess I'll have to work myself to death to ensure sales. Dominic stood beside her, patting her back and whispering, "Mel, sit up straight." But she just kept her face buried on the table, dejected. "Come on, just think of it as a good opportunity." Suddenly, Basin, who was reading the newspaper, crumpled it and shouted, "Lady Meldonic, Sir Dominic." He slammed the newspaper down in front of them and said loudly, "Look at this. The paper has a picture of you and Dominic strolling together, looking very close and suspicious." Dominic leaned down and asked curiously, "Oh? Did they get my good side? They put my handsome face in the paper." Meldonic chimed in, "They finally published this article." As expected, Dominic tilted his head and asked, "You were meeting me and having an affair with me while you were still engaged to Duke Heisman?" She said nothing. Beside him, she didn't refute but just rubbed her chin and said calmly, "Obviously. It's so obvious." Basin, standing behind them, panicked and interrupted, "If it's a real affair, isn't that bad news?" He cried and shouted, "Let me go outside and shout that this isn't true." She turned and quickly waved her hands, calmly reassuring him, "No, everything is going according to plan. As long as a few people don't misunderstand, it's fine." Then she turned away, thinking, "I told Isaac beforehand, so he should be fine, right? But what if he misunderstands and thinks I'm flighty? And what if that makes him see me differently?" Suddenly, she put hands behind her neck and gave a dazed laugh, as if she knew something was about to happen. At the magic tower, Ramos was standing there, trembling as he looked at Isaac. He stammered softly, "Sir Isaac, the cup is melting in your hand. It's so cold." Henry, standing beside him, couldn't stop sneezing from the chill. Suddenly, the air around them warmed up again. Ramos clutched his chest and sighed in relief, saying happily, "Oh, finally it's warm. By the way, that Dominic guy is actually pretty handsome." He continued to blabber on, "Although I don't know the authenticity of the article, but isn't it?" All of a sudden, he sneezed again. The startled Henry in front of him jumped back, bumping into him. He complained, "That hurts, you block of ice." Unfairly blamed, Henry turned and hit him back, yelling, "Sir Ramos, you're such an insensitive idiot." Suddenly, the silent Isaac spoke up. "Ramos." Being called, he thought in fear. What did I just do? "I think the Tower Master likes Meldonic." Before he could say anything else, Ramos quickly reassured him, "Oh, of course. It's just a rumor." "What a load of crap, you must be very concerned." Isaac showed no reaction. He just replied coldly, "Yes, I am." He looked at Isaac, bewildered, and said, "Huh?" Then Isaac continued flatly, "I am very concerned, so Ramos." He held up his own hand, a dark smile on his face. "Get out." Seeing his expression about to turn nasty, Romas quickly grabbed Henry and stammered, "Yes, sir." Then he carried Henry and ran off, shouting as he went, "Henry, let's go." Henry, confused, let himself be carried away. "Huh? Me? Ow, that hurts." He sat up straight in his chair, cracking his knuckles, and thought, "Those blind fools. If they're going to spread rumors, they should have aimed them at me. At least I'd have a legitimate reason to approach Meldenik." Suddenly his attention was drawn to an egg on the table. Come to think of it, this egg hasn't moved at all. It'll probably be hard for it to hatch, just like he said. They have dragon-blessed blood. He rubbed his chin and said softly, "Should I give it as a gift for her investiture? What should I do?" At Meldenik's stationery shop, she was packing for her upcoming trip. As she worked, she spoke to Dominic. I guess today is the day Syria announces her engagement." She suddenly turned to him and asked, "Dominic, do you want to go?" Hearing her, he leaned in and replied, "Sure." He put on his coat and said slowly, "In the meantime, I've scouted around the building and haven't detected anything strange. I think the people from the temple are quite talented, but I can't figure out what their holy power is. I'll keep investigating." He handed her a crystal ball and reminded her seriously, "I will share my vision with this orb. This crystal, shake it a few times to activate it." She held the orb in her hand and replied with interest, "Okay." After saying that, she went to the door to open it. Before leaving, she added, "Well, I'll be back later." Seeing this, Dominic quickly ran and slammed it shut. She stood behind him, asking blankly, "What's wrong? Isn't he from the Pavlova family? Why is he like this? Don't tell me that old man sent people because you keep ignoring his letters. Of his. Even though I don't really understand your father." Suddenly she yelled angrily, "What father?" She pointed at him furiously and shouted, "Have you forgotten I was exiled? I'm completely disowned now." Seeing her so upset, he raised his hands in surrender and stammered, all right. I'm sorry." She gave him a dark look and asked menacingly, "Dominic, can you use magic to push that carriage farther away? At this rate, the people trying to come to the shop won't be able to get in." He patted his arm and said confidently, "Leave it to me." "Okay, I'm really going now." After he left, she could only communicate with him through the crystal ball he left behind. She went to the table. She pulled out a chair and sat down, asking as she did, "Hasn't it started yet?" His voice came from the crystal ball. "It seems like it's about to." Suddenly the bell on the door jingled, immediately catching her attention. She ran to the door, calling out happily, "Isaac." He smiled at her and greeted her back softly, "Mel." She turned to let him pass and asked excitedly, "What brings you here?" Isaac didn't answer her question, but instead asked her another one. "How have you been lately?" Suddenly he pulled out She looked down. He replied calmly, "A dragon egg." The moment he said it, she held the egg in her arms in a daze, thinking in disbelief. "Why would you give me this? Why give a dragon egg like it's a—" After giving her the egg, he patiently advised, "Hatching a dragon is a patient process. Many of them even die in the egg." He lowered his gaze and continued slowly, "But because you carry dragon-blessed blood, who knows, maybe you can meet it. A dragon that breaks out of its own shell. Of course, I don't know much about your bloodline, but I think this dragon will break out on its own. It will awaken and become your ally." She hugged the egg tightly, thinking shyly, "He suddenly sent it because he thought it would help me. Well, I guess I think so too." After some thought, she said, "Thank you, but how long do I have to take care of it?" He replied bluntly, "I have no idea." She asked, bewildered, "So you don't know how to hatch it either?" He sighed in embarrassment. She looked at him and thought, if even the master of the magic tower doesn't know, it's hard to believe anyone does. Well, I'll just have to examine this dragon egg carefully. But right now, the dragon egg isn't the problem. She pulled her chair back and asked cheerfully, "Have you heard? Something interesting is about to happen." He nodded. "I heard the Favela family is hosting a small party." He frowned and continued, "I'm sure if I hadn't stopped by, you had no intention of attending, did you?" Hearing him say that, she retorted, "Not at all." She quickly waved her hands to explain, "I already sent Dominic in my place. Right now, Dominic is infiltrating the reception hall with his magic." She held up the crystal ball and continued explaining, "We can check in through this orb." He looked with interest at the orb she placed on the table and remarked, Magic can be very dangerous if the user isn't a mage with a special skill. She nodded in reply. I'll explain later. Then she thought, since we will reveal Dominic's invisibility ability soon. He bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes and said gently, all right, I'll wait. She looked up at him, smiling. She thought, I knew it. He didn't ask any more questions. Suddenly, she asked herself shyly, I wonder why. I only ever see his good side. All of a sudden, the crystal ball began to emit a bright white light. Along with it came the voice of the announcer. And so, here I declare the vow between the Empire and the Holy Nation. Furthermore, as planned, we will distribute the holy relics and holy water created by the Holy Nation through the Vavaloa and Heisman merchant groups. Even if it's holy water that can heal the lame, we also plan to distribute holy relics that can help the blind see. She listened pensively to the flowery words of the announcer and silently judged. All nice words, huh? What does this mean? Suddenly, Dominic spoke up. I don't feel any energy emanating from the items they brought. What do you think? Hearing him say that, she asked in surprise. Really? Take a closer look. He nodded and replied, okay. Then he stealthily moved closer to Syria. After a moment of observation, he continued, completely different. The energy from the holy power I experienced before becoming a knight, these bastards. I suspect they're frauds. Over here, she listened to him and thought deeply. Really? Then what's the purpose? At the banquet hall, Lennox stood beside Syria, observing everyone. Suddenly he clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and slowly said, everyone, your attention please. I will now announce the most important part. From the other side of the crystal ball. She heard him and asked wearily, is it not over yet? Lennox placed a hand on Syria's shoulder. He bowed his head slightly and continued, the Pope has bestowed upon us the holy sword, the light that dispels the darkness, the very one that drove out the darkness 100 years ago. As soon as the holy sword was brought out, the crowd below erupted in murmurs. They began to praise. Oh my, if the Pope sent the holy sword, does that mean he has become a close ally? Syria ignored the comments from the crowd below. She just smiled faintly and said, this is the holy sword. She rubbed her chin and began to ponder. What is this situation? The holy sword wasn't mentioned in the original story. This sword was wielded by a great hero and served the Empire against other races in past wars. Right. Dominic, standing silently behind Syria, sighed. Still can't compare to my sword. Suddenly, the conversation between her and another person rang out. It's as if it said Dominic himself. Yes, this sword is also related to the swordmaster Dominic, the greatest swordmaster in the Empire. Hearing them mention him, he frantically explained. Me? I have nothing to do with that sword. Isaac, after a moment of silence, finally spoke up. If that's true, it's really troublesome. She agreed but quickly retorted. I'm sure it's not true. The voice from the crystal ball continued. This holy sword is rumored to be related by blood to Dominic. Hearing this, she questioned her sanity. The person in the orb continued. The people in the temple say this is his son. That's a story certified by the Pope himself. Isaac looked up at her and called softly, Mel. She frowned, thinking, Lennox must have been really hurt that I left him, right? He used our name to bring me down. But I stole the sword and made a deal with Dominic a long time ago. And what's more, they misjudged. They said he has a son, but Dominic is still a bachelor. In his location, Dominic's face darkened. He growled angrily, I should just blow up this whole party. On her end, understanding his intention, she quickly tried to stop him. Calm down, wait a minute, Dominic. He turned his head and yelled into the crystal ball. Calm down? You think I can calm down? I haven't even been in a relationship with anyone. She understood his mood but could only gently try to calm him. I know. But you're famous now because of the rumor of you having an affair with me. Your portrait is being widely circulated. He didn't care about that and said angrily, if I kill them all, no one will know it was me. Hearing him, she said frantically, no. You're the swordmaster Dominic. Don't be like that. Focus on revenge. Wait just 2 more days. I'll set the stage for you to reveal the truth. He thought for a moment, seeing the logic reigned in his anger. Then he said through gritted teeth, fine. I'll focus on revenge. Dominic, the hero of salvation, who was always carefree and easygoing, began to point his sword towards Duke. Lennox Heisman. Dominic smirked, muttering a single phrase over and over. I will reveal my identity. Back with her and Isaac. She looked at the orb and sighed. She said softly, I just felt the orb shake. He replied flatly, there was a reason, but it's over now. Meldonic lifted the crystal ball and asked, are you heading back now? Dominic replied calmly, yeah. After returning to the shop, he frowned, annoyed. My anger still hasn't subsided. I'm going to the mountains to blow off some steam. She sat gently beside him, thinking, that means a mountain has already been blown off its range. Suddenly, a letter on the table caught his attention, and he asked curiously, what's that? She followed his gaze and replied, those? They're letters that arrived after Syria's reception ended. He picked up a paper and read it slowly. So many letters arrived in such a short time. You must have known. Among the letters sent, almost all had the same content. Lady Meldonic, thank you for your invitation. But due to some matters, I wish to express my apologies for not being able to attend anymore. I'm sorry, but it will be difficult. To attend the investiture ceremony, I am unable to participate. After reading, he lightly tossed the paper onto the table, resting his chin on his other hand, and said nonchalantly, everyone is apologizing to you. But it doesn't seem like anyone is sincere. Tell those people who want to die to be careful. She shook her head and sighed. No, I'm actually grateful. It saves me the trouble of kicking them out. Suddenly, Basin burst in from outside and yelled, something's happened. Have you heard the news about the reception? She turned to look at him and replied calm. He was taken aback by her calm demeanor and stammered, huh? Then why are you so calm? Then his eyes landed on the dragon egg she had placed on the table to incubate, and he asked curiously, huh? What's this? He approached the egg, touching it and asking, looks like an egg, doesn't it? Is it a quail egg? She watched his clueless actions and wondered, a quail egg that big? Then she replied softly, they say it's a dragon egg. As soon as she finished, he froze and turned his head back to look. Seeing him repeat the same word over and over, she helped him finish. Dragon egg. He jumped in fright, but then asked curiously, then why hasn't it hatched? She crossed her arms and replied calmly, because I don't know how to incubate it. He looked at her skeptically and asked, that's not it, is it? Right? He continued doubtfully, it should hatch if you, someone with blessed blood, touch it and transfer your energy, right? Shouldn't it react if you place your hand on it? She frowned, half believing, half doubting, and said, is that so? Then what? She thought to herself, is the solution really that simple? Is that also why it's so big? Seeing her question, he replied, yes, because the dragon's power is a necessary condition for its incubation. Suddenly, Basin put on his glasses and, acting like an intellectual, continued, I've only seen it in documents. So this is the first time I've seen it in person. She looked at him judgmentally. Just as I thought. But seriously, Isaac is known for magic. Dragons are known to the Konoha family. How does he know that? With Magic Tower known for magic, and the Konoha family known for dragons, how does he know about that? After some thought, she finally decided to place her hand on the dragon egg as he suggested. She said softly, nervously, all right. She gently touched the eggshell under the watchful eyes of Basin and Dominic. But contrary to their expectations, the dragon egg didn't move at all. Seeing this, she ran over, grabbed Basin's shirt, and cried out, it's not working. Are you trying to trick me again? Dizzied by her shaking, he trembled and quickly explained, no. The only one who can see through Basin's ability is someone with a direct bloodline like you, Lady Meldonic. She ignored his nonsense and continued, then why isn't it cracking? Suddenly, the sound of cracking echoed, catching her attention. Huh? The shell of the dragon egg slowly began to fracture, and she stared in bewilderment. Is a real dragon hatching right before my eyes? From inside the dragon egg, a little boy appeared, looking like he had just woken up. She leaned down to look at the baby, thinking, is this baby a dragon? People can't hatch from eggs. They just can't. But then, she called out in a gentle voice, hey little one. The sound of her voice woke the boy, and he opened his eyes wide to look up at her. The moment he saw her, he joyfully called out, Mama? Startled by his call, she clutched her heart, sighing internally. So cute! She covered her mouth, pondering, how do you even raise a dragon? Should I give it some milk? Suddenly, the boy raised his hand and pointed behind her, calling out happily, Dada. She asked in confusion, Huh? Dada? From behind her, Isaac suddenly appeared. He raised a hand to his chin and said slowly, I came back because I sensed a strange aura. But I see the baby has finally been born. Seeing him standing behind her, the baby got even more excited, repeatedly saying, Dada, Dada. Suddenly she lowered her head, blushing as she thought, the baby called me Mama and called Isaac Dada. Oh, Isaac heard him. I guess the baby is familiar with me because I channeled my energy into it while trying to hatch the egg. Dominic stood beside her. As soon as he finished speaking, she quickly whipped her head around to look at him. She grumbled to herself, how could he call such a cute baby Jun? Suddenly, the baby, who had been sitting quietly, also turned his head to look at him and replied, yes? That one word from the baby left her completely stunned, her jaw dropping. He understands. Seeing this, Dominic narrowed his eyes and said darkly, you've got the wrong person, calling him Dada. He pointed a finger at the baby's face, continuing in a growl, your eyes must be broken. Anyone can see Mel is way too good for him. The baby ignored his words, simply crossing his arms and turning his face away with a huff. Seeing the two of them interact so playfully from a distance, she couldn't help but smile. They actually look pretty good together, she thought. The baby closed his eyes, frowned, and picked up the eggshell to put it back on his head. He sighed. Anyway, I can't stay here for long. See you all later. Then he gently closed the eggshell over himself, to the utter astonishment of everyone around. Seeing this, the old doctor rushed over, stammering an explanation. It probably needs more conditions to be met. She clenched her fists, crying silently in her heart as she thought, summoning it requires so many conditions. Even the demon Wintermoon said so. But then she bit her lip, slowly reassessing the current situation. But I'll still go easy on you since you're so cute. Anyway, I need to learn more about the dragon's blessing. I'll deal with the dragon kid later, because tomorrow is the investiture ceremony. And it's also the day of Syria and Lennox's engagement. I wonder how they'll feel when their engagement day turns into a disaster. Then Dominic asked curiously, is it about that? She nodded and replied, that's right. You get one too, Isaac. She pulled a headband out of her pocket and held it out to him. Isaac took the band from her hand and slowly read, punish the cheating man and woman? He looked up and asked, what is this? She gestured with her hands and began to explain, it's called a slogan headband. Meanwhile, someone was secretly watching them from a distance. At the magic tower, Henry was sitting and watching everyone in bewilderment. The little boy called out softly, hey, Carrot. Carrot, hearing his name, quickly replied, what is it? I'm busy. Henry stared at the boy's back and stammered, what are you so busy with? Are you studying? Carrot nodded in reply. That's right. The boy, I need to finish this quickly and put on my mask. Henry nodded along innocently. Oh, I see. He sat obediently, watching the two of them work diligently. Suddenly the boy spoke up. But did you know? It seems Master Isaac and Lady Mel are really close. Arson, who was writing, froze at Henry's words. He turned his head and asked, what do you mean? When you came back alone after visiting Mel with Master Isaac, did you see something? Marissa, sensing drama, quickly chimed in. Are you sure he's a good person? If he's a good person, he would comfort our kind lady who was hurt by that cheetah, right? But what if he's not? Arson, standing beside her, agreed. We should check him out. And if he's a bad guy, we'll just get rid of him. There are a lot of creeps hanging around Mel. Suddenly Carrot, who had been silent, spoke up forcefully. No, that person is truly a good man. Ignoring the others' voices, Marissa crept closer to where Henry was sitting and said softly, but still. But Henry, how did you know that? He looked up at her and said hesitantly, Lady Mel and Master Isaac are having a baby. The shocking news made all three of them gasp in unison. Seeing their reaction, Henry insisted, I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Arson turned away sadly, mumbling dejectedly. Then what about my brother? Marissa walked over to him and comforted him gently. Stay strong, Prince. The more she comforted him, the sadder he became. He squeezed his eyes shut and said, Then we absolutely must investigate during the investiture ceremony tomorrow. Marissa sighed quietly, thinking, so the handsome and humble brother is heartbroken. And the other guy won? Lady Mel? And so, because everyone had their own misunderstandings, the day of the well-known investiture ceremony arrived. The day the cheating man and woman would be exposed. And so, What was meant to happen, happened. The new day began with the appearance of a young boy clearing his throat. Ahem. Arson looked particularly dapper today. His hair was meticulously styled and he wore a pristine white suit, eagerly asking for opinions. What do you think? Do I look like a knight? And immediately Carrot, with his hands on his hips, replied, You look great in that outfit. But wait, we still have one more member. The color genius Henry also offered his opinion. But you two look like a pair of mushrooms, he said, immediately drawing the other two's attention. Oh my god, so cute. Arson couldn't resist going over to pat his little subordinate's head, whispering, You're so adorable. And Carrot completely agreed. But the target, behave yourselves. Why are you acting like this? After a bit of fun, the prince got serious and reviewed the plan. When the investiture ceremony is over, show everyone what we've prepared, so they can forget all the bad things that have happened. However, Carrot himself was still a bit hesitant. He asked doubtfully, Are you sure? Do you think Mel will like our surprise event? But with unwavering belief, the boy answered with certainty, Of course she will. Unlike when they were planning, Prince Arson's voice was now a little flustered as he stammered a suggestion. And when the party is over, let's ask about the baby too. Carrot quickly caught on, looking around as he said, Right, absolutely. But something feels missing. The boy himself looked around and asked, Where's Marissa? She still hasn't arrived. She's going to be late. But don't worry, speak of the devil and she shall appear, clutching a piece of paper in her hand, as she burst through the door. The door flew open with such force that her personal maid tried to stop her. My lady. Seeing his friend's explosive entrance, Carrot broke into a sweat, knowing all too well. They say even tigers tuck their tails and run when she calls their name. And Marissa, trembling with rage, clenched her fists and stormed toward the two boys, slamming the paper down on the table with a loud thud. Marissa was so furious she wanted to scream. They've completely lost their minds. Seeing his friend so enraged, Arson quickly picked up the paper, worriedly asking, What on earth happened to make you like this? It turned out to be a photo with a shocking headline that blew the kids' minds. Does his mistress have 100 lovers of her own? The thrilling private life of Dominic, the hot topic of a cheating man. Seeing the photo of the knight lying in bed, his shirt half open with a few buttons undone, both Arson and Carrot blushed furiously, their eyes going wide. After a few seconds that felt like a dozen shocks, the prince quickly folded the photo, while Carrot rushed to cover Henry's eyes. He hugged the younger boy and frantically asked, Don't tell me this is. With the evidence right in front of them, Marissa, still fuming, leaned forward and shouted in frustration, That's right. This is the good work that scumbag has done. He turned that kind into this. Unwilling to let Dominic's image be tarnished, Carrot's face twisted in disgust, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, That piece of trash. Henry angrily chimed in, How awful. But Marissa just glanced at the photo and added more fuel to the fire. He's already done enough ridiculous things, right? But there's more. Marissa then recounted the entire conversation she had overheard. Duke Heisman said that they won't sell holy water to the nobles attending Our Lady's investiture ceremony. They were discussing it in the drawing room, even with a slightly distorted memory of the two men laughing maniacally. It was enough to shock the kids to their core, and they all screamed in unison. What? But that wasn't all. There was still much more she hadn't told them. Just talking about it made Marissa steam with anger. And they said that they would find mages to broadcast their engagement ceremony across the entire empire, from giant projection spheres in the main square to small projection spheres in the homes of their relatives from the Hessman and Vila families. They said they would connect them all. I guess they want to legally establish across the empire that they're not having an affair. Because if you do something shady, you'll always want to justify yourself and seek validation from others. And then, seeing a connection, Henry voiced his thought. But the tower won't let any mage do that. Marissa was also surprised. That's right. None of the Magic Tower mages volunteered. However, that was only a small part of it, and Marissa warned them not to celebrate too soon, rubbing her chin. But it seems that mages not affiliated with the tower have volunteered to help. Even so, I still don't understand how they could fill so many positions. I wonder if the holy water they're selling is making people curious and join in because of it. This realization completely deflated her spirits. Marissa felt dejected, sadly covering her face, on the verge of tears as she worried. Oh, no. Anyway, probably not many people will come to Our Lady's investiture ceremony. And with great tact, Arsene said, as he approached and patted her shoulder to comfort and encourage her. It's okay. Then let's just work harder. Suddenly, a maidservant arrived to report. Your Highness and your friends. The schedule for the investiture ceremony has changed. This left the two kids stunned, especially Marissa, who had to stop crying while tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes. The entire change was detailed on the letter Arsene held. He read it out loud and clear for the group to hear. The start time has been moved up by 30 minutes. If so, then as soon as the ceremony ends, the engagement of those two liars will begin immediately. Hearing this, Carrot began to speculate. What could this mean? Does Mel have a plan? Perhaps Arsene was the only one who knew the answer, but he didn't say it aloud, keeping it to himself. Of course, the nobles have already arrived, so the schedule can be pushed up. But for father to allow such a sudden change, he must really cherish her. The thought alone made Arsene smile with relief. The scene then shifts to Meldenik. After success, then quickly returned to her room, closing the door with a click. Leaning against it, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew. She felt a bit more at ease now. Meldenik felt lucky and smiled happily, thinking back. I'm so glad His Majesty accepted my request. It all started when Meldenik went to see His Majesty the Emperor, Arsene's father, to ask for his permission with a smile, regarding everything that has happened in our lives. All I did was provide a little support. Hearing this, he smiled back at her and replied, You're as modest as ever. I'm sure you've heard about the proceedings of the investiture ceremony, haven't you? As you probably know, I will begin by bestowing the title of Marquis upon you. Everything after that will be over in a flash once you give a brief report to the Empire on the scale, assets and territory of the Marquisate you've prepared. However, noticing something on the table beside her, His Majesty the Emperor asked curiously, What is that? The time has come. What am I waiting for? Right person, right time, Meldenik thought, overjoyed. I was waiting for him to ask. She then held it with both hands and said, This is not a weapon or any special magic. She presented him with a glittering, tempting item. Ta-da! It's a type of hair growth biscuit. Hearing this, His Majesty the Emperor was so thrilled that his eyes lit up, and he cupped his face in delight. This is exactly what I needed. His satisfaction was so palpable it radiated an aura, giving Meldenik the assurance she needed. Definitely. His eyes are sparkling. Just as Dominic and Isaac had said, the space under the Emperor's crown was empty. The answer was his hair. Magic to make thinning hair grow long, it was possible. The master of the magic tower, during his consultation, added, However, he must have already been taking hair loss medication. This made Dominic look at him with round, suspicious eyes, asking, How did you know that? And then he realized. He explained that it was because he had made a secret deal with the magic tower before. Back in the present, seeing the sweet treat, how could he resist? Stroking his beard, His Majesty the Emperor opened one eye and said, Ahem. I'll try a piece. You see, I haven't tried asking for hair growth medicine because it tastes too bitter. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly corrected himself. Ahem, no. Forget what I just said. Meldenik was very obedient. With sparkling eyes, she placed a hand on her chest and pretended to be naive. I didn't hear a thing. Your Majesty simply said that he wanted to taste a piece. And so, she had successfully convinced him. After he ate the biscuit, he was very pleased and said, Yes, that's it. Delicious. After that crisp bite, His Majesty the Emperor tried the biscuit and his jaw dropped. His whole body glowed, radiating an aura brighter than a light bulb as he marveled. Oh. He praised it so much his eyes teared up. It's absolutely delicious. When will it take effect? The biscuit's creator, Meldenik, informed him. You only need to wait a day. Your hair will sprout like a new plant. Hearing about its miraculous effect, His Majesty the Emperor was shocked and couldn't quite believe it. One day? And then he asked with slight curiosity, How did you manage to scratch my itch so perfectly? Outwardly, she replied, Well, I've been researching this for over a year. But inwardly, there was a more important reason. Because this is an intelligent collaboration with the Master of the Magic Tower and the Sword God. The quality will be excellent, so exaggerating the research time should be fine. His Majesty the Emperor, eating the biscuit without a shred of doubt, said cheerfully, I can completely trust what you've just said. After all, thanks to you, my Empress has also recovered. Then, it was Meldenik's turn to make a proposal. That is why, actually. She approached the topic carefully, but he still didn't understand. With crumbs still on his lips, he just said, She proactively asked for a small favor. I was wondering if I could move today's investiture ceremony up by about half an hour. Hearing this, he was quite surprised. The time? That shouldn't be a major issue for my schedule. Goodbye. As the emperor of a nation, he was still cautious enough to ask for a reason. Are you planning something? She was met with a very understanding emperor. He didn't pressure Meldenik to explain. Waving his hands dismissively, he said, No. I'm not interrogating you. I just think that at such a young and tender age, you've had to go through so much. These things, they are good for me. But I hope you can live a life that is comfortable enough. As a noble without having to calculate every move and do all sorts of things. The Empress said she wants to go for a long walk. With you next time. Go with her and relieve your stress. Hearing that suggestion, she couldn't help but close her eyes, feeling his sincerity. It wasn't about right now. His Majesty the Emperor understood Meldenik well, and reminded her, after everything is over. And the meeting between the two ended with her farewell. Thank you, Your Majesty. I would very much like to go. While walking on the long red carpet in the palace corridor, Meldenik silently assessed the Emperor in her mind. He's aware of the situation. One might be displeased to know I'm planning something during the sacred investiture ceremony. He is a generous elder. I'm sure Syria is preparing for her engagement party now. Even though many people were currently attending the engagement party, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the butler's announcement. How are you, my lady? You may enter this way when you are ready, Meldenik replied. Thank you. Then she returned to her thoughts. From before, I wonder if there will still be many uncertainties while it's in progress. Just as the butler left, a voice called out from behind. Are you ready? Making Meldenik turn her head slightly in that direction. Recognizing him, she replied, Isaac. Then the master of the magic tower proactively asked, Do you have the bird with you? Without a hint of hesitation, Meldenik smiled brightly like a flower and answered immediately, Of course. Giving a thumbs up, she added, It has changed its appearance. However, Isaac looked rather melancholic at the moment, his face downcast and not at all cheerful. To reassure him, Meldenik quickly said, Don't worry too much. This isn't the stress relief plan yet. Then she happened to look down. Ack. When did I get this stain? Hearing her words, Isaac didn't say anything and simply raised his hand, using a bit of magic to erase the stain. No matter how confident Meldenik was, he still worriedly advised her. You should still be careful. As expected of the master of the magic tower. He's like Cinderella's fairy godmother, which made Meldenik exclaim in delight. How wonderful! This made Isaac respond with some surprise. I didn't know I'd get praised for this. He had only been there for a moment. Oh, is it that time already? Well, I'll be back later. Watching Isaac's departing figure, Meldenik smiled happily for her friend. So his plan was a resounding success. Turning back to herself, she broke into a light sweat. Her gaze dazed as she took a deep breath. She pushed open the doors and entered the main hall, where His Majesty the Emperor was already seated on his throne, waiting for Meldenik under a brilliant golden light. Looking around, she saw some of the nobles I had invited, the Academy's headmaster and professors, and just as importantly, the support from a wide-eyed Marissa hoping, You can do it, sis. And also the reporters who have written positive stories about me. Is that the Imperial Gazette? Yes. Meldenik calmly scanned the room once, her face serene and assured. I've prepared everything, and the people who should be here are all here. The die has been cast. The atmosphere inside suddenly grew quiet for a moment. She seriously and solemnly knelt on one knee, awaiting the command from above. Well then. Meldenik Eve Kanoa, the sole heir of the late Marquis Kanoa's bloodline, who is fully qualified. A steady, solemn voice echoed in her ears. I therefore bestow upon you the title of Marquis Kanoa. And this also means this is our matter. I grant you an estate and some guards to care for, to be used in the capital. His Majesty the Emperor looked at her seriously as he began the bestowal, and issued the command. After his master finished the basics, his close aide continued. I shall now recite the list of assets. The assets of Marquis Kanoa, as well as an analysis of the details in His Majesty's investiture. the legal ownership of Marquis Kanoa. Kanoa's holdings include the quarry in the Perfina region, a few buildings in the capital. Both of them paused for a moment. His voice faltered slightly before he said, etc. Hearing the listed items, she thought to herself, the enemy family's assets of Kanoa are truly meager. However, it also sparked many thoughts in Meldenik. This shows that all the legendary assets of Marquis Kanoa eventually fell into the hands of the Favela family. Her gaze swept over the nearby people, a gentle and graceful smile playing on her lips. I'm sure they must be heartbroken. The determination within her blazed like a bright light. I will take back everything that should have been mine. That close aide continued the announcement. His Majesty has granted you a new residence, with 50 servants located in the capital city, along with some gold for the Marquis. Before all the witnesses, he made a serious request. Now, please swear your oath of loyalty to His Majesty. Following his words, her steady voice, the man smiled faintly in satisfaction. I'm glory of the Empire. His face bloomed like a flower, incredibly cheerful as he replied, I have high expectations for your loyalty, Marquis. Facing such a powerful figure, Meldenik continued, Your Majesty, with all due respect, I also wish to announce to you that I have another possession that I have never publicly revealed. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the nearby doorway, where a stranger was silently observing and listening. And her? She was still looking straight at him as she said, Before the banquet begins, I wish to introduce to you the man standing behind me, right here beside me. However, this seemed unreasonable to them. The aide immediately frowned and shouted, Marquis, this is a sacred event. The man seemed to be facing something unbelievable and unacceptable. How can you introduce him here on an occasion like this? Faced with that attitude, Meldenik asked doubtfully, You know him? Hearing her question, the aide addressed her. Of course I know him. Standing before everyone's gaze, the man pointed to the person beside Meldenik. Isn't he your lover? All attention seemed to focus on the two people standing together. His Majesty the Emperor raised a hand to stop his aide, saying calmly, Explain yourself properly, Marquis. Meldenik quickly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Her steady voice rang out. In truth, I have formed a contract with a sword hero. Her words quickly sowed doubt among the crowd. A sword hero? Meldenik confirmed. She knelt down respectfully and continued, Yes, Your Majesty. I wish to take this opportunity to introduce this sword hero. The crowd watched the unfolding situation, whispering quietly. It seems she has a thorough plan. What's happening? Her soft hand gestured toward the one who had been silent all along. This man is Lord Dominicus, the hero with whom I have signed a contract. An aura quickly enveloped his cold, arrogant face. Her firm declaration stunned everyone present. Thunder seemed to crash around His Majesty at what he had just heard. And of course, those around him were no different. They gasped in shocked disbelief. Sounds of shock rippled through the crowd. What? While everyone was still reeling from this revelation, the two stood side by side, thinking, Perfect. Dominic, on to the next step of the plan. All right. The aide was still stunned and shocked by what Meldenik had said. Impossible. Looking at the man's stoic face and aura, and the mysterious light surrounding him, he slowly realized the problem. He is using magic in Second Hall. The stream of blue light grew stronger and clearer, and with the aura upon it. At Second Hall, this great hall where the investiture ceremony was held, was named after the legendary hero of old, the one who saved the Empire in its time of crisis. The statue of its true master was always present, steeped in a radiant aura. And it was said his face was full of quiet confidence as he observed his surroundings. Though it was a different story for someone even stronger than Seekan, or someone who had used ancient magic long before his time. He was calmly focused on the sword in his hand, while in contrast, His Majesty the Emperor and his aide were filled with alarm. The aide whispered beside his master, Your Majesty, that could very well be true. As his master knew, only the legendary Dominicus can imbue his sword with an aura, right? I will have to consult the military officers and magic blacksmiths to be sure, but I have never seen an aura like that. They whispered back and forth, anxiously. If it's true, this is an incredibly hot scoop. To think something like this would happen. However, as the two were too focused on their gossip, they forgot that everyone was still watching them. They were easily startled when Meldenik addressed them. With all due respect, Your Majesty. The man's face couldn't hide his panic as he asked, What is it now? She placed a hand on her chest and bowed her head, saying, There are those who have accused a great hero like Lord Dominicus of being my lover. And there are even those who have falsely claimed to share my ancestors' bloodline. Dominic quickly crossed his arms, feigning impatience. I am very angry. His Majesty the Emperor quickly stammered in fear of divine punishment. What? Who would do such a thing? At this moment, Meldonic turned to look at the man beside her, raising an eyebrow critically. Dominic, you're a terrible actor. He hastily avoided her gaze a little. Just then, he continued assertively. Who would dare do such a thing? Don't tell me, Meldonic thought to herself. It's working. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as you suspect, she declared boldly. Lord Dominicus wishes to punish the wicked for the sake of the people who have spread these lies. He truly despises this kind of slander. Dominic at her side. What? This made His Majesty extremely anxious. His hand trembled as he raised it, while Meldonic's voice remained steady. I was wondering if I could leave for a moment and return for the banquet. Faced with the heard and witnessed, he quickly agreed. I will permit it. Hurry. Go. Meldonic. She bowed her head respectfully. Dominic's round eyes looked at her expectantly. So? Shall we go punish those scumbags now? Let's hurry, Mel. This only made the question mark above her head grow larger. Why is he so worked up? However, contrary to her calm exterior, deep down she was also jumping with excitement. Of course. I'm twice as excited. Meldonic quickly gave him a thumbs up. Right, let's go. A voice echoed from deep within him. An excited voice echoed from deep within her consciousness. Let's cause a scene. A loud scream rang out as fingertips gently shook the vial in her hand. Syria, what's going on? And what about your sister? Her face was emotionless as she leaned back and replied. My sister? Oh. Forget about her. This made the Duke sputter. But she's still your sister. Yet, in the face of everything, Syria remained unmoved. Father, you should focus on restoring our family, rather than her. The Pope has chosen our family. That the words she spoke only served to alarm him. What do you mean? Chosen? The holy water. Holy water, I allowed you to sell it because we had nothing left to lose. But the more I sit and think about it, the more devious and audacious it seems. She clutched the glass vial in her hand. Is that so? Then do you want to try this holy water, Father? All your doubts and worries will disappear. This made the Duke a little impatient. I never said I didn't want it. Don't tell me you're going to force me now. Syria suddenly moved closer to her father. Not exactly. Her beautiful yet scheming face appeared right before his. I'm just suggesting it to you, Father, because it seems you haven't fully seen the effects of this holy water. If you drink it, you will be healthy and fortunate for a long time. Watching his expression, she continued. And this is a water blessed by His Holiness the Pope himself. This was the thing that suppressed the unease in his eyes. The Pope himself? Then there can't be anything wrong with it, right? Syria confirmed with a joyful smile. Of course not, Father. Because today is the day of the sacred engagement ceremony, I just wanted to welcome you by having you drink a little holy water and bringing you blessings. Father. Looking at the daughter before him, the Duke finally softened. Well, if that's the case. As the liquid slid down his throat, his weak throat could only manage a small sound while she smiled with delight. A triumphant smile spread across her face. It takes a little time for the blessing of the holy water to take effect. You just need to stay here while I hold the engagement ceremony. The vial rolled on the carpeted floor as the hem of her dress swished away. While you wait, please rest well. Syria firmly closed the luxurious door. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. She stepped out, her eyes half closed in triumph. At that moment, her cold eyes met the person in front of her. Syria asked, Lennox? Contrary to his calm appearance, he was panting in panic. Have you heard? They're saying that Marquis Kanoa's investiture ceremony started 10 minutes ago. She adjusted her hair and said, I guess she's plotting something again. Lennox, we have the Pope and the Swordmaster on our side. So what can she possibly do? But suddenly he gripped her shoulders and shouted, Syria, are you sure? This startled Syria a little. That woman is very cunning. You shouldn't take her lightly. However, she seemed to have anticipated something. Don't worry, because no matter what happens, the Pope's support will be on our side. Syria's slender hand gently touched his trembling one. And Lennox, I've also made preparations. This surprised him a little. Preparations? Syria said nonchalantly. Yes, it's just that she doesn't know about it yet, right? Caressing his face, the malice emanating from her became even more apparent. His Holiness, Syria asserted with a smirk. In the end, we will be the winners. Her gentle voice echoed down the hall. Ah, Lennox. Her pale arm lifted gently. Syria looked at him. Have you found him? That sword hero? Lennox calmly continued walking. Not yet. Even so, as a hero, we're not showing any concern. But we have another replica sword. So I think that should be good enough. They gradually entered, where everything was lavishly and splendidly decorated, filled with powerful people in expensive evening wear. A buzz of gossip filled the crowd. Have you heard? The sword unveiled at the luncheon was actually a fake. What? The man beside him, upon hearing this, asked in shock. What do you mean? The other person replied. I heard that Marquis Kanoa just announced it at the investiture ceremony. But the first man quickly shouted, Nonsense. Are you sure you didn't mishear? The Hessman and Vila families would never fake something like that. This startled the young ladies nearby. What is going on? The man said with some fear, There's no doubt, sir. It's what I heard directly from a reporter from my family's paper. The Imperial Gazette, who was still at the ceremony, Your Grace. I heard that the Marquis even proved it herself, in front of His Majesty, saying that Dominic, the man known as her lover, is actually Dominicus, the sword hero Dominicus, and that the Duke is deceiving everyone by using the name of a relative of the sword hero to forge a holy sword. Thank you for watching, and see you again. As he spoke, a newspaper appeared in their line of sight. Here, the news just came out. At the same time, a voice, different from before, rang out. The engagement ceremony will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. In the middle of the luxurious, light-filled hall, the solemn voice continued. The bride and groom-to-be are now entering. Syria smiled smugly, taking her partner's hand. They entered together, at which point Lennox stood up. He looked around at everything. The projection spheres, they're working well. While the other man stood up in anger, he was still busy calculating. If the engagement ceremony and debut can be completed safely, then even the stain of my affair will be cleanly wiped away. But their satisfaction didn't last long. The man who had just been vaguely defending him approached, surprising Lennox slightly. And she quickly clung to his arm, asking, What's wrong? The angry man advanced, demanding, Are the rumors true? He glared and shouted, About the holy sword being a fake. Duke Heisman, I put my faith in you and invested in this. But what is this? This shocked them both into a panic. What? There's no reason for it to be a fake. Please, everyone, quiet down. But that mask was quickly torn away when Meldenik entered. How could I possibly believe those words? Her appearance made the two liars shrink back in fear and caution. Syria stared at her, startled. Sister. The spotlight shone on Meldenik like a rare aura. Immediately, Lennox shouted, What insolence? Well, what kind of behavior is this? But inside, he was truly panicking. How could she get in here by herself? She can't have broken in. She quickly replied, My apologies, my dear. Meldenik's hand quickly followed the mysterious light on the sword. Actually, I'm here to correct a certain misunderstanding about the sword you possess. Syria anxiously pressed against the person beside her, stammering, Little. What are you doing? Sister. What are you trying to do? Both of them were panicking internally. Don't tell me that sword. At that moment, a voice rang out. I am here to unmask the impostor who claims to be a relative of Lord Dominicus. Dominic appeared with an otherworldly aura, just like the owner of that fake. Dominic stood before everyone with an extraordinary presence. In the name of Lord Dominicus, the hero who saved the Empire. His cold eyes swept over everyone present. They communicated secretly. What do you think? And totally cool, right? Meldenik quickly agreed. Totally. The people around them were flabbergasted. That person isn't he her rumored lover? What exactly is going on? At this point, Syria was still pretending, calling out tearfully, Sister, there's a limit to a person's ridiculousness. I don't care how blinded by love you are. Are you really so determined to ruin my engagement ceremony? Faced with such a fake display, she just laughed mockingly. What are you talking about? The one ruining this sacred engagement ceremony is you, Syria. Meldenik pointed at her. Because you have told a baseless lie. I am here to correct that. But Syria still wanted to play her part to the end. She continued to sob. Sister, do you hate me so much that you have to? Do you have to? She had no desire to listen to this nonsense and cut her off. It's not about that. Facing their suspicious eyes and the whispers of the guests, Meldenik said, Dominicus, the sword hero. You are the one who told an unbelievable lie about possessing a holy sword with a blood relation to Lord Dominicus. These words seemed to provoke the other man. He stepped forward and pushed Syria, causing her to fall backward. Don't tell me. It's true. She immediately replied. That's right. The person I brought here is Lord Dominicus. This statement stunned everyone. Oh my God. She cried even more pitifully, leaning against Lennox. That's hot news, sister. What kind of article is this? No, and besides, how can we trust that this man is really Lord Dominicus? She quickly pointed. He's your lover, sister. His face remained Syria wasn't finished. Don't tell me, you're now trying to cover up your affair. Lennox quickly chimed in. That's right. Isn't he the one you're— But everything was thrown into chaos when another voice rang out. It seems you people don't know why Lord Dominicus's name became so famous. If you knew— Dominic quickly stepped forward to protect her from the smug expressions of the despicable couple. This made them worried. He thought in fear. Without warning. Something turning to dust in the blink of an eye. Just like the stories of Dominicus in the legends. At that moment, his deep, low voice continued to echo. Listen up. It made Lennox's eyes widen in fear. Facing them was Dominic, holding the holy sword tightly. And yet, it wasn't enough to claim the relationship between my contractor and myself as an affair. Who even knows who you people are? To go so far as to create a fake relative. Looking at the light flashing from the sword, they were completely overwhelmed. And on top of that, it's a holy sword. I have never had any such blood relations. His cold face swung in an arc, carrying a mysterious blue light that swept through 100 winds, the sound quickly echoing like a judgment. He let out a weak breath. Lennox quickly fell in immense pain. This terrified Syria, who ran towards him. Lennox. Seeing this, Dominic was a bit surprised. He withstood that blow, but she quickly soothed him. Well, it must be because he's one of the best in the world. He can even use magic well. Troublesome. Very troublesome. Facing his own wound, Lennox began to feel fear. How could that power? The surrounding crowd cheered. As expected of Lord Dominicus. In just one move, Duke Heisman was. Dominic smiled proudly. Huh. I must be something special, right? The fact that you made a contract with me must be true. Meldenik quickly replied. Of course, of course. She shouted towards them. It's nothing. Is this much proof not enough? Just then, a call came from behind. Mel and Dominic. I've brought the holy sword they dared to claim was a relative of Lord Dominicus. Isaac smiled, holding up the fake sword. It seemed they were more shameless than she had thought. Even at this point, Lennox was determined to keep up the pretense. How dare you? You people even stooped to theft? Have you all lost your minds? This made Meldenik frown. What? I don't think that's something you should be saying when not only did you deceive others and call me your cheating fiancé, you also lied about Lord Dominicus, the hero of the Empire. You two are the ones who have lost your minds, going so far as to prepare a fake sword too. Syria looked at her with eyes full of hatred. Give me back my sword, sister. I'm warning you. But Meldenik just found it ridiculous. The sword? What do you mean, the sword? Isn't this just a fake? This made Lennox realize he had lost. As if remembering something, the man immediately shouted, Turn off the projection spheres. Now, immediately. But no matter what he ordered, the light remained. It can't be turned off? That's because it was Isaac's masterpiece, who had arrived first. Meldenik raised her voice triumphantly. Listen here, Duke. Instead of trying to control the situation now, when daring to pretend to be a blood relative of the hero wasn't enough, you even went so far as to accuse the sacred contract between Lord Dominicus and me of being an affair. All attention was now on the two guilty parties. Instead, wouldn't it be quicker for you two lovers to just pack up and leave? Syria's eyes widened as if she couldn't accept this reality. She stammered quietly. No, no way. But she could only watch helplessly as her sword was destroyed. It gradually disintegrated under Dominic's power. She couldn't accept it, screaming, No! 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 But Lennox quickly shook her back to reality. Syria, let's go now. Nothing good will come from confronting that woman right now. Tears streamed down Syria's face. But my sword. Her desperate scream echoed, My sword. Thank you for watching, and see you again in the next videos. Meldenik watched Syria and Lennox flee with utter contempt and sarcasm. It seems even a blatant adulterous couple. Who dared to impersonate a hero's relative knows shame. The way they ran away so quickly wasn't easy. Is that so? The two at the engagement party also stared at her, deep in worried thought. Suddenly there were whispers. Whispers about the crimes of the two who had fled. I used to only trust and buy from the merchant guilds of House Hessman and House Vila. So the holy relics they sold must all be fakes, right? I suspected them already. Meldenix stood watching them whisper, crossing her arms with a smug smile. Look at them. They're still using them, aren't they? Suddenly, a brown-haired young man spoke up with admiration. Moreover, to meet the hero Dominicus in person like this. This made Dominic turn his head in surprise to look at him. The young man approached him with sparkling eyes full of starry excitement. Really, you are as amazing as the legends describe. The dazzling light that appeared when you swung your sword was truly... He had no words to express what was in his heart. Dominic could only cough awkwardly. Meldenich watched this scene, helpless. He's really enjoying the praise, she thought. He's really savoring it, this Dominic guy. Dominic was very confident in his abilities, but he didn't forget to praise her as well. Well, obviously I'm extraordinary, but Mel is amazing too. She heard this and was confused as to why he would say that. Dominic revealed Meldenich's identity while she was beside him for everyone to hear. Mel, my contractor, is Legion. The reason I can unleash my power. Hearing this, they all ran towards her with admiration, as if meeting their idol. Oh, as expected from the hero's contractor. She panicked and screamed internally. Wait a minute with this development. Meldenich looked at the sparkling eyes full of admiration for her, and became even more bewildered. Isn't this like the day we wiped out the Crimson Side pirates? Could it be that the legends of the past are being made anew? Just like the legend where he fought against hundreds of demons to protect the Empire. Everyone agreed with joyful cheers, but Meldenich wasn't so sure. In that case then, but she decided to give it a try. Me? I have to seize this opportunity. Suddenly, sparkling lights emanated from around Meldenich. She gave a smile. A confident, radiant smile as she firmly declared to everyone. That's right. Perhaps the legend will be reborn. Does everyone agree? Someone shouted in amazement. Oh my God. She smiled excitedly to herself, laughing inwardly. There's no reason to back down when the stage has been so blatantly set like this. Suddenly, Isaac, who was standing, he noticed two children crying their eyes out. A boy with uneven eyes sobbing. What if Dominicus scolds us? The pretty little girl beside him was also extremely worried. What are we going to do now? Isaac approached them comfortingly, making the little girl look up at him. It's okay. He gave a radiant smile that reassured the children. First of all, there's no way Lord Dominicus would scold children for something like this. But more importantly, it's not your fault. So don't worry. Now, can we stop crying? The children, still with tears in their eyes, heard this and their eyes lit up as they looked at him and replied, Yes, sir. Then Isaac lifted the little girl high into the air to play with her. All right then. No more crying. Meldenich watched him comforting the children, which made her think of the kids at the academy. She thought to herself, my lovely academy children will be at the investiture ceremony's reception waiting for me. I need to get back there quickly. She announced to everyone at the party. Well then, I'll see you all later. At the same time, Meldenich approached Dominic and reminded him. Dominic, please collect any suspicious items the guests have. Dominic was surprised but quickly understood her question, because the guests might have been given holy water and fake relics. She quickly replied, Exactly. Meldenich suspected there were still things she hadn't found yet, and gave him thorough instructions. I think there will still be some suspicious issues at the mansion. Dominic received the order, ready to act. Understood. I'll telepathically let you know as soon as I get them all. Meldenich was pleased, having absolute faith in his abilities. Excellent. I'm counting on you. Collect them, and let's study them. Dominic replied flatly. All right. Then he quickly left to begin his mission. Meldenich watched his retreating back, smiling with absolute trust and not sparing any praise for him. For some reason, Dominic seems quite excited now that his identity has been revealed. Suddenly, she rested her chin in her hand and thought, have I been keeping him cooped up in the general store all this time? A memory flashed by. She always had to tell him, you stay in the shop. She remembered and thought she should give him more freedom and opportunities to show his skills. Some more practical roles for him. Isaac, shall we go now? He, still holding the little girl, quickly replied, All right, let's head back. Isaac approached her. She began to deploy a spell, and sparks of light appeared between them as she told herself, I'm sure Syria knows the fake holy sword has been destroyed by now. The image of Syria in extreme pain, screaming at the sight of Meldenik, made her realize it. Syria wasn't even able to control her expression because that fake holy sword held a secret. That look on her face as she fled. Syria and Lennox will definitely not give up. They will prepare to come back for revenge. She could even see the dangerous, resentful look in her eyes as she turned back to look at her. Meldenik closed her eyes and calmly thought, something is certain, and perhaps a new accomplice of theirs will also appear. Meldenik knew what she had to do next. At the same time, the light grew brighter, teleporting the two of them away. Echoed in her mind, then shouldn't we be prepared as well? To a strange place where a magic orb had witnessed the entire event of the engagement party at the mansion. A subordinate of his Holiness, who was allied with Syria, bowed his head respectfully and spoke. Your Holiness, what should we do? Should we not stop distributing the holy water to the Empire for now? He raised his head in surprise at His Holiness's decision. No, don't stop. We need to vigorously help that little girl Syria, along with the boy who will soon be her husband. Our opponents will become even more careless now, because they think it's all over. The subordinate couldn't stop worrying and reminded his master, but what if that's still not enough? His Holiness sat on his throne with a mysterious air, tapping his fingers thoughtfully before making a bold decision. Perhaps I will have to intervene myself. Hearing this, the subordinate stammered in fear. Your Holiness will go yourself. With his choice made, he replied coolly, yes. Suddenly, a patched-together spherical stone crashed to the ground, cracking the floor. The Pope's eerie voice echoed. Things are developing in a rather interesting direction. Then the sphere quickly shattered into pieces, and black smoke billowed out. Elsewhere, Lennox was repeatedly calling her name. Syria. Syria. She tried to open her groggy eyes. Then the voice grew louder. Syria. Making her jolt awake, her eyes wide with confusion as if returning from a dream. Lennox's face was covered in scratches, but he was furious to see that she could fall asleep so easily. How can you sleep so peacefully? He yelled in her face with peak frustration. Our plan is finished. We're now in a position where we have to lay low for a while. In the face of his furious outburst, Syria acted as a graceful lady unbothered by the external turmoil, sitting calmly on her chair. She maintained her composure and replied reassuringly, It's all right, Lennox. Everything is just beginning now. Not believing her words, Lennox asked again, What exactly is just beginning? He moved closer to her, gripping her shoulders with unabated anxiety. Syria, listen. Everyone will think we're really having an affair. Lennox shouted in frustration. Not only did they know the holy sword we showed off was a fake, it even shattered. And on top of that, Meldenik has obtained the hero's sword. But his words were met with an empty void as Syria still looked naturally away, not meeting his eyes. Lennox warned her again, reminding her they were in an extremely dangerous situation. We're done for. So how the hell can you be so calm? Syria was very calm, ignoring his shouts as she patiently asked, Lennox, do you really think people will throw stones at us? Lennox yelled with certainty. Of course they will. Holy, no one is going to buy something they can't trust. You know that, right? She didn't think so. Calmly and clearly explained, No, my father, the Duke of Vila will be willing to help us. But he didn't trust it. Don't be ridiculous. A man who never does anything that doesn't benefit him is this time, he will help us. He will help. So don't worry. Lennox was confused as to why Syria could be so sure and asked again, What does that mean? Did you make some kind of deal with the Duke? Syria looked up at him and stated firmly, We can just quash the rumors. The most important thing is, His Holiness the Pope has promised that he will help us. She squeezed Lennox's hand, smiling confidently. He will personally visit the Empire soon. Syria began her sick scheming again, diving further into wrongdoing. All we need to do is sell the holy water and other holy relics. If we can sell them anywhere, it will be a success. As long as the Pope comes, it will be a success. I'm sure of it somehow. Thinking this, Syria grew more excited and asked him, Oh, Lennox, what about the relics we gave to the guests? Lennox quickly answered her, You mean the promotional items? Why are you suddenly bringing them up? Syria smiled with delight. Let's go meet the people who received the relics the day after tomorrow, because they will definitely help us. The scene shifts to a room in the villa. Meldenik eagerly suggested to Dominic. Dominic, can you go to the center? The center of the reception area. He quickly complied with her request. All right. I don't think it will take much time. She then continued. Just go to the center whenever you're ready. I'll let them know beforehand. Dominic always complied without question. All right. I don't think it will take much time. Meldenik was very excited to hear that. Great. She fell into her thoughts. In that case, she looked over at Isaac and said honestly, Isaac, before we go in, I want to apologize for this. For not telling you who Dominic really was. Contrary to her anxiety, he was nonchalant and didn't blame her at all. It's nothing to apologize for. Besides, I had already pretty much guessed who he was anyway. He was pleased to have discovered something interesting that Dominic had shown him, because Dominic showed me a glimpse of his aura and the flow of ancient magic. However, after learning it was simply a contractual relationship. Meldenik heard this and said, with a shocked, gaping mouth, unable to believe it. Then Isaac felt relieved that he no longer had to think about it. I felt a little relieved. To be honest, it's true. That had been bothering me for a long time. Meldenik blushed beet red. Then she said, Isaac, but couldn't continue. But he quickly cut her off, changing the subject. Now, let's go inside and get something to eat. You haven't had a proper meal all day. Meldenik blushed even more, her mind racing. I want to ask him what he meant by that. What did he mean? Still, the important thing now is to eat and regain my strength to complete my revenge. She placed her hand in Isaac's warm palm and replied softly, Okay. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, startling Meldenik. A great hall was shrouded in darkness. Meldenik cautiously stepped out, looking bewildered. Why is the hall so dark? Where did all the people I invited go? She started to panic with the thoughts in her head. Don't tell me something happened. What if no one came because of it? What if that scumbag Hessman pretended to run away, but actually came here first? Isaac, walking behind her, reminded her, Mel, I'm just saying this as a precaution, but I'm sure nothing strange has happened. Meldenik didn't believe him and shouted, How can you guarantee that? Meldenik was a little choked up. If, just by chance, something really did happen, no matter how strong you and Dominic are, if you're not together, it's useless. She silently blamed herself. I should have remembered Syria. Once asked if she could incite the people around her. I shouldn't have let them go before it was all over, leaving everyone behind. Suddenly, a single candle flame glowed in the dark. People holding sparkling candles in their hands illuminated the entire hall. Then Meldenik said nothing. She couldn't help but be startled as a voice called out to her, Mel. Arson was holding a beautiful 3-tiered cake. A beautiful cake with a kind wish. Congratulations on becoming a Marquis, Sister Mel. The boy flashed a bright smile as he approached her. He placed a cake on the table and boasted to Meldenik Babella. I prepared and planned this surprise party all by myself. But was it just a surprise? Henry, Carrick, and Marissa Hessman all looked shocked, unable to believe their ears. Arson claimed all the credit, shouting, Huh? Carrick questioned the boy with anger. No way, we did this together. Henry also chimed in, full of indignation. Although he tried to warn him, his voice was slurred and unclear. That's right. Arson, terrified, quickly corrected himself. Right. We prepared it together. Marissa Hessman responded, speaking to her. We worked very hard to prepare something as wonderful as you all. The little girl held out a piece of cake to offer her. Please try a piece. Witnessing the children putting their whole hearts into making the cake and preparing this for her, she was deeply moved. Meldenik was incredibly touched. I feel like I've been hit by a spell. It's not magic, illusions, or any ordinary type of power-boosting magic. But seeing her standing motionless, the girl flashed a radiant smile and urged her on. Hurry up. We tried to make it just like the cotton candy at the Happy Dream shop, but it's a bit too much. Then the girl picked up a forkful of cake. It was magic that gave people a very special feeling. Her face. She leaned down close to the girl. She replied, But it seems you don't like the taste of the cream cake very much. Maybe you don't like it. Isn't the aftertaste of this cake a bit weird? It tastes like the cabbage juice I used to drink for my health back in the day. A flavor I want to forget. Henry excitedly whispered a secret to her about a potion they had put in the cake. We made a really delicious cake and added, a potion that will make you feel happy. Marissa Hessman continued for the boy. The effect of the happiness potion will last for about 5 minutes. Hearing this, Meldenik smiled helplessly. Oh, So you kids put a happiness potion in it. A bitter taste to prevent addiction. Truly children of the magic, but she kept smiling happily, so as not to disappoint the children. Is it delicious? It's even more delicious than the cotton candy at Happy Dream. Then she didn't forget to thank everyone for helping the children organize. Such a warm little party for her. Everyone, thank you so much. Marissa Hessman was truly happy. Seeing her joy, she quickly replied. Suddenly, His Majesty the Emperor spoke up to remind them. All right, let's sit down now. We've all been waiting for you to return. I have a few questions for you. Once everyone was seated at the dining table, Her Majesty the Empress spoke up. You don't know how surprised we were after watching the projection orb. Why don't I see him? Meldenik laughed and answered vaguely. Lord Dominic will be here soon. He said we could start with some appetizers before he arrives. But no one knew the truth. I can't say Dominic is busy collecting items left behind by loving couples. The Emperor, hearing this, didn't wait for the Empress to speak. Is that so? Then let's start the feast. The table was filled with delicious and beautiful dishes, making both Karak and Henry incredibly excited, their faces blooming like flowers, only able to utter, wow. Her Majesty the Empress found the children adorable, which made her feel happy and smile radiantly. Everyone was very happy. The academy principal, sitting next to them, also felt the infectious joy. A young man wearing glasses very politely congratulated her. Congratulations on your title. Meldenik was incredibly happy seeing a scene as beautiful as a dream. Everyone was joyful. She saw Arsene and Marissa Hessman smiling happily, which moved her deeply. I cut ties with my family members, but unlike that family, there is no greater happiness than receiving such a warm welcome from loved ones like this. She began to worry about the safety of those she loved. Lennox and Syria won't give up. They are being watched even more because of this. Maybe someone else will target me. Is it okay for me to be happy amidst all this? Suddenly, a voice spoke up, shattering the darkness in her thoughts. You deserve to be even happier than this. Isaac looked at her as if understanding her mood at that moment. Because you're making a face asking if it's okay to be happy now. You have to look back. You must be truly happy on this joyous day. Of course, from today on, you must be happy every single day. She shyly looked at him, entranced, because those words made her reflect. Then Meldenik smiled excitedly. Thank you. No wonder it sounded like a prayer. Suddenly, the person approaching stopped. He inadvertently glanced toward Meldenik. Babella. She quickly nodded as a polite greeting. Carson. I thought he wouldn't be able to attend because he was busy. But he came. But Carson quickly, is he ignoring me? What? Does my face look weird? Or is it because our relationship is a bit awkward to exchange a nod? She remembered the words Arsene had whispered in her ear about his brother. I'm not sure if it's because I heard too much from Arsene about him, but I don't find it that awkward. My brother, never mind. Ignoring his cold shoulder. So what? I can just approach him. Arsene witnessed Carson turning his face to avoid Meldenik's gaze and was struck by lightning, unable to believe it. Brother, how could you avoid her face? The baby-faced boy pursed his lips adorably, clenching his fists as if determining to do something. This won't do. I have to step in and liven up the atmosphere a bit. The boy quickly used his small... Sister Mel, how is the food? The chef showed off some amazing skills, didn't he? Try this. She turned back and replied gently. Thank you. She didn't spare any praise for the boy. I don't know if it's because the prince gave it to me, but it tastes even better. Suddenly feel shaken and stop eating immediately. Marissa Hessman quickly learned from Arsene and eagerly handed food to her. Sister, try this too. And this. Then a blonde girl also shyly held a piece of cake in her hand and offered it to her. I'll give you one too. Making the clever girl. Everyone giggled at the children's cuteness, but Meldenik couldn't refuse and just replied, right. She tried to eat everything the children gave her, but inside she began to cry. These kids, I cherish their feelings. But my stomach is about to explode. I really can't take it anymore. Suddenly she noticed Henry. Aren't you eating? The boy cutely picked up a piece of cake, wanting to feed her himself. But the boy's voice was still slurred and unclear. Just eat, I'm full anyway. Sister Mel, eat up. Come on. Meldenik couldn't betray Henry's kindness and tried to swallow it, praising him. Wow, it's really delicious. Suddenly Marissa stood up, spreading her arms to block her, moving her to tears of gratitude. I think if you eat any more, we should just talk. Don't eat him. Meldinik couldn't help but praise this sensible girl. Marissa, you're so smart. Arson also agreed. All right. Suddenly Arson said something that shocked her to the core. Sister Mel, your ideal type hasn't changed, right? Meldinik was confused as to why this was suddenly mentioned. Why is this the topic? Henry didn't speak clearly but was very interested in this, quickly responding. I know clearly what kind of person Sister Mel likes. Smart, Meldinik sighed. That's just what you like. She realized something. Come to think of it, Marquis. Tomorrow is the day you have a private audience with me. Meldinik quickly and politely replied. Oh, yes, Your Majesty. Empress. Her Majesty the Empress began to sink into a dreamy train of thought, filled with the freshness of youth. Do you know what it was like in my time? Seeing her go too far, His Majesty the Emperor quickly. Suddenly Arson cut in with a completely straight face, as if stating a fact. Her ideal type. She probably likes someone really cool. Mother, like my brother, right? Meldinik panicked seeing the boy adding fuel to the fire. Arson! She had to turn to Isaac for help. Save me, Isaac. Instead he smiled curiously. I'm also very curious about her ideal type. Meldinik was desperate and annoyed. You too, Isaac. She pondered deeply. Why is everyone acting like this? I need to find a suitable excuse and change the topic. She decided to state her preference. First, I like a wealthy man. Meldinik saw both the Empress and the Emperor, considering her ideal type, which made her confused. Because I don't know if I can keep the stationery business running decisively. Or not. So having money is good. But this is still an official meeting. Is my answer too sharp? Too capitalistic? Isaac found it interesting and replied. That ideal type works. She was confused. Really? The Emperor agreed with him. You are very smart. Being wealthy is a very good standard. Meldinik could only scratch her head in confusion. Thank you. I am grateful for your praise, Your Majesty. Henry, hearing her ideal type, began to fantasize with determination. I'll just make a lot of money then. Humph, I already make a lot of money. Carrick stopped the boy's foolish thoughts. You're too young, you can't do it. Suddenly footsteps approached, causing both boys to look and pay attention. A voice rang out. The king's great hero has arrived. Just in time, seeing Dominic walk in. Everyone was stunned. Meldinik, holding a glass of red wine, exclaimed. Everyone must have been very worried. Suddenly he called her name. Mel, Mel. Dominic excitedly told her. I put everything into the sword. Let's release them later. And enjoy them. Meldinik heard this and happily agreed. Okay. He approached the empty seat next to her and asked. Is this my seat? She quickly replied. Yeah. She suddenly remembered and told herself. Speaking of which, Dominic finds using weapons much more interesting. Dominic sat down in his seat comfortably. His Majesty the Emperor spoke playfully, enough to make the atmosphere livelier. I am very curious to know how the hero came to the human world. To his question, he just answered nonchalantly. Well, Mel helped me escape my misery when I was helpless and miserable like a slave. Meldinik glanced at him with a sigh. Dominic, do you really find this story about a helpless and miserable hero plausible? Suddenly a voice full of admiration cut through her thoughts. Oh my, the level of trust given to the hero is very careful. He couldn't help but exclaim with full confidence in a bright future. A new legend about the hero. And the main character is Marquis Kanoa. Before those admiring words, Dominic acted nonchalant as if it were natural, crossing his arms over his chest while Meldinik was confused. Then he said something that filled her head with question marks. I started working at the stationery shop to repay that kindness. Luckily, it seems I have quite a knack for this kind of work. After saying that, he stood up and answered very convincingly, and demonstrated his ability. A grey-haired young man who admired him quickly took out a pen and paper to carefully record every word Dominic said. He was extremely excited. Oh, I see. Meldinik screamed internally in panic, unable to believe what she was seeing. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but it's not like that. Carrick over here was also chatting with Henry with interest, startling Henry. There's no doubt anymore. The first time I saw Dominic, he really looked like a slave, making her extremely confused. Even you, Carrick. What are you saying? When she met him, it's true Dominic was entangled in a fraudulent contract. And I spent time brainwashing him to think I am number one. She didn't expect it to be this effective and exclaimed, but I didn't think it would work this well. Meldinik had to laugh it off. To dispel this embarrassment, she thought, at this rate, My husband will be healthier than Dominic. Then she quickly escaped. Our extremely humble gentleman is just exaggerating the words of a simple contractor. Isaac covered his mouth and chuckled, teasing her. That's right, you are a humble person, Mel. Meldonic was very displeased with his attitude of playing along with everyone. You know that's not true. Isaac quickly pointed out that everyone thought so. But it seems everyone thinks that. Then she looked ahead. His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress were both looking at her with admiring eyes, their eyes sparkling and overflowing with affection for her, making her confused herself. But she didn't find it excessive, only seeing a pure and cute love from everyone reserved just for her. She closed her eyes to rest. All right, suddenly Dominic spoke up, amusing everyone. But it seems everyone is still hiding. A lot of questions about Mel. He didn't let her off the hook, continuing the earlier topic. When I walked in, I heard an interesting topic. Something about an ideal type. Everyone was talking about it. Meldonic turned to look at him sadly. That topic again. Carson quickly answered him. That's right. Suddenly Dominic said something that shocked her. We are connected by a soul contract, so I am quite familiar with this. She didn't have time to stop him and panicked. Wait, what is he planning to say? Then she heard him continue. You know, my contractor, Mel. Stop. Dominic spoke, making everyone pay close attention, especially His Majesty the Emperor. She likes men who are smart, and at the same time handsome and humble. He seemed to know her like the back of his hand, matching her ideal type. My ambitious contractor. If you don't have me, you won't have her. If you're not good enough, you won't even be considered. Meldonic couldn't stop him from spouting nonsense, only able to blush in embarrassment and cry internally. She cursed him in her heart. Dominic. Marissa Hessman thought like an adult, very interested in her ideal type. It perfectly fits the list of boyfriend candidates I've been checking all this time. Henry was also amazed. You have something like that? But the boy quickly countered the girl. Throw that list away. Mel already has a destined partner. Arson also knew. He chimed in with the boy. That's right. Marissa panicked, unable to believe it, asking back what? Look at those kids. Their back and forth made her feel guilty. Come to think of it, I just came back after humiliating her brother. Will Marissa feel hurt? After all, he is her brother. Her family. Marissa Hessman shouted with determination. You traitors! After we all die. Didn't we promise to do our best for Mel's happiness? She realized she had overthought it, seeing the girl's fierce reaction. Well, I guess not. Since Lennox and Syria have been watching me all this time, they must know Marissa is very close to me. So can I really send Marissa back to the Hessman estate just like that? I really don't think he would lay a hand on his own sister, but Lennox is garbage that can't be recycled. Meldonic fell into a chaotic train of thought. That means I can't raise Marissa, because I don't have the right to do that. Hopefully nothing bad happens to Marissa. Suddenly the girl whispered to her. Sister! Sister! The girl happily and excitedly praised her. You did a great job today. Seeing those cute, innocent eyes made her stunned. She was confused. Maybe because I look a bit tense. She's trying to cheer me up. She was deeply moved by the great affection the girl had for her. Thank you. She wanted to see Marissa always smiling brightly like the sun, and silently resolved. Marissa, this big sister will protect you. Suddenly she politely offered her opinion. Your Highness, I need to speak with you. Is it okay if we do that after the luncheon? Meldonic was very afraid Carson would refuse, worried. Carson has been strangely avoiding my eyes this whole time. Contrary to her expectations, Carson quickly agreed, making her rejoice. Of course, I was just about to suggest that. Marquis Kanoa. Meldonic felt relieved. What a relief! But suddenly he turned his face away again, avoiding her gaze, making her extremely confused. Wait, again. Dominic watched them while eating and thinking. Then he asked her. That prince. He's interested in you, right? Meldonic panicked. What? Why do you think that? Now in the room, it was just her and Carson. She very politely went straight to the main point. Your Highness, to get straight to the point, I want exclusive rights to supply teaching materials for children at the Royal Academy. I plan to develop my business step by step. Meldonic thought the plan she outlined was perfect. I will easily be able to enter and leave that place. Then, from there I can foresee the cunning hands operating within the academy. Meldonic rejoiced inwardly, having not said anything yet. Speaking of owning an exclusive contract with an academy, it's the ultimate goal of all stationery shop owners. Carson considered and asked, Are you referring to the stationery shop owned by Meldanik Kanoa? Meldanik replied. That's right. Whether it's school supplies for children or teaching tools, I want to be the one entrusted to supply them. He thought very carefully. And since the Empire's hero is also there, the quality of the delivered products is recognized. I understand. The Royal Palace will also help you. Meldanik didn't expect to succeed so easily and received that help, asking back in disbelief. Really? She was amazed, thinking, that easy? I just thought I would have to try harder to persuade him since he's quite picky. He affirmed firmly. That's right. I will arrange a private meeting with the academy principal. However, after that, you will have to rely on your ability to influence. And speak for yourself. Marquis Kanoa. Meldanik was extremely excited to receive his absolute trust. Okay, thank you, Your Highness. Then he also hesitated, and then stopped speaking, making Meldanik very curious. Does he have something he wants to say? Why did Dominic have to bring that up earlier? It's bothering me for no reason now. Turns out Carson intended to praise her. His face was shy like a teenager. You did very well today. Good. Really? Meldanik was shocked, realizing the reason he kept avoiding her gaze. So? He kept darting his eyes around just because he wanted to praise me? She flashed a radiant, sunny smile, finding him very cute. Adorable. The novel never mentioned this cute detail. Then she quickly replied. Thank you, Your Highness. The business plan in more detail with the principal. I will contact you after the specific plan is decided. But before she could be happy for long, Carson turned his face away again, avoiding her, confusing her greatly. Again? He keeps avoiding my eyes even though he already praised me. She angrily cursed silently. Did I accidentally commit lèse majesté? Or something? Over here, Arson was panicking. What is this bad feeling? I feel like Mel is having another weird misunderstanding somewhere. Meanwhile, Lennox was furious, crumpling a paper and slamming it onto the table, creating a loud noise. What is happening? Syria, you claimed they would help us. He blamed her frantically. That these things saying nothing but rejection. Syria was also worried, biting her nails continuously. She began to feel uneasy. Those who drank the holy water or possessed holy items should have been under my control. Why is no one helping us? She remembered the image of her father, Duke Babella. Look at father. Clearly it's not right. There's no problem with the holy water or items, they definitely work. So why? At this rate I'll be finished. If even the Pope abandons us, what should I do? Suddenly she realized something. Right. The Pope seems interested in my sister. So let's bring her to him. To do that I will have to exploit her weakness and turn it into my advantage. Then she will leave on her own. My sister's weakness, what exactly could it be? Syria stopped biting her thumb and slowly lowered her hand. She spoke up, wanting to share a good idea. Lennox. Syria was excited with an extremely cunning face. I have an extremely cool idea. A light glowed on the sword Meldanik was holding. She gently lifted the sword with both hands as Isaac stood by observing. She was very curious. What exactly is inside? I wonder what exactly is hidden in this sword. Suddenly a sound came from behind, drawing her attention. Isaac quickly approached and handed her a potion. This is a potion Basin sent. He said it would help control the unstable mana flow. Meldanik exclaimed happily. Thank you. Just in time. She quickly deployed magic. A light shining through her eyes. The sword shone blindly. A demon boy appeared. It was the Winter Moon demon. He was confused. Huh? He glanced around curiously. This is... Then the Winter Moon demon saw her and shouted. Ack, you! He panicked but quickly commanded like a lord. What? A powerful new human has appeared. All the doctors have run away. Listen up. Finally, I, the Winter Moon demon, have come to the human world. But she wasn't very surprised. She ruined the Winter Moon demon's authority. You said that line a long time ago. He was frustrated, pouting in annoyance. Oh, really? Oh. He was unconvinced, pointing straight at her and shouting. Human. No, you. Exactly what is that weird element you threw into the hero's sword, huh? Meldanik asked back, confused. Element? He quickly replied. That's right. It's that. The Winter Moon demon enthusiastically explained to her clearly all the toxic plots attached to that rusty sword. I give up. Even if that sword threatens a wonderful demon like me, I will only despise it. However, If it were any other demon, they would have been. Meldenik wondered. But isn't this a holy sword containing divine power? He didn't have enough patience and shouted, scolding her. You idiot! Do you think divine power is such filthy energy? I mean, say it again. Divine power is filthy energy, actually. But how to say it, I don't know what exactly it is. But the demon of insight. Meldenik asked curiously. You say there are hundreds of vengeful souls? He couldn't help but shudder in fear. That's right. A wise demon is living with a terrible burn on his hand, after curiously touching it. Her face reflected on the sword with eyes full of anxiety as she listened to the Winter Moon demon recount. Any normal person would become a vengeful soul the moment they are attacked by it. Meldenik couldn't believe it. But I heard that this is a sword sent by the Pope himself? He laughed heartily, revealing mischievous fangs. Then that Pope guy is the garbage who put that element into this thing. There really are people in this world worse than demons. You know, few. Dominic should have sealed away. Those good people, I mean those evil demons. Meldenik couldn't help but exactly what? Are they plotting? What was Syria even thinking of doing with this sword? Meldenik continued to tease him. Winter Moon demon, I will put this sword back inside. So tell that wise demon to identify it accurately, okay? The Winter Moon demon panicked and yelled. What? You cunning woman! She calmly replied. Hearing that, he could only cross his arms and think. He agreed with her. Fine. If there's nothing else, it's time for this body of mine to leave. Suddenly Meldenik stopped him. Wait. While you're here, make some more snowflake sherbet. He happily agreed to the condition she offered. Fine. I'll quickly make some more. In exchange, next time we meet, bring lots of snowflake sherbet with you. Meldenik laughed. Okay, but first make a lot more. Then we will share it for you to take back. The Winter Moon demon left with a satisfied smile. Meldenik, if I just summon a demon, what is that weird element the demons are talking about? Is there a way to destroy the sword? The reason this sword was created? We will soon be able to find out. Dominic witnessed their conversation and saw the Winter Moon demon skipping away. Then he spoke up. Mel, now I also have to go into the sword and talk to that demon of insight. Meldenik didn't understand why he was doing that. She stepped closer to exchange words. He quickly replied, True. The identity of that holy water. Suddenly a light flashed and took him away before she could react. But he still ensured his safety with a final goodbye. I will return as fast as possible. Meldenik only managed to reach out and call his name. Domi. Before he was gone. She couldn't help but exclaim. He's too fast. Isaac walked up behind her and reminded her. Then, shall we also do what needs to be done? Finish preparing the snowflake sherbet. In front of Isaac were 2 huge jars with extremely colourful contents. Over here. Meldenik was giving the Winter Moon demon a jar he loved to drink. The two kept giggling with satisfaction. Then Isaac went on to the next task, surprising her. Arranging the warehouse. To send back to the Winter Moon demon. Having worked all day, Meldenik was a bit tired. Her eyes drooping. Maybe because I had so much to do today. So tired. Isaac saw her fatigue and quickly put his arm around her, placing her head on his shoulder, surprising her. With a warm smile full of stability that made her want to lean on him, he said, Just lean on me and sleep, making her heart pound, her face flushing red like a tomato with shyness. She was confused. But then your shoulder will be very sore. Isaac replied nonchalantly. It's okay, don't worry about that. Just rest comfortably. Seeing he didn't refuse, and because she was tired, Meldenik accepted his offer. Then I'll just nap for 30 minutes. There are still many things to arrange, and that's why. She drifted off to sleep. You have to wake me up in 30 minutes. Suddenly, Meldenik opened her eyes wide and sat up. I think I slept very well. Then she asked Isaac, What time is it now? He quickly replied, Only 9 a.m. She was shocked, thunderstruck. What? Mum, I slept too long. Then Meldenik quickly asked about him. Isaac, is your shoulder okay? Isaac smiled brightly. It's fine. Seeing his shoulder was very sturdy, she felt relieved. Glad it's really okay. Suddenly a knock on the door drew their attention, along with a voice. Is anyone here? She politely raised her voice to invite the person in. Please come in. The arrival was Seni. He bowed respectfully and reported. I came to escort you. Marcus Kanoa. Isaac didn't know who he was and asked. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? She was also very curious about his identity. Seni quickly explained. I apologize. I am Seni, a support knight for the academy principal. She suddenly remembered Carson's words. The principal's night. Carson fulfilled his promise immediately. Senny continued to present to her. The principal said he could spare some time today. He was very happy. Is that okay? Marquis Kanoa. She quickly replied. I'm fine, but wait. So, is 3 hours from now okay? Senny heard this and agreed. I understand. Suddenly in her head, Meldenik recalled Carson's words, which she had to keep in mind. Actually, the academy principal also likes you very much. Because thanks to that cloud candy and the happy dream, he said he could regain his dream of farming. She was very curious about what Carson had told her. But, honestly, if anyone wants to be sure about that, tell her. You must go with Basin. The academy principal admired her very, very much. He was fascinated. He was captivated. His mouth hanging open in surprise. She clearly presented her point of view. This is our plan. We want to because similarly, until now, school supplies have only been made for adults. He was delighted. So you are interested in letting children experience some prototypes right now? Then could you bring a few children here? Carrick stood outside the door and spoke shyly. Hello. The boy was very scared. It's an honor to meet you. Came to the principal's office, so my heart is beating like crazy. Meldenik stood up and laughed. It's not like that. She smiled kindly. I hope you kids will help me. Can you come here and try using this pen? Just once, okay? Thank you. All three kids, Carrick, Henry, Marissa, were extremely interested in the pen she gave them, and shouted in unison. Yes. Marissa was intently drawing pictures on the page with very funny and cute shapes. The girl marveled with glittering eyes. Wow. Marissa Hessman boasted to the other kids. My hand doesn't hurt at all. With this, Carrick agreed. Wow, this is really great. Henry was also happy. And it's quite soft too. Meldenik approached the children and said, I will make even more attractive items for you guys. The children responded excitedly and politely, yes. She also asked for the principal's opinion. From now on, I also want to make school supplies based on children's opinions. He agreed. Since they are personalized, maybe. That's best, right? I understand, and that is why. I believe that being by their side and observing these things will help a lot. These children, it is very necessary, making him surprised. Fine. Then please wait a moment. He gently instructed the children. The children were very obedient and polite. Yes. Then the academy principal handed her a card. This is the academy pass. With this, you can enter and leave the academy whenever you want. Meldenik held it excitedly. Thank you. She was overjoyed. I can protect the children. Brought into the academy. Suddenly he remembered. Speaking of which, I haven't given you that yet. Life. She was curious. What? He placed it on the table. This is the basic commission, as well as the deposit. Meldenik hadn't thought of that. Seeing him offer it made her blossom with happiness inside. Right. I have to make a profit from this deal too. She quickly thanked him. Thank you very much. Suddenly her eyes widened, unable to believe the amount she received. She was confused, staring at the number. 500 million BGT. She kept staring at the number, wondering. Did he accidentally give me too much money? Is this the dignity of the Royal Academy? Basin looked at the number and couldn't help but notice. Eyes popping out. The principal cleared his throat to remind them gently. Ahem. He was happy to have her help, so he was willing to pay. As long as the teaching tools and school supplies are produced by you. I don't mind paying you an even higher amount, so please work hard to develop further. Meldenik was deeply moved, covering her mouth with both hands in emotion. Yes, please leave it to me. She thought to herself. I will turn 500 million BGT into 500 billion BGT. I'm rich. In a room, Meldenik returned and shouted happily. I'm back. Inside, Isaac was playing with Marissa Hessman, very happy to hear her voice, and quickly welcomed her. You're back? So tired. The girl heard her voice and turned around, shouting. Sister, she teased the girl. Did you plan to stay until sunset before going home, Marissa? The girl ran towards her. Yes, I'm not allowed to deliver. Meldenik reached out and stroked the girl's hair gently. Of course you can. You can stay here as long as you like. But she was still very worried. I'm sure the atmosphere in that house must be suffocating. Not to mention I'm worried about what Lennox and Syria might do to the kid. Exactly, if a child is exposed to a cramped and gloomy atmosphere for a long time, that is considered child abuse. Children should grow up properly in a healthy environment. He hasn't returned yet. But seeing the sword glowing like that, surely he will return soon. Meldenik sighed helplessly. Oh. Well. Marissa saw a book and asked her curiously. By the way, what is that, sister? She held the book in her hand, ran over and told her. The book is making very attractive sounds. Meldenik smiled at the girl's innocence. Ah, that's a siren sound. However, it's still under development. I'm trying to make the siren go off if you don't do your homework, but it's a bit difficult to get it to work. Was fascinated by its magic. It's like a guardian, isn't it? Ringing to signal if I don't do my homework. You really seem like a wonderful witch. What the girl said startled her, eyes widening. Then Meldenik reminded the girl. Marissa, I will finish it today and give it to you first. But make sure you carry it with you at all times from today on, okay? The girl quickly agreed. Yes, I will definitely put it in my bag. She turned each page of the book. Let's see. Her hand gently touched, and a light appeared on her slender fingers. She held the book up happily. Done. Glad I finished it before sunset, although I had to ask Isaac for a little help. Meldenik gave the book to Marissa Hessman. Here you go, Marissa. The girl was overjoyed. Thank you. And brother Isaac too. She didn't forget to remind and warn the girl carefully. Marissa, if that brother of yours accidentally says something suspicious, you must tell me. And don't blindly believe immediately what he says. Okay. The girl understood immediately and replied politely. Yes, I will do that. I wish I could be self-reliant and independent like you. She grabbed the girl's shoulders. Marissa. She brought her face close to the girl's with determination like a declaration. When you can be independent, come live with me. Meldenik quickly stood up and turned away, worried. Was declaring that too strong? The girl asked shyly. Really? Will I be able to eat snowflake sherbet every day? And have you checked my homework? Right? She smiled kindly. Of course. But I'm the type who will be extremely strict when checking homework, so you'd better prepare in advance. Okay? Isaac, witnessing their closeness, teased. You two look like real sisters. The girl replied shyly. You have a good eye too. Making Meldenik very happy. Suddenly she realized. Right, I can't just leave Marissa in the claws of a pest like Lennox. Duke Hessman knows nothing about Marissa. How her eyes sparkle when she feels happy. Or how her loose baby teeth are wiggling a bit. Even the hopes, dreams, and integrity that this child has. Once Dominic can separate the sword from his body and everything is fine, then we will have to live with Marissa. Just that. Meldenik asked Dominic through the sword. Are you still not done? Dominic? I'm almost done here. She was worried. I guess the holy sword really hides a huge secret. However, it's not a big secret. It was time for Marissa to go home. The girl politely said goodbye to Isaac. He enthusiastically saw the girl to the door. Goodbye. But she still really wanted him to stay. Of course, I feel very reassured when he is around. But Meldenik asked him, Isaac, don't you have any business at the magic tower? After questioning him, he raised both hands in surrender immediately. Then Isaac replied nonchalantly, I'm just worried that you might suddenly faint after seeing you work like this every day. Come on, Mel. I look like this, but I'm definitely working properly. So just let me stay by your side. I even took the medicine Basin gave me. Dominic isn't here either. Then an awkward silence fell. She felt confused. Although he says he's fine, I still feel uncomfortable because I feel like I'm bothering him. Meldenik looked back. Basin? He quickly reported the situation. The Pope has made a move. We're all going to die. He handed her a piece of paper. Please look at this note. She picked it up curiously, wondering who sent a letter. So urgently. Basin quickly explained. From a relative of our clan. It's confirmed information. This morning the Pope sent a brief announcement to the Empire. But I can't guarantee the full text. Is there anything wrong? In the holy sword sent to Syria Babella. However, the holy items and holy water are genuine. As the Pope, I guarantee this. That is what I confirmed as the content of the announcement the Pope prepared before visiting the Empire via a delegation next month. Panic grew. They said breaking news would be announced in this morning's paper, and that Duke Hessman and Lady Babella will host a ball. Everyone is making a fuss about it. It's very loud. But contrary to his impatience, Meldenik appeared calmer. She pondered. I thought the Pope might come, since the incident involving the destruction of the Holy Sword also challenged the Pope's authority. In fact, people have quietly suspected that the Pope's divine power might be exhausted, haven't they? I'll read it for you. It's still that everyone fears their power will be bypassed, even someone like the Pope. The Pope is the same. Basin collapsed to the ground with a sorrowful face. It's all over. We have to resign ourselves to fate. What do we do? Meldenik sighed. Why are you trembling so violently? He was frustrated that she didn't believe him. I told you last time. The priests under the Pope killed our relatives. At this rate, we'll all die. With the Pope's guarantee, people will use the holy water and items, and that will expose all our relatives. As he spoke, he became more dispirited and desperate. And I heard that the Hessman and Babella families are preparing to start selling the holy water project this week. And of course, there are people wondering if we can trust them or not. Senses. Seeing Basin looking pitiful sprawled on the floor, she quickly comforted him. All right, if we just sit and wait to see. It's almost certain they will start tomorrow, right? He was in no mood sad. We really met again. The Pope doing such a thing in this situation. Meldenik quickly broke his negative train of thought. No, actually, this is better. Basin didn't understand. Huh? Why? He saw her smiling and was even more confused. Why is she smiling? Is she panicking from fear? Meldenik, things are going to get quite interesting, aren't they? Basin asked. Fun? Basin Kanoa cried and threw a tantrum. Am I the only one who doesn't understand what's happening? Mel didn't answer but thought deeply. It's like a declaration of war when the Pope guarantees the authenticity of the holy water and holy items. And he also said he would come in person. A statement that the Holy Empire will sell suspicious holy items to the Empire and confront the Kanoa bloodline. Of course, it will be very dangerous if the Pope, Syria, and Duke Hessman all come at once. But in a way, that also means I can deal with them all at once. Suddenly she asked, You said the Pope wouldn't let anyone with Kanoa blood survive. Basin Kanoa was startled but quickly replied, That's right. Mel didn't hesitate to voice her thoughts. Then either way, I'll have to face them head on. So why don't I prepare a favorable chessboard before the Pope arrives? Basin Kanoa was stunned hearing her words. Mel continued analyzing. Because if the true identity of the holy water and holy items that Syria and Lennox are selling is exposed, then even the Pope will be affected. Think about it. What will happen if it is discovered that the holy water and items guaranteed by the Pope's authority are fake? The Pope's authority will fly away like dandelion seeds in the wind on that day, she said confidently. So we can search for dandelion seeds. We just need to do our best to expose the truth about that holy water first. Then, Mel also voiced the difficulty of this. Of course, it's not easy. It will be very difficult too. But sitting still and trembling won't solve anything. Basin Kanoa had digested her words. He excitedly asked back, You're saying relax and face what must be faced, and this isn't just difficult. I'll wait and see. It has become a topic of discussion everywhere, because they made such a statement. Just hearing her analysis, Basin Kanoa couldn't keep his cool. He panicked and held his head. That's true. But will it be okay? Won't those religious fanatics bother us? In this situation, could we be killed by them at any moment? Like being stoned in the street? Mel immediately reassured him. Calm down. Calm down. How much more do you plan to panic? Kay, listen to me. She began to explain her plan carefully. Suppose I'm just an ordinary noble. Just a noble. That's an incredibly funny situation. Kanoa was still very hesitant. That is true. But Mel cut him off, continuing. Then at that time, surely everyone will have their eyes on me, whether they are religious or not, to see what I say, what attitude I have. She looked at Basin Kanoa's bewildered face and asked, Do you understand what I'm saying? Basin Kanoa excitedly recited back. I think I roughly understand. Because everyone is paying attention to you. Lady Meldenik, whether religious or not, they will come because they are interested in the stationery shop, right? Mel smirked, replying triumphantly. Exactly. I'm about to have a big presentation about the stationery shop agreement at the Martin Academy, and I intend to talk about the plan right there. A successful presentation. A ceaseless stream. That is how we will expand the business. Hearing her speech, Basin Kanoa looked at her with worship. I couldn't imagine that because I was trembling so much. Mel gloated, pretending to be humble. As the ancients said, crisis will soon become opportunity. Her inner self was rejoicing. Let's start by calling the reporters first. Not just noble children or cute commoners. Must also know about my stationery shop. She began to think more carefully about what she intended to do. Simple systems as a small shop owner, but you always expand the scale of everything in many ways. Mel muttered in annoyance. Thank you. Cheating couple. I'm exhausted because of you guys. Basin Kanoa was still looking at her with sparkling eyes. He said admiringly, Lady Meldenick, you are too talented. It's a waste to use your skills on owning a stationery shop. Mel replied happily. Really? She promised. Don't. If I open a second branch later, I'll let you be the manager. No. I will give positions to every one of your remaining relatives. Of ours. Basin Kanoa couldn't stop his admiration upon hearing her words. He wiped his tears emotionally. They will be very happy to hear that. Because we all had to live in hiding. Then later I will bring all the relatives hiding. At the mountain entrance back. Mel also agreed to that. Yeah, bring them all back. I'll take care of it. A few days later, Mel's mother returned home. Newspapers were sold everywhere on the streets. As people walked, they shouted loudly, Breaking news! Hot off the press. Just as Basin said, the Pope's statement has shaken all the newspapers on the continent. The paperboy added, the Pope. It is known he will personally come to the Empire. People picked up the newspaper, discussing in surprise. Oh my, does that mean the holy water? But Marquis Kanoa, I don't know what the truth is anymore. Suddenly a voice rang out. Everyone, Marquis Kanoa. I heard Marquis Kanoa will organize a business seminar to present the agreement with the Academy. Hearing this, people immediately surrounded the person uttering that information, asking quickly, We will know who is telling the truth if we attend that seminar. I really want to attend. Is there a way to receive an invitation? The person who just spoke, Wait, everyone clamored. Me too, me too. At this moment, in a room, Henry held an invitation and asked curiously, But what is a seminar? It means renting a meeting room and presenting a business plan. Henry spared no praise. Oh, Carrick, you're so smart. Carrick, being praised, stuck his nose up. Suddenly, Marissa slammed her hand on the table and spoke up. Sister is about to have a huge success in business, and her revenge will definitely succeed too. We just need to cheer her on with all our might. After that, the kid clenched her fist, saying sorrowfully, But about her dating life. Everyone panicked. What? What's wrong with Mel's dating life? Marissa explained. Emotionally, she is a bit slow. Surely many people around like her, but the problem is she doesn't realize it. She thought silently. Sister, normal people can read my thoughts. That's why she was deceived and hurt by an evil person like Duke Hessman. Actually, too many things happened. So her dating life was put on hold. Remember the child Henry mentioned? The two woke up and asked in panic. Thinking back, how is that going? Does Mel really have a child? Or was Henry mistaken? Marissa analyzed. Maybe Henry was mistaken, that last time Mel looked very close with Isaac. Both of them had opposing moods hearing those words. Oh. Actually, Isaac is funny and I quite like him. I think Dominic is fine too. Arson hurried to defend. That's still unclear. My brother also wrote a letter asking about Mel. Marissa cut him off, refuting those things. She almost screamed. But they aren't worthy of my Annie. My Annie must marry the strongest, most handsome, coolest person in the Empire. The person who will love her the most in this world. Arson felt speechless. You become scary whenever you talk about that. Marissa was determined. And most importantly, it must be someone Annie likes. The other two nodded in agreement. That's right. But isn't it me? Arson said confidently. Because Mel likes me best. Carrick didn't. No, Mel likes me best. Looking at their smug appearances, Marissa smiled thoughtfully. Oh, you kids. Annie only treats little brothers. I won't say anything. Just keep. Suddenly her head started to ache. Why do I suddenly have a headache? Arson said, You've been like that for days. You know, every time that happens, eating the cloud candy Mel gave fixes it immediately. Suddenly a voice rang out. Marissa, it's class time. Can you come here for a moment? Marissa obediently replied, Yes. Carrick saw this and asked curiously, Teacher, isn't the class usually 2 students at a time? That professor? He was silent for a moment, then said, That's right. But Marissa is special. Marissa still smiled happily. Yeah, I'm special. I'm going. The 2 special ones left behind watched Marissa's retreating back, whispering to each other. Is this the suspicious matter Mel asked us to report? Probably. Let's follow them. They discussed again. Right. Okay. Then let's go to Mel's place first. I'll use teleportation. You know teleportation? Basic stuff. In front of Mel's house, looking at the locked door, the boys said helplessly. What should we do? Mel isn't here. Arson looked at the closed shop door in fear. Why? Mel usually doesn't close the stationery shop at this hour. Carrick tilted his head, not answering. Arson tried to. Maybe today. It's just interview day, right? But because that Professor Vizio leading Marissa away is a loyal believer. Arson turned to ask him. She's a believer. How do you know? Carrick looked back and forth searching. Because I am a mage from the magic tower sent to the academy to track down the kidnapper. Carrick continued. Anyway, I'm sure Arson didn't understand. But Marissa is Duke Hesman's daughter. The boy asked worriedly. You don't think they would actually do something, do you? Carrick analyzed. Marissa is only a short distance from the Duke. And everyone knows she is close to Mel. Sorry, but don't talk about those dirty affairs in front of me. Arson scratched his chin helplessly. Oh, so what do we do now? Suddenly Carrick pointed at the ground and cheered. Look, footprints starting from inside the stationery shop. On his side, there were only footprints heading somewhere. Carrick deduced a bit. Judging by the foot size, it's not a child or an adult, ma'am. These footprints must be Mel's. And based on the residual magic traces, it seems Mel left not long ago. Arson exclaimed in surprise. Oh! After sitting down to look closely at the footprints left behind, Carrick stood up and spoke his thoughts. Whatever the footprints are, the trail cuts off halfway. But looking at the direction, I think she went to the academy. We should return to school too. Mel might be preparing something else. Outwardly he was calm, but inside he was also very worried. The toy dagger Mel gave me isn't very threatening, but it can buy time. He tried to comfort himself. Maybe I'm worrying for nothing, but Mel said to always be vigilant. Back at the academy, on Marissa's side, the teacher gave Marissa a cup of coffee and said, Drink this before starting the lesson. Marissa asked blankly, what is this? The teacher said gently, Coffee. It will be very good for you. This type of coffee has the ability to cleanse impurity. Marissa asked back in fear. Impurity? The teacher didn't turn around, continuing to work on what was in her hand. Yes, impurity. So drink up. Marissa dazedly took the coffee cup. Suddenly a noise rang in her head. Marissa recalled the conversation with Mel. I added a special function to this notebook. You will hear a beep in your ear when in danger. Marissa looked at the coffee suspiciously. Huh? Seeing the girl hesitate, the teacher urged. Child, you should listen to your teacher. Marissa quickly replied. Yes, sorry, what did you say? The girl thought to herself. I'm in danger. The teacher said. I meant that coffee. Drink it. Yes. Now, Marissa recalled every suspicious detail. Come to think of it, the professor never calls me child. Moreover, I almost drank that suspicious thing. This floral scent hasn't ever been this strong. Something isn't right. I must run. Marissa, sorry, but I would like to decline. Before she finished, Marissa was cut off. No, you can drink it. The professor suddenly advanced towards Marissa, grabbed her collar, and said violently, Drink it. Hurry. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door. Arson barged in calling, Professor, while Henry was keeping watch outside. The professor looked at Arson coldly. I'm sure I locked the door. Arson replied cheerfully, but it's open. The professor suddenly formed a suspicious smile and said, So you're here. This is even better. Sit down. Looking at the professor's expression, Kara felt a sense of unease. Huh? Why am I getting goosebumps? Seeing them sit down, Marissa quickly whispered to Arson, Why did you come here? Arson gave a wry smile. Just then, as Kara was about to sit, she saw something moving behind the professor. What is that? The professor looked at them and said. Kara quickly shouted, Professor, please look. Thank you for watching and subscribing to the channel. The young boy held up the sword and said, This is the sword the cat gave me. It fits my hand perfectly. Beautiful, isn't it? Looking at the sword, she said, A sword? How did you bring such a dangerous thing into the academy? Anyway, give it here. Of that woman. Kara's heart was still filled with fear. I'm not sure, but I don't think it would be good if the literature professor found out. The professor, while testing the sword, told them, Have this coffee with Marissa. and you will all forget what happened. Disrespectful things and feel happy. Then she frowned. What is this? Is this a fake? I don't understand. Didn't understand what she was. The professor was joking when she was attacked by something from behind. The kids were too shocked to even speak. Suddenly, a voice was heard. What's going on? Why isn't the invisibility spell wearing off? It's about to be dispelled. Arson spoke up. Spoke. That voice is Mel. He panicked. Could it be that you two have become ghosts? Hearing the boy say that, Marissa was also startled. Am I dead? Kara was the calmest. No, they said it was a spell. Just as Isaac said, he and Mel slowly appeared. Mel called out urgently. Kids, are you all okay? You must be shocked, but first, that bitch, no. That's not right. Let's go catch that friend of ours first. As soon as they finished speaking, they started tying up the professor. Marissa asked, Sis, how did you get here? Arson was also curious. Yeah, Mel, how did you find out and get here so fast? Mel gently explained to them. This is an Alanya. It's a workbook that sends out an alarm if you're not careful with your work. Written in the notebook was, Protect Marissa when in danger. Mel continued to explain about the notebook, and Isaac knew immediately that you needed help. It was lucky I gave him a copy beforehand. She recalled the time Marissa had seriously instructed Isaac. Isaac, you must always carry this with you. Isaac readily replied. Okay, I'll always carry it. Marissa continued. Help Meldonick when she needs it. Mel continued. Thanks to it, we arrived just in time. She thought to herself, I'm glad everything went according to plan. But it was a close call. If Kara hadn't distracted her, we might have been caught. Nell spoke up. Isaac, that person makes sure she can't commit suicide or anything. Looking at no matter who is backing you, I need to find out everything. The woman, disguised as a kind professor, spoke through a giant blue screen. How could you resolve this? So the professor tried to steal the holy water because the Pope wouldn't give it to her, even though she failed. This greatly surprised Meldonick. She could be certain that this was a completely insane bitch. The voice continued from within Abella's memory. Oh my, you can be this sharp. You are so wise. The woman assured him. I will do this so the children cannot see what we are doing, and ensure they can only hear our voices. Both Arson and Marissa Hessman hissed at the same time. Hey. Carrot was furious. But I'm a grown-up. I can hear it. Arson advised the boy. You don't need to try so hard. Don't try to listen to things you don't need to hear yet. Carrot-Abella thought worriedly. Yes, because this is just the beginning. It's only the beginning, she stated firmly. The situation will likely become more serious soon. She recalled the past. We have to study even without a penny to our names. Then, an image of two children in ragged clothes, leaning against a wall with dirty faces, being shouted at in fear. You say you're grateful with just empty hands. Don't these commoners know how to show their gratitude? She was terrified. Even so, a memory flashed by. I'll let you go, remember that. Then it cut to the next scene. Sir, it seems you still don't know what will happen to your daughter. Meldonick witnessed the scene with horror. How could she commit such a series of wrongdoings? Isaac assigned a mission to Carrot. This must be the kidnapper you've been looking for. Carrot, looks like your mission will be handled well, right? What do you think? He acted very much like an angry adult, shouting, What? The boy's rage reached its peak as he lost control and started yelling, along with a few swear words, into the communication device. Full of determination to find the real culprit. I finally found them. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked? Just to find those damn kidnappers. Hearing this, Meldonick couldn't help but be startled, her eyes widening and goosebumps rising on her skin. She quickly went to comfort the boy. Calm down, Carrot, and relax. Then she couldn't help but wonder, where did he learn such scary words? Suddenly, a creaking sound made her turn her head to look. Then the image of the woman's memory was wiped clean, leaving only a black screen with striped black lines hiding the truth. Isaac explained, It seems her memory has a hole in it, as if something erased it. Abella's eyes remained vacant, unaware of what was happening. His hand on top of her head. He continued to discuss with Mel. Although it can't be fully restored, it seems important, so it's worth checking. A faint image within the black streaks was her meeting with Syria. She threatened the woman. I know you are the rumored kidnapper at the academy. Abella couldn't believe she knew this. How could you? Meldonick discovered the woman's earth-shattering secret. Syria. As her voice rang out, I will handle it, so first drink this. I mean, if you don't want to be arrested by the guards right now. Abella was frightened and quickly drank it. Then Syria didn't forget to remind her. Give this to Lady Marissa Hessman and tie her up as if she was kidnapped. She was in pain from just having taken the drug. A circle appeared on her forehead. Syria continued her instructions. You see, there's someone I can blame for the kidnapping at the academy. Isaac, seeing the circle on her forehead, was curious about the pattern. Coincidentally, Meldenik was also very curious. Do you know what it is? He was vaguely uncertain. It looks like an ancient magic circle I saw when I went to the desert to search for a dragon egg. Good. I think something in the holy water created that magic circle. Abella immediately obeyed her. Yes, I understand. Please entrust it to me. Isaac continued to present his findings. Based on the professor's condition, I believe it's a type of brainwashing magic circle. Since it is a brainwashing magic circle, and it's ancient magic, let's ask Dominic when he returns. Meldenik felt that what she had vaguely suspected had become clearer. Now I know for sure. So Syria, after giving Marissa the holy water and kidnapping her, planned to frame me for it. Meldenik said to Isaac, they have tried to sell dirty brainwashing goods on a fairly large scale, especially to children. She knew Syria's goal was aimed at her. Framing me is one thing, but I never thought they would go so far as to use the children just because we are close. Syria, you want to stoop that low? Suddenly, a coughing sound drew her attention. Isaac continued to explain the problem Abella was facing. People brainwashed by magic usually die or pass out when their minds are severely damaged. He looked at her condition and came to a conclusion. Fortunately, it seems she's the latter type. However, looking at her condition, she probably won't last long. He asked her what she wanted to do. How should we deal with this woman? She was already a notorious criminal. Even before the brainwashing, he suggested the most ruthless solution. Should I just kill her? This made Meldenik jump. She was startled and scared. What? She felt his actions were very similar to That's Dominic's specialty. Wasn't Isaac supposed to be the more rational one? She didn't think it was a good idea, and quickly offered a different opinion. What if we brainwash her and plant her as a spy for us for a few days? Isaac was curious. A spy? Meldenik proposed the idea. I'm thinking we should give her one last chance to do something good before she dies. Isaac completely followed, but he didn't forget to remind her. However, it is about to happen. It won't last long, because we are only temporarily brainwashing on top of the previous brainwashing. Meldenik confirmed. It's fine. A few days is enough. He had to agree. All right. Fine. Okay. A few trickles of water in the dark night. Abella slowly opened her eyes and saw the silhouette of Meldenik. She curiously approached to take a look. She saw the woman still motionless, her hands tied, sitting in a chair, which made her suspicious. Did it work? Isaac answered confidently. Of course. Abella's eyes were still vacant. Meldenik questioned her. What is your name? The woman quickly replied with an indifferent, machine-like tone. It's Abella, Master. But Mel wasn't pleased at all. Master? Meldenik didn't like the title Master at all. Master what? Even my cute little Akma doesn't call me that. She quickly told Isaac. Please make her stop calling me Master. It's ruining my mood. He sighed helplessly and complied with her request. Fine. He went behind her and cast a spell. Starting the interrogation, she continued her task. Very good. Age and profession. The woman answered everything. I am 41 years old, currently a literature professor at Manthin Academy. Hearing her answer, Isaac could sense. It seemed she still has her basic memories to some extent. She'd be a very suitable spy. Meldenik continued her questioning. Tell me in detail what you need to do. Abella continued to answer honestly. For the ultimate goal, my mission is to brainwash and kidnap Lady Marissa Hessman before the day of the conference. She was curious. The ultimate goal? What is it? The woman replied. It is. But before she could finish, a backlash emanated from her body and she cried out. Ugh. Isaac, witnessing the scene, told her, it seems there's a restriction to prevent her from telling us the details. Meldenik realized she couldn't find out their goal and decided to ask about something else. Then let's change the question. On the day of the conference, you all intend to frame me for the kidnapping of Lady Hessman. Is that correct? Abella coughed up blood that soaked her collar, but was still able to answer. Yes. We are to bring the brainwashed Lady Marissa Hessman, place her on the podium, and accuse you, Miss Meldenik, of being the one who kidnapped her. Meldenik didn't believe that was the final goal. I'm sure that's not all of it. You were also going to try to pin all the previous kidnapping cases on me too. The woman quickly agreed without any denial. That's right. Hearing that, she bit her lip with an angry expression. Of course, on the day of the conference, it would have a huge impact if it was announced that I had kidnapped Marissa. Just like the way I flamboyantly revealed the identity of the Holy Sword and the affair of those two at their engagement ceremony. But what about Marissa? Who will be hurt in the process? Frustrated and confused, she thought, they wouldn't even consider that. Suddenly, Marissa Hessman ran up to her. The little girl placed her hand on her chest with determination. Sis, I'll pretend that I've been brainwashed. Meldenik was worried for the girl's safety and hesitated. But the girl seemed very confident in the mission she proposed. I've already mapped out a whole plan. I'll even leak a little to my maids. Over here, Carrot asked Isaac. Is the interrogation over? He replied flatly, yes. The boy. Carrot also enthusiastically volunteered for a mission. I will closely monitor that kidnapper to check on her brainwashing. If we don't want to attract suspicion from the opposing faction at the academy, a child like me has to be by her side. Right? Then Meldenik quickly asked for Arsen's help. I have a very interesting mission for the prince. The boy was very excited to be given a mission by her, his eyes sparkling as he quickly replied. Of course. The boy was very confident in his abilities. Even though I can't use magic, I've learned swordsmanship very well. I'm very diligent, I'm very agile, and I'm even taller than other kids my age. So I can peek through high window frames too. She smiled, amused. Sure, the kid really wants to be useful, he's so adorable. But Meldenik was still very worried. However, I don't want our lovely children to fall into a dangerous situation because of me. How can I ensure that not even a single hair on their heads is harmed? Then she quickly instructed the children. All right, kids, let's do this. At the mansion, Syria approached Marissa. At this moment, the girl pretended to be hypnotized as Syria came closer and asked, Lady Marissa? The girl's eyes were vacant. She looked up at her blankly. Syria calmly asked the girl, Have you met Professor Abella? Marissa quickly answered, Yes. Syria placed her hand on the chair and replied, I see. She slowly stroked the little girl's hair. My lady, does it bother you when I pat you? The little girl, still with vacant eyes, did not answer. Syria couldn't help but feel smug. It seems the brainwashing went smoothly. I don't even need to do anything extra myself. If things accidentally fail while setting her up, then for example, and the real kidnapper tries to frame her, then that's when I have to push her hard. It wouldn't be good if they suspect me without basis, because I had a hand in this. Syria gave a cunning, smug smile. Sooner or later, the business she created for children will collapse. Who would want to do business with a kidnapper? Syria left, leaving a final word. I'd like to stay with you longer, but I have a meeting soon. See you later. After she spoke, there was only silence. The little girl was still acting very well. The girl couldn't take it anymore, and gritted her teeth. The girl was furious. AGH, this is too much. Marissa Hessman clutched her head, unable to bear it, screaming in silence. She found pretending like this extremely uncomfortable. I didn't expect it to be this hard to endure this. She remembered Meldenik's advice. No matter how well prepared you say you are, you might still be severely shocked. Even after you pretend to be brainwashed, you will still need to undergo psychological treatment with spirit-related magic. The girl marveled inwardly. As an adult, I have a responsibility to protect you as much as possible. You really are so smart. But the girl would not forgive Lennox and Syria, thoughtfully placing her hands in front of her like an adult. Just you wait, you scheming couple. When everything is in place, I'll make it so you can't even see my face, let alone lay a hand on my head. Meanwhile, Syria was reporting the situation to Priest Lutheo. With Sophia Academy's guidance, our loyal supporters have begun to enter high society. The man was very pleased and praised her. Good, very good. And most importantly, good. Things like love affairs are gradually getting less attention. Priest Lutheo reminded her. However, we still haven't dealt with our biggest enemy. Syria understood what Priest Lutheo meant. You mean her, right? The man replied flat. Currently, our biggest enemy is Marquis Meldenik Kanoa. I heard she's about to hold a conference. But I wonder if we should interfere so that people ignore it. The man hesitated slightly. Doing that. Syria quickly cut him off and gave her opinion. Priest Lutheo, please just let her hold the conference. Priest Lutheo was very surprised to hear that. What? I don't really want to. but His Holiness doesn't really want it to happen either. Shouldn't we catch that rat as soon as possible? Lennox agreed with him. I think so too. He continued to explain. Furthermore, I've already prepared all the rumors related to the conference. If those rumors aren't spread, no one will attend that conference. Syria, isn't it better to just let it be buried like that? But Syria quickly disagreed. No way. She hated her with a passion. She ruined everything at my perfect engagement ceremony. And for that, we should give her a taste of her own medicine. She was confident His Holiness has entrusted everything to me. So everyone, just follow my plan. Priest Luthea reminded Syria. The Pope doesn't give anyone more than 3 chances. You've already failed once, so you only have 2 chances left. Remember that. She smiled and assured him confidently. Please trust me. At the mansion, on the table was a magazine about Meldenik's shop with a very hot headline. The mysterious embroidery kit at Meow's stationery shop has sold out. A giggle was heard. It was Meldenik, holding a pair of scissors with delight. He. Isaac saw that she was in a very good mood today and placed a cup of tea on the table, reminding her, drink this while you work. But Meldenik was very focused on her thoughts of getting rich. Because no one is directly obstructing it, the business is going quite smoothly. Even the priests who used to ignore and curse my stationery shop seem to have gone quiet. It seems Syria is keeping quiet. It would be, Meldenik was happily thinking. I'm thinking of distributing the embroidery skill set to all the academies in the kingdom. I think it's quite suitable. He quickly replied, because there has never been an embroidery kit where the embroidered flowers and fruits actually appear before your eyes after you finish stitching. And parents are also receptive to it because embroidery will help their children develop concentration skills. Her hand on the table, because to set a trap for me in front of everyone on the day of the conference, she can't openly obstruct me and is forced to just watch. Meldenik picked up her teacup and sipped it with enjoyment. She must be waiting for the day of the conference. But she gently lifted the cup to drink. With her plan already laid out, it will be fine as long as I don't let that false accusation stick to me. Meanwhile, Priest Lutheo walked step by step to find Syria. He confronted her, shouting, People are starting to get excited again. Lately, they've been praising the item that the stationery shop opened for sale, and as a result, the holy water and holy relics are not attracting any attention because people say they are. Nothing special. What exactly are you thinking? Priest Lutheo was extremely worried. If we continue like this, we will eventually be completely pushed aside by Marquise Kanoa. In contrast, Syria was very calm, confident in her own calculations. Don't worry. The storm will rise on regarding her situation. We can be aware of her situation. Priest Lutheo began to mock her, causing Syria to glance at him. Are you talking about your involvement with Duke Hessman? She wasn't angry, but her tone when she dismissed him was dangerous. Please leave. I don't want to talk about that. Priest Lutheo couldn't help but be angry and could only leave. He was worried. Is Syria even reliable in the first place? She has her eyes so far off the prize. She won't even tell me the plan. Why does the Pope keep supporting a woman like that? If I were in charge of this, the holy water and holy relics would already be all over the kingdom. Then he saw the figure of Abella up ahead and wondered, isn't that woman the literature professor from the academy? The one who has been accompanying Syria recently? Her hand turned to look at him, and he quickly turned his face away to avoid her gaze. Then Abella spoke. What is it? Is that what you're looking for? Priest Lutheo was curious about this woman. I was just planning to pass by her. But why did she start a conversation with me? He acted friendly. Oh, it's you. Priest Lutheo was interested in the effects of the brainwashing drug, so he exchanged a few words with her. Syria. Brainwashed her with holy water, right? I should see if she can understand what I'm saying. He crossed his arms and questioned her. You're currently working at Manthan Academy, correct? Abella quickly replied. Priest Lutheo gave her a task. I'm looking for a few young sacrifices. Can you help me? As you know, my actions are restricted. Abella asked his purpose. For a sacrifice. You mean? He continued to ask her. Have you heard anything from Syria? You see, we in the Holy Nation always need materials. Young, healthy living sacrifices. Those who have received blessings from other species. I will first offer them on the Pope's altar. I also need the blessings of those children. She acted like a machine and asked him, so how should I do it? Priest Lutheo ordered her. Just kidnap them like you usually do. That will be enough. Priest Lutheo added instructions. Yes, about 3 to 4 of them will do. It's best if they are prepared before the conference day. Abella quickly agreed. Understood. Priest Lutheo wanted to ensure his own safety and her life. He assured her. Abella agreed. Yes, sir. He laughed with a cunning smile, mocking the foolish woman. She's so obedient. The brainwashing was done quite well. Then Priest Lutheo continued to pry for information about Syria. Speaking of which, do you know what Syria has been up to so late recently? You two seem to be together often. She answered honestly. I'm not sure either. First, besides telling me. To continue. Suddenly, Priest Lutheo flew into a rage and accidentally touched her, shouting, You're useless. Anyway, go. As he left, he was unaware that her eyes were not white, but a jade green. She opened through his thoughts. Meldenik, using Abella's eyes, learned of the plan he had given her. Gotcha, you psycho bastard. This is the information obtained from the brainwashed Abella. Isaac, listening as she recounted everything. Currently, there is a priest named Luke Taylor living at the Hessman estate. He is a close aide to the Pope, but does not have a good relationship with Syria. And there is an opportunity. In their internal conflicts, they keep each other in check, saying they need to set a larger goal. Abella repeated and added, Recently, the two have been conflicting over whether to interfere with the conference. There is a fierce internal conflict, and they ultimately decided to follow Syria's plan of not interfering. After hearing this, Meldenik felt a little worried and frowned, thinking, I have a feeling that Lutheo is different from Syria. What is his plan? Is to interfere with my conference. That's why I had Abella approach him to investigate if there would be any obstruction. The vision sharing was made possible by Isaac. He complained a bit, saying, Let's use this magical tool that's harmless to the body, although it's a shame to waste it on this piece of trash. Isaac crossed his arms and looked at Meldenik, saying, They want to kidnap 3 or 4 children to use as sacrifices. Is that so? So that's his plan. Hearing that, she just sighed, resting her head on the chair, feeling a bit tired. Yes, I thought so. At most. They would only want to delay the conference, but to suddenly appear and kidnap like this, they truly are scum. Meldenik's face scrunched up as she thought. Not only do they brainwash children with holy water, but they also use them as sacrifices. Meldenik, full of questions, asked Isaac, The Pope, what do you think he wants to do with those sacrifices? Isaac heard this and replied, That's what we have to find out. More importantly, but before he could finish, Meldenik interrupted him. She said impatiently, The children are in danger. As Lutheo said, he is targeting the children there. At the academy. Suddenly, Meldenik's eyes lit up as if she had an idea. She said, First, we have to catch him and deal with him before the conference. I wonder what the best way is to prevent the kidnapping while catching the criminal. She pondered all sorts of ways, but it seemed unfeasible because protecting the children who have received such blessings and isolating them is not a good solution, because Lutheo might suspect that I know about their sacrifice plan. Seeing Meldenik hesitate, Isaac said, I will secretly send wizards from the magic tower. Seeing that as a good measure, she agreed. Okay, I understand. Because she herself knew it was a very flexible and suitable solution for the current situation. Wizards are superior in magic. Chefs in cooking. Actors with their acting and reporters with their articles. But as for Meldenik, she was still thinking about her own job. She thought, I don't know about myself. The owner of the stationery shop right in front of the school. Then suddenly an idea popped into her head. She said, I'm thinking of developing a product that can protect the children directly. Something similar to Marissa's diary. What kind of item would be interesting enough for a child to carry with them? Hearing that, Isaac hesitated a bit because, although we successfully avoided disaster because Marissa carried the diary with her as promised, her promise to me, that things might be different with a normal child. Then he mumbled the words over and over. Something that children would like. But after thinking it over and over, he couldn't come up with anything. He sighed and told Meldenik, I don't know. I can't think of anything. Their eyes suddenly met. Meldenik's face turned beet red. She silently scolded herself. Meldenik, why are you staring at a man's face like that? Is now the time for that? What am I supposed to do when I'm attracted by his beauty? Isaac, standing beside her, saw her strange behavior and felt awkward. Meldenik's awkwardness was shattered when she heard a knock on the door. Seeing that there was a visitor, Isaac said, Come in. Meldenik, at this time, she thought, What was that? Was that a knock on the door? Then a boy opened the door and called out her name loudly. Mel. Seeing the boy, Meldenik happily replied, Henry. Seeing Meldenik, the boy rushed to hug her and said, I heard you were here, so I came. She happily asked him. It's been a while, did you miss me? Henry didn't hesitate to reply. Of course. After that, the two of them chatted intimately. What have you been up to since we last met? I've been working. I'm very busy because I'm smart. You too? Suddenly Henry asked. But when will the work you and Sir Isaac are doing be finished? Hearing that, Meldenik felt awkward. She was stunned. The boy immediately explained. Every time I come, you're always in Sir Isaac's room. There are a lot of interesting places here. Next time, I'll take you on a tour. After that, she forced a smile and agreed. Okay, I'll count on you. The boy replied happily. Yes, leave it to me. But in her heart, Meldenik still felt uneasy. She thought to herself, huh? This is so embarrassing. Suddenly, Isaac remembered something and said, Speaking of which, Mel. She was startled and replied, Yes, I know. He added, Henry is a child, so how about getting his opinion? He might know what kids like. Hearing that, she suddenly remembered. Meldenik looked at Henry and asked, Henry, tell me, not from the perspective of a child genius, but as a normal child, what kind of thing would make kids interested enough to carry it with them? Please subscribe to my channel daily. The boy pondered and said, Something they can carry every day. Something a silly kid would carry every day. Then suddenly Henry shouted, Ah, I've got it. Meldenik happily asked back, Really? The boy smugly said to Meldenik, I'm an extremely useful wizard to you, Mel, right? At the academy, Meldenik's voice was heard. Prepare gifts for the children to celebrate our collaboration. The headmaster happily replied. You always think of the children. Meldenik shyly to probe, she asked the headmaster. Sir, I'm just curious, but what do you think about the divine spirit? The headmaster, after hearing the question, was a bit surprised. He said, The divine spirit? I don't think much about it. To be honest, I'm not a religious person. The headmaster's words made her think a little. He doesn't seem to be brainwashed. That's a relief, but it's a bit strange. Meldenik, full of suspicion, thought, I thought the Pope or Syria would target the headmaster first. Is it because Isaac placed a magic spell next to the headmaster? There are many other things to worry about, but first. Inside the classroom, Meldenik, with a happy face, greeted and introduced herself to the students. Hello, my name is Meldenik Kanoa, and I am the owner of Meow's Stationery Shop, the shop right in front of the school. Then she poured out the items from her bag in front of the students. And said, Today I brought a small gift for all of you. The children's eyes lit up when they saw the gifts. Eyes. They all chattered and asked, What is it? Is it a necklace? The pendant looks so strange. It's not a computer. At this moment, Meldenik felt extremely confused and worried. To calm down, she comforted herself. I need to get a grip. Calm down, I'm just nervous because I'm launching a new product. Calm down. Everything will be fine. Remembering last night, Meldenik thought, because I worked so hard to test it with Henry last night. That evening, Henry had an idea. He said, From what I know, silly kids love cats and dogs the most. Hearing that, Meldenik was a bit skeptical and asked, Cats and dogs? The boy immediately replied, Yes. That made Meldenik remember that there was a cat living in front of the magic tower that everyone loved. It had become a pig, because everyone fed it so much. So she thought Henry's idea was very reasonable. Kids like cute animals, but I can't give them a live animal as a pet. Not stopping there, Henry added, Speaking of which, silly kids also like projectors. Then the boy started talking about the interesting things in the projector. There are a lot of great things in it, like leopards and projections. Playing with them makes time fly by. After saying that, Henry raised his hand and said, I also like projectors. Rasmus always wears one for me when I work. At this time, Meldenik was lost in thought. Projectors and pets. Then suddenly she shouted as if she had thought of something, and rushed. Thank you, Henry. I've thought of something. She began to brainstorm an idea for something children would want to carry with them that wasn't a living thing, could carry protective magic, and could even record when in danger. In the classroom, she was happily introducing her gift. It's something that helps you raise a lovely pet friend while you work during the day. A boy heard that and asked curiously, A pet friend? She immediately replied, Yes. Then she put the pendant into the projection orb, prepared by the headmaster, and began to explain. All right, you can start. You can see this screen, right? This screen shows you what's inside the pendant. Then, Meldenik reminded the children. What do you see on the screen? The children, all with wide eyes, whispered, "An egg. It's an egg. There's an egg in there." Seeing that every child was excited, Meldenik was secretly happy. Good, they're all curious. Then she made a request. Only the red-haired boy sat alone in a corner without raising his hand. The boy thought to himself, "I want to hatch it too." While sitting sadly, the boy suddenly heard a voice say, "Hello," along with an inquiry from Meldenik. "What's your name?" The boy was startled and stammered, "Sillin." Meldenik smiled gently and said, "All right, Sillin. Do you want to be the first one to raise it?" The other kids in the class looked on with a bit of envy and said, "So lucky." Sillin was stunned for a long time before replying, "Yes." Meldenik stood in front of the projection screen and said, "Shall we hatch this egg?" She looked at Sillin standing beside her and whispered instructions. "Touch the screen here with love. You need to love it. With all your heart." Sillin obediently replied, "Yes." The children in the class all whispered and discussed the egg. And the egg in front of them. Oh look, it's moving. Only Meldenik was secretly looking at Sillin with sympathy, thinking, the little boy Sillin has a disfigured cheek. Two children were talking and laughing. Suddenly, one of the boys bumped into Sillin. The boy quickly apologized. "Oh, sorry." But when he saw Sillin's disfigured cheek, he screamed. Then the two boys whispered in front of Sillin, "Did you see his face? It's so disgusting. Maybe he's cursed." Hearing that, Sillin covered his face, his eyes welling up as he thought, "It's just a burn." Perhaps because looking different from others makes it easy to be isolated. Sillin was sitting and drawing when he heard Arya's friend inviting her to eat. "Let's go eat, Arya." "Okay." Arya, sitting next to Salon and drawing, happily told the boy, "Salon, I finally made a friend. A miraculous thing. Happened at Putit's debut. Before, I just wished for the end of the day every time I went to school. But Lady Mel Admix showed me a miracle." Hearing Arya's words, Salon thought blankly. It worked because you don't have an ugly scar on your face. "Senior, everyone avoids me when I try to talk to them. How can I make friends?" But Now Sillin thought differently. He saw that miracles really do exist. The egg that Sillin hatched turned into a bird. It chirped in the boy's hand, and everyone buzzed with excitement. "It's a bird. Is it a parrot?" Meldenik smiled warmly at Sillin and said, "You can raise this parrot as a pet. Isn't that great?" Sillin's face turned red, his eyes wide at her words. "I have a new friend." Now, thinking back, he realized. Senior Arya Minfahun was right. A miracle happened to me too, although it's very small. Small and weak. Sillin looked at the bird in his hand and said, "It's wonderful. Thank you." He stroked the pendant and thought to himself, "I have to raise it well so it can learn to fly." Then Meldenik continued to guide Sealand, her voice low. After guiding Salon, she turned to the class and instructed, "Did you all see how Sillin did it?" Fearing Sillin might be awkward, Meldenik asked, "Can you explain it to everyone?" The boy immediately agreed. "Then I'll do that." Hearing this, the two children who had been gossiping about Sillin looked at each other. Not long after, a boy stood up and asked Sillin, how do you use this?" The other two boys' jaws dropped. Then all the students in the class started clamoring and saying, "Show me too. Me too, me too. Wow, you hatched it right away. When will it become a big cat?" Sillin gathered all his courage and said, "You have to pet it with love and sincerity." She said that sometimes you will see food appear in the bushes. If you tap on it, you can feed the bird. The classmates heard this and asked curiously, "Wow, in the bushes? Where? Where? Let me see." "Me too." Meldenik smiled and whispered praise to Sillin. "You did great, Sillin." Seeing his classmates getting close to him, the boy was happy and thought to himself, "Thank you, Lady Meldenik." The headmaster saw that all the children were happy and said, "The children really like them." Meldenik replied, "You're right." That also made her breathe a sigh of relief. Meldenik thought to herself, "It feels like all of yesterday's hardships have been washed away." She remembered last night, holding the paper she drew and exclaiming excitedly, "Done." She happily showed it to Henry. "Henry, what do you think this is?" Henry said confidently, "Mel, why are you asking me something like that?" Looking at the picture, the boy said, "Of course it's a goblin." Then the boy even offered another idea. "You can hatch a goblin from this egg, right? And we'll fight it with this button." Meldenik frowned, a bit unconvinced. She thought to herself, "A goblin born from an egg? It's a cat." Seeing that her drawing skills were weak, Meldenik asked Isaac for help. But Isaac himself couldn't draw. She was a little heartbroken. Frustrated. But you're so good at drawing magic circles. Hearing Meldenik say that, Isaac looked awkward. And said, this is not the same. Because of Meldenik and Isaac's poor drawing skills, they asked Rasmus for help. And that's how Rasmus helped. Having to stay up all night. Thinking about that, she felt a surge of anger. I need to keep adding new designs. New character designs to keep the kids interested. What should I do? Then she remembered what she needed to ask the headmaster. She asked. The headmaster found it strange and asked back, acting strangely? Meldenik frowned and thought, if Syria can control the headmaster or those close to him, it will have a very bad influence on the children. The headmaster tried to think about what Meldenik asked. Lately, I haven't met many people because I've been busy preparing for my farm. The only person I've met recently is you, Marquise Kanoa. The headmaster's next words were like a thunderclap to Meldenik. Actually, I'm planning to retire. Meldenik forced a smile and said, is that so? I'll be cheering for you. On the outside, she thought, I hope the next headmaster will be as good as him. That way my stationery shop can continue to grow. Meldenik was lost in thought again. I heard that in this class, there are many children related to other species. She also found out, there's even a child who came here as an exchange student from the neighboring Magic Kingdom. And there are children of mixed blood from many species. Speaking of which, Silen's ears are also as Silen a half-breed. She promised herself, I need to protect them so that Lutheo can't touch any of the children. While thinking, Silen ran up and asked, Miss, what exactly is the name of this item? When she heard Silen ask, Meldenik was a bit flustered. She stammered, a name? She silently blamed herself. Oh right, I made this in such a hurry that I haven't thought of a name yet. Silen asked again, is it a precious friend? Meldenik thought the name the boy came up with was very good. She immediately replied, oh, that's a great name. Silen, hearing that, asked in surprise, what? Meldenik explained, actually, I haven't decided on a name for this product yet, but I've chosen one now. Thanks to you, Silen. After that, Meldenik finalized the name of the product as Precious Pocket Pal. Fearing she hadn't thought it through, the boy asked again, are you sure that name is okay? She replied, of course. Silen gathered all his courage and said, I want to give you a gift, my lady. For now, it's a secret. Meldenik was surprised and a bit stunned, asking, a gift? Then the boy's face turned red, and he gathered his courage and said loudly, can I come to the stationery shop after school tomorrow? Meldenik was eagerly guessing Salom's gift. She thought, a gift, is he going to give me a letter, or maybe candy? She immediately agreed to Silen's request. Of course you can. The stationery shop is always open, so you can come anytime. Meldenik smiled excitedly and said, I'm looking forward to it, Silen. Meldenik was at the shop, looking out the door, but she didn't see him. Where is Silen? She thought to herself. A little later and it will be night time. Is he coming tomorrow? Suddenly, outside. Hello. Meldenik heard it and happily replied and asked, you're here, Silen. And you've come again. And you brought a friend too? Arya appeared and said, how are you? My name is Arya Minfa Hun. She happily welcomed the two children. Hello, Arya. Silen, would you two like to sit down and have some shaved ice? Arya replied cheerfully, yes, thank you. Meldenik asked Sealand, did you play with your precious pocket pal at school? The boy's eyes welled up as he replied, yes. Everyone really enjoys raising the birds and cats. Even the kids from the class next door came. Meldenik was overjoyed and asked, really, I'm so glad. Arya saw the boy hesitating and whispered a reminder. Silen, give her your gift. Silen quickly replied, right. The boy gathered all his courage, handed the gift box to Meldenik and said, Marquise Kanoa, please accept this. Meldenik took the gift box from Cylinder. When she opened it, she couldn't help but be shocked and thought to herself, this is... She was surprised. Surprised, she spoke, her voice ringing out clearly in the silent space. This is... A beautiful painting was brought out. The wooden frame had aged over time, but still exuded an air of elegance. The boy said softly, I originally intended to paint an oil painting, but it would take a long time for it to dry. Besides, this one isn't even that beautiful. The girl immediately spoke up. She gently touched the beautiful painting the boy had made, her fingers lightly tracing the delicate lines. the beautiful painting the boy had made shone with surprise mixed with admiration. Then she softly praised him, her warm voice seeming to want to give him more. Pride. You are a genius, Irina. It's as if you were blessed by the god of painting. You know that, right? She stared at the painting, her eyes seemingly trying to read the story behind each brushstroke, and smiled faintly. She thought something to herself. To be honest, when I tried to draw a cat, people said it looked like a monster. Right? It's a huge difference in talent. She raised an eyebrow, then slowly spoke, her voice as light as a breeze but still enough to break the silence in the room. It's really wonderful. Silen, these animals are all very cute and well drawn. When she heard the praise, the boy lowered his head, his cheeks blushing. His small hand reached up to gently touch his messy hair. He timidly spoke, his voice as soft as if it would dissolve into the air. Thank you. She immediately said, we can't let this go to waste. After saying that, she quickly brought the painting to hang on the wall. She explained, I'll hang this masterpiece right here, so everyone can see it. Seeing her action, the boy shyly said, that's a bit. Hearing the boy say that, she paused, her eyes flickering as if she had touched a distant memory, as if she had realized something important. She then said, hearing her say that, the boy was surprised and asked drawing. She gently explained further, how would you two like to become the official artists for Precious Pocket Pal? You would be. Hearing her say that, the two were shocked and said in unison, the two of us. The boy immediately said, but we're just regular members of the art club. She said in surprise, the art club? If possible, I think it would be great to work with your friends in the art club too. It would help a lot. It would be fun. What do you two think? She turned and continued, oh, and I will pay you fairly for your work. You too. So don't worry about that. The girl replied. The boy said softly, we both know you're not that kind of person, but, she sighed, her eyes downcast. In her heart she thought, is working while studying too much for them? If they refuse, I can't help it. A sense of sadness mixed with pity crept in, making her heart heavy. The boy looked up awkwardly, his round eyes full of curiosity. Then he tilted his head and asked, is it really okay to give such an important job to me? I'm not even a real artist, I'm just a student. She suddenly shouted, her voice echoing throughout the room. Of course. The first person to draw all the characters was Rasmus. She thought to herself, she continued, I would be very happy if you two drew them. Bye. Of course, only if you want to do it. Hearing her say that made the two children look at each other with question. She crossed her arms. Her eyes narrowed seriously, but the corners of her lips curved slightly, as if trying to hold back a smile. In her mind she thought, I want the kids to see me as a kind general store owner, not a bossy landlady. That's for the demons. The girl stammered, we'll pass this on to the art club, and if possible, we will definitely do it to help you. Hearing the children say that, her eyes shone with rage. She couldn't hide it. Overcome with emotion, her voice came out softly but full of pride. Okay, let's do this together. After saying that, a warm feeling spread through her heart, chasing away all the fatigue of the long day. Dominic, I think I've hit the jackpot. The night sky gradually fell, the silver moonlight shining through the leaves, casting a gentle light on the courtyard. It was time for the children to go home. The lively laughter and chatter gradually died down. She gently led the group to the gate. Each child walked slowly, as if wanting to prolong this moment. When the children's figures stood at the gate, she bent down slightly, smiling, and said goodbye. Get home safe. The children politely replied, goodbye. She waved gently, following the small footsteps that were gradually disappearing into the dark alley, a smile still on her lips. But deep in her eyes was something pensive. In her heart, she thought, if Dominic were here too, he would surely be very happy. Speaking of which, Dominic, why is Dominic taking so long? Actually, our connection hasn't been working recently. Is he lost in the sword or something? This is making me worried. An elegant tea party was being held in a large room. The warm yellow light reflected off the pure white porcelain tea sets. Around, quite a few people had gathered. The summer demon, she thought to herself. So it's finally here. While she was focused on her work, the noise of conversation and lively laughter around the party table made it difficult for her to concentrate. She had been looking. She frowned slightly, put down her pen, then slowly turned her head. Her eyes swept across the room, stopping at the groups of people engrossed in conversation. He spoke up. "Hold on. How did I lose?" He crossed his arms proudly and said, "Looks like I've won again." The other said angrily, "I don't accept this." Another round. She gritted her teeth. Her lips pursed into a thin line, her fingers unconsciously tightening on the edge of the table. In her mind, thoughts were swirling. Those damned narcissists are making me handle the real work while they gamble all day. So Dominic, just lose already. While engrossed, then suddenly a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. She froze. Her eyes widened slightly, and she thought to herself, "What is happening?" He said loudly, "Again. You're worse than a demon. Damn it. Just like Meldonic." Hearing that, he replied, "No way. Meldonic is even worse than me." That's right, she thought to herself upon hearing those words. Exactly how dangerous is this person? He crossed his arms and said in a low voice, "By the way, what is your ability?" "I don't know. Because I've never seen someone like you." "Use it in battle." "The summer demon," he replied softly. "That's a secret." He continued gloomily, "Really? Completely opposite to your name, summer demon." The other one spoke up. "Anyway, sooner or later, you'll be discovered by Meldonic, the one contracted to the sword." He said, "Wait. It's time for the vengeful spirit to appear." Hearing that, she widened her eyes slightly. Her lips pursed as if holding back emotions. Her voice came out softly but clearly. "Oh right. Look, it's starting to appear." A feeling of half-belief, half-doubt rose within her. Her heart beat a little faster, as if that sentence had just opened a new door for her thoughts. She hurriedly ran to the sword, her hand trembling slightly as she touched the cold hilt, her eyes full of anxiety. Her voice was urgent. "It was very difficult for me to find it because there are too many disgusting souls in here. Our goal. This soul is so disgusting that even you demons had to reject him, and you actually recognize this vengeful spirit, this person. I have finally succeeded in summoning it." From the blade of the sword, a thick black mist like charcoal smoke slowly swirled, then transformed into the shape of a hateful soul. Its eyes glowed red like blood, every line on its distorted face twisted with resentment, its breath carrying a sharp hissing sound. He looked straight at him and said softly, "So this friend is the vengeful spirit?" He spoke up. "I am not a vengeful spirit." "Are you the one who summoned me?" He said softly. "It seems you've managed to retain your humanity, despite being trapped in that strange sword." He continued in a soft voice, "I tried my best to stay sane against the deep thoughts that threatened to dominate me inside that sword. I have waited, preserving my sanity time and time again, to be able to punish the one who killed me and testify against them to get my revenge." He gently advised, "So you still have memories from when you were alive? Calm down and tell me. We can help you get your revenge." "After drinking the holy water the Pope gave me, I lived a life as his puppet. I did all the disgusting work for him, and I even killed people. Then one day, I was placed on an altar and killed, stabbed by something he called a sword." He continued, "But I didn't die. Simply put, I was imprisoned in that sword. My power taken from me." "Of the blessing?" he asked softly. "The power of the blessing?" He immediately explained, "When I was blessed by an elf, it blessed me with an incredibly powerful healing ability. It was so strong that I could save those on the brink of death. But when I lost my life, I also lost my healing ability, and it was transferred directly to the users of that same sword, those who claim to serve God. The Pope has a rare disease that causes his skin to decay, but he has restored his decaying skin with my power." The other one, hearing this, said in shock, "You're saying he stole someone else's blessing and is using it for himself?" She added, "That is an unforgivable act that even devils wouldn't dare to do. While I was in the sword, has the human world become even more wicked than the demon world?" He turned to the other one and asked, "Even demons wouldn't do that? Though it sounds like something these devils would do." He immediately refuted, "What are you talking about? If you dare to commit such an unforgivable act, you will be cursed. That is a taboo set by God, meaning no one can escape punishment. You will die with your entire nation. Your body will die with your entire body dissolving into nothingness. But if you can recover faster than the rate of dissolution, you might be able to die a little later. It's terrible to imagine such a filthy curse descending upon my pure and noble body." He put his hand to his chin in thought, then said softly, It seems the disease the Pope has is actually a curse. Can we get this vengeful spirit out of the sword? She replied softly. Well, I'm not sure. His life force is almost non-existent. Just like... He spoke up. What about for just 3 minutes? She replied. If it's only for that long, it might be fine. He said softly. Good, that should be enough. Then he turned back to him and said, Then I will go back to Mel. Hearing that, he asked, What? I haven't even finished testifying. Didn't you summon me to punish the Pope? He replied gently, That's right. He stepped forward, gripped his shoulder firmly, and said in a firm voice, Let's go outside. You can finish your testimony. There, I will ensure you can get your revenge properly. He asked nervously. Go outside. He said softly. Going outside is a bit, you know that saying, right? The outside world is very dangerous. He gently advised. It's okay. We'll be indoors once we're out of here. It's a pretty nice place, even though it's an abandoned building. There's someone there who can help you get your revenge too. Hearing his flowery words, he asked in surprise. There's someone like that waiting outside, he said. So let's go quickly. 1,000 years ago, he sacrificed himself for the sake of the Empire by sealing himself along with the demons in the divine sword. Dominic, the knight. When he made that decision, he believed that everything would go smoothly. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Goodbye. His hand trembled and he unconsciously took a step back. A sense of unease spread quickly, swallowing all reason. The boy, panicked, spoke, his voice hoarse as if stuck in his throat. Sir Dominic. Dominic's voice was low, decisive, without a trace of emotion. He said softly, It's okay. I will help. We will be freed from the sword once we have fulfilled the wishes of whoever becomes my contractor. We will meet again soon. The sound was unclear, almost a faint whisper amidst the storm of emotions raging in his heart. In that moment, fear, amazement, and confusion mingled, leaving him standing frozen in reality. I'm sure I locked the door. Arsene replied cheerfully, But it's open. The professor suddenly formed. Fate's cruel wings were blowing. Hearing his words, a powerful jolt shot through the boy's entire body. Without hesitation, he knelt down in the middle of the ceremony. His fists clenched tight, his determined gaze fixed straight ahead, his heart pounding. His heart hammered in his chest, yet there was no sign of hesitation. In the breathless silence, his firm voice rang out. I will become your pact-maker, Lord Dominic. And then, I can help you achieve your freedom. In that brief moment, his usual hardened expression seemed to melt away. He slowly turned his head. His eyes filled with a mix of surprise and emotion. The air grew still, with only the sound of their heartbeats echoing between them. He slowly turned back. His deep, low voice rang out, soft yet clear. All right. Then I'm counting on you. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy, as if holding its breath for what was to come. And then, in that very instant, a sudden light erupted from the center of the altar. That light didn't stop. It wasn't blinding, but brilliantly radiant, carrying a magical warmth that spread everywhere. In its glow, his face appeared clearly, calm and resolute, as if his words had just been witnessed by the heavens themselves. Instead of helping each other overcome their hardships and the losses caused by demons, people were stealing from one another to fill their own coffers. Witnessing everything unfold before his very eyes, he was devastated, with no strength left to stand. His legs gave out on the cold ground. His entire body his eyes widened, filled with horror and despair. He began to cry. His sobs were not loud, but choked and full of anguish, as if something inside him had just shattered beyond repair. Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling to the ground. He sobbed, I just want this war to end quickly. Contrary to his prediction that he would soon be free, Ramos spoke up anxiously. Lord Dominic, although the war is over, my wish as your pact-maker is to become a king so I can stabilize this chaotic era. He panicked and shouted, Now I must become the ruler of the entire empire to unite this continent. He won't escape the sword that easily. You think a mere mortal can handle all of us? I will wipe you from existence. He was slowly. Let's go. We have the hero on our side. Growing tired, his eyes were heavy, his gaze listless and sunk deep in dark, weary circles. In the faint light, his sharp, chiseled face was clearly visible, strong yet etched with exhaustion. His firm features seemed carved by fire, but were now tinged with sorrow. A voice spoke out, Let's make a pact. Naldanik and Villa approached him, and she said cheerfully, I'm planning to open a stationery shop in front of the academy. Help me protect the store, okay, Meldon? Different from all the rest. He suddenly spoke up. If you want to become the emperor. His words rang out, cold and emotionless as a blade. His eyes swept over her chest. She stood frozen for a few seconds, her shoulders slumping slightly. Her eyes grew weary, unable to hide her disappointment. She slowly turned back, her voice steady but laced with a hint of bitterness. Didn't I tell you I don't need anything like that anymore? He continued, the emp. Before he could finish, she had already turned her back. Her steps quick, her gaze cold. It was as if she was trying to hold on to the last shred of her pride. Her voice rang out, decisive, without a hint of wavering. I don't need it. Their argument showed no signs of stopping. Their words grew harsher, losing the restraint they had at the beginning. There was a sincerity that went far beyond a mere contractual relationship after forming a bond with Meldonick and interacting with her. With the others, he slowly began to grow, both physically and mentally, little by little. He stood silently before the mirror, the pale yellow light illuminating his tired face and vacant eyes. Messy hair, black shirt, still partially unbuttoned. He looked like he had just stumbled out of a confusing dream. Sadly, he thought to himself, I'm sure time didn't pass at all while I was sealed in there. Thoughts raced through his mind. Does that mean her wish is actually being granted? Dominic. Meldonick was very pleased about it. Meldonick and the stationery shop had become precious to him. Light footsteps echoed in the silent space. She approached from a distance, her posture calm, but her eyes held something difficult to understand. Even when she called his name, he didn't notice, still lost in his own thoughts in front of the mirror. It was only when he heard the familiar voice ring out behind him, gentle yet firm. Why are you staring at the mirror like that? He was so startled. He turned and asked, What is it? It's nothing. Not your home from 1,000 years ago, nor the inside of the sword. This place right here is what truly feels like it belongs to you. Suddenly, a strange feeling crept in too. Her chest, making her pause. Her shoulders trembled slightly. She turned in surprise as if she had just realized something. Her eyes darted around the space, searching for something long familiar. She suddenly called out, Dominic. Hearing her call, he eagerly replied, Mel. When she saw him approaching, she immediately took a step back, her eyes flashing with fury. Her expression hardened, her gaze heavy. Her lips were pressed tightly together, as if trying to suppress something about to erupt. But then, unable to hold it in any longer, she angrily shouted, Why couldn't I contact you at all while you were in the sword? Her voice was sharp and cold, piercing the silence and startling him. He said softly, Oh, I'm sorry. I was a bit busy, keeping an eye on the wise demon. After her outburst, she suddenly noticed something unusual and asked, Who is that spirit next to you? He casually turned his head and replied, It's the vengeful spirit from inside the sword. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, A vengeful spirit? She thought worriedly, If Dominic had to bring this vengeful spirit out, there must be something I need to hear directly from him. She looked straight at the spirit and thought, Dominic is here, but I can't let my guard down. He might not know if he'll suddenly attack me. The spirit looked at the strange new world before him and thought, So this is that amazing human. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, bowed politely before her, and said softly, Hello, your face. Seeing his sudden action, she flinched slightly, her eyes instantly following his every move. His fist clenched, his expression unreadable. The atmosphere around them suddenly became strangely tense. She thought to herself, What is this? Why is he being so polite? Seeing the spirit's sudden move, he immediately pulled him back. He then warned, You only have 3 minutes. Make it quick. The spirit said softly, Yes, understood. He just nodded slightly, as if agreeing to something, but said nothing more. He suddenly fell silent. Unusually quiet, his face tensed, his gaze distant, as if lost in a deep train of thought. After a moment of thought, a performance began. The spirit transformed into a rapper and started to sing. Like me, the spirits trapped inside the holy sword include those from the branch family of Marquis Kanoa. She just stood there, watching his passionate performance, although she didn't understand a single thing. He stood beside them and reminded the spirit, You could slow down a bit. The spirit replied, Got it. She thought to herself, Dominic, what on earth did you bring back? So? Priest Lutheo brainwashed people with holy water, then killed them by stabbing them with the holy sword to steal their energy and blessings. Her voice was so soft it was almost a whisper. Her gaze dropped, avoiding his. Each word she uttered seemed to drain a part of her soul, leaving an unfillable void. He said softly, "Yes, that's right." She continued quietly. So they targeted other races or those by them and their stolen vengeful spirits. Imprisoned inside the holy sword, became the source of power for those priests, huh? He nodded slightly and said, "That's right. It was those priests. What Lutheo has been doing since I was alive. The Pope and that priest have become much stronger. They're basically enjoying an eternal life." Hearing about the atrocities they committed, she thought in fear, "My God, just how many people have they killed?" He continued his story. "From what I know about them, I'm sure they're looking for a new sacrifice. Besides the sword you carry, there are a few other things. Did you know?" She stared intently at him and thought, he must have tried to sacrifice the children from the orphanage next to the junkyard. He continued worriedly, "Everyone is in danger." After 3 minutes he spoke up. "Your 3 minutes are up. You have to go back inside the sword, since you were forcibly brought out to testify." Seeing the spirit's reluctance, she gently advised, "I don't even know your name, but don't worry too much. Because sooner or later, you'll be able to get your revenge on the Pope, or at least on Lutheo. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They should get what they deserve for what they've done. Right?" Hearing her firm words, he said softly, "I'll be looking forward to that." After speaking, he slowly faded away. He then turned to her and asked, "When can we get revenge on those bastards?" A loud noise made them both quickly turn towards the sound. He instinctively asked, "What was that?" After a moment of thought, she seemed to realize something was wrong. She immediately grabbed his hand and said, "I'll tell you. The details on the way." "Let's go, Dominic." He asked in confusion. "Go where?" Hearing his question, she said decisively, "To wipe out those bastards." 30 minutes before the alarm sounded, Sillin and Arya were walking down the street together. Sillin remembered what Meldenik had said that afternoon. "Do you want to work with me? I'd be so happy if you guys drew them." Sillin thought with joy and surprise, "I can't believe I'm about to become a real artist." The boy quickly turned to Arya. "Senior, this isn't a dream, is it? Are we really the official artists for Precious Virtual Pet?" Arya said firmly and boldly, "That's right. It's us." Sillin exclaimed in shock, "Oh my gosh." The boy beamed and stammered, "Even though I'm not that close with the other members, I can't wait to let them know. I never thought Lady Meldenik would ask us herself." Arya agreed. "Me neither. I thought she would hire a professional artist for her product." Sillin said happily, "I'm so glad." Arya is so glad she could help. Suddenly, Arya called out to the boy, "Sillin, could you pinch me?" "No, just to be sure. Because maybe we really are in a dream." Sillin cried out in shock. "Ouch." The boy smiled brightly, thinking to himself, "How could all these good things happen at once? When I get back to the dorm, I have to write a letter to my parents in the capital. I have to tell them that I finally understand what they meant when they said age doesn't matter in relationships, and how someone named Meldenik taught me the true meaning of that." Sillin thought, come to think of it, and also out of some art supplies. Thinking this, the boy called out to Arya, "Senior, can we stop by the art supply store on the way back?" Arya asked, "The art supply store?" She cheerfully agreed. "Of course, let's hurry. We have to be back at the dorm before it's too late." Sillin replied excitedly, "Yes, ma'am." As they were walking, Arya suddenly stopped and called out, "Wait a minute, Sillin. Something feels strange, doesn't it?" She rubbed her eyes and said, "It feels like my vision is getting blurry." Sillin, beside her, also exclaimed in surprise, "It's suddenly so foggy." Arya wondered, how did it get so foggy all of a sudden? Arya told the boy, "Look, Sillin, the street has suddenly changed." Just then, a voice startled them both. "Hello, children. Welcome to the maze." Sillin stammered in fear. "Who are you?" Arya, beside him, also stammered, "What do you mean, a maze?" The man saw the boy and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you, isn't it? Sillin." He jumped down in front. As he conjured a pink light, he said, "That person will be very pleased with this." At that moment, Sillin was pinned to the wall by the man's magic, unable to move. The boy struggled and shouted, "I can't move." The man said flatly. Struggling is useless. I've cast a rather strong spell on you. Just then, someone arrived and shouted, That's enough. Seeing that person, Sillin turned to Arya excitedly. A priest, senior? It's a priest. He must be here to save us. But Arya disagreed. No, Sillin. She told him gently. Look at his face. That person is smiling. And it was none other than Priest Lutheo. The man approached them and said, Just as I heard. I can feel the blessing bestowed by the fairies. Their natural power is very beneficial for recovery. Lutheo said slowly. Don't you worry. The sacrificial ritual will be over soon. Sillin froze. Then the man raised his dagger with a grotesque smile and said, I'll end it even quicker, just for you. Suddenly, a voice said, Get your filthy hands off them. Lutheo froze when he heard it. He looked on in surprise, his eyes wide, as the holy sword slowly vanished. He frowned and said, You're quite capable. You can break the holy sword with your own power. Marquis Meldinik Kanoa. Meldinik stared at him with a stern expression. Seeing her alone, Lutheo asked curiously, Where is the packmaker you're always with? Did you come here alone? Meldinik replied calmly, He's not here. I came alone. That's right. I have a proposal. The hooded man was surprised to hear her words. He said, It seems she really did come alone. I can't sense any other living beings or magical reactions around here. Meldinik said calmly, I told you so. But inwardly she felt relieved. Good. As expected, he's much weaker than Dominic. Flashback to before she found Sillin and Arya. Meldinik and Dominic were walking the same path that you had taken. Dominic said calmly, There's no one here. There's a powerful enchantment spell here. As he cast a spell, he said, Even so, it doesn't stand a chance against me, Dominic. Dominic said proudly, All right, this way. Suddenly, Meldinik stopped him. Wait a minute, Dominic. We're up against Priest Lutheo, who's backed by the Pope. Dominic asked Meldinik then suggested, I'm curious if it'll work. Then she whispered in his ear. Dominic said calmly, That's an excellent idea. However, there's a huge risk if it fails. You'll be in danger if the timing is off by even a little. Meldinik reassured him. It's okay. We'll be able to decide how we want to deal with the Pope. Suddenly she blushed and said shyly, Besides, my guy hasn't even arrived yet. I'm sure he'll be on time. Dominic agreed with her. All right. As I mentioned before, I'll infiltrate using an invisibility spell, and if I see anything that looks like a holy sword, I'll smash it first. Meldinik noticed the hooded man and thought, Is that masked man his assistant? He looks quite familiar. At that moment, Lutheo asked, What is your proposal? Meldinik asked, Priest Lutheo, you're using children as sacrifices, aren't you? He calmly asked back, And what if I am? She said seriously and firmly, Make a pact with me. As long as you don't touch any of the children, you can use me as a substitute sacrifice. I am the only direct descendant with the blessing of the dragon race. Why not? I think it's a rather promising condition. Hearing her words, Lutheo asked suspiciously, What are you plotting? Meldinik replied calmly, I just think this is the best way to ensure the children's safety. I can't always be looking for the kids every time they're in danger. Hearing her words, Sillin immediately shouted, Lady Meldinik, you don't have to do that. We're fine. Only then did she remember. Oh, right. She communicated with Dominic telepathically. Dominic, block the children's view. It might traumatize them. Don't forget to secretly reassure them too. Dominic replied, I know. He asked, Those brutes aren't paying any attention over here, are they? Meldinik sighed and replied, With this tempting offer of mine, probably not. At that moment, the masked man suddenly spoke up. Sir, help me. Use a shield, but don't let your guard down either, if you can. If you reduce your power even a little, they might notice. Lutheo approached her and asked, I heard that you're very fond of children, but are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save them? How foolish. He sneered. I can't believe you'd stoop so low for those things. Indeed, I can feel a latent power radiating from you. It would have been easier to absorb your power if I had the holy sword. But this will have to do. Then Lutheo created a wave of power that engulfed Meldinik. I wonder how a fool like you managed to humiliate Syria. A moment later, Meldinik slowly opened her eyes. In the darkness, she cursed Lutheo internally. So gross. Is this his power source? She asked mentally, Wise demon, are you ready? The wise demon replied cheerfully, Yep. I'll be sure to work hard for that snow cream smoothie. Hearing this, Meldenik shouted, "Good," then grabbed a strand of power floating around her. She clenched it tightly. Meldenik cried out in pain, thinking to herself, "He said he couldn't understand how I humiliated Syria." She thought smugly, "Well, your ignorance of how I humiliated Syria is precisely why you're losing to me now." Just then, Lutheo suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The masked man standing nearby saw this and cried out in alarm, "Sir!" He suddenly heard a voice, "I can't let you call for help." Seeing Dominic's appearance, he shouted in anger, "I knew it. She didn't come alone. You coward." Dominic rubbed his chin and said nonchalantly, "I can't believe you even know what coward means. Anyway, it seems Mel was successful." At that moment, a flash of light appeared, followed by Meldenik's image. Lutheo asked in angry disbelief, "What the hell is this madness?" He glared at her. "Meldenik Kanoa." A moment later, Meldenik calmly said, "The temple uses other people's power as its own by absorbing them." Dominic agreed. "That's right." She continued, "And the wise demon separated the sword's power from the vengeful souls. Trapped inside, right? If I deliberately let Lutheo absorb my power, and have the wise demon prevent it from mixing inside his body, would it be possible to trigger a mana backlash?" Dominic rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Theoretically, it seems plausible. Let's ask the expert." And so she asked the wise demon, "What do you think, wise demon?" The wise demon replied, "Yeah, it's possible, but it'll be painful since he'll be forcibly absorbing her power. Moreover, you'll have to maintain the connection and let your power be absorbed until it's completely transferred to him." Meldenik smiled and replied, "I'm sure I can endure it just fine." The wise demon cursed her internally. "You cruel human. If everything goes according to plan, Priest Lutheo won't be able to handle it. The dragon's blessing is not only what Priest Lutheo needs more than other blessings, but it's also extremely difficult to control. He even has to take medicine for his body to accept it, yet the mana itself remains unstable. The more power he absorbs, the more he'll become a living corpse." Meldenik looked at him mockingly and said, "You said you wanted my power, didn't you? Is this not enough for you?" Lutheo cried out in pain. The wise demon chuckled. "Human, look. His power has already dissipated quite a lot." Meldenik said, looking disappointed. "How sad." She suddenly asked Lutheo, "Are you tired? I guess this means even the Pope can be taken down like this, huh?" Although Lutheo had lost his power, he still challenged her. "You insolent brat. You think I can't kill you without my power?" He lunged forward and grabbed her by the neck. "I'll kill you." Suddenly, a voice said, "Let go." Along with it, a blast of power hit Lutheo. He cried out in pain. Meldenik turned in surprise. "Isaac." She smiled and said, "I knew you would come." Isaac sighed. "I have a lot to say, but let's take him back to the magic tower first." Once they were back at the magic tower, Meldenik breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Isaac, for taking care of the kids too." Isaac smiled and replied, "It was nothing." He looked at the two people tied up on the floor and asked, "So, what should we do with these guys now, Mel?" Meldenik looked at the masked man and thought, "That accomplice, he looks familiar. Isn't he the headmaster's secretary?" She angrily hit him on the head. Isaac asked thoughtfully, "Should we brainwash them and turn them into spies for us?" Meldenik shot him down. "Absolutely not. I think we'd get caught if we did that." Dominic then offered a terrifying suggestion with a straight face. "Maybe we should just lock them up," she said pensively. "I think they're too evil for just that." Then the three of them thought, thinking about how to deal with them. Then suddenly, Meldenik had an idea. "Let's brainwash them so they won't rise up against us, and then lock them in the Holy Sword. The vengeful spirits can get their revenge on them. The spirits' attacks will be quite weak, but won't it still be humiliating for them to be constantly attacked by such insignificant beings? No. How would they feel being beaten up by the people they once used as puppets to carry out their orders?" Dominic gave her a thumbs up. "As expected of you, Mel. You truly have a heart so dark that even a demon would cry." "Brilliant." Meldenik laughed smugly. "Oh, stop. You're praising me too much." She suddenly paused, thinking, because I've summoned demons so many times, that actually sounds like a compliment. I shouldn't be like this. Meldenik grinned mischievously. "Let's seal their powers too, so they can't even defend themselves." "Dominic, since you're a genius at sealing, you can do that, right?" Dominic replied with a sly smile. "Perhaps. I may look like this now, But I've sealed countless demons before. A useless priest is nothing to me. Then she approached the masked man and touched his forehead. Meldenik cast a spell and said, "You can return after a few days of being educated by the vengeful spirits." Got it? Then she slowly stood up. It'll be difficult for the vengeful spirits to be revived, won't it? Isaac, standing behind her with his arms crossed, said seriously, "I can't say too much about that, but at least they'll be able to get their revenge. Just like you did." Meldenik blushed in embarrassment when she heard him say that. Then she turned to him and said, "All right, we should start focusing on the upcoming conference. We also need to prepare some interesting items to introduce that day." The scene changes to the next day. Syria adjusted Marissa's clothes and said, "You'll be a great help to us today, my lady." She smiled and said, "Remember to dress as femininely as possible." Marissa obediently replied, "Yes." Inside, Syria thought smugly, "This day has finally come. The day you will fall from grace in front of everyone. The Pope will place the empire under his feet without any obstacles. And I will be chosen as the Pope's sole successor." Then Syria turned with a smile and said, "All right then. We'll leave as soon as we're ready." At the bustling academy hall, a subordinate approached and whispered in Syria's ear, "Excuse me, Lady Syria. I haven't been able to contact Priest Lufeo for a few days." Syria thought with displeasure. That guy, even at the last minute, is that so? She sighed with regret. Well, it seems Priest Lufeo won't be attending. It's fine. There wasn't much for him to do this time anyway. Her eyes held both determination and a hint of regret. Our goal is to completely disgrace my sister. In the meantime, we can win over as many nobles to our side as possible. You said that all the nobles on our side, he said. Yes, we've received confirmation that they will be present. Syria crossed her arms in satisfaction. Perfect. On the stage of the Academy Hall, a voice announced, "Marquis Konoha, I would like to thank all the honored guests for coming. Our Academy hopes to take a leap forward to open the door to a new era. I am Marquis Meldenik Konoha." Syria put a hand to her mouth, feigning sadness. "Oh, what a shame." Meldenik stood at the podium with a radiant smile. "I am here to introduce new items we're studying at the Academy." Syria's eyes were expressionless. "I mean, it's a shame Priest Lufeo won't be able to witness my sister's final journey." The Emperor's close aide was excited. "What will it be this time? I'm so looking forward to it." Arsene and his friend were buzzing. "Did you hear anything?" "No, nothing at all." Meldenik looked down and thought, "I think I'm going to die from stress." She clenched her fists to calm herself. "No, I've worked so hard to get here, so I'll be fine. This is a great opportunity to promote my brand." Taking a deep breath, she regained her confidence and cheerfully announced, "The items I'm about to introduce will change the current educational methods of the Academy." Meldenik turned around and called, "Ramos." "Yes." He introduced himself. "I am Ramos, Miss Meldenik's assistant, and also a mage. I will now present to you the items." The people in the hall were confused. A mage? Did she hire him? That must be very expensive. She's that confident, huh? Meldenik looked down at the audience, feeling awkward. "Really, I'm not sure if it's because everyone knows the Konoha family. Isn't wealth?" She recalled her conversation with Ramos. "Why are you working so hard just to help me?" "I was trying. There was a bit of a misunderstanding or something. Because you're not a thief, Miss Meldenik." She gave a weak laugh and told everyone. "First of all, allow me to explain the items that were introduced earlier." The first item Meldenik introduced for sale was, "This is the precious pocket pal. Something you can carry with you. Share secrets you can't tell others. It's an item that allows you to raise pets through a simple setup. And all the drawings inside this magical item were done by students from the Mantini Academy's art club." She felt awkward when no one responded after her introduction. Suddenly, a young man stood up and applauded loudly. People around him judged. "Isn't that a bit much?" Meldenik felt embarrassed. Now is not the time for this. The quill pen was the second item she introduced. The next item I'll be introducing is an anti-cheating quill pen that also helps reduce stress during exams. The feather on this quill contains a relaxing scent that soothes the mind. A person resembling Priest Lufeo sat there, engrossed in her product presentation. Furthermore, it's designed so that the handwriting appears distorted to everyone except the user for a certain period of time. The thing is, the problem of cheating has really been on the rise lately. A member of the audience raised their hand. "I have a question." "It's him again." He stood up and asked enthusiastically, "How will you verify the product's safety? Do you have any credible evidence?" Meldenik smiled awkwardly, thinking, A child so young knows a term like credibility? He must be she explained. You don't, while developing this product. Lady Syria, in the audience below, was surprised to hear Meldenik say, while developing this product, I plan to contact nationally recognized mages like Mr. James Day at the Magic Tower for advice and feedback on the product. A buzz of conversation spread about the product. The Magic Tower. Does she have a close relationship with the Magic Tower? Weren't there rumors before that she was working with the Magic Tower? I guess they weren't just rumors. By the way, do you think that Miss Meldenik has close ties with the great mages of the Magic Tower? Meldenik looked down at the audience and noticed Isaac. I can't believe he's just sitting there so nonchalantly while everyone is curious about the Magic Tower, since no one here knows what the Magic Tower's master looks like. Is he trying to show that it doesn't matter? Meldenik, blushing with interest, looked at him and thought while replying, being handsome is enough. Why is he so cute too? There will be a double verification phase at the Academy's laboratory. In short, a 3-stage safety test will be conducted. After Meldenik finished speaking, a young boy appeared. Everyone, don't worry. The bookworm genius Henry raised his hand with a radiant smile. I, Henry the Little Wizard, will work hard to test them on behalf of the students in the Academy. The boy stood confidently on the stage. So cute. Sighs from the noble ladies could be heard. So tedious. I didn't come here to watch children. That's right. It's also childish. One of them turned angrily to the person next to her. An anti-cheating tool. Isn't this an insult? You mean you think we're capable of cheating, right? Exactly. Meldenik, witnessing and hearing all this, thought with displeasure, they must be the noble ladies brainwashed by Syria. It seems quite a few have gathered here. Actually, I should be grateful that so many of them decided to gather here. Ignoring the gossip, the presentation continued. Not only that, we are also in the process of developing a device that helps improve concentration, as well as winged shoes that aid in growth. I will answer questions after our break. Thank you. During the break, Meldenik overheard a conversation behind her. The drawings inside this magic tool were made by Silen. She turned to see the man from before talking. That's right. This rascal of mine is the one who drew them. We're also thinking of raising that kind of pet. What do you think, sir? Meldenik was suddenly horrified, realizing the man from earlier was Salon's father. I should meet with that businesswoman before I head back to the capital, shouldn't I? They're interested in my business, which means I've left a good impression. I'll finally get a chance to expand. In that case, I'll definitely have to do a little promotion. While Haley and Salon were chatting, they suddenly turned around at a voice calling out to them. Hello, little reporters. Please take this. Meldenik gently handed the children a pencil. This is a pencil that can correct spelling, though it can't fix everything just yet. Many spelling mistakes, but would you like to try it out? Seeing this, Haley's eyes lit up with excitement. Ah, an invention. A pencil that can correct spelling. Even she was surprised by the children's excited expressions. I feel like my heart is about to leap out of my chest. Meldenik thought to herself, what? I already passed the safety inspection. She let out an awkward laugh at Haley's words. It's because I'm so happy. Haley and Salon were excitedly using the pencil Meldenik gave them. So it's not that it can't fix it. It just won't. Right? It's actually correcting it. I even wrote a letter to the press association before, saying how great it would be if we had something like this. Someone else found the children's excitement interesting. How strange. I never thought kids would be interested in things like this. Sylvia, looking displeased, said to the Marquis beside her, take note of this. We need to win them over to our side before she starts seriously selling to them. Sylvia was furious. Fine, I'll admit it. Your idea is quite unique, dear sister. And surprisingly, you've even collaborated with an exclusive mage from the Magic Tower. Sylvia speculated maliciously about her sister. I bet you just bribed some foolish wizard from the Magic Tower, didn't you? It would be easy for the master of the hero's sword to trick some wizard or whatever. Sylvia thought, but while the master of the Magic Tower was away for a long time, she must have bribed a wizard. However, that can't possibly compare to the power of the temple. Sylvia smiled mysteriously. Shall we begin? Meldenik returned to the stage. From now on, we will be answering questions from any audience members out there. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Someone in the audience raised their hand. Oh, yes. You, madam. The literature professor from Abella Academy spoke up. Before that, I would like to say a few words. Meldenik looked at her, confused. You mean, you want to make a statement, not ask a question? Yes, that's right. Meldenik thought, let's just hear what she has to say. It might be something important. The woman said nothing, remaining silent as the announcer invited her up. All right, Professor Abella, you have the floor. Abella walked up amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Why isn't she saying anything? Sylvia sat watching, anxious and trembling. What the hell are you doing? Get started already. Sylvia, having arranged everything for Abella, bit her hand impatiently, thinking, hurry up and say that my sister tried to kidnap the children. That the culprit behind all the kidnappings at the academy until now is Marquis Meldenik Kanoa. As Sylvia was lost in thought, a voice cut through her scheming. I will speak in her place. It was Lady Marissa who spoke up. Sylvia turned, looking at the girl's actions with confusion. What is happening? Lady Marissa, stepping forward now, wasn't part of the plan. Don't tell me. The girl stood up, her face filled with fear, and urgently explained. That Professor, Abella. She tried to kidnap me. Sylvia and everyone around them who heard the girl's words murmured in worried disbelief. What does she mean? Kidnapping. Kidnapping? Marissa continued. On my family's honor and pride, I swear that everything I just said is true. She told me she would turn herself in after her failed attempt to kidnap me. So I've been waiting for her for a long time to do that, but I think Everyone in the hall was completely shocked. What on earth is going on? What is happening? Sylvia's eyes widened in extreme anxiety. Lady Marissa, I should have killed that brat beforehand. Headmistress Meldenik Kanoa was also stunned and asked, is that true? Abella didn't deny it, instead admitting her guilt and making an accusation. Yes, it's true. I have been kidnapping the children all this time. However, someone used me to kidnap them. Besides coming here to confess, I am also here to expose that person. The Marquis asked, you mean the mastermind behind this incident? Hey, wait a minute. There are many other places. Why would you do this here? This is something that should be said before a presiding judge. At a trial, right? Sylvia's eyes widened in fear of being exposed. She trembled, clenching her hands tightly. Is she really going to expose me? No. It's fine. I've already destroyed all the evidence anyway. Accusing a noble or a priest without any proof. Without any proof is a grave crime. Sylvia was on edge. But this is a crisis. What do I do? I have to find a way out of this. Suddenly, Lady Sylvia stood up and spoke. Did you really try to kidnap the little girl? Think carefully. I'm wondering if there hasn't been a misunderstanding, a momentary mistake. What is going on here? Sylvia said, her face a perfect mask of concern. For a kidnapper to just obediently turn herself in like this, right? And as the headmistress said, in a place like this, where there isn't even a presiding judge. Sylvia offered a seemingly confident deduction. Oh. Hearing Sylvia's accusation, the little girl was stunned and yelled out. What? I've never been bribed by anyone. Sylvia, expressionless, raised a hand to cut the girl off. No, it's also possible, Sylvia continued. They are surely trying to harm the Hessman family by fabricating a kidnapping while manipulating the situation. We can't rule out the possibility that they are trying to create such an image. The other noble ladies started whispering, Lady Sylvia isn't the type to say baseless things. She could be. Right, couldn't she? Lady Marissa is still young, and Professor Abella has a low status. But if someone with malicious intent is behind this, malicious intent towards the Hessman family, wouldn't it be Marquis Kanoa? Meldenik stood on stage, listening to the entire exchange. She sighed in exasperation at their gossip. Come to think of it, Miss Meldenik was the one who said we should listen to what she had to say. What Professor Abella wanted to say. It's all a setup. However, Lady Sylvia is famous in high society for her intelligence and quick wit. She has public favor on her side, to the point where some people will blindly believe anything she says. And Lady Marissa isn't the type to accuse someone without proof. The little girl shouted to clear her name. That's right. And just as I was about to be kidnapped by the professor, it was Miss Meldenik who saved me. Miss Meldenik is the witness. Sylvia, sitting and listening, burst out laughing internally. And now she says Meldenik is the witness who saved her. Just as I thought. Children are so short-sighted. The girl probably didn't even consider the suspicion that Meldenik deliberately put her in danger just to pretend to save her. Marissa stood there helplessly, unable to say more. She thought in embarrassment. That's not it. I just wanted to help clear things up a little. Because of the brainwashing, Professor Abella seems to be a bit stuck. While the conference was ongoing, Hessman was talking to Marissa. The existing brainwashing spell is so strong that she might be able to use it. It won't do much if we just place a counter-brainwashing spell on top of it. Well, in that case, it wouldn't be a counterspell. It's not a big deal. We just need to adjust the direction a little. Public opinion is what's important. The girl, feeling wronged and helpless, was on the verge of tears when a voice came to her rescue. There is additional evidence to support Lady Marissa's statement. The doors to the hall opened. Because Sir Dominic, who is under a pact with me, has captured the mastermind of the kidnapping. Sylvia looked towards the door in a panic. The other ladies all turned to look where the voice came from. Hessman entered, dragging in a man who had been beaten to a pulp. Abella looked at the man and spoke. That's right. That man ordered and paid me, and the other one witnessed and recorded the service. After she spoke, the murmurs grew louder. Isn't that Hoden? The headmistress's secretary and priest Lucien. Lucien? No way, we all know what a noble character priest Lucien has. Look here. They're all bruised and battered. It looks like they've been justly punished by vengeful spirits. Meldonic witnessed everything without a change in her expression. Well, in any case, since all the involved parties are here, you'll get the details by hearing it directly from them, won't you? Hoden trembled, clasping his hands as he confessed his crime. And I also embezzled the temple's offerings for myself and used them for the kidnapping. That is my Everyone in the audience was stunned and couldn't believe it as he continued. The reason I didn't immediately report them to the council was because they were planning to kidnap other children today. And I was trying to stop that from happening. As it turns out, I discovered it was also connected to the kidnapping of Lady Marissa. Meldonic and Hessman sighed in exasperation as the hall filled with curses. What did you say? That's insane. She was helpless, knowing that wasn't the truth. That's a lie. They weren't planning to kidnap children today. She crossed her arms, thinking about her little sister's plan. But I can stir things up a bit, can't I? Things have already escalated this far. So, what will you do now, Sylvia? Down below, Sylvia was talking to herself, feigning despair. Priest Lucien, how could you commit such a blasphemous act against the Pope? I was a fool to trust you. Sylvia covered her face, crying and lamenting. How could you? A woman behind her called out. Lady Sylvia. That wench continued her act. You should have denied it, Lucien, you fool. It's a good thing you haven't said anything yet. That could implicate me. It's fine. I can ruin my sister next time. For now, I have to leave. Sylvia decided to stand up and leave in the middle of the proceedings. I will ask the Pope to reprimand you according to the temple's standards. Take a good look at yourself, Lucien. I must go see the Pope, so please excuse me. Meldonic watched her sisters retreating back. She thought to herself with a critical eye. Yes, this is how you must act to whitewash yourself. This is the Sylvia I know. Let's finally end this terrible relationship that has dragged on for too long today. Meldonic called out loudly. Stop right there, Sylvia. Sylvia stopped when she heard her. It's not over yet. Watch closely what happens from now on. That wench shot a glance back over her shoulder. Whether it's your downfall or my glorious victory. Meldonic clenched her fist sadly and said, There is one more person behind the kidnapping of Lady Marissa, even if it might be someone else. A voice recording played out. Give this to Lady Marissa Hessman and tie the girl up. So she did kidnap her. Everyone in the hall was confused. Whose voice is that? Sylvia turned back, her face a mask of indifference as she heard the crowd murmur. Lady Sylvia, Meldonic said seriously. Lady Sylvia Varvella, would you like to confess right now? Sylvia said nothing, just offering a mysterious smile. That wench looked straight at Meldonic, her voice arrogant and defiant. I didn't even do anything. You want me to confess to something. What is that? Dear sister, even if you manipulate the voice like this. Meldonic stood there without a hint of hesitation. Her voice grew sterner. Yes, I knew you would say that. A barrage of speculation erupted about today's events. Another mastermind involved in Lady Marissa's kidnapping. Wasn't targeting Marissa. She also used mental magic on everyone. She even used magic to attack other people's minds and used dirty tricks to ruin the businesses of high-ranking nobles. They asked each other cautiously. Did Lady Sylvia do that? Oh my, of course not. Maldonik looked at her little sister, thinking of all the reasons to press charges. It's a shame that the truth about the holy water and relics can't be brought to light because the investigation into their impurities is still incomplete. However, even without that, it's still possible. There are other ways to bring Sylvia down. Right now, there is someone outside who can testify. Please, come in. Sylvia looked towards the door, terrified. That wench was trembling with fear. How? I thought you were dead. Viscount Thielen walked in, completely covered in scars. In a meeting the day before, Hessman had asked Meldenik, "Do you remember Viscount Thielen?" She answered excitedly, "You mean Duchess Hildegard's closest aide, the one who was abandoned after that little debut?" Hessman confidently explained to everyone, "That's right. We sealed him in this holy sword after he was poisoned and fell into a coma. He drew the glowing blue sword. He just woke up yesterday. I'll kill them." Meldenik looked a little worried and confused. Hessman, filled with resentment, said, "I will kill all who abandoned me." Meldenik was suddenly startled as she looked down at a pair of hands touching hers. Isaac was looking at her with an affectionate smile. He gently comforted her. "It's okay." Meldenik was flustered and thought to herself, "I just jumped because his voice gave me goosebumps." Hessman, witnessing this, had to sigh in exasperation. "Focus, you two." He spoke about the man's condition. "It seems he's been feeling quite unwell after waking up from death's door. He keeps talking to himself with that bloodthirsty and gloomy look." He then recounted how he comforted the man, making her eyes widen in disbelief. "Calm down, you filthy, cowardly, and despicable worm. You'll die from that condition soon enough anyway." Meldenik was stunned. "Are you sure you were trying to calm him down?" "See?" Back in the present, Meldenik approached Thielen, trying to remain calm. "Wait a minute. I won't stop you from getting your revenge. But Hildegard Varvella, the one who abandoned you, is currently in a coma. So are you going to give up?" He resolutely looked up at her. "No. Never." He looked up, laughing manically with a bitter expression. "Then I'll take my revenge on her daughter right now. Right now, I am on my way to the authorities to report Duchess Hildegard, Lady Sylvia, and all of my own wrongdoings." Lady Sylvia's eyes darkened, but her expression didn't change. "You have no conscience, Viscount Thielen." That wench continued, "I can't believe you're slandering the Varvilla family, holding a grudge when you lost your own position by taking advantage of and deceiving others. Who would believe the words of a swindler?" Thielen stood there, wiping away a tear as he burst out laughing. "A swindler, you say? My lady, I have already submitted all the evidence." He laughed maniacally, his face full of resentment, starting from the evidence of Duchess Hildegard poisoning her predecessor, the former Marchioness Kanoa, to the evidence of what the Duchess and her daughter did, working together to ruin Meldenik Kanoa's reputation, to the evidence of kidnapping, embezzlement, murder, everything. The crowd grew even more confused, their whispers turning into a roar. What is he talking about? My God, what is the truth? Was everything she said true? I can't believe it. Sylvia stood unsteadily, terrified, and shouted, "Lies! This is all a setup." But he said he already submitted the evidence. Meldenik spoke up. "Hold on, isn't it getting a bit too noisy out there if this is all just a lie? It seems the head of the authorities has already identified you as a suspect." Just as that wench was about to turn and flee, a group of guards blocked her path. "Sylvia Varvella, you are under arrest for murder, embezzlement, and kidnapping. As a suspect, you have an obligation to cooperate truthfully with the investigation." Sylvia trembled with fear, but still forced an awkward laugh. "No, it's not over. Even if it's been handed over, it'll all be over as long as the evidence is gone. Right? That wench schemed for her acquittal. And even if I can't dispose of it in time, I can still bribe the presiding judge. For now, the top priority is getting out of here. Done." Sylvia turned back to look at Meldenik, a little scared but still smiling arrogantly. "Sister, are you insane? How can you be so persistent about this?" Someone stood up and shouted, "Wait! That's..." Sylvia unfurled a teleportation scroll. "It's a teleportation scroll. I don't think you'll understand anything I say. See you next time." The guards sent to arrest her were blinded by the scroll's light. "We can't lose her. Stop her. We have to catch her at all costs." Meldenik said confidently, "Don't worry. You won't lose her." Sylvia couldn't teleport anywhere and remained rooted to the spot. That wench looked around in confusion. Why? Meldenik stood on the stage, looking down with a cold expression, thinking to herself, I heard about it when I visited the magic tower last time. The fake teleportation scrolls on the market are different from the real ones. They just create a flash of light like lightning. She glanced down at Isaac, who was sitting. Of course, I'm sure Sylvia's scroll was real, but Meldenik smiled back and thought, he must have swapped it with a fake. He said he was going around collecting things that looked like they'd cause a headache, but it was in his hands all along. Sylvia stared at Meldenik with a look of pure hatred, and was stunned when she heard the announcement. Miss Sylvia, your crimes are grave and extremely shocking. Due to your attempt to escape, along with the concern that you will destroy evidence, we will proceed to detain you. This is very important. You will have no immunity as a suspect for the alleged crimes. All eyes were fixed on her. Sylvia couldn't believe it and bit her lip hard. Detained? Me, the noble lady of the Varvila family. The officer said sternly. Sylvia, humiliated and furious, went berserk and screamed, how shameful. Thielin, you, a lowly dog, dare to accuse your master's family. How much were you paid, you despicable coward? Unable to stand the noise, Meldenik ordered, just take her away. That wench struggled and screamed, unable to keep her composure. Let go. How dare you touch me? Before leaving, Sylvia looked up at Meldenik. How long do you think you can survive after causing all this? That wench was left speechless by her sister's serious and arrogant look of victory. At least, I'll definitely live longer than you. Just look at the state you're in. That wench was dragged away, but still managed to scream with a voice full of resentment. Meldenik, you. She watched the whole scene. Her face fell, and she said nothing, just thinking. Finally, this outcome is worse than I thought, Sylvia. Meldenik's biological mother was reading a newspaper, highlighting the incidents revealed at the conference, like tax evasion and embezzlement. She turned and spoke bitterly through clenched teeth. But everything will be restored soon. What? That wench walked in and screamed furiously. What the hell did I ever do to you to deserve this? Meldenik was quite surprised by Sylvia's appearance. Is she serious? She looked seriously and you framed other nobles, so they would be executed, and then you destroyed. Not only did you brazenly participate in the incident, but you also publicly accused me. Sylvia stubbornly confronted her. You really want to fight over such trivial matters? Before that wench could finish, Meldenik continued. Not to mention the countless murders you and your mother caused. Everything you consider trivial matters has caused suffering and death for others, and yet you still say you don't understand. Understand? After speaking, but she really doesn't understand what the problem is. The two of them stopped talking as a man's voice came from outside. You can't do that, sir. There's a visitor inside already. I recall saying I would visit right at this time. It seemed that both she and that wench recognized the man's voice. This voice is speak of the devil. Sylvia suddenly shouted when she saw him enter. Lennox. Meldenik stood up, her face displeased and unhappy. Long time no see, Duke Hessman. Meanwhile, that wench was excited and happy, acting coquettishly. Lennox, you came to save me, right? Get me out of here. He spoke to her heartlessly. Stop joking around. Meldenik, that wench couldn't believe the man she loved would say that. Lennox, you're... But he calmly uttered cold words. Sylvia, when you go to trial, I want you to testify that I have nothing to do with you. Hessman sighed and told that wench. I can only save you if I'm safe myself. Understand? In fact, your misfortune has nothing to do. Sylvia still held a glimmer of hope for him. Lennox, you came because you were worried about me, didn't you? The prison guard. She understood, looked back at him and agreed. All right, I'll leave. She assumed he and Sylvia still had feelings for each other. Of course I was worried. However, that's a different matter from this. Meldenik turned to leave but looked back to eavesdrop. In the end, he's still a selfish coward. After Sylvia's arrest, Lennox appeared everywhere. He did this to restore his own and his family's reputation by protecting himself and showing his sincerity. She was still pondering about Sylvia and Lennox. Although I'm very the image of now I see. Recently, I've spread 2 rumors in high society. The first is that at this time today I went to visit Sylvia. The second is that I also asked Sylvia about Lennox's evil deeds. Her eyes darkened in deep thought. If Lennox is the type to attend countless parties to show his innocence, I think he'll come here quickly when he hears the rumor if he truly loves Sylvia. Then they would either jump into the fire together, or he would do his best to save Sylvia from death. But she walked and thought, after all that talk about being a man in love or whatever, what's the most important thing to you in the end? To you, it's only your pride. Lennox, if this is to put an end to your pride, then what should I do? I should slowly start preparing for the next act. Meldonick was shocked to receive the news. Abella and Lucian are dead. The young knight Dominic reported urgently. The prison is a sealed place where magic can't be used, and there were no signs of a struggle. They died suddenly at the same time on the same day, with smiles on their faces. It said that for those who defy the gods was written on their faces in an ancient language. Meldonick speculated with focus. It seems the Pope has silenced both the priest and the professor. Dominic agreed with her speculation. Yes, although it's still unclear whether it was the Pope or his allies who killed them. Someone broke into the prison. The royal prison just once and deliberately left a death mask on the bodies. They are unexpectedly strong. Meldonick said nothing, her eyes focused in thought. We need to know their weakness to secure our victory. I wonder what the Pope's weakness is. From the beginning, what has the Pope loved most? She looked up and asked the serious man before her. You know what, Dominic? I think she continued excitedly. You know that what the Pope loves most is the power of other species, right? Seeing he didn't respond, she sighed and continued. What do you think about borrowing the wisdom of the dragon? A creature at the pinnacle of all species. To deal with the Pope. She said a lot, but Dominic only replied with one sentence. Oh, is that so? He continued, making her confused. Wait, Mel. You'll have to do that alone. I think I have to help. Viscount Thielen. He looks like he's on his last legs. His control abilities are quite complex, so it'll probably take some time. Meldonick stubbornly and angrily said loudly, The dragon said before that the time wasn't right. It won't be angry that we called it early, right? Dominic sighed and thought of another way. How about incubating it in the Magic Tower's laboratory? If it's there, it'll be fine since even the Smiler I know doesn't like that place. Meldonick slammed her hand on the table next to the dragon egg in frustration. If he's mentioning the Smiler, it must be Isaac Newton. She placed her hand on the eggshell. As she placed her hand, she prayed, but nothing happened, which disappointed her. I think I awakened it last time by placing my hand like this, but nothing's happening today. She poked it helplessly. Poked the egg while muttering, Come on, wake up already. Can you hear me? Meldonick was dejected and listless. I need you. The egg slowly cracked, but she didn't see it. Meldonick laid her head on the table and laughed awkwardly to comfort herself. It's probably listening, right? The crack on the egg grew larger. She was surprised. Is it that easy to hatch? Of course, it wasn't hard to hatch last time either, but a golden light flashed from the egg, blinding her, and Meldonick instinctively raised her hand to cover her eyes and shouted. Ah! The young boy Henry heard that Meldonick was here and rushed to find her. Is it true that Sister Mel is at the Magic Tower? The boy's face lit up with excitement when he saw her. He opened his arms and ran towards her. Sister Mew. Henry. The boy froze, realizing his lisp. Huh? Why did I talk like that? Henry, who was running towards her, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Meldonick looked at him, confused. Huh? The boy screamed in terror when he saw her face was blurry and unclear. A monster ate Sister Mew. Meldonick was helpless, crying out in fear at the boy's words. A monster? She was stunned and yelled, What do you mean, a monster? Meldonick was surprised to hear the boy's call, because Henry, even though he was very wary of me at first, had gradually opened up, and had become more attached to me than anyone else. My adorable little friend. But the boy burst into tears, terrified as if he saw something very scary. A monster swallowed my Gale. I'm sure those are my Gale's clothes. The more she reached out to Henry, the more he cried in fear. Go away, monster. Meldonick, confused about her appearance, took out a mirror to check her face. What the hell do I look like for him to act like this? She was also stunned by her own reflection in the mirror and shouted angrily. What the hell is this? You're the one who made me angry. In this state, aren't you? You're a completely crazy dragon, aren't you? Henry burst into tears and rushed to Carrot. A monster? What? The boy peeked into the room to verify and exclaimed, Oh my God, he's right. Meldinik was dozing off in the room. Even my Gale. Carrot. She was about to run out and explain to the kids. No, wait. Carrot covered Henry's eyes and shouted, "That monster is trying to get closer to us. Go get help, right?" From the boy's perspective, Meldinik truly looked like a mutated monster with a messed up face and hair, approaching them. Seeing the children avoiding her, she buried her face in the table and sobbed. I'm so pitiful. I tried so hard to become friends with the children. Meldinik thought, feeling sorry for herself. Anyway, they said they'd call for more help. But who do they mean? She clenched her fists in regret. Anyway, you guys can't bring Isaac here. I'm sure Isaac knows how to use healing magic, and he's the best person to help me fix everything. But I don't want him to see me like this. As she was crying, she suddenly heard the children's conversation. Here! The monster is over here. A monster? Deep inside the magic tower? Meldinik recognized these voices. These voices belonged to Marissa and Arsène. Marissa entered the room and looked at the person sitting there in surprise. Suddenly, her attitude changed to one of love and excitement as she ran over. It's Sister Mel. Sister, are you in the middle of an experiment? Carrot and Henry, standing behind, were shocked, their mouths agape. What? The children's chatter moved her. How on earth do you see Mel in that thing? What did you say? That's clearly Mel. So you do recognize me, Marissa? The little girl told her friends, looking closely at Meldinik. Look. First, this charmingly silky blonde hair. Second, these bright green eyes, like the green shade of a tree under a blue sky. Even she was amazed by Marissa's strong belief. You can see my eyes. And finally, the third thing is her beautiful smile. The moment the little girl ran quickly and hugged Meldinik tightly, acting cute. Sister. It was then that Carrot realized in shock. Marissa, that gentle, rhythmic pat on Marissa's head, the angle of those perfectly curved fingers. Carrot was stunned. It really is Mel. I'm sorry, Mel. Henry also chimed in. I'm sorry, Sister Mew. This is normal. Why am I talking like this? Seriously. Marissa looked at her with admiration. You're so cute. Arsène stood by, looking on with a confused and weary expression. Sometimes I really don't understand what she's thinking. The innocent boys were blaming themselves by hitting their own heads. I'm so stupid for not recognizing Sister Mew. Carrot was disappointed. I can't believe I'm on the same level as that idiot Henry. Meldinik comforted them by speaking very slowly to enunciate clearly. You guys, you'll damage your brains if you hit your heads like that. Carrot and Henry said in unison. Oh no, I can't let my precious brain, which is surely number one in the tower, get damaged. I can't. Arsène ran over, looked at her face and asked, Mel, so you mean you turned into this while on a mission? Meldinik looked at the boy in front of her and hummed in agreement, but her thoughts were, though, to be precise, how it happened was because I touched the dragon egg. She was stunned by the kid's suggestion. Then I'll go invite Sir Isaac. If it's him, he can definitely restore you to your original state. Meldinik shyly managed to stop them. Wait! Instead of Isaac, couldn't Ramos do it? Ramos could do it too. But before the girl could finish, she cut her off. Then let's ask Ramos. Because he'll be more free than Isaac. Carrot was hesitant. Really? Meldinik sat on the chair, looking worn out, bidding farewell to the kids as she waited for help. All right, trust us. Mel, we'll bring him here right away. Okay. After they left, she glanced at the dragon egg beside her that still hadn't hatched. Look at you, hiding from me. She clenched her fist in resentment, thinking of all the ways to deal with the egg later. It seems you know you did something bad. Wrong, even though you're just an egg. Right? Just try hatching. I'll give you a good beating. But a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Yes, come in. Her eyes were hazy. Meldinik tried to squint to see. Before her eyes was the image of Isaac smiling as he walked in. She froze in surprise. The person she wanted to see the least. The children walked away, still worried. Will Sir Isaac be able to fully heal Mel? Arsène said something that surprised Marissa. I really think we should have taken her to my brother. The little girl sighed, thinking, it's true that she didn't seem to want to see Isaac. But, flashing back to when the children were looking for help for Meldinik, Carrot was chasing after Arsène. Fanon, running like that is dangerous. Henry saw Isaac. Isaac looked at the hurried children and smiled, asking, "Where are you all going in such a rush?" Henry, the blabbermouth, said, "What a coincidence, Sir Isaac. Do you know, Raj?" Arsène quickly stopped him. "Wait." Arsène looked up at him with hopeful eyes. "Sir Isaac, do you have a teleportation scroll? We need to take Mel to see my brother at the royal palace right now." Isaac looked at the boy with concern. "Did something happen to Mel?" Arsène, as if he'd struck gold, said excitedly, "Yes, Mel got caught in some deep magic while doing some research. Usually a monster or a princess caught in deep magic needs to be awakened by the miracle of true love." Arsène quickly added, "My brother really likes Mel, so he'll be able to cure her." Isaac played along with the boy. "You mean Crown Prince Arsène, right?" Carrot, standing beside them, said helplessly, "Is that right? So, you need the miracle of love?" "I think so." Isaac said something that surprised all the children there. "Unfortunately, I don't think I'm allowed to give you a scroll. But that kind of magic is my specialty, you know. So I think it's my duty to save a princess in distress." Marissa was happy and satisfied. I think everything will be fine. Because I'm sure Isaac really likes her too." Meldenik buried her face in her knees, covering it with her hands in embarrassment. "But I heard that Ramos was coming." He smiled awkwardly. "Do you like Ramos more? You two must have gotten quite close, huh?" She stammered. "That's not the issue, but Isaac, just hearing that is giving me goosebumps." Meldenik felt insecure and didn't want him to see her. "I've turned into an ugly mess, so don't look at me anymore." "Please wait." He smiled beautifully and said gently to her, "What do you mean? You're as beautiful as ever. And your curly hair is also very pretty. It's cute, but since you don't seem to like it, Mel, I'll help you." After speaking, Isaac reached out and cast a spell on her fluffy hair. Her face also seemed to be cured. "I can feel new skin regenerating over the burnt layer, and I think my squinted eyes are also opening." "Was it this kind of magic in the first place?" "It's a very warm feeling." Her face had returned to its beautiful state. Isaac asked her a question. "Mel, do you remember when I told you to live the way you want?" She nodded. I remember. Can I open my eyes now?" He thoughtfully touched the chair, pondering. "Actually, thinking back, I was the one who told you those words, Mel, even though I haven't been living the way I want." Isaac looked straight into Meldenik's eyes and poured out his feelings. "So, I'm going to do what I want from now on, because there's no point in holding it in any longer." She felt a little anxious and nervous. "What is it?" The look in his eyes showed his sincerity, love, and adoration for Meldenik. "You know, Mel, honestly, for a very long time, I've always wanted to connect with you with my eyes like this." A very loud scream echoed through the magic tower. "What?" Ramos asked the happily boasting children in a panic. "What did he say?" Carrot recounted excitedly. "I think my mission is to save the princess in distress." "That's what he said, bro." Marissa and Henry both liked Isaac. "He's so cool, just like a prince." Ramos was stunned, unable to believe it. He shook the children, asking for the truth. "Honestly now, you guys are exaggerating, right?" "No, we're not." Henry, next to them, didn't understand. "Exaggerating? What kind of person is Sir Isaac?" "He's the master of the magic tower and a free spirit. It doesn't take much thought to know how long he's held that position. A person who is good to good people, but merciless to the wicked. And a man who has never cared about dating before." Hearing this, Ramos was stunned and disappointed, but he still tried to think it through. "Of course, I know Sir Isaac cares a lot about her. About Lady Meldenik, and I've been rooting for their relationship too. But still, to suddenly act so cheesy like that, in front of the children, for him to say something like that, it's like he's the one embodying that romance. Why?" Arsène stood with his arms crossed and interjected, dissatisfied. "But we should still take her to my brother. My brother likes Mel a lot too." Ramos heard the boy's information and became even more confused. Prince Arsène likes Lady Meldenik? Seriously? A love triangle? All sorts of thoughts appeared in his head. "Don't tell me you decided to act so hastily because of the threat of Prince Arsène. Is it because you sense danger?" "Unbelievable." Henry saw Ramos standing there stunned and called out, "What's wrong with Brother Ramos? He's so scary." Arsène noticed Marissa reading a book beside him. "What's that, Marissa?" "This?" The little girl said the name of the book, which shocked everyone. 202. Wait, what? Marissa added. They have to pass 101 trials and 101 tests to be able to become Sister Mel's husband. Arsène was terrified. This is scary too. Wait a minute, if you can walk on both water and ice, are you even human? The little girl explained helplessly. If they want to be her husband, they have to be able to do it. Why? Ramos held his head, confused by the kids' conversation. What are they talking about? Arsène, after hearing this, said excitedly. I agree. Honestly, only my brother can meet those conditions. It was only now that a thought struck Ramos, something he had just pieced together. Wait a minute. According to the kids, it's just the two of them together right now. Surely he isn't confessing his feelings again, right? Oh, you don't like us expressing our feelings directly? She seemed shy and hesitant. No, it's not that, but... She told herself, Mel, focus. Your heart shouldn't be beating wildly in a situation like this. Just a moment ago, I touched the dragon egg at the wrong time, and turned into a piece of burnt toast. I only just now got my original beauty back. And on top of that, because we've challenged the Pope, we have to be ready for a direct confrontation with him. At such a critical time, isn't it too dangerous for my heart to race just because of someone on my side? And I've never heard of an office romance ending well. Meldonick mustered up her courage, stood up and said. She told Isaac, besides, I wasn't injured during a magic experiment. He asked shyly, then why were you burnt to a crisp? She explained in a flustered panic. It's because I touched the dragon egg improperly. When I touched the egg, everything. Suddenly, you must have been very surprised. Right? Let me see the egg. She blushed. Here you go. Meldonick watched Isaac lovingly admire and study the dragon egg and chuckled to herself. Did I successfully change the subject? Nice. It's too hard for me to give an answer right now. I need time to think about why Isaac suddenly acted like that and what it is I want to do. Isaac lifted the egg to admire it. After observing it, he brought it in front of her. Its surface is hot and it seems to have gotten bigger than before. They say the incubation process usually starts when it heats up like this. Let's wait and see for a bit. Meldonick was a bit confused and shy. Together? But that would be so awkward. But then again, who else but me should watch a dragon hatch from its egg? She smiled friendly but was also a little hesitant. All right, let's wait for it together. After she spoke, Mel was once again overwhelmed by his seriousness. But Mel, there's something you should remember. Isaac gave a gentle yet captivating smile. I'm going to keep pursuing you. It's best you don't forget and just wait and see how things go. Meldonick was dazed by his sincerity. Oh my God. Meldonick watched with nervous excitement as the eggshell slowly cracked. She said excitedly to him, the egg is cracking. It looks like the baby dragon will hatch soon. Mel smiled widely, waiting impatiently. I want to meet and talk to it so badly, and ask for advice on what to do with my Pope problem. And her face suddenly darkened. And ask it why it burned me to a crisp. The dragon egg broke open, and a tiny hand lifted half of the shell. Inside was a super cute baby dragon. Meldonick was so shocked she could barely stand. Before she could compose herself and hold the baby, the little one shouted at her. Hateful. Mel was stunned. Me? Shouldn't I be the one saying that? The one who was burned to a crisp. After that thought, she came to her senses and approached the baby, Danny. You hate me. Why? Danny shouted angrily. Mommy, you're making me mad. She looked at the little one helplessly. You're mad at me? Mad? Isaac, standing by, couldn't contain his laughter at the cuteness. Stop lying. Mel was frantic. It's still just a baby dragon. Humph, Daddy is so cold. The adorable Danny sat there crying and pouting. You only love the other children. You only hate me. She rushed over to the little one to soothe him. Isaac is going to ruin everything now. Facing Danny, she couldn't get angry. Instead, she was completely smitten. So cute. What should I do? They say people get violent when they see things that are too cute. I think I need to find something to punch a few times to protect myself. Just to calm my heart rate. Mel suddenly got annoyed. You're not even a child. It's not a baby dragon. Its mind is already mature. It has learned everything about this world from inside the shell until it hatched. It even knows what other people like and tries to take advantage of that. She turned to look at Isaac. He calmly answered her question. That's right. It knows you like children and is taking advantage of that. Don't be fooled. She frantically denied it so Isaac wouldn't see her true desire to pet it. I want to caress it. I'm dying to pat its head. Don't worry. I won't fall for it. Danny heard the conversation and burst into tears. I'm not taking advantage of anything. Mel looked helplessly at the pouting little one in the dragon eggshell. Its pronunciation is really. Danny's eyes were teary as he acted cute. I really am a child. Am I not cute? The baby's cuteness stimulated her desire to dote on it. Isaac promptly covered her eager face with his hand. What do you want? We'll give you whatever you want, so can you help us? The dragon boy Danny, still crying and pouting, said, Promise. He laughed helplessly. Talk like an adult. The little one fell silent. Promise what I want is. You two guess. If you give me what I want, then I'll help you. Okay, Mom and Dad? Danny's words surprised her. What? Mel just sighed and waved her hand dismissively. We're not your parents. After she said that, Danny pulled the eggshell over himself and went back inside. Well then, you two try to figure out what it is. He's gone. Meldonick and Isaac, she looked at the egg in confusion. Hey. The scene was just like that other day. Meldonick buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. I didn't even get to talk to it properly, and it's already gone back into its shell. Isaac stood by awkwardly, trying to comfort her. Be strong, Mel. Encouraged, Mel cried even louder. She screamed. This hateful, moody dragon. She sat down next to him, her fists clenched. What exactly do you think the dragon wants from me? Seeing it take the form of a baby like that. Should I do things that children like? She gently touched the egg. Then Mel immediately pulled her hand back. No, I can't turn into a roasted chicken just by accidentally touching it again. But she couldn't resist the egg's temptation. She gently touched it again, and then stared at it blankly. Mel thought, I don't think it hates me. Isaac burst out laughing. We have to figure out what the dragon wants together. But before that, we have something else we need to do. Something we need to do. Ah, yes. He held out his hand. Then he gently let a pigeon land on his hand. That bird? What's it holding in its beak? Mel looked up as she heard him say, Mel, I want to confront Duke Hessman myself. Come to think of it, Lennox also stole things from the magic tower. She worried, thinking, and sure, Isaac wants to punish the thief who stole his things. We're supposed to be a team, but I'm the only one receiving help, and it's not for any other reason. It's because Duke Lennox Hessman, he told her, is the one who hurt you. Isaac continued, I cannot forgive that man. Mel's face flushed red. She glanced at him without blinking. Is that Isaac? Then the thing between my sister and my fiancé, of course. Just looking at my situation. You might have misunderstood. But I just want to slap that trashy playboy once. I'm not hurt at all. She had been constantly gaslighted. Being abused by that wicked man. Looking back, I want to slap him a few more times. Her face darkened. Her hands and feet were already warming up. He sat beside her and opened the letter. So I've come up with a plan. Hearing this, Mel looked towards him. This is a map. Isaac immediately told her, we will go there in secret. She was as excited as a child. Like when we first met Baxen at the illegal auction. That was so much fun. He replied, yes, just like that time. Then he said something that made her chuckle inwardly. This time, we'll go there secretly as lovers. Mel turned this way and that. No, calm down, Meldonick. This is probably just a necessary condition for this mission. Then she closed her eyes tightly and thought, why do I keep thinking like that? Stop reacting every time something related to love comes up, okay? Isaac gently touched her long, silky blonde hair. Mel, I'm saying this just in case you forgot. He closed his eyes, feeling it. But it's true that I'm carrying out my personal desire. His gaze was indescribable. You know, I was serious when I told you to wait and see how things go, right? She blushed, flustered. So he means he's going to do it for real. I guess I just got a little carried away by him. I need to calm down. I'm pretty confident in my acting skills after all. Mel continued. All right, then explain this mission to me. Which made him stare awkwardly. But I have one condition. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. The final blow, Isaac held up his hands. Come on. Shouldn't we practice holding hands first? Since we have to pretend to be a couple for the plan to succeed. Mel was a bit shy and bashful, looking at him. She raised her hand. But it was still clenched into a fist. The two of them chatted. Easy, you say? Does it look natural? You look very awkward, Mel. She quickly replied. I think I can do better after I hear the plan you've made. Can you tell me the plan first? No. Okay then. The plan, you know first. He moved closer to her. They held hands tightly and looked into each other's eyes. The atmosphere became awkward. Is this also part of the mission? Isaac closed his eyes and told her, it's for the plan. As a couple, we shouldn't be embarrassed by things like this. But I think this is a bit much for a secret motive. He burst out laughing. Caught in my trap again. She thought to herself, this guy is really something. Isn't he a nine-tailed fox? So sly. At this rate, what if I fall for him first and can't get out of character? Suddenly, Dominic walked in a cheerful mood. He shouted, Mel, I finally saved that Thielen guy. Seeing him, she pushed Isaac away. Dominic. Isaac greeted him. You're here. The atmosphere made Dominic look at the two of them with surprise, but he said nothing. Good job. But you're back sooner than I thought. I didn't think I'd be able to see you today. He stood frozen on the spot, a gloomy aura surrounding him. Mel thought, what's with this gloomy atmosphere? Which made her sigh. Huh? He approached the two of them. This nuisance. Dominic angrily grabbed his collar. What tricks are you trying to pull, huh? Isaac smiled. Calm down, Dominic. Calm down? He angrily pulled him and shook him. You rookie who's still wet behind the ears. You're not even 100 years old yet. And yet, you dare to pull tricks? So what? Calm down. What? The atmosphere turned chilling. Dominic looked like he wanted to eat Isaac alive. She didn't understand. 100 years old. Isaac said, I think you're misunderstanding. Dominic retorted, misunderstanding what? Dominic signaled to her, Mel, if you're being threatened, blink your eyes. But she didn't blink and said, Dominic, of course normal people's eyes blink. She explained to him, this isn't some trick. It's a training exercise for the mission to capture Duke Hessman. Actually, it really is a trick. Dominic glanced at her. That cheating bastard? That's right. Dominic was worried for her. So intimate for a mission. Mel is still young. Allow it when she's about 1,000 years old. Isaac was stunned when he heard him say that and sighed. A moment later he said, I guess Dominic doesn't want anyone to steal Mel from him. He got angry. That's not it. Don't act like you understand me. Remember this well. Mel and I are like sworn siblings. She was taken aback. When did we become like that? Though it's true we did make a pact. Isaac laughed. I'm jealous once again that you have a sworn brother. Her face darkened. What is he talking about? Dominic crossed his arms and turned his face away when he heard Isaac say, Dominic, can we talk for a moment? I have no intention of talking to someone as shameless as you. It's about the... He heard it, and it seemed to strike a chord with him. Then he got angry. Ha, you think I'll be swayed just because of some sword or something? Me, the great Dominic. He said one thing but did another. But let's hear about that plan first, since you said you came up with it. And you also mentioned the legendary sword. Her face seemed to predict that Dominic would say that. Then the two of them started arguing fiercely. But don't try to convince me. He just smiled while she stood from a distance watching them and thought, I think you're already swayed. Isaac said. He stared intently at Mel, making her blush shyly. What? It's a fake relationship. But I feel like we're asking for permission to date. Which made her look at him in surprise. Then Isaac laughed again and continued. It's nice. And it's like we're really in love. She closed her eyes shyly, but her heart was secretly delighted. Oh, really? Everything he says makes me overthink. Dominic asked, what about the plan to catch that bastard Hessman? Ma, why is your face so red? The scene changes to outside a magnificent, splendid castle with a clear blue sky and sparkling sunlight. Your Grace, the Duke. He came to report properly dressed, while Duke Hessman held a paper in his hand and pondered. There is currently a campaign to recommend Baron Cologne, the guardian and uncle of Lady Marissa, to become the next Duke. A moment later he stood up and said, I'm still alive and kicking. How dare they? He was terrified. I believe this is due to the terrible circumstances surrounding and your deepening sorrow. He furrowed his brows, saying nothing. Because of the damage that the entire merchant group has suffered, all sorts of rot are rampant. This situation is really difficult. And after Sylvia was imprisoned, the public's trust has sunk to the bottom of the social abyss. That wench sat in the building. Even in prison, she was not resigned and had to find a way to escape. Because at this point, there's no more profit to be made from selling holy water or holy relics. The business relationship with the Holy Kingdom has ended. He continued, but one cannot simply die because of that. Don't you think? Which made him open his mouth in surprise, saying nothing. I mean, at a time like this, when the envoy of the Magic Kingdom is secretly visiting the Empire. The Magic Kingdom. A place where no merchant guild has ever traded until now. It's a castle, the island of people, and species that are strong in magic. Duke Hessman's eyes widened. If we trade with the Magic Kingdom, the negative rumors will gradually disappear, because they'll be too busy praising me with rumors that I've contacted the Magic Kingdom. The people in the Magic Kingdom are like crows, aren't they? It's said that those people like shiny and glamorous magic items. The people there were chatting happily. Just choosing a few of the best items from my warehouse and giving them a taste should be enough. Gold, silver, jewelry, precious stones. There are many items that Marquis Konohamacha plundered during his wild days. As well as many quality magic tools that I've obtained from the Magic Tower. There are also swords, keys, and even machines. Crowns and precious gems. I must sign a contract with the Magic Kingdom. He sat with his arms crossed and ordered his subordinate. Prepare the offerings. Things that will surprise even the people of the Magic Kingdom. Lennox clenched his fist and cursed. Insolent bastards. Do they dare to stab me in the back after I let that woman everyone ignored get engaged to me? He gave a sly smile, but his heart was still thinking, just you wait, Meldenik. You will be rewarded with as much suffering as I am going through. The scene changes to Mel. She was still staring intently at something. Then, a moment later, the carriage stopped. She looked out in surprise. We arrived sooner than I thought. Mel opened the curtain and gently reached out to touch the glass that was being warmed by the sun from outside. Well, shall we go inside? The Varvilla Duchy. She stopped at the majestic, splendid castle. Isaac placed his hand on the map and said, The Magic Kingdom has sent an envoy to visit the stationery shop. This left her completely stunned. The Magic Kingdom? He put his hands on his hips and explained to her. It's possible that Duke Lennox Hessman intercepted this news. He's been dreaming of trading with the Magic Kingdom for a long time, so I'm sure he'll try to convince them to sign a contract with him. Because this is his chance to cover up all the crimes he's committed up to this point. Then Isaac continued to explain. We're going to nullify that deal by posing as the envoys from the Magic Kingdom. Hearing this, Dominic showed a shocked expression, raising an eyebrow and crossing his arms. So, is it really necessary to act like lovers? Can't we avoid that? He asked. No, Isaac replied. It's absolutely necessary. He let out a smile. The envoys from the Magic Kingdom are Marquis Barden and his wife, who are famous for being a pair of lovebirds. The two of them are very affectionate in the Magic Kingdom. They're always embracing wherever they go. Hearing this, Dominic sarcastically asked him, And did you get their permission for this? Isaac laughed. Of course I did, leaving Mel caught in the middle, unsure what to do. Dominic asked angrily, How? You must have paid some price, didn't you? Isaac replied, Don't worry about that. We just need to play our parts convincingly. Mel thought for a moment, then sighed. A moment later, she asked, Isaac, for Duke Hessman, this deal with the Magic Kingdom is a must-have, right? He replied, That's right. Then she asked further, In that case, can't we use it to get back the items he stole from us? Isaac considered it. It's not feasible. He'll try to win our favor by any means possible, but I'm not sure if he'll give us everything we want. Her eyes widened. Well, we can at least try. Isaac continued. We'll have to put pressure on Duke Hessman, to the point where he becomes extremely anxious. Then, he'll desperately cling to any option to secure the deal with the Magic Kingdom. After all, I have to reclaim the assets of the Konoha family. The scene changes to a hall where maids are bowing as a butler leads Mel in. She looked around. It seemed everyone was in a state of panic, thinking the rumored head of the family had abandoned his position. And Syria, the most likely successor, was now in prison. Even so, she recalled always being slow to grasp things. Lady Meldenik, you are truly lacking compared to Lady Syria. Why are you just standing there? You're in the way of the cleaning. Mel lowered her head sadly, closing her eyes as she remembered all the terrible things that had happened. How ironic it was to see all those who had mistreated her so terribly now terrified. The butler approached a door, opened it, and announced, "All the elders you have summoned are here. They have arrived and are waiting inside." She glanced inside but kept her head down. Then he announced, "The Marquise Meldanikinoa is now entering." She thought to herself, "All right then, shall we kill two birds with one stone?" Everyone began to sit down and discuss matters. On the table were documents and teacups. It's been a long time, everyone. Isaac had leaked false information to one of the Favela family elders, that the Marquis of Kanoa held decisive evidence. Evidence that could overthrow the Favela family. In a normal situation, the elders would have doubted the authenticity of this information. But at this moment, with the family's survival uncertain, the elders were in a state where half their analytical skills had flown out the window. Mel sat with a teacup in hand, taking a sip and closing her eyes to savor it. "However, I didn't expect them to contact me so quickly. I suppose I should begin." She put down her teacup, sighed, and said, "I have come to this gathering to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Mel declared loudly and decisively, "I formally demand that the House of Favela return the assets of the Kanoa family," causing everyone to stare at her in astonishment. Then the murmurs started. "Marquis Kanoa, don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable?" Suddenly, without a word of explanation, "What kind of behavior is this?" She said nothing, only glaring back. Some protested, shouting that since the families had separated, the division of assets was not only legally justified, but "I'm sure you all know very well that it was also morally necessary." "The nerve! I don't see any manners in you." Suddenly, someone intervened to defuse the situation. "Calm down, everyone," he continued. "Allow me to ask you this. If we were to return the Kanoa assets to you, would that mean you are completely severing ties with the Favela family?" Mel thought, "He's probably wondering if I'll stop exposing the corruption they've committed up until now. If they hand over the Kanoa assets, I just wonder how much they've embezzled to be this worried." She replied, her eyes wide. "Perhaps." Then, a moment later, she thought, "Oh, there he is. My second target is that man sitting there, arms crossed, staring intently. He's my messenger, Duke Hessman." Mel thought, "When I was engaged to Lennox, he was always by his side." And then she spoke again. "I will continue to do my utmost for the development of the empire. To do that, I must first cut away the rotten parts." Hearing Mel say this, everyone stared at her, their eyes wide in disbelief. "However," she added, "if those parts do not hinder my contributions to the empire, then perhaps I can find another solution without having to cut them away." As soon as Mel finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. No one uttered a word. "All right, the bomb has been dropped." Then, the people sitting around began to whisper, "Does she mean that if we return the Kanoa assets, she will help us? She won't touch the Favela family anymore. But that also means she'll continue to oppose us if we get in her way." He heard this, his eyebrows furrowing as he thought, "Don't tell me these words are aimed at Duke Hessman. This has nothing to do with us, does it? Even so, it'll be a problem for Syria or the Duke. Besides, how much does she know about the embezzlement? I wonder if she's just bluffing. If we're too lenient about this, we'll pay a heavy price." Mel remained seated, calmly drinking her tea. She thought, "With this, Lennox will probably feel like I'm putting a noose around his neck." Yes, his neck, because that messenger will report everything that happened here to him, while everyone else buzzes with discussion. One man slammed his hand on the table, sending documents flying. "Aren't you just getting mad at me because you're the one who started all this? By engaging in all this corruption? How much did you take her?" Another retorted, "Ha! Good heavens! You talk as if you're innocent. You think you can just say whatever you want." She seemed to pay no mind to the people there, her gaze fixed on something as she thought, "Duke Lennox Hessman, I want you to become even more worried about what I've said. So worried that you lose all sense of judgment. That way you'll make even more senseless mistakes while trying to rationalize them, won't you? Just like the Meldenik of the past did." The crowd continued to argue fiercely, but Melfi remained calm. She sighed, turning her face away, and thought, "What should I do when Duke Hessman tries to counterattack? This is going to take a while." Her eyes softened and her face flushed. "Let's think about the next item for the stationery shop. That way, I can play with my adorable little friends anytime I want. At a magnificent grand castle, a voice spoke out. So that's how it is. He came to report to Lennox. After a moment, he said, in the end, Meldonick announced that she would reclaim her assets. Furthermore, she called us useless flesh that needs to be cut away. He grew furious, gritting his teeth like a wild beast. Does she intend to keep getting in my way? Scene changed to a study. Everyone had their heads bowed as he clenched his fist. Well, we can't just sit around and do nothing. Then one of his subordinates said, it's all right, Your Grace. The Pope and the devout nobles are still steadfast in their support for us. He rested his face on his hand and replied, Really? Yes, all of them have been made into loyal vanguards. He glanced at a paper but was still listening. Most of them are nobles who received holy relics from Priest Louver. Even after losing Syria and Priest Louver, the Pope's two right-hand men, his divine authority remains unshaken. The faithful are voluntarily stepping up to fill the remaining gaps. The Pope's trusted holy knights are still active in the empire, traveling everywhere to spread the will of the Pope and the divine. Lennox clenched his fist, thinking, those who remain have become strangely more devout than ever. On the table was a paper with scrawled writing. It might be better to seize control from the Pope. First, let's set up the negotiation with the Magic Kingdom. Have you contacted them as I requested? His subordinate looked up and replied, Yes, sir. They said the conditions were... Lennox sighed. As soon as possible. A moment later, a smug smile spread across his face. It would be better to meet them before the Pope visits the Empire. Schedule the meeting for 1 week from now. If I can establish trade relations with the Magic Kingdom, the pinnacle of all magic, and gain exclusive selling rights for their magic, the man said, the nobles from the Magic Kingdom will be coming to Payden and Heine. He replied, Yes, Your Grace. They are a noble couple who own a vast territory and are very influential in the Magic Kingdom. They often represent the king in negotiations. From what I've heard, they get along very well and have a child together, so I think we should prepare a gift related to children. He slammed his hand on the table. Good. Find out every single detail, the habits, the preferences of that couple. We must sign this deal, even if we have to grovel. And as always, maintain utmost secrecy. Lennox thought for a moment, then continued. Speaking of which, that wench Meldonick, she's also an alchemist. She even has a contract with the ancient hero Dominic. She's probably hiding like a rat, waiting to interfere with me at all costs. She certainly won't sit still if she finds out I'm approaching the Magic Kingdom. She might try to disguise herself to enter my territory, or intercept and seize Pardon from me. I must prepare the Orb of Truth. The Orb of Lennox glared, his eyebrows knitted together as he thought, this is a tool so sophisticated that even Dominic, a sword with overwhelming physical power, cannot overcome it. It took me but it's extremely useful. He stood up, startling. We absolutely can, he shouted. This must be handled with extreme caution. Understand? His subordinates replied. Understood. Cut to Mel, who was staring at something in surprise. Then she burst out laughing like a child and thought, what is this? I have a feeling Lennox is getting frustrated and planning some useless scheme. The headmaster of the academy. The headmaster. Mel immediately replied. Of course. She continued. Why did you come to the stationery shop without any notice, headmaster? I'm already stressed out from not knowing where I hid the egg in my panic. He sat down. Mel thought to herself, what do you want? He picked up a cup. Due to what happened with Professor Abel, we've had to hire a temporary professor. He continued, but thinking about it, I see this as a good opportunity for the children at the academy. A chance to introduce them to a new kind of stimulus. Mel stared blankly, not understanding. A new stimulus? The headmaster presented an envelope. Indeed. And for that reason, I would be greatly honored if you would become a temporary professor at the academy, Lady Meldonick. She opened the letter and read it. It was like a bolt of lightning struck her, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Letter of appointment as temporary professor for the academy. Her face darkened. Me? He beamed a cheerful smile, like a child spreading pink, affectionate feelings towards her. The Olympiad is coming up. Then, we will show the whole world that the children of this academy will be the ones to lead the future of the continent. This is a rare opportunity to give these wonderful, lovely children an unprecedented new energy. She stammered nervously in response. What? That thing, he continued. Weren't you the one who made the children curious enough to explode a star? Mel was bewildered. Wait, what? Why is someone like you, who was thinking of retiring to a farm, so enthusiastic about academics all of a sudden? He held his cup and said with conviction, I hope you will accept. Starting with you, my lady, I will invite prominent figures from various fields to teach once a week. A good idea, isn't it? Mel thought, while the idea is good, I feel I'm too different to be a professor. Besides the thoughts. But she replied, unfortunately, I am not qualified to be a professor as I have never attended the academy. He laughed loudly to reassure her. That's perfectly fine, as you will only be a special temporary professor. Mel said, no, it's not just that. I'm not used to teaching children, and I'm not sure I can be a good role model for them. I'm not a particularly skilled person. She lowered her head, and he looked at her intently as they both fell silent. A moment later, the headmaster comforted her. Just as I thought. I still want to invite you to be the first to teach. If you refuse, so be it, but it's been a long time since I've met someone who loves children as much as you do, my lady. She thought, what is the most important thing when teaching young children? The two talked, and he explained to her, does being skilled mean you'll be a good teacher? If that were the case, the best scholar would also be the best teacher. She looked surprised as he said this. However, that's not true for many people. The kind of great and famous professors who have gone down in history. He continued explaining. I believe that thinking about whom you are about to teach, as well as how you will teach, and the constant concern about it is what's important. Someone who knows how to listen and understand, someone who knows how to see from another's perspective, will learn a great deal if given the chance and will also spread a positive influence. Mel recalled her own experiences. Lady Meldonick leading the children. And those children looked at her with sparkling eyes. Above all, the children will surely be happy if you come. She was stunned, her face flushed, and she was speechless. Mel hesitated for a moment, then replied, I'll try it, but just for one day. Hearing this, he became overjoyed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her affectionately. Wonderful. I'll make the arrangements right away. Do you need anything? She thought for a moment. Ahem. What I need? Oh, I heard there's a large library in the academy. I'd like to request a temporary access pass. She thought. The academy library has long been called a treasure trove of knowledge. Maybe there's a clue about the... He thought for a moment. A temporary library access pass. You surely don't mean just the public reading room that anyone can enter. How deep do you want to access? He explained to Mel, pointing out each room. The main library is divided into 3 sections. The general reading room, the internal affairs room, and the secret archive. The general reading room is open to anyone. The internal affairs room is only for internal staff and, among them, the area I need to check. She clenched her fists like a child upon hearing this. Just getting into the internal affairs room is enough. I think that's worth a teaching fee. Surely the headmaster can grant me permission to look through it, right? He replied, that's something I need to discuss with the council. Hearing that was like a thunderclap, an explosion in her head, but she still had to appear cheerful. Mel continued. Sir, you said you were planning to retire and take up farming, didn't you? Which made him look up in surprise. I happen to know of a very good farm. The soil is very fertile, and the seeds grow quite well. Many farmers know of this wonderful orchard. He listened to her every word, very excited himself, but unaware that she was playing him. Actually, you've caught me. I'm currently looking for a suitable farm. Regarding the general situation, Mel presented it to him with a look. Have I ever disappointed you with the quality of my suggestions before? He imagined his farm. His farm with adorable animals and fruit trees already sprouting. A wonderful farm. He laughed gleefully. I'll do my best to make it happen. However, even if you are granted access, you absolutely must not leak any internal documents. There will also be a time limit. Mel smiled. Of course. Please don't worry. Suddenly the egg bounced. Why is that egg suddenly drawing attention? It's been completely still since I started talking. She reached out her hand, still very anxious. Well, I can't wait to teach and visit the library. And since I've decided to teach, could you please help spread the word? That I'll be a guest lecturer, he asked. Spread the word? Why? Oh, She looked at him with the sparkling eyes of a child. I see, I understand. What? Spreading the word widely, it must be because you also intend to work hard in your role as a professor, right? For the future of the children. She thought, I was just planning to provoke Lennox. The headmaster said, at this moment I feel that I am truly a genius at judging people. Mel thought to herself, this headmaster, could he be? His eyes sparkled. Isn't he looking at me through rose-colored glasses? His face was full of determination. Let's do it. Which made Mel stand up and wave her hands. Well, a good thing is still a good thing, right? Everything is progressing smoothly, both provoking Lennox and developing new items for the children. Ahem. You seem tense again, Mel. Except for the fact that my acting skills are getting better and better. Isaac and her sat together, making the atmosphere awkward. She blushed shyly, turning her face away and stammering. She also said, I know. Then she thought to herself, her eyes shut tight. Ooh, is it because of the eternal truth of his handsomeness? Why does my heart keep pounding even though he's not my type? Isaac smiled, a radiant smile. He said, we have to finish practicing first. But she was anxious. Mel was disheartened. Her eyes squeezed shut. I guess I can't pretend to be passionately in love after all. Not only because I have absolutely no experience with romance, but the only couples I've ever seen were my fiancé cheating on me. Just managing to do it at all is already difficult. Hearing her say this, he burst out laughing. Just managing to do it is difficult. Seeing Isaac laugh, she gritted her teeth. Then she looked up. It's fine. I can learn. The two stood looking at each other. Then he explained to her. About Baden and Haney, they're right here. She was confused. Baden and Haney? The couple we're supposed to be playing. Mel looked around. But there's no one here. He replied. No, they are here. He turned around. Actually, Marquis Baden and Haney from the Magic Kingdom have a secret that the whole world doesn't know. That is, they are Tihon people who specialize in camouflage magic. A cloth flew off, revealing Baden and Haney sitting underneath. Oh. This left Mel utterly dumbfounded. They're tiny. She approached them, reached out her hand and stammered. Hello. The two cheerfully replied. Hello. The story of Baden and Haney is this. There was a child attending Melvin Academy whom they sponsored, and whose identity they concealed. That child, during a visit to the Empire's stationery shop, had their shoe soles worn out, and had always loudly praised the shop, writing neat, handwritten letters. And the Marquis couple introduced that stationery shop to the King of the Magic Kingdom, who was considering exporting the kingdom's magical tools. The couple enlarged themselves using camouflage magic. The four of them sat down at a table to discuss. Baden said, the king personally sent us to investigate that shop on his behalf. He secretly approached us. He continued, and we managed to secure a deal because the terms from his merchant group were quite good. But we thought we should be cautious. After all, we don't know anything about the Empire. Baden said, the only person we know in the Empire, to ask about the Duke's character. Mel's brows knitted together, she looked worried and blushed with a bit of embarrassment. Oh my. And in doing so, he revealed that Duke Hessman is a very bad person, and even said he needed our kingdom's help to overthrow him. She was surprised. How wonderful. When things work out so smoothly. Mel asked him. How did you? Baden replied, Isaac, who wandered in the Magic Kingdom for a while, helped us in a time of need. Haney added, we would have been in big trouble without Master Isaac. She glanced over at Isaac. Just from his appearance, he seems like the type who wouldn't care if someone was in trouble, but he's always helping others. She chuckled to herself. Moreover, he doesn't even blush when people praise him. No matter what, he's a good person. He even loves children a lot. Then Baden and Haney whispered to each other. What's this atmosphere? There's something strangely rosy in the air. I know. A moment later, Baden closed his eyes and cleared his throat. Anyway, the Duke is digging up information on us. Since we're quite famous among the Magic Kingdom's nobility, I'm sure he's heard quite a bit. Mel broke into a grin, her face like a child's when he said, we will train you down to the smallest gesture so that no one will suspect or find out. First, we will show you how we normally behave. Oh. Her cheerful mood suddenly froze, her mouth agape. An image of the two being intimate, him kissing Haney's forehead, What are you two doing? She asked. Mel's mouth hung open. Her face beat red. Haney continued. Not just the forehead, but the cheeks too. Mel was stunned. Cheeks too? What kind of weirdness is this? Mel shyly shook her head. No, I can't just call other people's habits weird. Seeing this, Isaac teased her. They said they kiss each other's foreheads every day. She turned and retorted, Aren't you being a bit too obvious with your flirting? He replied, I promised I'd flirt with you. Then he moved closer to her. I always keep my promises, Mel. They stared at each other. Boom! The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Later she thought to herself, I'm so embarrassed, but to avoid being discovered, I have to pay attention to every little detail. Besides, many people use forehead kisses for goodnight wishes, right? Alright, let's practice. Barden and Haney had to take out binoculars to observe the smallest details of Isaac and Mel. Oh my! He moved closer to her, caressing her face. She blushed slightly. Outside, Barden and Haney whispered to each other. I think they look so good together. Yes, they do, honey. We're building a bridge of love. Mel heard this and turned to look. She thought, at this point, are they watching our performance instead of guiding us? She kept getting distracted, so Isaac gently placed a hand on her face. You need to look here, Mel. She turned back, and before she could reply, he planted a light kiss on her forehead. Mel lightly touched her forehead. It was shorter than I expected. Why do I feel a little disappointed? She was embarrassed, her gaze shy. It's true. Isaac smiled. You're still beautiful today, Mel. She clenched her fists and stared at him. Huh? A moment later, someone shouted, Oh my! Which made her freeze on the spot. Then Barden and Haney started being affectionate with each other. Seeing such a beautiful couple makes me miss you even though you're right next to me. Me too, my love, which left the other two frozen in place. She turned to look, her face darkening. The two shared a kiss. They're that in sync? Feels like an impossible mission. The couple continued to cuddle, leaving Mel and Isaac just staring. And just like that, the two prepared to leave, still stiff. Don't pay attention to them anymore. I've learned how to act through the coaching from the Marquis couple. Preparing for the lecture and investigating the dragon egg every day was busy but meaningful. This magic circle is quite similar to the one I saw when I found the egg. Really? Until the day of the negotiation finally arrived. Rasmus's face lit up, his eyes sparkling. Wow. Rasmus said, I can't believe I've become you, Lady Meldenick. I've never seen normal magic. Disguised magic this sophisticated in my life. She stood behind him, looking amazed. As expected of Master Isaac's magic. Rasmus is number one. Nell shouted. Don't spread your legs while wearing a skirt. Which startled Rasmus. Ah, right. I can't close the stationery shop because Lennox is always on guard, watching me closely. She thought, of course I could brainwash others to make it seem like business is normal, but I can't brainwash everyone, especially the kids who often visit. So, we decided to use a stand-in to create the illusion that the shop is still operating normally. Someone with the ability to use magic excellently, in case the shop is attacked. Someone who won't reveal any weaknesses even if I'm absent. Someone really strong. And someone who absolutely won't betray me. That person is Rasmus. He laughed and said, I guess since I've only worn robes my whole life, I keep forgetting I'm in a skirt. Will this really work without being discovered? Suddenly, the children called out to her. Mel, are you in there? Hearing this, she thought, Arjun? What's going on? It's morning class time at the academy right now. Mel stared blankly but said nothing. A moment later, she placed a hand on Rasmus's shoulder and sighed. Rasmus, this is a chance to test your acting skills. Nell smiled. Pretend to be me in front of Arjun. I'll watch from behind that door. Her words made Rasmus freeze on the spot. He shouted, huh? Arjun and Rasmus looked at each other and smiled, but his smile was a bit forced. Nell watched everything from a distance. Her eyes narrowed. Rasmus, I can't believe you're making that expression with my face. The two sat down at a table. He tried to act sweet. The boy said, I came because I have something to give you. It was a sphere with a little girl inside. Hello, Miss Mel. My name is Ciela. I'm the class president of the elementary class. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Before the girl could finish, others chimed in. Miss Mel, I can't wait to see you. Ah, wait. There are a lot of us who are looking forward to seeing you. See you later. Mel witnessed everything from a distance. The children didn't send this knowing I would end things with Lennox today. But she thought somehow I feel empowered. Arjun added, since the class will be held under parental supervision. Our mothers will also be there to observe. Mel was worried and scared. What? Ramus was just as anxious. That the Queen will be there too? Ah, the boy replied. Her Majesty's health has improved, so she has started attending events again. And among them, this class is what she's looking forward to the most. Hearing this from afar was like a bolt of lightning. What? She was terrified and anxious, but having the Queen observe my class, isn't that too much pressure? The boy continued to smile happily. You're showing a lot of expressions I've never seen before today, Mel. Arjun looked around and, oh, self-study time is almost over. See you later, Mel. The door slammed shut. Rasmus turned around. Mel stepped out. Rasmus, your acting skills are terrible. Aren't they? He replied. It's because I've never done this before. Besides, you're the one who's more nervous than me, because the Queen will be there. Suddenly, a pair of feet approached and a voice said, everything is ready. It was Isaac, descending the stairs. We will go to the Marquis couple's house first and use the disguise magic immediately. She looked up in surprise. Mel felt a bit shy and thought, now, he and I will really have to act like a real couple. Mel held out her hand. Ahem, I'm ready too. Let's go, my dear husband. Which made him look up, a bit flustered. But he also held out his hand in return. All right, my dear wife. Isaac and Mel got into the carriage and sat together. Inside, neither of them said a word. Mel thought, is Lennox worried I'll interfere or ruin the meeting? Even the carriage he sent has what he doesn't know is that I've already interfered. When they arrived, Lennox was already there waiting. He cheerfully extended a hand. Welcome, Marquis Barden. A moment later, Lennox said, ah, so this must be the Marquise. Haney, your beauty is exquisite, my lady. She was annoyed and sighed. He's so irritating. But I have to greet him. Isaac placed a hand on her waist. I'm afraid my dear wife doesn't like contact with men other than her husband. You're quite something. Seeing this, Lennox looked surprised and withdrew his hand, his face stiff. I fear my recent behavior may have been disrespectful to a couple so famous for their harmony. Lennox turned and walked inside. That was my oversight, I apologize. Please, come in. Mel thought. It seems signing a deal with the Magic Kingdom is extremely important to them, isn't it? I didn't expect Lennox to be so quick-witted. Isaac offered his arm and she took it. Let's go inside, my love. I don't want to talk to anyone but you. And then she continued, and it seems we don't quite understand each other. Her eyes still glancing at him. He pretended to turn away, but he was actually still listening to what she was saying. And then she sighed angrily, crossed her arms and tilted her head up. It is rumoured that Marquise Haney is only kind to her husband. Marquis Barden and some close acquaintances have also heard that she often scolds strangers very harshly, though it's hard to imagine. I can't imagine such a beautiful lady being so unreasonable. So, would you two like to take a stroll in my family's garden to soothe your fatigue from the journey? Do you like to be accompanied by an entourage? Yes, we would be delighted. This is quite fun, watching Lennox try to win me over like this. We've arrived. This breathtaking back garden is the pride of our family. Please step inside. As they entered, he said, be careful not to step on the grass. My lady's dress will get dirty. Mel immediately guessed. Based on his expression, it seems he's prepared something in the back garden. Isaac saw her worry, reached out, and gently touched her face, calling out loudly, my love, which made her look up in surprise. Then he gave her a kiss, causing two maids standing at a distance to stare, blushing with embarrassment. Not only were the two of them embarrassed, but Mel was too. Isaac whispered, there's a truth-discerning magical tool placed on the path. It's specifically designed to nullify disguise magic. She was shocked. Thinking back, although the path looks like it's paved with marble, there are no small pebbles scattered around. Why? It doesn't add any beauty. He rested his head against hers. So stay close to me. He smiled and said, all right, Haney, making her look at him shyly. Yes, my love. Which made the servants freeze on the spot and turn away in second-hand embarrassment. The two walked while hiding and talking like a genuinely loving couple. Is he trying to disable the magical tool or creating a trap to avoid being detected by it? She took each step carefully. I don't know the exact plan, but I think he will protect me somehow. The two slowly entered while Lennox stood and watched. All right, then I will take you to the negotiation table. Mel thought, I wonder if I passed the first test. The test of the first magical tool. Even so, I can't let my guard down, because we are right in the middle of enemy territory. Scene changed to a room with a statue of a woman. The room was filled with jewelry, gems, ivory, and treasures. Mel looked around. It's all strange items. Lennox continued, I'm sure you've already noticed, but we have passed through many layers of security so far. In fact, there are forces trying to obstruct this negotiation. Isaac asked, Obstructing forces? He said, Yes, it's Marquis Kanoa. They are our political opponents. Recently, they have been continuously causing trouble for my family's business. So to avoid any risks with the negotiation, we have tripled our security. You are only dealing with our merchant group at the Parden estate in the Magic Kingdom, correct? Isaac replied. This trade opportunity is a top-secret matter that has been specially reported to His Majesty. I have ensured that security is always handled and maintained with absolute secrecy, so there's no need to worry. The three of them sat down at a table. He extended his hand and said, I'm just worried that the family might have found him a way to approach you during the waiting period. I'm just curious if they have contacted any other nobles in the Magic Kingdom to propose some sort of shady deal. Mel immediately replied, There's no such thing. She just wanted to say it straight to his face. I am Marquis Kanoa, you idiot. Isaac continued, Now that we've completed your lengthy security procedures, it's time to get down to business. Lennox laughed. Oh. Duke Lennox Hessman was not the type to speak ill of others to their face, however. He always planted questions. Vague statements to make others the subject of gossip. I couldn't attend the ball for some reason. What happened? And once people's thirst for rumors was piqued like that, he would use them as tools to damage that person's reputation. To be honest, Lady Meldonick. Oh my. But even so, I remained loyal to my fiancé. Mel recalled and thought, even now. Right now, he's still waiting for me to fall into a trap related to the Kanoa family. But of course, I have no intention of reacting to that kind of cheap trick. That kind of dirty scheme. You can't trap me, Lennox. Our merchant group wishes to purchase the magical tools created by the Magic Kingdom. As Lennox spoke, he gestured for someone else to bring the items. And besides the contract terms that were discussed beforehand, I have also prepared a gift. This is part of the contract. A magical tool imbued with ancient magic. Please, have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Mel stared in astonishment. What is that? This is a ruby necklace called the Heart of Magic. She opened it and stared. Isn't this the item that was stolen from the Magic Tower? She held the box in her hands, her fingers lightly brushing over the slightly wrinkled wrapping paper. A strange feeling bloomed in her heart. A strange feeling, a mix of excitement and confusion. Then she looked up at the man standing silently before her, her eyes unconcealed. He's not only trafficking stolen goods to the nobility of another kingdom, but also conducting trade with the Magic Kingdom, a place where no one has ever traded before. He must think he's killing two birds with one stone, she thought to herself. Her heart felt squeezed by a vague emotion. She said nothing, just lightly bit her lip, her eyes full of suspicion, mixed with anticipation. A moment of silence passed, then she spoke, her voice hoarse but clear. This necklace is nothing special. Marquis Barden immediately said, Something like the Heart of Magic is a common item in our kingdom. After a moment she turned, her gaze filled with sorrow. Her face grew somber. How could he be holding on to something he can't even speak of? Then she said to him sorrowfully, You said this would be an exquisite magical tool, but with this quality I don't see any point in continuing. He immediately replied, Just as you say. My love, I was hoping for some kind of innovation to be introduced to our field. Hearing this, Lennox panicked, his eyes showing a flicker of shock. He was lost in worry. That is, seeing them remain silent, he quickly explained, his voice rushed and anxious. It's not just the Heart of Magic. How could I prepare only such a mediocre item for distinguished guests from the Magic Kingdom? I will immediately have my men bring more of the magical tools I have prepared. She then instructed, to avoid the trouble of having to go back and forth like this, wouldn't it be simpler if I looked through them myself? Do you have a villa or a similar place where you keep the magical tools? Hearing what she said, he went silent for a moment, as if not believing his ears. His eyes flickered, and then he repeated her words in a low, astonished voice. A villa used to store magical tools. Seeing the surprised yet pained expression on his face, she paused. She bowed her head, avoiding that gaze. Her heart in turmoil, she thought, did I slip up? I should have waited until he was less guarded before mentioning it. After a few minutes of silence, he remained motionless, as if frozen between his emotions and her words. Then suddenly, he took a deep breath, his eyes clearing as if he had made a choice. He spoke, his voice low but firm. All right, you may choose one item. But remember, aside from the gifted magical tool, you are not allowed to mention any other item. Any other item in that room. You must sign a confidentiality agreement if you wish to proceed. Hearing those words, she froze. It left her utterly bewildered. A confidentiality agreement. This was a type of vow that used the signer's life as collateral. Anyone who revealed information related to the contract's content would pay with their life, because it combined both magic and holy power. Even high-ranking mages or priests could not break this confidentiality agreement. With a trembling hand, she clutched the box, then unconsciously tightened her grip on her dress. If we accept this agreement, I'm afraid we won't be able to expose Duke Hessman, she thought, her throat tightening, her heart pounding. She was in turmoil, as if hundreds of emotions were crashing into each other. He quickly spoke up. A confidentiality agreement. We'll sign it. Hearing this, she turned to him in confusion. In contrast to her anxious turmoil, he was incredibly calm. She watched him, confused and dazed. His very calmness made her feel more adrift than ever. She thought fearfully. Isaac. Gleefully. I will bring the contract. Once you've signed and sworn the oath, I will take you to the wonderful place where those magical items are stored. She looked at him, thinking, does he already have a plan? His face remained perfectly calm, showing no hint of fluctuation. His gaze was fixed forward, strangely determined, as if what just happened was merely a passing breeze. She still stood there, her hand still clutching her dress, her eyes never leaving his back. He looked so normal, she thought to herself, her throat tightening, her legs trembling slightly, as if one more step would make her burst into tears right there. That's right, there must be a way. As she picked up the pen to sign, she thought, just trust Isaac. Now, I just need to move forward. The opportunity we've been waiting for is finally at hand. The opportunity to destroy this thief. She held the pen, her hands trembling for a moment, her eyes glued to the paper before her, where each cold line of text seemed to force her to make a final decision. The door opened slowly and heavily, emitting a dry creak in the silent space. A voice said, Please, come in. The door opened and the blinding light made her shield her eyes. As her eyes adjusted to the light, she froze. She was completely taken aback by the scene before her. Everything was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought to herself, how many protection charms did they use? Everything was eerily silent, and the familiar room was now so cold it made her shiver. Suddenly she flinched as if realizing something. Her eyes quickly scanned the room and stopped at a corner. She silently admired it. Wow. All of this was stolen, wasn't it? She said aloud. This room certainly has a lot of great treasures, doesn't it, my love? He replied, It seems so. When he saw him about to touch something, the man held his breath, his heart pounding in his chest. His hand reached out, hesitating for a brief moment. The man seemed to realize something, his brow furrowing slightly, and he immediately spoke up, his voice low but firm. Oh, if you touch it like that, then... As he was about to speak, to stop him, she suddenly stepped forward, her steps decisive and her gaze determined, not letting the man say another word. She cut him off. Where did you acquire all these magical items? The man replied, They were gifts from some mages I know. Hearing such a ridiculous statement, she cursed silently. Gifted, my foot. You definitely stole them. To prevent her cover from being blown, she put on another affectionate smile and replied to him, "Oh, then your relationship with them must be very good." While the man stood there, distracted by her provocative words and fearless gaze, he silently seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the man's unguarded moment. He focused entirely on the gleaming treasures, placed in the corner of the room, precious items sparkling under the dim light. Isaac revealed his plan. "When we enter the room where the magical tools are stored, I will use magic to read the history and memories preserved in each item." Hearing him say this, she couldn't help but ask, "History and memories?" He replied, "That's right. So you'll have to distract him. We might find evidence of his fraudulent activities right within those items." "I will choose this necklace." He still stood there, speechless. He then spoke up, "I choose this necklace. I can feel the energy of water emanating from it." Hearing him say that, the man spoke up. As expected, a noble from the Magic Kingdom can even sense the type of energy a magical tool possesses. "This sapphire necklace was a gift to my family from a mage specializing in water magic." "You truly have a keen eye." She was surprised and thought, is there a problem? The man turned and asked, "My lady, have you found anything to your liking?" Hearing his words, she jumped in surprise. She stammered, She thought, "There's a familiar item here." After a moment of thought, she spoke up, "I'll choose this." Hearing that, the man turned to look in surprise. "This is an item from Marquis Kanoa." The man suddenly interrupted, "There are many other valuable items to choose from. Why don't you look at some others, my lady?" She firmly replied, "No, I'll take this crown." Faced with her insistence, the man thought fearfully, No way. They even signed the confidentiality agreement. He reluctantly agreed. "Yes, this item will surely suit you, my lady." A loud voice from outside called in, "Your Grace." A servant entered to announce there was a fire at that location. Hearing the news, the man asked in shock, "A fire?" The soldier replied, "Yes, we've successfully dealt with it. However, you order that everything be reported to you, no matter how trivial. The plan we devised has 3 stages. Stage 1. Pose as a noble couple from the Magic Kingdom to confirm the presence of the magical tools in the Hessman Mansion. Stage 2. Gather evidence of Lennox's wrongdoings by reading the history and memories stored in the magical tools. And finally, Stage 3. Conduct an investigation inside the Hessman Duchy to find evidence of corruption and fraud. An undercover mage will infiltrate the mansion, while the security forces are distracted by the noble couple from the Magic Kingdom." She thought, if there really was a fire, then... She immediately spoke up to distract the man. Could it be that someone in this mansion is having problems? If so, I'm not sure if signing a contract with such an unreliable partner is a good idea. Hearing this, he immediately retorted, "Not at all. It seems my excessive focus on ensuring the security of the mansion during your stay has inadvertently made you worry. However, please rest assured, this is just a minor matter, completely unworthy of concern. Shall we proceed with drafting the contract?" Hearing this, she quietly said, "All right. Something has just been found." She said cheerfully, "I think we did a great job, didn't we?" Before her celebration could last long, he interrupted her joy. "It's not over yet. We still have to keep acting. We have to stay in character until we get out of this carriage." She thought, the fact that we can comfortably discuss our acting and such must mean there's no surveillance magic cast on this carriage. He thought to himself, "So you did that for your own purposes?" She then teased, "You're right. Come over here with me for a bit, my love." He took the bait and teased her back. "If that is your wish, then I am more than willing, my love," she said softly. "It seems Lennox is not just an ordinary thief. You looked quite tired earlier." He replied softly, "Actually, about that necklace. It was stolen after its original owner, a mage, was murdered." She replied, "I know he's the kind of person who would kill to achieve his goals, but we'll make him pay, right?" He replied, "Yes, by any means necessary." Suddenly a letter arrived. He said cheerfully, "Yes, perfect timing. The undercover mage has just sent more evidence." Seeing this, her curiosity was piqued. She looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, This The dawn sky welcomed a new day with the first rays of sunlight gently piercing through the thin clouds. A soft orange-pink light. It painted the entire horizon, dispelling the dew on the rooftops. Lennox stood smugly, leaning against his desk. His eyes scanned the surroundings, gliding over each object as if controlling the entire room. He thought to himself, everything is perfect. The corner of his mouth lifted in a delighted smirk, his eyes sparkling with unconcealed glee. He thought, we will receive the batch of magical tools next week. Then I will present the details of the trade contract as soon as possible. So, I will let some rumors slip out. As he was reveling in the smooth progress of his work, a troop of knights in shining armor suddenly burst in. The large doors were thrown open with a resounding bang, shaking the entire room. He roared in anger. What the hell is this? After looking closely at the crest on their armor, he pondered. The Royal Knights. So surprised by their actions, he faltered, his gaze flickering. His usual confidence was suddenly replaced by a moment of uncertainty. He said nothing, just stood still, his eyes fixed on the person who had just thrown everything off its course. He thought deeply about all aspects. Why would the Royal Knights suddenly enter the Duke's mansion like this? Without any notice. I never gave them permission to enter the mansion. But more importantly, the alarm system certainly didn't go off. What is going on? Isaac stepped in from outside and said softly, it seems you've started to notice something is amiss, Duke Lennox Hessman. The man was utterly surprised by his appearance. He immediately asked, who are you? Isaac declared loudly, the owner of the things you stole. Hearing him say this, the man calmly sat down and spoke to defend himself. To be honest, I don't know what you think I'm realizing, so I hope you'll explain clearly what this trouble is. On the outside, he was extremely calm, but inside he was scrambling for a way to deal with the situation. He thought, he will not be easy to deal with, but if I have no other choice, I will have to take care of him myself. A voice from outside cut through the tense situation. How many protection spells did you place here? This voice. She peeked out from behind the knights, then cheerfully waved a greeting. Hello, Duke. She feigned surprise, covering her mouth with her hand, and said softly, oh my, are you planning to draw your sword? But unfortunately, you won't be able to. Our words were so fake. She continued, the Duke is accused of treason. And as you know, those who commit treason are not allowed to wield a sword. Hearing that, Duke Hessman stole from the magic tower and even killed a mage. The Emperor spoke up. Even so, that alone is not enough to convict the head of one of the Empire's founding families. Hearing this, she replied, I am aware of that, Your Majesty. Then she presented a pile of convincing reasons. However, I implore Your Majesty to look at this. This is a record of the Duke's meetings. I obtained this document during my infiltration into the Hessman mansion. He replied softly, Upon reading a piece of bad news, his expression changed dramatically. His once calm eyes widened, his brows furrowed, and his lips pursed as if trying to suppress something. The hand holding the paper trembled slightly. His voice caught in his throat. He was so surprised he exclaimed, This is... She seized the opportunity. To continue, Your Majesty, the Duke has been secretly trafficking top-secret documents related to the military forces and national spies of the Empire. The identities of the individuals involved are also clearly listed in it. Duke Favela and Duke Hessman, the two pillars that have kept the Empire stable for so many years. However, recently, Duke Favela seems to have gone rogue and his only heir is currently imprisoned and about to stand trial. He thought to himself, and that's not all. There's also this evidence of Duke Hessman's treason. Then he spoke up, I will find out the truth. And if it is true, then I must cut out this rotten part completely. She calculated. And just like that, we spent the whole night uncovering evidence of Hessman smuggling classified military records to other nations. If we conduct a search and seizure at the Hessman mansion, we will surely find more evidence. And yet, despite being raided by the Royal Knights, he's acting as if nothing happened. She replied firmly, Your treason has been exposed for all to see, Duke. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, he began to defend himself. Lies. I have never done anything that could be considered treason. In any case, we'll have to wait and see if that's really true. He approached the man and the man said angrily, Who do you think you are? Not only did you barge into my mansion like this, but you're also acting disrespectfully. He thought to himself, I can't even use my aura. Who on earth is he? He spoke up, apologized to Lady Meldenik. When forced to do something he didn't want to, he retorted, Why should I? He explained calmly, Didn't you threaten her? If you insist, then before we go to the royal palace, I will dispose of all useless things. After a warning from Isaac, the man finally apologized. I apologize for my earlier actions. But who are you really? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. She thought. Lennox couldn't use his aura the moment Isaac approached, so he was completely stunned. Moreover, no one is stepping up to help him. A knight spoke up. Please cooperate with the investigation under the Emperor's orders. The accused will be. Then he snapped his fingers, and with a flick of magic, the man was tightly bound. Being treated this way, he threatened, If you dare to slander me without evidence, the price will be your life. And if I am innocent, I will absolutely not let this matter end quietly. She stood there, watching his insolent behavior, and thought to herself, He seems to think that nothing will happen to him with this treason charge. However, that is entirely possible. If Lennox is arrested, his close and trusted aides will find a way to destroy the evidence. Just erase all traces and spread the word that you are cooperating with the Magic Kingdom, and you can overcome any trouble. Especially since trading with the Magic Kingdom has long been the dream of every merchant guild across the continent. She thought through everything, because this time the accused is not just Duke Anne, but the head of that family. So without concrete evidence, a conviction cannot be made arbitrarily, making the dream of trading with the Magic Kingdom a reality. Suddenly, someone burst in and said breathlessly, Your Grace, the Marquis and Marquise Barden from the Magic Kingdom have arrived at the mansion. Hearing this announcement, he was overjoyed to see his lifeline had arrived. Seeing his gleeful attitude, she thought to herself, based on that attitude, he probably believes that the Marquis couple from the Magic Kingdom will come to his rescue. But with a treason charge, no matter who is behind him, he can't be released immediately. He's truly short-sighted in many ways. He entered with a gentle smile and said softly, Excuse me. She added, This is the first time we've met, Duke Hessman. Hearing this, he instinctively repeated what she had just said. The first time? Seeing his confusion, he explained clearly, We just received a strange letter from the Hessman family. The man continued, Actually, I sent a separate letter regarding the contract. She wasn't surprised when he said that. Hearing him say that, still maintaining her composure, she slowly turned her back, her voice low but clear, like a song. It seems the Duke has been deceived by someone. It appears someone has been impersonating my husband and me. My love, we've never set foot in the Hessman mansion before, have we? This is also the first time we've heard about a contract. Seeing her stammer, What? The man started. What do you want? She continued. Clearly, our family has absolutely no interest in trading with the Hessman Merchant Guild, correct? But suddenly, mid-sentence, she stopped short, her eyes fixed on a single point ahead. She was completely stunned. Her entire body seemed to freeze for a moment. Then she suddenly shouted, That's right. There's one more thing you should know. We have captured and interrogated the vile enemies, and we've also recovered the crown and necklace they received from their master. We are at your service. It's unclear whether it was due to a confidentiality oath or some other condition, but unfortunately, they died during the interrogation. Of course, it's thanks to Isaac that we didn't die. It was a skill he demonstrated at the conference. He swapped the contracts right before we signed the confidentiality oath. She continued her story. However, the imposter claimed the crown was a gift from the Heisman family. After inspecting it with my country's magic, we discovered it was actually stolen from Marquis Kanoa's territory. That means it was stolen from Marquis Kanoa's territory. Hearing her sharp and flawless analysis, the man was stunned speechless, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Everything in his mind seemed to collapse. All the things he thought he had hidden so well were now being mercilessly exposed. As she spoke, she gestured to the person beside her, her gaze confident and composed, her voice soft, but firm as it rang out. And that is precisely why I contacted Marquis Kanoa, who is present here today to verify my information. The Marquis spoke softly. This is also why I am here now, although I have absolutely no connection to your treason charges. As all eyes turned to the stunned man, she spoke up. her voice gentle yet powerful. So, how did the crown that Marquis Kanoa lost end up among the assets of Duke Heisman? The Duke must prove that his family did not steal it. Hearing that question, the man was utterly horrified. His eyes flashed with panic, as if his entire meticulously constructed facade had just been stripped away. Before he could even react to the question, a group of knights immediately advanced, quickly surrounding him from all sides. Even while being restrained, he roared frantically, "Let me go! I don't know anything about this." She stood with her arms crossed, silently watching as the knights escorted him away, his screams fading into the distance. She tilted her head, thinking to herself, the heir is obviously guilty. The evidence is undeniable. Even though he was tightly bound by two burly knights, he still struggled desperately, his body thrashing as he tried to break free from the steel grips on his shoulders and arms. He shouted, his voice hoarse with rage. "How dare a mere knight like you touch me? I've been framed. This is all a trap. In the end, you still choose to act so shamelessly, Linos." And on a quiet morning, while walking along a familiar path, she stumbled upon a small object hidden under a tree. Her heart skipped a beat, her breath catching for a moment. She unconsciously murmured, "What's this?" The headline read, "Duke Heisman arrested without a warrant." The charges include numerous crimes such as robbery, murder, attempted assassination, treason, and many others, even heresy. Rumor has it that there might be an on-the-spot execution since all the evidence has been laid out. The entire empire was shaken by the news. It was a shock coming from a founding family, the prestigious Heisman family. She turned and went inside, her hand clutching the letter she had just found, her fingers unconsciously tightening, as if holding something incredibly fragile. Her gaze fell. Her face showed no emotion, but a storm was raging inside her. She thought to herself, in any case, I'm glad the importance of those documents wasn't enough to destroy the entire family. The reason was stated clearly. Everything that happened was due to the unauthorized actions of Linos and a few of his assistants. This way, I can take the necessary steps and appeal on behalf of the Heisman family members who were completely uninvolved and had nothing to do with this. Even though the Heisman family may no longer hold the same level of power, they can still maintain their reputation. The problem is Marissa, who might face collateral damage due to her family's mistakes. But her small hand clenched her dress, her eyes shimmering but full of determination. Then, with all the courage she could muster, the little girl spoke up boldly. Her voice was still a bit shaky, but it was clear and firm. "Sister, I'm only saying this just in case, but I don't want you to feel guilty about this. To be honest, I'm also worried because the family is in decline. But that's the price we must pay to uphold justice. Anyone who does something wrong must be punished." That's what she said, I guess. She entered, the door closing silently behind her. The dim light in the room seemed to do nothing to pull her from her hazy state. It was as if she was sinking into her own subconscious, where past and present merged into a nameless stream of thought. She wondered to herself how such an admirable little sister could have grown up with trash like them. Syria is one thing, but how can a villain like that be the main character of a novel? Usually, even if the protagonist isn't righteous or kind, they shouldn't be such a terrifying antagonist. So many thoughts swirled in her mind, but none were spoken. She thought, well, that makes sense. Back when the novel was released, it was heavily criticized for glorifying an extramarital affair. A moment later, she let out a soft sigh, as if to release some of the weight pressing on her heart. The small sound echoed in the silent room. It was quiet but heavy with meaning. She opened the letter, staring intently at every detail, wondering, anyway, what is this? Looking at the seal. It seems to be from the Imperial Palace. Suddenly her eyes widened as if she'd realized something. From her initial quiet demeanor, her gaze suddenly sharpened, filled with caution. It says that the Prince, Queen Cashan, and I, the three of us, will have a tea party together. Prince Cashan and Queen Cashan were already there. The space was so quiet you could hear the wind brushing against the roof tiles and birds chirping in the distance. She thought to herself, what the hell is this? A voice spoke up, drawing her full attention. Please allow me to prepare the tea. Come to think of it, these children were the ones preparing the tea party. She mused silently. They must be in some kind of specialized vocational training for children. judging by how the others are observing them. A survival tip in the empire. It's a system where children who decide on their career paths early can learn and explore, and gain experience from professionals in each industry. A little girl softly described each tea, explaining, "This black tea has a bitter taste, while this one has a strong acidity. This tea also seems..." Seeing the little girl's knowledge, she thought to herself, "This child really loves tea, doesn't she?" Finally, this is a coffee stone that can only be found in the palace. It's excellent for keeping coffee cool without diluting it. As she listened to the girl's explanation, an idea suddenly popped into her head. She spoke up, "Thank you for the explanation. Would you kids like to see something cool?" Hearing this, the little girl was very surprised and blurted out, "Excuse me?" Without hesitation, she began to cast a spell. Her hands rose gently, and a sparkling light began to emanate from her fingertips. In an instant, the hard, dry stones scattered around the garden began to tremble, glowing with a magical, ethereal light. Under the spell's influence, each rough stone gradually changed shape, transforming from jagged and ugly to round and small, and adorable. The kids who witnessed this were incredibly excited. They exclaimed, "Wow!" Seeing their amazed expressions, she thought to herself, "I could do this much more easily. With alchemy," she said softly. "Later, I'll wrap up some of these rabbit-shaped stones for you, since you've never seen them. Used for coffee before, so I'll give you some frozen tea," the children said in surprise. "Really?" A smug smile appeared on her face. She thought, "This is easy. I just need to summon the demon of wishes." The queen's voice rang out, "Duchess Kanoa." Startled, she replied, "Forgive me, your majesty." The queen said with satisfaction, "You are very kind. You notice things that others wouldn't even think to consider." She replied softly, "I'm honored, your majesty." She thought, "All I did was change the shape of some rough stones." The queen then asked, "Come to think of it, I heard you still don't have a personal servant or maid. Should I send a few servants from the royal household to help you maintain your residence? It would be even better if you could take those children on a little field trip to your place." Hearing her words, she couldn't hide her surprise, her eyes widening slightly. Her eyes widened, as if she'd been struck by something completely unexpected. "Using my place as an educational tool for the children?" She quickly refused. "I think the children would be more comfortable staying at the palace. There. It has all the necessary amenities for them." The queen chuckled softly, a smile that was both mysterious and calm. Her eyes bored into the young woman as if she understood everything. Her voice rang out slowly, clear but unhurried. "Well, to be honest, I've already asked the children, and they all want to go to your place. I suppose they heard something interesting from Arson." Then she told the kids, "Go on, tell her." Startled by her command, the children replied, Yes." The little girl stammered, "Prince Arson." The Duchess bent down slightly, her gentle gaze following the child's every move. Said, "Look at those cute and funny shapes." A faint smile unconsciously formed on her lips. "Oh." The little ones heard that. She thought, a strange warmth filling her heart. She never expected that just one moment of simple magic could make the scene so lively and full of energy. The little girl excitedly exclaimed, "He said Lady Meldonick is someone who can fly." Hearing that, she thought to herself, "Arson, what in the world have you been telling people in the palace?" To save time, the queen spoke up. "Actually, that's not the main reason I called you here. I invited you because Cashin said he has something to tell you." He replied softly, "That's right. I asked the queen to arrange something private." She spoke with Huh? After hearing those words, her suspicion didn't lessen but grew even stronger. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her gaze becoming serious. "Are you planning to share some top-secret information that shouldn't leak out outside the palace walls?" She thought, an indescribable unease rising within her. He answered, "Oh, that's just because the queen wanted to see you, Lady Meldonick." When her weak spot was touched, she turned her head away, not out of embarrassment, but to hide the emotions flashing in her eyes. A proud look appeared on her face, and her voice rang out, cold and firm. "I don't want to admit that I was eager to see you." Seeing the queen's sudden petulance, she chuckled to herself. Not wanting to embarrass her further, she quickly spoke up. She must be very bored now that her health has recovered. Besides, I don't think there are many people around her who can handle her way of speaking. She thought, a small, indescribable joy welling up inside her. The queen spoke, startling him. So Kasham, what did you want to say? Finding himself in a tough spot, he stammered, yes. A letter has arrived. The Pope will arrive at the palace this evening. Hearing the news felt like a bolt from the blue, leaving her completely stunned. He continued softly, considering the current situation, the royal event celebrating the Pope's visit will be postponed. Instead, we've decided to hold a small dinner party. However, the Pope expressed that he greatly desires your presence there, along with the direct members of the royal family, Dominic the heroic swordsman, and the Tower Master. She said quietly, the people who helped me. She speculated silently. He's going to gauge our entire power structure through this dinner party. The opponent I'm facing now is no longer that adulterous couple, but the head of the Holy Church, the Pope, a man with immeasurable hidden power. She sat motionless, her eyes staring blankly into the space before her. All the sounds around her seemed to be swallowed by silence. It was bound to happen sooner or later, because you came after me, Kanoa. She thought to herself, her heart a mess of confusion and fear for what was to come. Her hand trembled slightly, and before she knew it, she was clutching the hem of her dress, her palm growing cold and clammy with sweat. Her emotions were in such turmoil that she couldn't utter a word. She thought, during the arrest process, we couldn't find any traces related to the Holy Church. The investigation into it can't just be fear. To hide the anxiety on her face, she quickly picked up a glass of water and took a small sip. The cool liquid slid down her throat, but it couldn't soothe the turmoil in her heart. She tried to maintain her composure. Her eyes darted around, hoping no one would notice the anxiety that was building inside her bit by bit. After finishing her sip, she set the glass down very gently. Her breathing gradually steadied, and her expression became calmer. After a few seconds of silence, she lifted her head, her gaze firm, and spoke, her voice no longer trembling. Thank you for informing me, he replied softly. Yes, I just wanted to tell you in person before the Pope invited you himself. She immediately responded, the Kanoa Marquisate has a rule. If you help me, I must repay you in kind. I will repay you one day, he teased. Is that really a rule in the Kanoa family? She let out a soft laugh, a gentle smile with a hard-to-read meaning. Her eyes glinted sharply as she spoke slowly. I just made it up, he replied. I quite like that rule. The queen cleared her throat softly but pointedly, a sound that seemed to silence the room for a moment. She maintained a calm demeanor, her experienced eyes observing each person before she spoke. Slowly, but with authority. Is there anything else you wanted to say to Lady Meldonick? Reminded by her, he seemed to remember something and spoke up. Oh, right. You might be surprised by this. Hearing him say that, she thought, what could be more surprising than the Pope's visit? He said softly, I heard from the Academy's headmaster that you will be a special guest lecturer, Lady Meldonick. You heard the Queen would be present, correct? She replied gently. Yes, he continued, at that class. The Emperor will be joining the Queen. Hearing that news, she froze on the spot. She didn't say a word. The Emperor too. When she heard the news, she was so surprised she exclaimed out loud, the Emperor is also attending my special lecture at the Academy. Hearing, in that moment, her heart was in turmoil. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The mix of emotions left her standing speechless, thinking, but why? Why am I, just the owner of a tiny stationery shop, being invited to give a special lecture? That alone is crazy enough. And now the Queen is coming, and the Emperor too. What is going on? Seeing the clear anxiety in her eyes and posture, the Queen tilted her head, her deep voice ringing out, gently, but with great weight. Cashin, I thought you were going to deliver that news in a more thrilling and suspenseful way. Faced with this firm and cold action from the Queen, she stood frozen, her hands clenched, not knowing what to do. The words she wanted to say were caught in her throat. She could only think helplessly. She's not even bothering to deny it. She was slightly startled, her eyes darting around as if searching for words. Her lips moved, and her voice came out softly. Forgive my impudence, But wasn't it supposed to be just you at first, Your Majesty? Or did this change happen so suddenly? The Queen said softly, that was the plan. However, the Emperor has become very interested in your business. You see, like when Duke Heisman was recently arrested, we received support from that noble couple from the Magic Kingdom, right? They requested exclusive trading rights between your stationery store and the Magic Kingdom in exchange for that help. I heard they've already received a response from you. Hearing those words left her speechless as she silently pondered. This is a response that I'm hearing for the first time. Suddenly she remembered. Oh, could it be about that? What Mahini said. Since we helped you out, you'll surely repay the favor, right? At that time, she hadn't hesitated to reply. Yes, of course. Hearing her say that, Mahini had been satisfied and said, I'll be looking forward to it. The noble couple from the Magic Kingdom voluntarily helped our cause. I was prepared to pay whatever price they asked, even if it meant a great loss. She thought, if this is the price, then forget suffering a loss. Isn't this beneficial for me? This is something the entire continent desires, so much so that even Duke Heisman clung to them for it. She spoke up. Is establishing trade relations with the Magic Kingdom really that easy? Hearing her, the Queen asked curiously, what do you mean, easy? Usually, even if an opportunity arises, achieving a good outcome is very difficult. Moreover, the efforts made to seize that chance often go unrewarded. Yet, despite all that, you have consistently worked hard to run a decent business, haven't you? So don't just think of it as luck, but as a well-deserved result of your efforts. Even the Emperor is delighted because, thanks to you, a new era of prosperity will begin for the Empire. Hearing such praise made her so happy she felt like she could fly, her cheeks blushing with embarrassment. She tried to object. Not really. I mean, it's wonderful, but I mean... Seeing her embarrassment, he chimed in to help her. Yes, you're truly amazing. Seeing his unusual behavior, the Queen seemed to realize something. The way he looked was so different from usual. Suddenly, the Queen said, it would be wonderful if you became the Crown Princess. Hearing that, she froze. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. The shock was so great she couldn't react. She just stood there, stunned for a few seconds as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Huh? Embarrassed, she tried to explain. Well, that's... He gently intervened. Lady Meldonick probably already has a wonderful partner. The Queen replied, you're right. Anyway, I just wanted to say, it was a joy to spend this time together. Please be sure to visit again. You will always be welcome. Receiving such a warm invitation, she was quite surprised by the affection the Queen had for her. She replied, in any case, we will see each other soon, at the open class. And at the dinner party too. The Pope will be here soon. She sat silently, her gaze distant, her heart filled with worries about tomorrow. She thought, I know exactly what kind of tricks and schemes he uses. I will never lose to him. Even so, she said quietly. She broke into a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Without hesitation, she replied gently, her voice full of sincerity and charm. I will still return. I'll return just to see your Majesty. The sky gradually sank into darkness, with only a few faint rays of light lingering on the horizon amidst a thick fog. The mansion appeared faintly, as if partially hidden. The flickering yellow lights from the windows made it look even more mysterious, cold and unpredictable, as if it were hiding a secret no one knew. Suddenly, a voice rang out. How is it? Can you see clearly, Meldonick? After a moment of haze, she replied, yes. Let's see what the Pope is up to. At the dinner party, Dominic had infiltrated the palace and was sharing what he saw with me. He spoke up. I'm starting the broadcast now. First, the dungeon. This situation is truly cruel for two people who were once in love. The voice from the other end rang out. With this much stone, they'll probably grind their teeth down to the gums. Hearing this, she burst out laughing, thinking, serves them right. His voice came from the other end. There's no sign that the Pope is coming. I'm going to check his quarters now. She reminded him. Okay, be careful, just in case. Suddenly, the scene became blurry and indistinct. She asked, puzzled, what? The voice from the other end was breaking up, words coming and going. No contact straight, she called out. Dominic. She thought worriedly. Before, when I was chasing Basin, the connection would sometimes cut out because of the distance, but it never broke completely like this. Could Dominic be in danger? I have to get to the palace with Isaac right away, she said aloud. I have a bad feeling about this. A voice spoke from behind her. What makes you so worried, human? Hearing the sudden voice from behind, she whipped around, her heart clenching in her chest. It was. Her eyes widened with surprise and caution. A chill suddenly ran down her spine, causing her to freeze for a few seconds. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She clenched her fists, steeling herself before facing the person who had just spoken. In that moment, her face showed a mix of shock and anger. Without thinking, she spun around. Her eyes as sharp as daggers, she yelled, her voice filled with frustration. You scared the life out of me, demon. How on earth did you get out? He replied softly. The seal has been released. She asked. The seal was released? It was released. She bowed her head slightly, letting her thoughts drift quietly through her mind. After a moment, she looked up, her voice calm, no longer harsh but composed and firm. Just as I predicted. Dominic is fine, he said. Of course. What could happen to a monster like Dominic? Honestly, a mere seal is simply not enough to contain the greatness of my being. Finally, the time has come for me to rule the world. Now, witness my exquisite power. Her annoyance grew. It felt utterly absurd and unacceptable. Unable to stay silent any longer, she immediately spoke, her voice firm yet restrained. Wait, don't release your power. The light vanished, the magic dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. He froze, his eyes wide with surprise. It quickly turned to anger. His fists clenched, teeth grinding, he yelled, Wait! It's been blocked again. Blocked again, she said. Still, the signal to Dominic isn't stable right now. Hearing that, he replied, It's probably just a glitch because the seal was only released for a moment. Try again. Hearing that, she yelled, You idiot! But just as she was about to continue, her words caught in her throat. Her lips pressed into a tight line, her eyes wavering as if she had just realized something. She paused, silent for a few seconds, then quietly thought to herself, No, not him first. Dominic, can you hear me? His voice came through. I can hear you. She was incredibly surprised. He continued, I can't penetrate the area near the Annex Palace where the Pope is staying. Hearing that, she immediately warned him. Something's fishy. Get out of there, Dominic. He replied, All right, I'm heading back now. The seal was only temporarily released. She pondered, Something's wrong. Seeing her lost in thought, he spoke up. Speaking of which, I heard you made something interesting, like a jelly. Make one for this great being. She replied, All right, I'll give you your jelly. But in return, I need you to do something for me. After that day, we tried to infiltrate the palace where the Pope was staying many times. But every time we tried, the seal was released again. During that whole time, the Pope made no move. It's hard to believe, but the quiet days passed by, a stark contrast to our tension. And finally, the day of the Academy lecture arrived. In the classroom, the atmosphere was unusually lively, with murmurs of laughter echoing everywhere. Everyone's eyes shone with unconcealed anticipation. A few students fidgeted in their seats, constantly turning to whisper to their friends. A lively conversation broke out between two boys. The one with grey hair started, his voice eager. What do you think Lady Meldonick will teach us today? The black-haired boy didn't keep him waiting. He immediately replied with a curious expression, I'm so excited. Nearby, the headmaster approached the Pope and spoke hesitantly. For your Majesty to personally attend an open class like this, the Emperor replied softly. Calm down. Isn't this rather interesting? As she entered the classroom, she said, It's a pleasure to meet all of you today. She wore a splendid dress, its soft folds gracefully hugging her slender figure. As she stood before everyone's gaze, she held her head high, her sharp eyes scanning the room before she spoke clearly, her voice strong and resonant. My name is Meldonick, and I'll be your teacher for today. A young student from the back raised their hand. What are we going to do in class today? Upon hearing the question, her eyes instantly turned cold. The silence that enveloped the room lasted only for a moment. She took a step forward, her face resolute. Before anyone could react, she answered decisively, her voice clear and calm. Let's just say today's lesson will be an interactive one. She glanced down at the cheat sheet in front of her brow furrowing slightly. On it, strangely enough, were shrunken demons, sitting in the middle of a magic book. Though they were no bigger than a finger, their expressions remained clever, mischievous, and somewhat defiant. One of them, with tiny wings on its back, looked up at her. He pouted, I can't believe I can't show off my splendor. An invisibility spell had been cast on them. The crowd started murmuring. This is definitely going to be something amazing. They say Lady Meldonick is an outstanding mage. Another voice replied, You fool, they say she's an alchemist. Marina's lips curved into a proud smile. Beside her, Arson replied, This is amazing. Everyone must have heard about Mel's genius. Arson, beside her, chimed in. How cool. But deep in her eyes, there was an indescribable turmoil. She thought, I'm also glad everyone is so excited. After a few seconds, she stood up straight, her gaze steady, without a hint of hesitation. She announced clearly and forcefully, All right, let's begin now. Hearing her announcement, a demon began to cast a spell. The entire room suddenly began to sparkle strangely, as if countless small particles of light were floating in the air, dancing. In silence, these streaks of light reflected off every wall, and it was as brilliant as a dream. They were stunned as they witnessed the scene with their own eyes. She stood there, strong, proud, with a natural light surrounding her, like a reborn soul. No one could believe their eyes. In that moment, there was only stunned silence. A young boy was the first to break the silence, exclaiming in surprise. Immediately, the girl next to him replied. Her voice was still filled with astonishment. Wow, are those all stars? It's so dark, yet everything is so clear. Are you impressed now, humans? This is the power of demon lords like us. The air seemed to freeze, caught between past and present, between life and what seemed impossible to return to. Her eyes shone with a mix of fascination and emotion. She looked up at the sparkling lights above. And then, in that moment, while everyone was still, her voice rang out, clear and full of emotion. Life has moments like these, doesn't it? When work keeps piling up with no end in sight, or when you're not sure if everything is okay. I'm sure you've felt that way, especially with all the training that's been happening lately. But just by looking up at the sky, I feel my heart calm down. Maybe because but more than that, it's so beautiful that no words can describe it. The soft light from the stars reflected in her eyes, sparkling as if they held a universe of their own. Without a word, she just watched quietly, letting her mind drift with those distant specks of light. Because I've had those experiences, she continued, I wanted to show you this scene today, hoping that you could, for at least a moment, find some peace. How do you all feel? A parent spoke up. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I last got to gaze at the sky like this. It would be wonderful if I could have moments like this from time to time, just looking at the sky and relaxing. Suddenly, from a hidden corner of the crowd, his face still young, but his eyes shining with a strange light. No one expected it, and no one had time to. The boy suddenly spoke, his clear voice echoing through the room. Huh? A star just flew down to my spot. The initial silence was now replaced with a wave of excitement. Everyone started chatting, whispering, and even one person, unable to hide his curiosity, jumped up and seeing everyone's I've handpicked each star from the night sky as a gift for all of you. The sky is getting brighter. After everything was over, the room was still filled with an air of surprise and admiration. The boy spoke up. The clouds are so beautiful, he praised, his face radiant, his eyes full of awe. In contrast to him, the girl beside him was more subdued. Though she was smiling, her eyes held a hint of regret. She lowered her head, sighed softly, and whispered as if to herself, What a shame. When the stars were shining, the sky looked truly beautiful. Her eyes scanned the silent room, and she announced, her voice clear and firm, I also have glow-in-the-dark star stickers for you. So even if you can't see the sky, you can. Arson stared at it in amazement, his eyes wide with shock. His expression grew even brighter. And then, my star turned into a star-shaped cookie. Not wanting to break the quiet atmosphere, she simply bowed her head slightly. Her gentle voice was like a soft breeze. Now, why don't we try breaking the cookies in half? The suggestion was gentle, but carried away. The listeners pause and think. The previous silence was quickly replaced by excited commotion. Everyone was thrilled, unable to hold back. They responded in unison. Okay, me too. The sound echoed like a promise. A flame of determination ignited in their hearts. Hearts burning with passion. Hearing that, she seemed to pause, her slow steps halting in the quiet hallway. Her eyes wavered for a moment. Then she looked down, deep in thought. You'll probably get an earful when you get back to the palace. She took a deep breath. Looking up, she spoke calmly but firmly. Please go easy on him. He, on the other hand, was overjoyed and shouted, Hey, look at this. He turned to show off. Mine says I'm a brave boy. His friend next to him turned and said, Mine says I'm the greatest genius mage of all time. When the Pope opened his cookie, he read, You have a kind heart that will impel you to become a light unto the world. That's what it says. She happily read her own note. My note says, You have the sophistication of both a child and an adult. You are wonderful. He gloated to himself. Of course it's a perfect fit. After all, it's the product of a genius like me. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, and her eyes darted away. Though she maintained a calm expression, her glance and the way her hands lightly gripped her dress betrayed the embarrassment rising within her. She thought shyly, It's true that I put a lot of effort into preparing messages tailored to each person's personality. Information on each student and guest was used to create notes, reflecting their individual characteristics. You are a wonderful Your actions will be a beacon that illuminates the entire world. Reading those words, the little girl was completely taken aback. Watching from a distance, she thought to herself, Don't tell me she's crying. Tears streamed down her flushed cheeks, but she didn't wipe them away. Her messy hair clung to her tear-soaked face as she choked out between sobs. Thank you, sister. Hearing the girl's choked words of thanks, they looked at each other. No one said a word, but their eyes showed warmth and relief. The bustling atmosphere returned as everyone started talking. Mine says I'm definitely going to be great at sports. Mine says I have a talent. The two demons, exhausted after helping her, began to complain. Phew, looks like everything went well. Can we go back inside the sword now? The other one chimed in. I'm so tired. I can't wait to return to my beloved home inside the sword. Seeing the demons like this, she thought, My dear demons worked so hard today, but at this point, they're not really demons anymore. Are they? They're more like diligent workers. Her expression was complicated. Her eyes glinted with calculation, as if everything was going according to her plan. She silently wondered. They just want to finish the job I gave them and rest, right? But why do they want to go back into the sword? The very place they were once forced to be sealed in. Anyway, I'm glad today's class went smoothly. A sigh of relief escaped her. She looked at the crowd and thought, and just as expected, there's a suspicious person mixed in with the parents and guests, probably here to monitor the situation. I'm certain of it. Right now, there's only one person who would be watching me like that. The demon spoke up. You were thinking about him just now, weren't you? Yes, just as you suspected. That guy is using an invisibility spell borrowed from a low-level demon. I think he was sent by the Pope. I can feel a faint but unpleasant divine power emanating from him. She replied, It seems this Pope is also connected to our demon world. Standing on the podium, she thought, The contract I made with Dominic has been activated by a curse from an ancient demon. She clenched her fist, pondering, I think he might also be an ancient demon with the power to interfere with contracts. Or perhaps even stronger. From divine power to the power of blessings, alchemy, and even demons. Anxiety surrounded her as she speculated. I'm getting curious. Your Holiness, what is it that you ultimately desire? Meldonick read for a while and then realized the guest lecture has successfully concluded. As promised, the headmaster gave me the key to the library. She held the key happily. Mission complete. Holding a lamp to light her way, she walked and mumbled, Everything has been going smoothly so far. But she ran her fingers over each book on the shelf. This section is about non-human fragments. This isn't about dragons either. Then, looking at the stacks of books, she wanted to scream. Where the hell do I even start looking? While in a complete mess, she suddenly noticed something. It was a book that had fallen on the floor. She was quite surprised. Driven by curiosity, she picked up the book and began to leaf through its pages. After reading for a bit, she realized it was about dragons, the creatures closest to the divine. She was surprised when she read a line in the book. When a dragon egg hatches, it will recognize the first human it sees as its parent. When a newly hatched dragon and the first human it encounters meet, a close bond, a temporary imprint will be established. At that moment, the dragon desires to form a final imprint with the first human it met. The dragon longs to share its abilities through that human. She continued to read intently. For the final imprint to be formed, the human must give the dragon what it desires. Meldinik wondered about something. The dragon asking for what I want. Perhaps that's just a roundabout way of saying it wants to form the final imprint with me. She recalled Danny's words. Think carefully about what I truly desire. She also knew something else. Some dragons might desire knowledge, others jewelry and gems. However, there was one thing all dragons desired. It was the endless affection of their contractor, along with a gift filled with that affection. She thought for a moment. According to this book, a temporary imprint will be established. So, to complete the imprint, Meldinik placed a hand on her chin and realized, I need to give it a gift that contains both my care and affection. After returning from the academy library with a clue about the imprint, I asked for others' opinions on what the dragon might want, which sparked a debate between the two. A total nightmare. Trust the advice of my great demon self. The first demon insisted while the other argued back. No, me. The demon who has been a teenager for over 1,000 years. The one who understands a child's heart. What utter nonsense. Human, trust us, the 4 great demon kings. But in the end, she made her decision. I was able to decide on a gift for the dragon after a heated argument between the demons and Dominic. But I'm here. Meldinik thought that meeting the Pope at the banquet before talking to the dragon wasn't a bad idea. But no. Considering safety and other factors, I should probably form the imprint first. Isaac noticed her strained smile and asked, Are you nervous, Mel? She was startled and quickly replied, I'm not, don't worry. She put on a cheerful and excited facade. All right, let's go in. Isaac sighed. It's a shame we're not attending as a couple today. Meldinik replied, Me too. I think it's a real shame. Seeing his suddenly strange look, she felt like she had just blurted that out because she was surprised. But, looking at Isaac's eyes, which no longer dared to meet hers as he shyly covered his mouth and turned away, she found his reaction truly unexpected. He asked, puzzled, What do you mean? But she didn't know what to say either, so she asked back, What do you think? Just that was enough to give the guard outside goosebumps. Isaac, embarrassed, said, That's enough. Let's go in. Inside, a man with white hair was already waiting. The man turned his face towards them. I've been waiting. Marquis Kanoa, Meldinik bowed. I offer my greetings to your holiness. Her eyelashes were slightly lowered. She looked at the man before her and realized. He is the Pope. The Pope began to speak. Before the banquet begins, unfortunately, due to His Majesty's poor health, the royal family cannot attend. Meldinik was startled. Meldinik replied cautiously, I am very concerned about His Majesty's health, but inside, a worry grew. Did the Pope have a hand in this? The Pope smiled at them and requested, Let us pray together for His Majesty's recovery. First, we shall enter a period of faith. To clarify, a period of faith is one of the rituals when meeting the Pope for the first time. It signifies a period of quiet prayer while reading the catechism, she thought to herself. However, it's not mandatory, so it's no wonder I feel uneasy. Meldinik admitted, I have never entered a period of faith because I am not a devout person. The Pope was pleased with this. Then this will be a wonderful opportunity. Please have a seat first. She gently sat down on the chair Isaac pulled out for her, thinking, as expected, he won't let this go. She thanked him. I am honored to be gathered here with and in the presence of the hero. The legendary hero, Lady Meldinik, and even the master of the magic tower. He took out a stack of catechisms. Now, each of you, please take one. Meldinik gritted her teeth and accepted it, her words of thanks trailing off. Thank you. When she opened the book, she was overwhelmed. What is this? Looking at the words on the page made her almost dizzy. I can't even read a single word. Her hand kept turning the pages. She read, her mind filled with question marks. What kind of script is this? I can read from that page. Let's see. Suddenly, she could read the strange words. A person named Mel. She read on, feeling a bit confused. So Meldenik quickly turned to whisper to him, Isaac, this book. But his reply was even stranger. It's just a normal catechism. Hearing this, she was dumbfounded. She knew very well that there wasn't a single line of doctrine in it. She realized with a jolt. Don't tell me this is only happening to me. Meldenik quietly called him again. But suddenly the Pope spoke, seeing her startled expression. So, you've read it? He looked down at her. I never imagined how much he'd be able to read. His hand rested on the table as he called her name. Lady Meldenik. Then, he suddenly knelt down, placing his hands respectfully before Meldenik. All this time, I have been searching for beings like you. Meldenik froze. She wondered, what the hell is this lunatic talking about? Then she spoke up, what exactly are you trying to say? The sound of a book snapping shut echoed. Isaac suddenly said, Your Holiness said this was a period of faith, yet you pay no attention to me. I too am a child of God. He sneered. Shouldn't you bless me with a prayer as well? The Pope smiled lightly and replied, My prayers are reserved only for those specially loved by God, like Lady Meldenik here. Meldenik was speechless, thinking, what kind of God discriminates like that? And what does specially loved by God even mean? She thought, I expected the Pope to show hostility. But I never imagined he'd respond like this. All my precautions have gone to waste. She sighed internally. Because of that, I couldn't get any clues about the Pope. The Pope suddenly said, Well then, I shall take my leave. He asked, Lady Meldenik, may I see you again soon? Just the two of us. Meldenik cursed silently. What the hell? She then replied to him, No, I think I'll be busy for a while. The Pope smiled and answered, What a pity. Well, I shall look forward to our next meeting. A little later, Meldenik stood with Dominic, bowing her head and sighing. Really? She grumbled angrily. What a creep. Then she said, Dominic, you brought the salt, right? Sprinkle it on me. He nodded. All right. Then Meldenik added, You should get some too, Isaac. Suddenly someone called, Lady Meldenik. She replied, Oh, hello. She asked, Is the Queen feeling better? The servant replied, Yes, she is a little better. She said she wants to see you again soon. Meldenik said, That's a relief. In that case, please tell her to send word when she knows a suitable day. Suddenly he hesitated and he announced, The residence His Majesty granted you in the capital is complete. Meldenik was silently overjoyed. A moment later, Dominic was stunned. What is this? He and Meldenik stood before the gates of the residence. Dominic exclaimed, This is amazing. It's just like the mountain of gold I used to have. Meldenik's eyes were also wide. She advised, Calm down, Dominic. You haven't even seen the house properly yet. He replied, It's what's inside that counts. Then the two of them explored the residence together. After a tour, Dominic and Meldenik suddenly dropped to their knees. She mumbled, Dominic. He replied, Mel, you. They hugged each other and shouted, We did it. Isaac stood beside them, smiling at the two. Dominic, with tears in his eyes, said, I can't believe we've come this far from that dilapidated, filthy house. With nothing but our bare hands. Meldenik, moved, said, You can choose any room you want, Dominic. He was amazed. Really? Then I'll choose the one with the best natural light. She replied, Of course. Pick the best one. Isaac laughed heartily behind them. Dominic said cheerfully, Let's go find the best room. She nodded in agreement. The demon shrieked silently. What? What's happening? The flower demon also screamed. Is there an earthquake? Suddenly someone asked, Are you Duchess Meldenik Kanoa? The man standing before her bowed. I am Jabam, the head butler who will be assisting the Duchess Kanoa from now on. Meldenik silently assessed him. His butler uniform is perfectly ironed. His posture is impeccable. Just from a glance, I can tell he's going to be an excellent worker. She asked cautiously, I don't recall hiring a head butler. He explained, The Queen specially arranged this to celebrate the re-establishment of the Kanoa Marquisate. Meldenik pondered. Come to think of it, the Queen did say she would arrange for servants and a head butler for the residence. I completely forgot. Because I was so worried about meeting the Pope. She smiled lightly and asked, well then, could you give us a tour? A moment later, Jebam introduced, this is the dining room. The next room, he said, this is the room with the best natural light. Dominic was delighted to hear that. After that, everyone continued to the next room. Meldonic thought, this is great. A long while later, Jebam opened a door and said, finally, the office. Then he bowed. If you'll excuse me, it is now time for the children to arrive for their vocational training. Meldonic smiled and replied, yes, thank you. She remembered the children from the tea party with the Queen and thought, today is also the first day of the children's field trip. I wonder if the kids from the other day will be here. Isaac suddenly said, Mel, I'm going to check if there are any issues with the estate. She agreed. Ah, yes. Meldonic marveled silently. It really feels like I've accomplished something. She pondered, and the Pope's attitude was truly unexpected. Meldonic wondered, what is he thinking? And what on earth was that catechism book? As she sat at her desk, she mused, it definitely wasn't a normal catechism. When Isaac gets back, I need to hatch the egg, and then we can discuss the book. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She was surprised. Did they just knock with their voices instead of their hands? Meldonic said cheerfully, yes, come in. The brown-haired girl introduced them. Hello. Congratulations on your wonderful new residence, Duchess Kanoa. We are Ellie, Mary, and Shelley, the participants of this field trip. Meldonic asked happily, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ellie, Mary, and Shelley. What can I do for you? Mary replied, the head butler told us to wait because preparations aren't finished yet. So we came to greet you and see if you needed anything. My lady, Meldonic screamed internally, so cute. Well, she said, you want to help? Ah, that's right. She said, there's a very important job you can do for me. Mary was surprised. What is it? Meldonic smiled and replied, play with me, since I'm bored. Then everyone went to the playroom that Mel had specially requested, so the children could play during their tour. Mary exclaimed, look, it's the new talking doll. Shelley interjected, wait. We have to play with the Duchess first. Mary cried out, oh. Right. The little girl said loudly, please wait a moment. We'll think of a game to play with you right away, my lady. Meldonic thought to herself, how adorable. The girls said in unison, we've decided. Then the three of them took out purple robes with star patterns. One girl spread a deck of cards on the table. The three of them said, we're very good at giving love advice. We'll read your love fortune with these cards. Meldonic was silently surprised. Isaac stared intently at the exquisitely designed necklace with a bright white crystal, exclaiming in surprise. Davaloa sat next to Isaac, observing him. Her face gradually turned red, and her voice became softer. She replied shyly, yes, this necklace is the same style as the one I'm wearing. Davaloa scratched her chin awkwardly. The boy said to wear it every day, because it's a couple's necklace, or something like that. Danny asked her cheerfully, Mum, everything's okay now, right? Davaloa, who was reading a document, was startled by the question. She answered flusteredly, how did you know? He spoke as if he understood her well. It's obvious, Mom. I knew you two would make up quickly. With that, he presented the necklace, neatly placed in a luxurious box to her. Ta-da! This is a congratulatory gift. Davaloa looked at the necklace, and then at Danny, asking curiously, how did you get something like this? I'm sure. You couldn't have bought this with the allowance I give you. Danny was a bit flustered, but he still smiled brightly. Mum, you're the only one who would ask a dragon questions like that. With that, he pulled her to a chair. First, sit down, Mom. I'll put it on for you. Danny was very gentle and delicate, and the necklace was quickly fastened around her neck. Davaloa gently touched the necklace in her hand and smiled softly and tenderly. Thank you. He seemed mesmerized by her beauty and couldn't help but praise. Wow, it looks beautiful. Before she could say anything more, Danny handed her the other box, cheerfully saying, this is for Dad. This took her by surprise. For Isaac? He said proudly. Yes, this is a congratulatory gift. Of course. Of course. I couldn't just prepare one for you, could I? Danny emphasized seriously. This is a couple's necklace. So, make sure you give it to Dad. Hearing this, Vavaloa seemed to freeze, the smile on her lips no longer natural. Oh. While she was still in shock, Danny continued, "You two have to wear it every day." Vavaloa had never considered this situation. She was a bit surprised and asked him, "Why? Did you put something on it?" But the boy just remained silent. After a moment of thought, Danny spoke softly. "It's not really a spell. I just imbued it with a piece of forgotten ancient magic." Vavaloa looked up at him with wide eyes. "It's an ancient magic so weak that even the gods have forgotten it." She replied, "Really? Magic so weak that even the gods forgot it? Is that why you used it?" Danny answered softly, "Yes." He explained, "Because there might come a time when we need this magic. The magic that was forgotten by the gods." She didn't understand his hidden meaning, and could only look at the boy before her with eyes full of confusion. Before Vavaloa could recover, he held out his hand in front of her, and made a pinky promise gesture. "Anyway," he smiled brightly and coaxed, "you have to wear it always, Mom, even when you sleep. Okay? Promise me." Vavaloa happily agreed. "Okay, I promise." Back in the present, she was lost in thought. But looking back, she was still curious. Come to think of it, even he said so. What on earth is that magic? Like her, Isaac was also lost in his own thoughts. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Suddenly he spoke softly. "It seems I have to thank Danny." With that, he knelt before Vavaloa, which surprised her a little. Isaac pleaded, "Mel, can you put it on for me?" She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She asked in a panic, "Right now?" He smiled brightly and gently replied, You said Danny told us to wear them every day. It would be great if you put it on for me, Mel." Vavaloa was so tense she could barely breathe. But finally, she gathered her courage and agreed. "All right." Her soft hands slowly and carefully placed the necklace around his neck as she wondered to herself why she was getting so worked up over this. Before she could even process it, Isaac excitedly turned back to her and asked, "What do you think? Do I look okay?" As if completely captivated by him, Meldenik absent-mindedly replied, "Yes, it's very beautiful." Her whole face turned bright red. "I guess this is why people like couples' items, huh?" Isaac spoke gently. "This reminds me. There are a few things that Carrot and Henry wanted me to bring you." She grew curious. "Carrot and Henry?" He nodded. With that, he handed her a box, leaving Meldenik very surprised. Isn't this a music box?" An image of two wide-eyed, excited children appeared in the music box. The two of them spoke in unison. "Oh, it's a video music box." They kept pinching each other. Carrot complained, "Move over, Henry. I'm not in the frame anymore." Henry replied irritably, "That's because your head is too big. How dare you blame me?" Carrot wouldn't back down either. "What did you just say?" Meldenik could only laugh helplessly after watching. "They're so close, aren't they?" As usual, Isaac didn't find it strange at all, as if he was used to their antics. "Yeah, they're always like that." A voice rang out, making her pause. "Let's have a year-end party. Mel, since you've been so busy, let's go eat something delicious and get some rest." Meldenik sat there, silently listening to those loving words. If you work non-stop, you'll get tired and dull. And you'll even forget what joy is. In the recording was a suggestion. How about knitting a witch's hat? Carrot proudly boasted, "It's also fun to exchange gifts." "I'll make something you really need, Mel." Hearing this, Henry cheered with joy. "A gift? What are you going to make?" Carrot immediately teased, "That's a secret, you idiot." The answer shocked Henry to his core. "We're supposed to share with each other. Each other, you know." "Carrot, you moron." Hearing this, Carrot yelled back, "How dare you, you stupid pig." Monique seemed to be touched by their words. She felt a deep sense of gratitude. Every single word such wonderful words. They show such warmth and care. She felt very moved. "I just did what my heart told me to. To think about how happy the children would be. How can they always think of me and care for me like this? How can they be so warm and sincere?" With that thought, she looked straight at him and said with a determined voice, "I have to make sure my schedule is free that day." Isaac just smiled gently and replied kindly, "Since we'll be exchanging gifts that day, you'll need to prepare a few things too." She happily discussed it with him. "Let's think together about what would be best." Isaac chuckled softly. Of course. Her emerald eyes shone with pride and excitement. a faint smile gracing her lips. Let's give the kids the most wonderful day ever. The sky had already turned dark. The stars twinkled in the night. He lovingly replied to Meldinet. Well then, see you later. She walked him all the way to the door, cheerfully saying goodbye. Get home safe, Isaac. With that, she turned and walked back into the house, a smile still on her lips. Today was a really fun day, so much so that I didn't even realize how quickly time passed. The image of him appeared gently in her mind, and Meldinet felt very content. I got to see Isaac for the first time in a long while. And the food was delicious too. She remembered the music box that Carrot and Henry had painstakingly prepared, which made her feel incredibly happy. And through all of it made her feel very fulfilled. She walked towards her room, gently opening the door. Today was a really, really fun day. In the unusually quiet room, the only light came from the night lamp. Suddenly, something fast grabbed hold of her. It was only then that Meldinet realized with a start, to the point that I had completely forgotten, about Bob's existence. He whispered in her ear, "You're back late." Meldinet's whole body stiffened. Her eyes widened in panic. Their eyes met, but their expressions were polar opposites. He let out a curious hum. The sky had turned dark, and a quiet night enveloped the space. On the road, only the clatter of a horse-drawn carriage could be heard. Isaac sat leaning against the sofa, pensively gazing at the dark night through the carriage window. He thought to himself, with this necklace, if one of the wearers is in trouble, the magic will cause the other one to change color. Danny is a special boy. This made Isaac very worried. I wonder if he thought something might happen to Mel. Suddenly something startled him. The necklace was actually glowing. Isaac worriedly whispered her name. Mel. The moment the word left his lips, he used magic to teleport to her house. A person saw him and immediately complained. I was just wondering who broke the barrier and barged right in here. Seeing the person in front of him was a bit of a surprise. Dominic. He sighed in exasperation. Do you have any idea what time it is? If you two keep acting like this, I'm going to have to reconsider your relationship. But he didn't care about what Dominic was saying. He was only focused on finding her. Where's Mel? The question slightly annoyed Dominic. What the hell, that useless guy with that stupid smile? Despite hating the disagreeable man before him, Dominic still answered. In her room, of course. The answer made Isaac even more anxious. Without hesitation, Isaac turned to head towards her room. Seeing this, Dominic tried to stop him. Actually, today, she doesn't have any more work, and since she's not going out again. He ignored the warning, walking and replying at the same time. I think something happened to Mel. Now Dominic was alarmed. What? He was instantly stunned. What the hell are you talking about? Give me more details. Seeing that Isaac wasn't listening, he felt like he was going crazy. If you just rush in recklessly like this, then... Before he could finish his sentence, Isaac had already thrown the door wide open. When they both entered, the room was complete. They both called out her name in unison. Mel. In another dimension, a brightly lit space stood in stark contrast to the scene the other two were witnessing. Meldinet was asleep on the bed. She gradually woke up from a strange dream. Ooh. Her delicate eyelids fluttered open. Meldinet sat up, looking around in a bit of a daze. She sat tiredly on the bed, rubbing her head and thinking, I'm particularly exhausted today. I feel a little tired. She raised a hand to massage her aching shoulders, wondering to herself, could it be because of winter? But Meldinet found her own thought amusing. How silly. I must be a bit groggy from waking up so early. Winter's been over for a while now. She got dressed properly and stepped out of her room. But her surroundings seemed very strange, leaving her confused. This is odd. Meldinet looked at the scenery around her with suspicion. Today is especially. A sense of confusion washed over her. It's still the same quiet hallway as always. She walked down the corridor, looking around as she went. Is there something here now? Suddenly, a voice cut through her grogginess. Lady Meldinet. The butler bowed respectfully and spoke. I came to fetch you, as you have not yet arrived, though the time has come. Let's go. Meldinet had no idea what was happening. Do I have an appointment somewhere? Meldinet started walking, following the butler, because the place she had to go. Had she remembered something? Oh. Meldinet suddenly recalled, that's right, a place she had to go to do something. With that thought, She quickened her pace to follow the butler. I have a few things I need to do. The door was pushed open. Inside the room, someone was already waiting for her. Meldenik didn't quite dare to look directly at the person in front of her. That person patted the chair and said, "Sit here." She was dejected, her whole being listless, as she obediently walked towards the designated spot. But halfway there, she suddenly jolted back to her senses. Wait, what's happening? Why am I? Her whole body went numb, and her head throbbed as if it were being split open. Meldenik couldn't bear it and clutched her head. Her feet unconsciously took a step back. It's not my imagination. When I hear that voice, I find it hard to think and act on my own. She felt like a wooden puppet being controlled by a large hand. She didn't want to do any of those things at all. It's as if someone is controlling me with puppet strings. What she saw before her left her stunned. Before her was a book that was both familiar and strange. Meldenik was doubtful. The Book of Doctrine? Beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Meldenik felt a chill run down her spine. This Book of Doctrine should be with the Pope. Why is it here? The butler beside her spoke softly. The moment to fulfill the true nature of your mission has finally arrived for you. She asked in confusion. The true nature of my mission? He gave a strange smile and said, Have you forgotten? She looked at him with bewildered eyes. It is your mission to write and change the future. The butler's words struck her like a bolt of lightning. It left Meldenik frozen in place. A mission to write and change the future. Her every move was being captured by a crystal orb. A voice whispered, That's right. The Pope chuckled softly. From the very beginning, you've had such an obligation. He sat on his throne, chin resting nonchalantly on his hand, observing her every move through the crystal. As he sat there, he thought, a new future, different from what has happened before. But something shattered his happiness. It seems some unexpected guests have arrived. The sound of Isaac and Dominic forcefully opening the door shattered the silence in the room. He wasn't surprised or afraid at all. On the contrary, he was very calm and composed. Hello. Despite the two of them being furious upon seeing him, the Pope spoke calmly. Lord Isaac, Lord Dominic. Dominic was about to explode with rage at the sight of him. He growled. You. He continued nonchalantly. I'm sure the temple was completely surrounded by guardian knights. It seems they completely misunderstood. That they are no match for the hero's holy sword and the master of the magic tower. Dominic didn't seem to care about his blustering. He was only concerned for her safety. Without wasting words, he got straight to the point. Where is Mel? Isaac hadn't spoken until now, just silently observing everything. The Pope replied, Who knows? I really don't understand why you two are looking for Marquis Kanoa here. He looked at the Pope and explained in a low voice to Dominic. It's the divine pendant. It seems he's used the power contained within it. Hearing this, the Pope laughed. Oh ho! He didn't hesitate to hold up the pendant to show it off. I am quite knowledgeable about this holy relic. Dominic didn't understand what was happening. He turned to Isaac and asked, What is that? Isaac began to explain. Just as its name suggests, it is a pendant that can borrow the power of the Holy Spirit. Its owner is said to be able to create a small world inside that pendant, and because it's only a small world, only one person can be brought inside. As he spoke, his gaze fixed on the Pope standing before them. He frowned and said, In the world of that pendant, because it borrows the power of the divine, the fact that both you and Danny were unable to do anything was inevitable, Dominic. Hearing this, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, For what purpose did you dare to imprison Mel in a place like that? The Pope lowered his head, staring intently at the pendant in his hand, and said softly, It seems there's no use trying to hide it anymore, now that you two already know everything. It's simple. I've brainwashed and manipulated her to act on my command, starting from the day before. When I realized I had to break her mental state, Dominic could no longer keep his composure, growling loudly, What? Break her mental state? The Pope replied, If that worries you, would you like to take a look? Seeing Meldenik imprisoned in the pendant, he couldn't believe his eyes and cried out her name. Mel. With that, Dominic lunged forward to fight the Pope. You bastard! But Isaac managed to stop him. No, Dominic. The Pope is currently no different from a god in that world. He explained further. If he dies while Mel is trapped in there, we have no idea what might happen. Dominic turned back, filled with rage. Then what exactly are we supposed to do? Are you saying we have to do as he pleases? Just as he finished speaking, a flash of light shot past, making Dominic's eyes widen in shock. Isaac began to cast a spell. First of all, we'll have to open a way for Mel to get out. Even if it means torturing him or using any other method we can after we subdue him. The Pope showed no fear in the face of Isaac's power. He still smiled arrogantly. You intend to make me submit? The corner of the Pope's mouth lifted slightly, as he continued nonchalantly. It seems you think I'm an easy target to take down. Isaac's eyes sharpened, glaring at him with a gaze as cold as ice. The two of them rushed in to attack each other. Their powers were over here, inside the room. Meldenik still sat listless. She didn't write or resist, just sat there quietly. The old butler beside her prompted. What are you hesitating for? He patted her shoulder and said, This is an opportunity for you to create a world free from your misfortunes. Images of the past flooded back. She had endured an unhappy and lonely childhood. Meldenik's feet tapped lightly on the floor. She responded to the butler with a start. I. The people around her would always look at her and whisper, Is that her? The one who lives in that orphanage. Someone whispered, I heard they don't feed the children properly in there, so they have to eat things like dirt. Another added, The little girl couldn't stand the slander anymore. Meldenik retorted sharply, That's not true. I don't eat dirt, and I bathe properly every day. But they didn't care and immediately left, leaving her screaming her explanations in vain. I even took a very clean bath yesterday. She remembered how heartbroken the little girl was, that she could only sit helplessly on the swing, staring blankly at their retreating figures. Then she began to reason with herself. That's right, there were so many kids who just hated me for no reason and pointed fingers at me. They always avoided her. When she tried to make a friend, they would immediately shy away. Don't come near me. My mom told me not to. Play with you. Even when she grew up, that girl was still alone, lost in the world around her. She still sat on that same swing, and thought listlessly. Even in high school, they all whispered about me and didn't want to get close. They saw you talking to me. Come on, you don't even know this. Didn't you learn it in class like everyone else? What? She thought back. I had to stay behind every day to catch up on lessons because I couldn't keep up with my friends. I even could see that the teachers found it bothersome too. But just when she was most hopeful, a bucket of cold water was immediately thrown on the fledgling flame inside the teenage girl. However, just when I thought I'd made a real friend in high school, a white chrysanthemum was placed neatly on her desk. That flower was like a block of ice that froze her entire body, and the words spoken around her were like claps of thunder. They said she got hit by a car, right? And it was the day after the CSAT exams. She felt a bitter sorrow for herself. Seriously. As Meldenik walked listlessly down the hallway, a woman approached her and asked, Are you? Once she confirmed it was her, the woman handed Meldenik a bag. Take this. She asked curiously, This is? The woman added sadly, She talked a lot about you, saying she had a friend who worked so hard at everything. And she wanted everything to turn out well. She said she was so happy you did well on the recent CSAT exam. As she spoke, the woman's voice grew heavy with a hint of a sob. So she went out, saying she wanted to get you a congratulatory gift. But on her way back, she was. Before she could finish, the woman broke down into sobs, tears streaming down her face in grief for her young daughter. I'm sorry. Now. In that moment, Meldenik couldn't hear anything anymore. She was enveloped by a bottomless blackness of despair and pain. She felt as though her entire world had truly and completely collapsed. All the pressure and hardships just kept coming for her. First the shop owner. It'll be difficult to switch to a full-time position. Then the landlord. Oh, sorry. The chairman's son will be joining the company this term, so I'll have to raise the rent starting next month. If it's difficult to pay, then so what? You'll have to move out. That darkness was truly swallowing her whole. Her life was like a lottery ticket with no matching numbers. Others were born into good families where life treated them well. Why must I face endless hardship and suffering? Exhausted and helpless. Why are the results always bad no matter how hard I try? Why am I the only one who has to suffer this much? The butler beside her reminded her. Your life will continue like this. Even if you're not terribly unhappy, misfortunes big and small will continue to come your way. Meldenik remained motionless in her chair. She listened silently to all those painful, piercing words. And just like that, you will live your life as someone's backdrop until the day you die. He looked at her with strangely sharp, cold eyes. Because you can't be happy like others. Or perhaps you don't deserve it. Of course, no one cares about your rights. He kept trying to entice her. However, in this room, things will be different. There is no pain or happiness here. Meldenik still didn't answer. Just sitting there in silence. You just need to nod and you can stay here forever. Just create the future, as I said. Her eyes were filled with an unconcealable sadness. That voice didn't stop. That way, at least you will never feel sorrow again. Meldenik seemed to be numb. She could only sit listlessly, listening to him speak, not knowing what to say, and not wanting to speak anymore. In reality, the battle between Isaac and the Pope was still raging fiercely. Neither would back down, and flashes of light continuously illuminated the room. In a moment of carelessness, Isaac was hit by the Pope's spell. The blow left him stunned, and he stumbled back several steps, losing his balance. Just as he was reeling from the spell, the Pope took the opportunity to strike, catching Isaac by surprise. He was hit with a critical blow. Fortunately, Dominic behind him immediately created a protective barrier for him. By now, they knew the man before them was not to be underestimated. He was not easily subdued, so they cautiously fell back. The Pope slowly began to speak in a very condescending tone. To be honest, I was surprised. Who would have thought you could endure for so long? He arrogantly stepped in front of him. But that's starting to bore me. The Pope's lips curled into a slight smile as he boasted, "Oh, I wonder what you'll think of this. The book he gave Meldenik has the ability to change the future. I will describe your death within its pages." At this, his eyes stared at him with venomous, "Your death will be the first thing to be changed." So, what kind of horrifying death should it be? Dominic felt truly disgusted by the man in front of him, but for now, he could only watch him with wide eyes. His brainwashing is probably almost complete. You just need to accept the end that Lady Meldenik has written for you. Right? And wait for the prophecy to be realized. In the other dimension, her mind was almost completely frozen. She was still waiting there, pensive. Suddenly, Meldenik spoke up. Seriously, though. She lifted her head to look straight at the butler and said, "You really just picked and chose only the bad memories to show me, didn't you?" Hearing this, his face darkened, but his eyes remained calm. How can you be so clear-headed when the manipulation is almost complete? She looked at him with a coldness and clarity that was completely different from before. Meldenik looked at the glowing necklace on her neck and felt a sense of gratitude. The necklace that Danny gave me, with this necklace, I was able to stay lucid and recover my memories. She recalled how he had just been injecting her mind with only memories of extreme hardship. It ended with her falling into self-doubt. Really? Was my life really just full of unhappiness? Meldenik immediately affirmed, "No, it was never like that." She remembered the other kids said they don't want to play with me because I live in an orphanage. She had cried, "I don't have lice." Her foster mother was a little startled to see the little girl. "Why are you holding your jacket?" She cried even harder. "Because I spilled water on it." Her mother immediately came over and cupped her cheeks, turning her face to look straight at her and comforting her. "My love, you don't need to be sad. Living in an orphanage is not a big deal." She gently wiped away the tears still clinging to her lashes, both kind and tender. "It's just that those kids don't know any better. Honey, don't you like living with me? All right now, blow your nose." Her silence surprised her mother. "Huh? You don't like it?" Meldenik quickly explained. "No, it's not like that." Hearing her daughter's confession, the foster mother lowered her head sadly. "It's just that those kids keep bringing up the orphanage and all that." Her mother didn't let her finish, quickly interjecting, "Come on, let's go get some snacks," which surprised the little girl. "Huh?" She took Meldenik to a snack shop down the street, comforting her as they walked. Eating delicious food is the best way to lift your spirits. When you're sad like this, see that convenience store up ahead. I'll buy you anything you want, just say the word. The little girl was so happy and excited. "Anything." Her mother looked at her happy face. She poked her chubby cheek and then nodded with a smile. "Of course. In return, you have to promise me you'll remember this." She held Meldenik's hand tightly, instructing her, "No matter what anyone says, I will always be on your side." Even when something hurts you like today, I will always be here with you. The little girl was so happy then, holding her hand tightly. Her mother smiled and said cheerfully. The present-day Meldenik recalled those memories. She also realized that there were hard times, difficult moments, but that wasn't everything. Her high school memories came flooding back. She was studying in the library with her only close friend. Didn't the teacher just give us homework? You're doing it already. Meldenik replied casually. Yeah, I feel more relaxed if I do it right away. Her friend was surprised by her diligence and couldn't help but praise her. You're so hardworking. But the conversation ended there, as they each focused on their own work. Suddenly her friend spoke up. Hey, who are you having lunch with? Want to have lunch with me today? Hearing this, Meldenik was stunned. With me? Just as the two were chatting happily, another friend came up, tapped her shoulder and warned, Hey, you going to hang out with her? Meldenik said nothing, just listening in silence. Don't you know she lives in an orphanage? Her close friend replied nonchalantly. Really? I didn't know that. But her next reply surprised Meldenik. So what? The present day her felt as if she were reliving that moment, seeing her friend smile one more time, hearing her say she wanted to play with her. I just want to be friends with her. Meldenik was truly grateful. The people who had appeared in her life, the ones who brought her light. There were still people who saw me for who I was, and understood me. There were many people by her side, caring for her. It's okay even if you're a little slower than the other kids. Because I know how hard you've worked. It's not your fault. Everyone grows up making mistakes in life. That's normal. It's not your fault. Images of her friends and foster mother appeared before her eyes. They were the light of her life, the flames that warmed Meldenik's lonely existence. They were the ones who helped make her life no longer just a series of misfortunes. The reason I made it this far is because I spent time with people who waited for me. They became my reason to live. That's why I wanted to open the shop. She had completely regained her senses and realized everything. Because I want to remember the warmth I received and share it with other children. So that someday, for just a little while, someday that warmth can become a great source of comfort and happiness for them. Instantly, she grabbed the butler and screamed, You told me to live without feeling anything. Neither happiness nor unhappiness, right? She confronted him. But that means living a meaningless life, without any experiences. What's the point of living then? Suddenly, flashes of light appeared. But Meldenik still argued forcefully. Whether the future holds happiness or sorrow, I will live to experience it. And it will all become experience. She looked at him with determined and brave eyes. Because that is what it means to live. And that is the life I choose to experience. The flashes of light grew stronger and more brilliant. The power of Meldenik's desire to live her own life was destroying the cruel butler. Your brainwashing no longer has any effect, she declared forcefully. I will live my life on my own terms. And as the words left her lips, that was the moment the evil villain was completely destroyed. Brilliant and powerful flashes of light exploded before her eyes, as bright as her desire for this life. The butler had turned to dust, leaving only flickering embers of light behind. Meldenik had no idea what had just happened. She stared at her hands in confusion. Huh? Then she looked at the book of doctrine on the table. So this, she picked it up. Did he change it to something familiar to keep me brainwashed? He cares about such unnecessary things. I have to get rid of this, no matter what. But what Meldenik was pondering now was, even so, I wonder if there's a way out written inside. Meldenik was in a world created by the power the Pope borrowed from a holy relic. She was startled when she looked at the reality before her. What? Another world? The book said, Isaac and Dominic, who discovered this, confronted the Pope to save Meldenik. Though it wasn't easy to defeat the Pope, she felt a little worried for them. I see. Isaac and Dominic are currently fighting the Pope. But something that just appeared startled her. She slammed her hands on the table and shouted. Even though the Pope tried to manipulate Meldenik, she broke his brainwashing. Therefore, to control Meldenik's actions. As she was reading the unbelievable words in the book, the Pope's shadow approached from behind her. He created another copy of himself and sent it to her. A loud slam came down on her. He slammed her onto the table, saying angrily, You're so annoying. It would be easier for all of us if you just did as you were told. The Pope held her neck tightly as he commanded. Now, write. Write that you will pledge eternal loyalty to me. That you will create the future I desire. But she did not submit to his threats, forcefully replying word by word. "Don't make me laugh." He just gave a cold smile. "As expected, you're just as disobedient as ever." The Pope continuously threatened her. "Well, then I'll just have to force you to obey." A flickering energy flowed through her body. And this feeling, as the mana rooted deep in my heart, is pulled out from its source. It was only then that she realized. I see this copy, its power is exactly the same as back then. Meldenik remembered the past. She was very calm now, speaking to the Pope without a hint of fear. "Hey, do you know why I was able to defeat Priest Lutheo?" He didn't understand her meaning and asked back, "Is that important?" "Obviously, the master of the magic tower, or the holy sword, came and helped you." Her words struck him like lightning, making the Pope's eyes widen in shock. "I've defeated you time and time again. But you never once considered finding out why you kept failing, did you? You just kept looking down on me. Because you were so engrossed in your own sense of superiority. That's why you kept losing." The moment she finished speaking, the Pope could feel a powerful energy radiating from Meldenik. This energy made him a little panicked. What is this power? The thought had barely formed when a powerful beam of light was released, striking and injuring him. Seizing the opportunity, she turned to fight him. Meldenik, brave and resilient, used her power to push the Pope back. He screamed repeatedly, "Let go! Let me go!" She fought with all her might. And in that moment, she could feel it. Compared to back then, more types of power are bound up here. Meldenik's eyes sharpened, her brows furrowed from the immense effort. She managed to growl angrily. "Do you have any idea how many people have died because of your foolish greed?" The superpowered energy was channeled into her final blow. She grabbed him tightly and shouted, "Disappear!" Streaks of light shot out from her attack. A single blow that seemed to shake the very ground. The Pope began to crumble along with the rays of light. She put all her strength into one last push, causing him to completely dissolve into dust and ash. The shadow had completely vanished from the room. Meldenik let out a long sigh of exhaustion, beads of sweat rolling down her thin cheeks. She tiredly watched the remaining fragments, telling herself, "It's over, isn't it?" As soon as the thought passed, she turned back to the table. Meldenik remembered what the Pope had said. If, as the Pope said, we can change the future just by looking and writing whatever we want, then there is something above all else that I must write in this book. With that, she focused on rewriting the book. First, she wrote down what had been weighing on her mind for so long. The shackles of the contract that bound Dominic were removed from him. He has become human. Fulfilling the long-held wish of her dear friend was the top priority. And she continued writing. Phoenix, Meldenik, Isaac, Marissa, Azun, Henry, Carrot, Haley, Cashin, the Emperor and Empress. The words flowed continuously from her pen. The children in the academy and my friends at the shop all lived. She wrote out her lifelong desires. Happily ever after. Meldenik smiled as she looked at the lines she had just written. They were simple things, but to her, they were a lifetime's wish. She closed her eyes and thought to herself, even if I write this, I can't know for sure what the future holds for the kids and myself, because everyone's path was never fair to begin with. The process of becoming happy won't be easy. There might be obstacles, like an affair or another pope. What then? But we will find happiness at the end of the journey we call life. Gentle motes of light floated through the space. Meldenik realized she could feel the contract being dissolved. She remembered the first time she met Dominic, how he smiled so happily looking at her. Goodbye, Dominic, and hello again. Even after you become human, that the space around her was changing, breaking her train of thought and pulling her back to reality. She panicked. Is the space collapsing on its own? She quickly jumped to her feet. Come to think of it, this seems like a game. Could it be that after I disperse the Pope's power, this world can no longer sustain itself? I should get out of here quickly. Fragments of the space were rapidly shattering. Meldenik rushed towards the door, searching for an exit. She ran as fast as she could, unable to shake her anxiety. If this is another world, will I return if my body receives a major shock? Her face was pale with fear, and a cold, just like the first time I possessed Meldenik's body, a domain with the same layout as the Kanoa domain. If that's the case, then... The sound of things breaking echoed continuously behind her. She had no other way to go. So Meldenik could only run forward. There it is. A window big enough for me to jump through. She stood before her only chance of survival, her heart filled with worry, but she reassured herself. Now, I wrote that you would live happily ever after with the kids. It will be okay. With that thought, she didn't hesitate any longer. She charged straight towards the large window. All right. The last barrier was shattered. Light once again flooded the space. Meldenit was resolute. Time to go back. A familiar voice rang out, full of worry. What are we going to do if Mel never wakes up? Isaac immediately chided Dominic. Please don't say such things. But he was very pessimistic. Come on, it's already happening. Finally, Meldenit woke up. She weakly opened her eyes. The sound of their voices had roused her from her sleep. Though it had been long, Meldenit weakly called out their names. Dominic, Isaac. Both of them were surprised and shocked to see she had actually woken up. Dominic worriedly shouted her name. Mel. Isaac was a bit calmer. His face was gaunt with worry for her. You're awake, Mel? Dominic rushed to her side, happily asking, Are you feeling tired anywhere? Like, dizzy or having trouble breathing? He spoke so quickly that she couldn't answer a single question. Meldenit gave a helpless smile. I'm fine. I don't feel tired at all. You're worrying too much. Dominic's eyes were brimming with tears, but he still tried to act tough. Worrying? Isaac then spoke gently. There were some things worth worrying about. His words seemed to stun her. Because you've been unconscious for over a week, Mel. Dominic, beside her, couldn't hold it in any longer and covered his face, sobbing. Meldenic's face fell. Huh? A whole week? She looked at Dominic's haggard face and blamed herself. So that's why Dominic's face looks like that, huh? Seeing her looking down, he launched into a long speech to comfort her. Why do you look so serious? I knew it. There are still after effects, right? Even though it's still a baby. Let's call that dragon over to perform a purification ceremony. But she quickly stopped him. It's not like that, Meldenit said gently. More importantly, she turned to look at the two men. Seeing her curiosity, Isaac approached her and asked back, You want to see him? She found it a bit hard to believe. The Pope is still alive? The two men started to boast. He's still breathing. I let him go with half his life. But Meldenit didn't believe them because their eyes told a different story. Suddenly, her stomach rumbled loudly, breaking the atmosphere and startling all three of them. Ah, Meldenit laughed awkwardly. Well, she looked at the Dominic quickly replied, I'll go prepare the food. He had prepared a very thoughtful and nutritious breakfast for her. Meldenit was incredibly moved when she tried the first bite. A light soup. Easily digestible foods can't be helped, since I'm eating after a long time. Just be grateful there are. She was distracted by his scolding words. You're too thin. That's why my heart aches whenever I see you. But Meldenit answered nonchalantly. I don't think I'm thin at all. He quickly refuted. No, you're way too thin. Dominic added. Look at your bony arms. Meldenit was very skeptical about that, looking at her own hand and wondering, bony? He continued to remind her. You need to double your current weight. She was once again doubtful. Double? Dominic's concern touched her slightly. Why is it that when I look into Dominic's eyes, I somehow see the same love my grandmother had for me? Not wanting him to lecture her anymore, she quickly changed the subject. So what happened to the Pope? Right? Dominic said in end of discussion. She had no choice but to obediently listen to him. All right. His tone became lower, more serious as he answered her. Well, to be honest, the fight against the Pope did not go smoothly. He recalled the fierce battle that day with the Pope. His voice was tinged with a bit of worry. And because you were still under the Pope's control, we had to hold back our power. He was very strong. It seemed like no one could subdue him. But then, something strange happened. The Pope suddenly collapsed, coughing up blood. Dominic looked at her with kind eyes and continued. And right after that, the holy item shattered, and you reappeared. Isaac finally spoke up. After you got out, we had no reason to hold back our power anymore. However, just in case, we suppressed him, imprisoned him, and tied him up. After leaving the Pope's control, she had been unconscious for a week straight, which made him extremely worried. You showed no signs of waking up. He was always by her side, but could only watch helplessly as she remained unconscious. Dominic, beside him, added, Isaac even went to see the Pope again because you still hadn't woken up. Despite that, that stubborn bastard refused to open his mouth. She was touched and called his name. Isaac. He calmly replied to Dominic. Dominic immediately took advantage of his unguarded moment to tattle to Meldenik. I was thinking about this while you— Isaac, he's a bit too violent to be your lover. This was despite Isaac's best efforts to defend himself. I am deeply reflecting on my actions, from the bottom of my heart. I am a pacifist who hates violence. Dominic was hearing him say that, he retorted. Are you reflecting on your actions of punishing the church? Right now? You know how much that bastard harassed Mel, right? As expected, Mel, let's break up. This guy is no good. She laughed out loud watching the two men in front of her teasing each other. And in her heart she felt very happy. It seems like you two have gotten quite close while I was away. Meldenik felt a little curious. Have all the powers the Pope possessed disappeared? Isaac stood beside her. He gently explained to her. Yes, it was due to a mana reversal. All the powers he had absorbed were also dispersed. Anyway, he was still the Pope. Everything ended quicker than expected. Dominic added, while you were sleeping, we fully revealed the Pope's true identity to everyone. She was a bit surprised. You revealed it. The Pope had done many evil things, so he took the opportunity to expose all his crimes. Because as soon as the Pope's power disappeared, everyone he had brainwashed was freed. Meldenik sat on the bed, listening intently to his story. All the priests, including the nobility, came to their senses and cut ties with him. He added, come to think of it, he's not the Pope anymore since he was stripped of his title. Imagine how pathetic he must have looked, being stripped of his position like that. She hadn't expected things to turn so upside down while she was unconscious. I can't believe everything has been sorted out like this. But she felt very— Meldenik smiled a bright, contented smile. I thought there would be a mountain of work waiting for me from this point on. She praised them. You two must have worked very hard. Meldenik's smile was as bright as the morning sun, a smile that was like a sigh of relief and happiness after everything that had happened. It's a beautiful ending, isn't it? Isaac and Dominic thought so too. Everything that had happened was finally over. The three of them chatted happily together. There was so much to talk about after so many days apart. 3 days later, the sound of a carriage rattled along the uneven stone road. Meldenik stepped out of the carriage. The sight before her left her feeling a little bewildered. Meldenik looked at the magnificent temple ahead and wondered, so this is the temple? Where is the Pope? She entered the temple, which felt a bit cold and desolate. Suddenly someone approached and called to her respectfully. Welcome, Lady Meldenik. Please come in. She replied politely. Thank you. Walking down the corridor, observing the surroundings, Meldenik couldn't help but exclaim. The temple is almost in ruins. A demon isn't just a demon for no reason. Demons are entities that consume their host's thoughts. She walked with a heavy heart, her eyes carrying an indescribable sadness. Weak before the strong, but strong before the weak. So the Pope, who has become so weakened, is probably— he was completely imprisoned, his body tattered and drained of all strength. When he saw her, he was genuinely startled. She spoke softly. How does it feel to be a helpless human who can't do anything? The Pope couldn't help but be surprised, his gaze involuntarily following her. You! Even now, all he cared about was power. This man was completely consumed by empty things. The Book of Doctrine, the relic. What did you do with them? She was still worried about that. And what would you do if you knew? Because you'll be falling into hell soon enough. The Pope was almost completely swallowed by the darkness. She crossed her arms, looking down at the demon below her, and spoke clearly. I want you to pay because you played with others as you pleased, lost in the illusion of fantastical desire to become a god. At this point, though he had no strength left, his eyes still held a hint of defiance as he listened to her words. It will corrode your body, and won't let you die. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the collapsed Pope behind. Well, looking at the situation, I guess that's how it's going to be. I won't pay attention to that man for another second. She forcefully opened the temple gates and stepped out. Outside was a brilliant light, a stark contrast to the darkness within. Meldenik looked up at the vast blue sky, her heart filled with gratitude. Because all that's left for me now is happiness. She stared blankly into space, tears in her eyes. Isaac hugged her from behind. He looked at her and smiled brightly. I missed you today too, Mel. Seeing him, All her worries melted away. She responded with a gentle smile. I love you. She purred. Isaac, let's go eat something delicious. He happily agreed. Sounds great. Where do you want to eat? I've had so much soup I'm sick of it. How about steak? Something different. With that, the two of them held hands and happily walked to a restaurant. While engrossed in enjoying the delicious food, she suddenly told him, speaking of which, Isaac, it's amazing that the Pope is still not dead despite his condition. Isaac fully agreed. It's because I couldn't control my power when I thought about you not waking up. You did well. She asked him. But why are you speaking so cautiously? Isaac said nothing more and just lowered his head with a shy smile. A moment later, the young man shared, I heard you don't like violent people. She was a bit confused. I don't like them, but, Isaac added gently, I don't want you to hate me, but that doesn't mean I can lie to you. She never expected this guy to be so silly. This made her feel very happy. Meldenik exclaimed, You really like me a lot, don't you? He wasn't shy at all. On the contrary, he proudly affirmed, Yes, I do. She didn't hide it from him either. Me too. Her words were like honey, so sweet they intoxicated him. Meldenik smiled brightly and happily confessed, I really like you too, Isaac. After visiting the Pope, the next morning she read an article that shocked her. The Pope's body has rotted. Only black soot remains where the Pope once was, and it is reported that his soul is believed to have been taken to the afterlife. Only now could she breathe a sigh of relief. It was a pathetic death that no one mourned. I don't think people could even care about this matter. But he was once the Pope, after all. And just like that, the Pope disappeared. From the center of the historical stage, the past was past. Meldenik was now caught up in other concerns. Of course, there's no time to worry about a villain from the past. She still had a lot to do in the future. This made her head ache a little, not knowing how to organize everything. A date with Isaac, playing with the kids, conducting market analysis after making the demons shopkeepers. I have a lot more to do, right? This is all the work I couldn't do while I was away. She decided she had to roll up her sleeves and work hard starting today. All right. In that case, the first and most important thing, which was her biggest concern right now, I'll check if these demons are doing a good job. The Winter Moon Demon Stationery Shop, second branch. She entered the shop with a slightly nervous, but also very excited mood. I should check on them in order. As Meldenik walked in, she thought to herself, for demons who have just become shopkeepers, it will be difficult to check the contents of the shop, the stationery before opening, and arranging the goods properly. Nesta saw someone enter and reminded them. We're not open yet, he said in a confused tone. Oh, a human. What is it? She looked around as she answered him. I said, I came here to see if you're doing a good job. She asked eagerly, What do you think? I'm quite arrogant, aren't I? He replied, Theft, this is nothing to the best shopkeeper ever. Everything around was arranged very neatly, which made her happy. It's arranged more neatly than I thought, huh? Seeing the items displayed neatly and methodically, she couldn't help but silently praise him. He must be a natural talent in business. Maybe because he has a rather strong desire, he even arranged all the items that could potentially be bestsellers in this area in a very eye-catching way. A shop employee handed her the store's expense ledger. Here's the ledger. The ledgers didn't seem to have any errors either. She reminded Nesta, You know you always have to check the inventory carefully, right? He finally let out a sigh of relief. I know. She asked further, You're keeping the ledger properly, right? He was still very arrogant. Of course. He was very proud of himself, acting as if he could manage everything. Don't worry, we've protected you. Sales were very good while you were away sick. Meldon, the person next to him, could only give a nervous laugh. This suspicious behavior caught her attention. What is it? Do you have something to say? He stammered. Well, Nesta, seeing that the cat was about to be let out of the bag, yelled his head off. Figurehead shopkeeper. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the other employee stammered. Well, he shouted, afraid she would misunderstand, and frantically made the employee explain. Explain it in detail. It's nothing serious. Unable to wait for the other to explain, Nestor told the whole story himself. Cyber. There was a large group of kids who rushed in. They heard the stationery shop was very interesting, so they came to see this and that. Oh, and the colored folding paper was especially popular. His rambling, long-winded words made her a little embarrassed. I feel like he's strangely beating around the bush. She lowered her voice sternly. Did you treat the children well? He shyly recounted. Of course, I played with them for a long time. Meldenik crossed her arms, feigning anger, and asked, Are you telling me, little buddy? At this point, she was a bit stunned. Did he bully those kids? An image of Nestor aggressively bullying children appeared in her imagination. Buy more. More. Fill that basket. Meldenik stood there with her arms crossed, her eyes clearly showing her annoyance as she asked Nestor, You treated the children well, right? Hearing this, Nestor glanced back, a sly grin on his face, and replied, Of course. I made sure to. Play with them very well. A hint of suspicion crossed Meldenik's face. Her brow furrowed slightly as she thought, What's with that unpleasant reaction? This kid don't tell me. After a moment of thought, she became horrified. The thought flashed through her mind. Did he abuse them? Then, without a moment's hesitation, Meldenik pointed straight at Nestor and shouted, You're a little devil, aren't you? Basin Kanoa interjected to explain. It was the children who tormented our manager, which left Meldenik stunned. She quickly turned to face Kanoa and questioned him. What? Wait a minute. Nestor frowned and spoke up. Hey. Oh God, it's so humiliating to think about it again. He clenched his fists and recounted everything. His voice a mixture of embarrassment and anger. They came and pinched my cheeks, even wagged their fingers at me, and even said I was cute. This left Meldenik dumbfounded, a giant question mark appearing over her head. Suddenly, Nestor clenched his fists tighter, his voice hesitant and vague. No, but most of them the scariest thing was. He shouted in frustration, his face unwilling. He slapped his own body. They even said I was so kind. Meldenik was speechless, looking at him with a deadpan expression. Then she asked him back, Aren't those all compliments? Hearing this, Nestor jumped in shock and yelled, What do you mean, compliments? Nestor lowered his head, his face covered in sweat, his eyes wide with fear as he muttered incessantly. As expected, customer service is so hard calling me kind, calling me nice and sweet. Not only did he mutter continuously, Nestor continued to place a hand on his forehead and shout, Anyway, I'm dying from this mentally taxing work. Meldenik, standing to the side, could only look on, completely at a loss for words. Then, she became more serious, gently stroking her chin in thought. But you winter moon demon. You're smiling. That comment made the laughing Nestor jump a little. Hearing that, he shouted irritably, with a hint of embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. Meldenik couldn't help but tease. Let's just say that. She turned away slightly, a beautiful smile on her lips. Meldenik thought to herself, I was worrying too much. I think things are running quite normally, right? Then she continued, I've checked the stalls, and I've confirmed you're working very well, so I'll be leaving now. Nestor was a bit surprised by Meldenik's words and asked back, Right away? Suddenly he covered his mouth and leaned back slightly. Seeing this, Meldenik smiled and let out a soft sigh. Not only that, you seem to be a very kind and lovely person. Meldenik chimed in with a few more words. It seems. Just hearing the word paycheck made Nestor's eyes light up. They sparkled brightly. He excitedly thought about his salary and eagerly asked, My first paycheck? Does that mean you'll give me the salary? And a small swimming pool filled with the sweet syrup you mentioned before? Seeing his excitement, Meldenik replied curtly, Yes, I'll recalculate everything, and if it meets the standards, then of course. Finished, she prepared to leave. I'll be back tomorrow. Suddenly, the man Basin called out after her. Ah, Basin spoke up. Just a second, my lady. Meldenik turned at the sound of his voice and asked, What is it, Basin? He then hesitated a bit. Well, I hope you'll get to meet them soon. The blood relatives. Hearing this, Meldenik asked curiously, Blood relatives? Basin explained softly. Since the Pope's death, the blood relatives have started to emerge into the world more boldly, one by one. They are all eager to meet you soon and bring you gifts. Hearing this, Meldenik's eyes lit up, unable to hide her surprise. but she quickly regained her joyful expression and replied, I see. Meldenik thought to herself, that's great. To think they're preparing gifts for me during such a busy time. I feel so grateful. Meldenik quickly replied, I think it will be difficult to meet everyone. But as for the gifts, that's fine. Tell them to send them through the Marquis's territory. Hearing her answer, Basim couldn't hide his joy. His eyes sparkled as he replied loudly, Will do. Meldenik slowly turned and walked away, her mind already on her next plan. All right. Then should I go visit the Autumn Mountain Demon now? The scene changes to the next place Meldenik visited. This time, she was a bit stunned, her voice hesitant. This is. Before her was a sparkling shop. After a quick look, Meldenik thought, this shop was definitely established to be a specialty store for projection globes. But right now, the main counter is filled with colorful folding paper. Then, she moved to another stall and stood there silently, observing. Her mind was still filled with a series of deep thoughts. This shop used to sell high-end writing instruments, but now they're selling toys that look quite familiar. Her gaze was somewhat profound. Meldenik wondered to herself, is it because this is a different country, where the Marquis of Konoha's power can't reach? Or is it because the Autumn Mountain Demon is going soft on business? Looking at the street with its rows of shops, Meldenik thought for a moment. There are a lot of department stores here, with the same. Gradually, Meldenik began to analyze the Autumn Mountain Demon. The Autumn Mountain Demon is an intelligent demon with excellent accounting skills, and Rasmus is also a magical genius since he was once Isaac's close aide. Meldenik's feet continued to walk on the small brick road, her mind still outlining each point of analysis. That's why I predicted that things would probably be fine here. Also, suddenly her voice stopped, and she froze in shock, her eyes darting around. She asked, what is this now? A specialty store for heroes' swords. Meldenik stroked her chin thoughtfully. Are there many things changing to chase after trends? It's even possible. So that's it. There are still just a lot of products here that are identical to our shops. Thinking this, she felt an itch of realization. Looking at the sparkling, luxurious shop before her, Meldenik must have figured something out. Her face stiffened as she understood everything. They even copied the name. Oh, it was Meldenik. Seeing, I've been waiting for you for a long, long time. But contrary to his joyous, excited expression, Meldenik just replied flatly, let me be blunt. A dark aura surrounded her. Her face was grim, and her chillingly cold voice rang out, what is going on with the style of this kingdom? At that moment, Meldenik looked like a ghost standing before the bright demon. Then, the shop employee was called in to talk with Meldenik. So, what you're saying is? Her eyes were like bullets, wide and intense. To put it simply, they're making fake versions of our products. The bright demon shivered and said loudly, that's right. He then explained further, just as the name Magic Kingdom suggests, everyone here is a mage who uses power. As soon as we release a new product, it gets copied immediately, so customers leave our shop. Our shop. Hearing this, Meldenik let out a ph. What should I do with these people? Meldenik slowly proposed a solution. If the law can't help us, then I'll have to seek help from the outside. Hearing this, Rasmus asked back, help from the outside? Meldenik, her face was filled with determination, her eyes fixed as she said, now, let's take care of all those damn copycats. The Royal Street of the Magic Kingdom. This place, once known as the Mage's Grocery Street, located in the heart of the capital, the Royal Street commanded high rent. This was a gathering place for famous grocery stores, renowned restaurants, popular cafes, and much more. And if you wanted to talk about the most popular spot right now, it would be Mel's stationery shop, which came from another kingdom. Because the mages in the Magic Kingdom were intelligent individuals with a thirst for pioneering new paths, they were very interested and curious about the stationery shop. Among them, the ones who paid the most attention were the merchants on the Royal Commercial Street. A brown-haired young man leisurely exhaled smoke from his cigar and asked, what has that stationery shop released this time? The other replied, I don't know. The long-tailed JoJo product they released recently was very difficult to replicate. That time was a real mess. He remembered the moment he was yelled at by the boy's mother. How are you people going to handle this? At that time, he could only answer awkwardly, we are truly sorry. The brown-haired guy set down his cigar and crossed his legs. He chuckled and said, I hope they come out with something easier to copy this time. Suddenly, A plate of food was slammed onto the table, along with a reminder. Stop it. That's against our professional ethics. The restaurant manager asked sternly. Have you already forgotten the last incident? The coffee shop next door copycatted our special menu. We were lucky our customers didn't abandon us because only a few people paid attention to that menu. But even that was enough to make me blush with shame. What you two are doing is no different from that coffee shop. Hearing this, the two men felt their pride wounded, their jaws dropping as they exclaimed, Hey! The brown-haired man still tried to justify his wrongful actions. It's good for them too. Seriously, think about it. If something becomes popular, won't the number of people interested in similar products increase? The silver-haired man quickly chimed in. You're spot on. What's wrong with wanting everyone to succeed, right? Over their booming laughter, the manager looked at them helplessly and said in a low voice, Then don't regret it when karma comes for you two. Seeing the manager was tense, the silver-haired man forced a smile and replied, Why so serious? But hold on, isn't that the owner of the stationery shop? Hearing that, the young man immediately got curious. Where? Open the window and look. The manager could only look at them and sigh. There they go again. One of the two shouted, They're preparing for a new product. At that moment, Brilliant Akma was carrying a sign forward, unaware that someone was watching her. After placing the sign where she wanted it, Brilliant Akma crossed her arms, admired it for a moment and said, Looks good. Then she ran off in the opposite direction. The brown-haired man saw this and asked in confusion, Is the owner just going to leave after putting up a sign? The man squinted his eyes and wondered, What does that mean? Looks like there's nothing new, huh? The brown-haired guy replied indifferently, Who knows? She'll probably be back soon. Let's just keep watching. With that, they both burst into hearty laughter. To the side, the manager announced sternly, We're closing for the day. But all he got was silence, as the other two were still busy staring out the window. The young man felt confused. Is that all there is to it? The other man also wondered. There's no announcement for a new product launch. What on earth are they doing? A month later, the silver-haired man yawned wearily. He slumped his head onto the table, thinking to himself, It's not even the holiday season. Why aren't there any customers? I haven't sold a single thing. Besides, I'll be in trouble if I don't sell these soon. I borrowed some money to make these knockoffs. All right, maybe I should go out and promote the products or something. In contrast to the emptiness of his shop, the outside was bustling with people. He looked dumbfounded, not believing his eyes as he thought, There are so many people on this street, yet no one's even glancing at my shop. What's this line for? He walked over and asked a person nearby, Excuse me, what is everyone lining up for? The woman replied, We're in line to get into the cat stationery shop. Hearing this felt like being struck by lightning to him, as he thought, The cat stationery shop? What the hell is that? Just then, a familiar figure appeared beside him. It was the brown-haired guy, but he looked like he hadn't slept in 10 days. Seeing a familiar face, the man yelled out, Hey! He rushed over to ask what was going on. The brown-haired man struggled to stand up straight, then let out a long sigh, showing how exhausted he had been. Then he explained, I heard they're handing out flyers to the kids. Have you seen them? The man asked doubtfully, Flyers? His friend continued, That's right. A flyer about copyright infringement. The content seems to be aimed at raising awareness. The man asked blankly, Copyright infringement? The young man continued explaining, Apparently, it's some right granted to a product by its creator. I heard they even held a few lectures about it, urging people to avoid buying fakes. Hearing this, the man cried out as if he'd been wronged. So that's why people aren't even looking at our stuff. They used to happily buy from us before, and our products are exactly the same as the ones from that stationery shop. They're even 10% cheaper. The other guy yelled back in agreement. I don't know either. If I knew, do you think I'd be standing here taking this? Suddenly, a dangerous look crossed the man's face. Hey, think about it, hasn't something been off this whole month? In the evenings, dozens of strange noises would come from that stationery shop. The two huddled together and whispered. Back then, I thought they were playing the drums or the piano. What on earth is going on? Everything happened in the dark, and we were completely clueless. Meanwhile, Brilliant Akma was holding a list and calling people into the shop one by one. Next, please come in. Meanwhile, Meldenik stood on the upper floor, looking through the window and quietly observing everything below. When she saw someone, she would speak to them. Seeing the two copycats squirming in agony, she let out a faint smile. Just as expected from those filthy thieves. What do you think? She thought to herself, looks like my month's worth of effort has finally paid off. In the Wonder Kingdom, the concept of copyright was still not clearly established. You can just copy it freely. No problem. Really? However, children are very sharp. They absorb all sorts of information. Once they learn about copyright, it's inevitable that people's perception of copied products will be affected. That's why I chose to promote the concept as a solution. Traditional marketing methods. After piquing everyone's curiosity with the phrase, original product, a term that had never appeared in this world, I immediately met with the headmaster of the magic school through Isaac's introduction and struck a deal with them. The deal was that each week, I would hold 4 special seminars at the school in exchange for providing my products for free, from the stationery shop to the students. Recently, as the stationery shop became the center of attention, the excitement from the children was almost unbelievable. At that time, I showed the kids examples of copyright infringement through 2 characters, bear and a monkey. The children eagerly commented, the bear did all the work and the monkey just took it and got all the money. That monkey is so mean. Poor bear. I don't know if the lectures were interesting or not, but at least the children started spreading awareness about copyright in their own way. One time, Mum, I'm never going to buy fake products again. The mother asked kindly, fake products? What's that? The boy explained, it's when people copy and sell things that others worked hard to make. It's no different from stealing. Meldenik thought to herself, things are progressing faster than I thought. I'm so proud of these kids. After confirming the effectiveness of the lectures, I started marketing limited quantity products. Brilliant Akma's idea, No. 11. The Magic Music Box, a box containing many different musical themes. Upon hearing the product idea, Brilliant Akma's eyes widened in amazement. There are 4 different types. A type for sleeping, for parties, for meditation, and a spooky one. As the 3 of them sat in a meeting, Brilliant Akma asked curiously, you're only planning to sell 100 units? But why? Wouldn't it be great if we sold a lot? Meldenik explained. Normally that's true. But it seems the people of the Wonder Kingdom value scarcity more. They believe they are extraordinarily special, so they always demand something unique. That's why I'm doing it this way. It's much more effective. Thinking back to that moment, Meldenik couldn't help but praise herself. And that calculation was perfectly logical. Then she looked at the person next to her, who was smiling happily. Oh, Brilliant Akma. Her face is radiating with happiness. After all the hard work she put in before. What if we can't sell all 100 products? Or what if no customers even show up? Meldenik sighed and comforted her. We've worked so hard. If that happens, then the problem lies with society, not with us. Suddenly a voice cut through Meldenik's thoughts. Excuse me. It was a little demon boy. He looked up with his big round eyes and asked, I'm here to buy the first limited edition product from Mel's stationery shop. Version number 4. Do you still have it in stock? She cheerfully stood up straight to greet the customer. Of course. Which type would you like? The boy stammered. The spooky one, please. Meldenik didn't expect this answer and paused for a moment, but she quickly replied warmly, Okay. Just a moment, please. As she handed the music box to the boy, she thought, I thought the spooky type would be the least popular, but the kids seem quite interested in this. She then said cheerfully, Here you go, 1 spooky music box. Brilliant Akma, standing beside her, chuckled. You've got good taste. The spooky music box is very useful for telling scary stories. Suddenly she put on a wicked grin, her voice turning sharp and witch-like, especially for telling normal stories about demons who hunt humans. Seeing this, Meldenik got a bit flustered and thought, what are you going to do if the kid runs away screaming? Is this your idea of a creepy laugh video? And his eyes lit up with admiration, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa, that's so cool. His reaction stunned Meldenik, who told herself, even when you think you can understand a child's feelings, you actually don't know anything at all. The boy asked Brilliant Akma, How much is this? She replied cheerfully, 50,000 tinins, kid. Meldenix smiled confidently, thinking to herself, according to our research, young mages usually have an allowance of about 100,000 tinins per month. Since the Wonder Kingdom doesn't place a high value on currency, a price of 3,000 tinins for a product that is too cheap will diminish its value, even if it's a limited edition product. But if it's too expensive, no one will want to buy it. After hearing the price, the boy sighed sadly. Just as I thought, 50,000 tinins. Not since I discreetly revealed the price through promotions. But does he think that's too much? However, Brilliant Acma said confidently, there's no need to be sad. Where else can you find a music box at such a reasonable price, little man? And what's more, to celebrate this limited edition launch, the music box comes with a special doll. Do you want to open it and see? The boy asked, stunned. A doll? But by now, Meldenik had already cornered Brilliant Acma against the wall. She desperately wanted to scold the girl, but could only whisper shout so the boy wouldn't hear. What do you mean by that? Again? I told you not to make anything weird, didn't I? Brilliant Acma retorted. What do you mean weird? It's a cute hamster doll that the spooky version of me created. Ta-da! Hearing this, the boy was thrilled, his heart pounding as if it would melt. He showered the doll with praise. It's so adorable. Brilliant Acma said proudly. It's a one-of-a-kind doll. The boy replied excitedly. I want to buy this. Give it to me, quick. Meldenik frowned, thinking to herself, a combination of a horror music box and a hamster doll. Is this really okay? The hearts of children are truly. As he left, the boy didn't forget to flash a bright smile and say, I'm going to go and tell tons of scary stories. Thank you. Brilliant Acma replied. Thank you too. Then to the boy, and you, little fool, may you always be happy. Meldenik heard this and wondered, what was that? Was she cursing him or praying for him? Well, I can't say I'm completely satisfied with this, but it's good if all the kids are happy, right? Just thinking that was enough to make Meldenik smile happily. In the following days, children continuously visited the stationery shop. A little girl walked in and asked, Are you still selling the music boxes? They're all still here, except for the spooky one. A few days later, another boy came by. He came to ask, music box? But Rasmus could only reply, Oh man, we're all sold out. However, Meldenik knew how to sell. She quickly suggested another product. But how about this lollipop? The boy looked at the candy before him and exclaimed in awe. Wow, this lollipop is huge. As the boy left, Meldenik didn't forget to say thank you. Thank you. Please come again. Immediately after, Rasmus and Brilliant Acma high-fived. They shouted with joy and happiness. We're sold out. Brilliant Acma couldn't help but get emotional over this. She sniffled and said, Sold out, I can't believe we did it. I never imagined we would sell out while those bastards were still copying our products. Meldenik smiled brightly and encouraged them. You all did a great job. Suddenly, Rasmus asked her, By the way, are you planning to donate 10% of the profits to the school for witches and wizards? Meldenik answered clearly, Of course. This stationery shop was created entirely for the future of the children in this kingdom. Hey, why are you two looking at me like that? The two of them smiled brightly at her and replied, Because you look really happy right now. Meldenik blushed a little and asked, Huh? Really? Well, I am pretty happy because my dream is about to come true. Then one clear morning, the head butler delivered a letter. This is an invitation from His Highness, Prince Carson, specifically for you, milady. Meldenik opened the paper and read it. Jevam continued. He knows that you are busy. However, he also sends his regards and says that he hopes you can make time to come. She didn't hesitate to tell him, since His Highness sent this, I must schedule it immediately. The head butler advised her worriedly. Haven't you been unable to get any rest? Resting late in the night, milady, a little break would. Before he could finish, Meldenik cheerfully interrupted to reassure him. Even so, there's still the matter of discussing with Carson about opening new stationery shops in the Empire. It's all right. You don't need to worry. Isaac has been helping me recover from my fatigue every day. She recalled with emotion. It must be very difficult for him, given his duties as the master of the Mage Tower. Yet he still comes here every day. The head butler exclaimed. Oh, I see. She was suddenly startled. Oh. Meldenik felt sorry for him. Jabam has been alone since he was born. He smiled cheerfully and said to her, Why are you looking at me? With such a pitiful gaze. I'm fine. She stammered. Oh, it's nothing. I didn't say anything. The head butler said. By the way, milady? She asked. Yes? He continued. I know this might be disrespectful for me to say, but why would a highness as noble as him lower himself to greet you? Milady, he said. Most of it is dismissed as nonsense, however. Among the elite, it is often rumored that his highness has feelings for you. She was surprised and asked, What? Meldenik thought worriedly. It's quite obvious that Carson treats me very specially. Even now, instead of sending me a meeting notice, he let me decide everything. Because he doesn't do that with other people. It certainly creates a strange impression. She pondered and answered Jabam, Well, it's probably because of my connection to Isaac. He fell silent upon hearing that. The head butler bowed and said, I have brazenly overstepped my duties. He continued, I will arrange your next schedule, milady. I will take my leave now. Meldenik was still wondering. Carson likes me? No way, that can't be right. At the meeting place between Meldenik and Carson, he asked her, How have you been? She replied, I am well, and you, your highness? He answered, I am well too. Meldenik shyly held the teacup in her hands and thought, I can't believe it's just the two of us here. No Arsene, no queen, no emperor. This kind of meeting feels quite awkward somehow. He asked cheerfully, I can't believe you scheduled this so quickly. You must have something to tell me, right? She jumped slightly and quickly explained that it was a misunderstanding. He replied, Really? So you're not going to talk about work, right? She was left speechless. Meldenik sighed and said, Truly, nothing escapes you, your highness. She stated, I want to gain the cooperation of the royal palace. He asked, Cooperation? She replied, Yes. Yes, I am currently thinking about opening more stationery shops. I want to proceed with a partnership in the urban development planning project that the royal palace is currently undertaking for a certain city. She formally proposed to Carson, I hope the empire will allow this Meldenik and Vila to have priority in choosing a location in the new city. The new city development plan. The royal empire had planned the development of the new city of Solit, which was an underdeveloped territory in the capital. Meldenik thought, I heard that to secure a good spot in Solit, many merchant groups have contacted Carson, the owner of that land. Some groups must have already succeeded in their negotiations. She continued to persuade him. I am planning to establish a chain of stationery shops in the new city. It's time for the business to expand into new territory. Carson thought and asked her, What are the benefits the royal palace will receive from this? She confidently answered, A portion of the net profit from the store in Solit will be sent back to the new city for social development. He said, So that means you intend to contribute to the new city's revenue stream? Carson replied to her, Let us discuss this further. It was almost evening. Meldenik looked outside and exclaimed, Oh my! She thought, Today's conversation went so smoothly that it stretched until sunset. I was planning to meet my little darlings. I should head back quickly. She hurriedly stood up. I should be going now. Carson quickly said, I heard from Isaac. There are many things I want to congratulate you on. She wondered. Excuse me? Like what? She thought. Oh, is he talking about me going out with Isaac? She said happily. If it's about Sir Isaac, then yes, that's good news. He smiled and remained silent. Meldenik thought, Come to think of it, isn't it time for His Highness to get married? Though he doesn't even have a fiancée. Even so, I think there have been some rumours in the tabloids recently. Giko Meli might become the next princess. Or even the queen. She brought up the topic with Carson. Speaking of which, I've heard some marriage talks surrounding your highness. He cut her off and said, There are no plans for now. Meldenik suddenly realised, Wait. Don't I sound a bit like those nosy relatives you run into during the holidays? She tried to save the situation with a well wish and a forced smile. I hope you meet a good partner. Carson replied flatly, Oh, yes. In her heart she was slightly panicked. It's not supposed to be like this. He told her. Honestly, there's something I want to ask you, Lady Meldenik. She replied, Yes. Carson formally asked a question that took her by surprise. Are you happy with the master of the Mage Tower, Isaac? She answered without hesitation. Yes. He said, that's a complete answer. She thought about this. I never considered that Carson liked me. After all, he liked Syria from the beginning. But that's not the case now. Instead of just supporting Syria, he chose to be on my side too. Even until now, I thought it was because we were friends. But was it all because he liked me? She told him, I think I would be happier if I could remain good friends with your highness. She thought, there's nothing more we can do if that's the case. I can only pray for Carson to be happy with someone else. He replied to her, yes, I'm sure that's possible. She smiled warmly and with relief. Meldinik continued to herself, because I've chosen to be happy with Isaac. Mary boasted, I'm really good at predicting people's love lives. Sally even got a boyfriend after getting my advice. Sally blushed and quickly cut the little girl off. Meldinik was secretly surprised. These kids are already dating? They grow up so fast these days. Then she said, oh, that's great. Can you give me a reading? Mary replied, yes. The little girl held up the deck and said, okay, touch the deck. Then I'll shuffle it with the energy you transfer into it. Meldinik touched the deck. All right. She marveled to herself. I didn't think kids could do this. Then she watched Mary expertly shuffle the deck. Then the girl said, please choose 3 cards while thinking about the worries you hold in your heart. If you're thinking of someone, think of them right now. Meldinik pondered. Someone I'm thinking of? Is there someone I'm thinking of? She remembered Isaac. I wonder what will happen with my relationship with Isaac in the future. First of all, current matters need to proceed smoothly. I wonder if the dragon will accept my gift. Meldinik paused. Wait a minute. Am I really thinking about Isaac so naturally right now? She coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment and said, I choose this card. Mary called out, this card. The card was drawn. Before Meldinik was the Hierophant card. Mary quickly flipped through a book and said, I'll read the card for you. All 3 girls were surprised by the card's message. You will soon receive a confession. The girl excitedly said, you're about to receive a sincere confession straight from the heart. Meldinik thought shyly, but I think I've already received a confession. Isaac suddenly appeared behind her and whispered, so you're about to receive a confession. Meldinik was inwardly shocked. Isaac, he asked, what fun game is everyone playing? She worriedly thought, since when was he here? He must have heard the whole love-fortune thing. Isaac announced. The search inside the mansion revealed nothing of concern. She sighed in relief. That's a load off my mind. Sally whispered. Who is he, Eladab? I don't know. But I heard he just dropped by the Konoha Marquis's mansion. The 3 kids thought in unison. A relationship close enough to freely enter each other's homes. The girls exclaimed, we'll go ask the head butler if everything is ready. You 2 have fun. Meldinik was surprised. What? Girls. The girls left the room. Mary asked, is it him? He's the one from the prophecy, right, Eladab? Of course. Meldinik said in confusion. Wait, you have to take your cards. Isaac, beside her, chuckled at the sight. He asked, now it's just the 2 of us, right? She stammered. She worried to her. Isaac suddenly wondered, well then, should we enjoy our time together as the prophecy foretold? He held out his hand and said now. Meldinik, he replied, we need to go somewhere. With that, they both teleported to a vast desert. Meldinik looked at the setting sun and questioned, I remember the sun was still out. Isaac replied, time flows differently at the end of the world. She wondered, the end of the world? Why are we here? Isaac answered, because there is a very important matter to attend to. She wondered to herself, an important matter to attend to? No way. She was flustered. He's not going to confess, is he? She grew more embarrassed as the memory of the fortune-telling came flooding back. Meldinik thought, this is so romantic and emotional, a confession at the end of the world, but I still haven't sorted out my thoughts. She worriedly wondered, if Isaac confesses right now, should I say we should start dating first? But now is not the time for dating. Isaac suddenly called out, Kitty. Then he took out the dragon egg, surprising her. She temporarily accepted the egg he handed her. Meldinik worriedly thought, Why did this egg appear so suddenly? He even brought the gift I had prepared. Isaac adjusted the basket in his hand and explained the purpose of this trip. He took back the egg, which was showing signs of hatching, and continued to awaken the dragon. In this desert, there is an oasis called the Dragon's Cradle. That's where I found this egg, he said. I thought it would be better to let it hatch in its homeland. Meldenik blushed, feeling embarrassed. What the? So we just came here for work? Isaac asked. We'll have to walk to the oasis ourselves. Is that okay? Meldenik replied. Of course. Let's go meet the dragon. A while later, as Meldenik was walking, Isaac asked worriedly, Are you okay? He raised his hand and said, Even if it's tough, please try a little harder. It's not much further now. Meldenik smiled, thinking, It feels like I'm taking a light stroll, thanks to magic. She suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, Isaac, I have something I want to ask. Then she placed her hand on his. She wondered, What kind of person are you? What was your childhood like? Isaac smiled. So you're finally a little curious about me, Kitty. She blushed, embarrassed, and thought, Wait, that's not what I meant. I was just curious because I don't know anything beyond what was written in the novel. Isaac began. My childhood. He recounted, I had no parents. I grew up in a filthy orphanage, then moved to the Mage Tower after they discovered I had magical abilities. He continued, Life at the Mage Tower wasn't too bad. My teacher took care of me like his own son. Isaac said, Even so, he passed away after just 1 year. He said, Later, I learned that mages often die very young, so I learned not to get attached to anyone. Meldenik asked, Wasn't that difficult? He replied, I'm not sure. I guess it was hard at first. Isaac recalled the angry accusation of a classmate. You erased our names after we did the experiment together just because you were the only one who succeeded. Isaac thought to himself, Life felt so tedious because I couldn't find any meaning in it. So everything felt like a joke. In the past, he had retorted, What? I'm not allowed to do that. You all failed. That friend yelled. What did you say? Another student intervened. Hey, stop it, he shouted. Just go live alone with your arrogant attitude. Isaac thought with a sigh. I'll do just that. Even relationships with others, people only approach me because I know a little magic. Meldenik suddenly said, Then you must have gone through a lot to become the wonderful adult you are now. Isaac smiled and replied, I'm glad you think so. Suddenly he said, I think we're about to arrive. Meldenik looked around and was amazed. Isaac said, To be honest, my past life was very dull and felt like a joke. He continued, That's why, the first time I saw you, I think I was drawn to the sight of you always trying your best at everything. Isaac thought, Yes, it was truly magical. He remembered Meldenik smiling brightly and remarked, You don't put on a pretense when interacting with others. He thought again of the times she smiled gently, always trying her best. Isaac looked at her and thought, You think about others' pain as if you've experienced it yourself. He lifted her hand and then said, I'm sure you already know everything. He confessed, I like you, Kitty. He said, to her astonishment, I know our emotional temperatures aren't the same, so... He kissed the back of her hand and continued, I will wait for you. You know, I'm good at that. Meldenik's heart pounded. She stuttered, Meldenik wondered. What should I say? A cracking sound was heard. She was surprised. A cracking sound? Danny cried out, trembling. How could you do this to me, mother? The little dragon yelled. You completely forgot about me, didn't you? Meldenik thought, that's right. She quickly said, No, mother didn't forget. Look, we've arrived at your home. Isaac chuckled softly. Your eye is twitching. Danny yelled again. I'm so disappointed. I'm going back. Meldenik was surprised. Memories of her past helped. Meldenik thought in horror. No. If he leaves like that again, then... She shouted. Let's sign a contract. The little dragon wondered. A contract? Meldenik was inwardly relieved. He stopped. She said, Yes, a contract. Mother wants to have a magical contractual relationship with you. She opened the basket and said, Can you accept this first? She opened the lid. Danny was surprised. Are these peaches? Meldenik recalled. According to the documents, dragons like fragrant fruits, so we thought a lot about what kind of fruit to bring. Danny shouted angrily. This isn't enough. Just giving peaches to a dragon is not enough. Meldenik panicked. She looked at the pouting little dragon and coaxed. Of course, Mother didn't just bring you peaches. Meldenik suddenly hugged Danny. She lifted the small dragon up and promised, Mother will love you the most. She continued, so much. Mother will love you like a real mother. Danny asked, Really? Meldenik replied, Of course. Mother has already thought of a name for you, you know. The little dragon was surprised. A name? What is it? She called out, Danny. The little dragon suddenly said, I don't really like that name. Meldenik was shocked. What? You really don't like it? Then let Mother choose another name. The little dragon suddenly said, But I'll accept the name Danny, because it's the name that Mother chose for me. The little dragon hugged her tightly and cheerfully exclaimed, I'm Danny. Danny. A while later, Danny wondered, What did you want to ask Danny, Mother? Meldenik asked, Do you know what the catechism book is, Danny? The little dragon replied, Yes, I know. The little dragon said, It's a book written by the will of the gods, right? Mum, you're a grown-up and you don't know that. She hesitated. No, I wasn't asking about that. Meldenik said, The Pope showed me a rather strange catechism book, and when I touched it, not only did my name appear, but the words in the book also moved as if they were dancing. Isaac said, This is the first I'm hearing of this, Mel. She replied, Oh, I forgot to tell you. Danny suddenly spoke up. I know very well what that man wants. The little dragon explained. The human pope inherits a collection of records, a book containing records of the past, present and future. He continued, The human popes have always remained silent and served the gods, even though they knew the future. But the current pope is a bit different. That man wants to gather the records of the past, present and future around himself. Meldenik commented, How greedy. Danny replied, Yes, but humans in this world cannot change history, even if they know the future. A sound suddenly echoed in her head. Although it would be a different story if that person came from another world and had no connection to the records of this world. Meldenik wondered. Telepathy? Danny's voice switched. It seems my mother is from another world. Is that right? That's why you can change the future. Think about it. Haven't you already changed a predetermined future? She was inwardly surprised. That's right. Until now, I have been changing the future according to my will. She recalled. The future of the story I was reincarnated into where the lovers were happy, while Meldenik died tragically. And Syria and Lennox had a happy ending. Danny said, That's why he wants you. To be precise, he wants your ability to know and change the future. The little dragon cheerfully said, So I will lend you my power so the Pope can't take you away. Meldenik asked, Really? 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 So I will lend you my power so the Pope can't take you away. Meldenik asked, Really? You'll help me? The little dragon replied, Of course. Meldenik paused. Danny asked. He replied, A little. Danny wiggled, signaling for Isaac to pick him up. The little dragon kissed Isaac. Danny asked happily, Now will Mom and Dad kiss? Isaac asked again, Should we do it one more time? The little dragon replied cheerfully, Yes. Meldenik thought in embarrassment. What are they doing? She pondered. Until now, my ideal type has remained the same. I still like beautiful boys with a pure appearance. She thought again. Isaac is quite different from that. Meldenik recalled, But when I'm with him, I feel less worried and more at ease. She secretly felt, I like the way he approaches me. She thought, I like his deep voice when he honestly talks about his past pains. She smiled. I like it when he becomes warm and kind to children. Meldenik cleared her throat and said, Now is not the time for this. We have something to do. Let's hold a strategy meeting. Danny exclaimed, Yes. The next day, on the street, people were buzzing. Have you heard? About that stubborn, godless Peter who lives in the blue-roofed house. One person recounted. He only talked to the Pope for a bit, but he became more loyal than anyone. Peter stood on the street, shouting madly. Everyone must believe in the gods. Believe. Those gathered before the shrine whispered, "He can make the lame walk, the hunchback stand straight, and the blind see." Right? One person said, "Even a stingy nobleman would willingly donate." Another asked, "Do you think he will show us a miracle today?" One person muttered, "If only he could heal my child's leg." A monk handed a person a glass vial containing a blue liquid and said, "This is holy water, blessed by the Pope himself." He said, "Everyone, take one bottle." The girl who received it replied, "Thank you." On the second floor, the Pope silently observed everything. He recalled the priest's words, "All matters in the world are recorded in the Catechism book, which you will inherit upon becoming Pope. Not just memories of the past, but the future as well." The old man continued, "However, always remember this. Those records cannot be changed, and we must strive to follow the flow that the Holy Spirit has guided." The Pope replied, "Understood. I will hold these words deep in my heart." He wondered to himself, "I could already manipulate the life and death of others with just holy water, and now I can grasp everything in this world." After his coronation, the priest presented the book. "Please accept the Catechism book, Your Holiness." The Pope reached out to take the book, thinking, "Finally." He feigned a conversation with the priests, his left hand still holding the book. "Finally." The Pope flipped through the book. "Finally." After reading the Catechism book, the Pope realized, however, the Catechism book, which was only passed down to the popes, was not centered around them. He thought, on the contrary, most of the content revolved around Duke Hesman and Syria, overwhelmingly so. He ordered, "Syria, renounce your status as a duke's daughter, and return to the embrace of the Holy Spirit." Syria bowed, "I will obey the holy decree, Your Holiness." The Pope thought, "It's done. Now, the Catechism book has been revised," and Syria called to him, "Your Holiness." The Pope returned to his coronation. The priest announced, "Please accept the Catechism book." The Pope realized, no matter how many times I try, the result is always the same. Every time I try to change the flow of the future, time rewinds to the purest moment before everything became tainted. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. The Pope wondered, can I not change the future with my own hands? Impossible. The Pope had only one goal: to become the one who decides the fate of the world, not one who represents the Holy Spirit. He tried every method to change the future, both the power from the dragon's blessing, the closest thing to the divine, and the power of demons. The Pope's sword was stained red with blood. However, the future still flowed according to its destined path. No answer. Everything always happened the same way. The Pope paused at a page in the book. He wondered, Meldonic and Vila, is her importance increasing? The future that was once recorded changed at some point. He silently realized, Syria has changed. The Pope recalled, and Duke Hesman's attitude has also changed. He mused, all future records are shifting drastically around her. The Pope thought, Meldonic Kanoa can not only read the Catechism book, which is only for the Pope, but more than that. The very moment her hand touched it, the words that had never changed throughout history suddenly contorted into chaos. Meldonic can change the future. The Pope ordered, Ladies, it won't be long now before our plan comes to fruition. He hesitated. But Your Holiness, the Kanoa Marquis still ignores all invitations from the Holy Temple. The Pope said, Then. He smiled. I have no choice but to make her come to me herself. Elsewhere, a new product sign was set down. The items were displayed. Meldonic thought cheerfully, Mel's stationery pop-up shop is now open. A child walked up. Hello, everyone. Meldonic was surprised. Is that you, Haley? The little girl asked. I brought some friends. I heard you opened a pop-up shop, right? A little girl wondered. Is there anything we can help with? Meldonic said, just enjoying the delicious snacks here is enough. Haley protested. No, what we want is to serve you, milady. Meldonic paused, thinking, Haley is starting to talk more and more like an old-fashioned lady. I wonder where she learned that. Haley pointed to an item and asked, What is that? She replied, This is a new product. Meldonic introduced it as specially enchanted colored folding paper. She recalled, I came up with this idea while talking with Marissa, Arson, and Kara. She suggested, There's a really cool technique called paper folding. Do you want to see it? Haley replied, Yes, please. Her friend suddenly called out, Haley. The boy said, Look over there. The kids are coming. The girl replied, Class must have just ended. Haley suggested, To help out, I'll go invite customers. The little girl pressed the button on a megaphone. Haley's voice rang out, 1, 2, 3. To all the beloved students of the academy, does anyone want to see a little bit of magic? The students were surprised. It's Haley. Is that Haley? Haley took a piece of paper and introduced, We have very, very special colored folding paper here. Her friend was surprised. Colored folding paper? The boy scoffed. Besides the cute drawings, I don't see anything special. Haley retorted, The true value of colored folding paper is only revealed through a mystical technique called paper folding. And in that technique, the girl continued, It is said that the entire universe, heaven and earth, is contained within it. Meldenik was stunned by the girl's overly dramatic introduction. The students asked her with sparkling eyes, The entire universe, heaven and earth. Meldenik thought, I can't believe it's this effective. That line works really well. It's just that I can't help with things like this. A boy asked, Then, Lady Meldenik, please perform for us, would you? As she folded, she silently decided, So be it. I will use my ultimate paper folding technique for the kids. 2 students watching her fold were amazed. Incredible. A moment later, Meldenik held up the paper apple and asked, Can you guess what this is? A boy replied, It's because you guessed right. I will show you something even more magical. Then she used her magic. From a piece of paper, a red apple appeared in her hand. The boy shouted in amazement. It turned into a real apple. Meldenik said, This colored folding paper has magic. When you fold it into the shape you want, that magic will be activated. A student asked, So can it create a raft? She shook her head and replied, No, the magic is only on a small scale. The boy exclaimed, Oh, but it's still so cool. At that moment, a student walked past Meldenik's stall. The girl saw the students and ran over to ask, What are you doing here? The boy said, Look at this. Meldenik smiled. She looked at the children and thought, I'm glad they're having fun. Suddenly she heard whispering. She saw a man talking to Baxin and wondered, What's going on? The man left and Baxin sighed in relief. Meldenik was surprised. He's gone. She reassured herself. It's probably nothing major. At that moment, a little girl came up and said, Can I have a beer candy, please? Haley, standing nearby. The next day, Meldenik went to the store. The sight before her left her stunned. At first, I thought things were just that simple. But then one day when I was opening the pop-up shop as usual, she stared blankly at the wrecked shop. Baxin had fallen to the ground. Meldenik thought, That's when it happened. Baxin recounted angrily to Meldenik, Those guys from before, they smashed everything because I didn't clear out after they told us to, and then said some nonsense. As she picked up the scattered pieces of paper from the ground, she asked, Nonsense? He replied in a sad tone, Yeah. They said your products were copies of their guild's products. The corners of his eyes welled up with tears as he said loudly, They even produced a patent certificate. Meldenik sighed helplessly. Ah, what a ridiculously childish provocation. Hearing this, he quickly tried to clarify. That's not what I meant. Her eyes gazed into the distance as she thought. She rubbed her chin. Baxin cried and lamented. On top of that, they even opened a pop-up shop right in front of the academy's main gate, which is a blatant violation of the law. He cried out. You can't just call that a violation of the law. Hearing this, she turned in surprise and asked, Oh, but is it actually a violation of the law? This question of hers made him freeze, dropping the things in his hand, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? It was as if 1,000 lightning bolts struck his head. His face turned pale with fear. Why would you? So, are we going to jail? She thought to herself, and who was the one running the illegal auction house before? She then smiled and said, It's not you. No, I have a plan. Hearing that, Baxin trembled with joy and said, You have a plan? At that moment, a tremor came from below the ground. She looked down and thought, This vibration. Through the orb, Danny called out worriedly, Mother, Seeing this, she and Baxin quickly sat down. Meldenik gently picked up the orb. What is it? Aren't you at the academy? The boy's voice came through. I'm at the academy. But it turned out that after making the pact with Danny, she had given Dominic, who had been working tirelessly, a vacation, and had asked Danny to monitor the academy's internal affairs for news instead. Because of that, they communicated through the communication orb. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait a minute. She blurted out. Danny, is something wrong at the academy? On his end, the boy held the orb, hesitating to answer. Behind the boy, terrifying screams could be heard. My eyes! My eyes hurt. I am scared. Teacher, I don't want to play with folding paper anymore. Just then, Danny said that the people working for the Pope had stormed the academy. Hearing this, she became frantic. What? Are your friends okay? Baxin beside her was also shocked. Bombs? The boy gently replied, Yes, I stopped it so my friends wouldn't get hurt. His answer made them sigh in relief. Thank goodness. On his end, Danny was sad and full of regret as he hesitantly explained. It's all because I got distracted. Because I was too engrossed with school. I'm sorry. Meldenik quickly reassured him. It's okay. This is not your fault, Danny. The boy was silent for a moment, then whispered, Are you disappointed in me? She frowned thoughtfully. From now on, people will view the shop quite negatively. But what's more important is, she thought of the children she'd just heard through the orb. I can't believe they'd go as far as to use children to corner me. I'm afraid the kids will be traumatized by this. The accident inside the academy quickly spread throughout the capital. The headlines were blazing. Academy headmaster speaks out. Are the stationery products defective? High Council of Nobles summons Marquis Meldenik on 11 accusations. All of this, everything. The people who once praised me quickly turned on me and attacked me. They hurled insults at her, saying, She's running an unethical business herself. So Dominic truly can't distinguish between right and wrong. Although there are still people who stand by my side in the midst of all this. She let out a sigh. One thing is certain. The trash is taking itself out. Baxin stood behind her, worried. Are you really just going to sit back and do nothing, Marquis Meldenik? Her face was perfectly calm. Yeah. Her attitude made him even more concerned as he shouted, saying you're blinded by money, and have been deceiving the children, and taking advantage of them. Her face remained expressionless as she silently calculated. Yes, that's the public's view of me lately. He frowned. Even the parents are filing complaints against you. She turned to look at him and smiled gently. Yes, that's right. He was bewildered. What did you do to the kids? It's not like that because you're my partner, that this is all that Pope's plan. There's no... Faced with his anger, she said calmly. But there's no evidence yet. Dominic was silent for a moment, then spoke. I can't just stand by. His simmering anger seemed to want to burn the entire room down. I have to execute those deceitful bastards. Seeing this, she quickly pushed him back to calm him down. For now, calm down and sit on the chair. She looked at him helplessly and smiled, thinking, Dominic is too hot-headed for someone 1,000 years old. Is it because his real age is only around 17 to 19? They say hitting rock bottom and bouncing back is also quite interesting. He grumbled, But how can you be so calm? By the way, Jabam rushed in. Marquis, the Academy has sent a complaint. They say they will return all the products. His words made both her and Dominic's hearts sink. He looked like he was about to explode, shouting, What? A return? In contrast to him, she was pensive. I thought so. He meddled with it. And without the coloured folding paper. And since when did he look? Thinking this, she said, We'll decide on the refund later. Hearing this, Jabam sighed. They're demanding an immediate refund, but Meldenik stood silently, thinking, even if they wanted a refund, the headmaster would have brought the return contract in person. But he didn't come. It's highly likely he's been brainwashed by the Pope. Because if I were the Pope, I would have dealt with the Academy's headmaster first. She looked at the small piece of paper in her hand, calculating. At the same time, being a puppet for the Pope might also be the best option. For his health, Meldenik spoke up, It can't be helped. I've been summoned by the High Council of Nobles at the Royal Palace. After saying that, she handed the piece of paper to Dominic and whispered, I also received this note. He took the paper, stunned. Reading these lines, he scoffed. She turned to Jabam and said, "Right now, the summons from the royal palace is the most important thing. Prepare to go to the palace." Hearing this, he stammered, Right now?" Meldenik showed no fear. She crossed her arms, a look of excitement on her face. "Yes, it's almost time for the trial." At the royal palace where the trial was taking place, a nobleman spoke up in her defense. "I can't believe they're making such a busy person come and go at their whim. I wonder if this is even worth doing. It's not like someone died or anything." Another person next to him replied, "No, this is an important matter." The other person was unfazed. "If it's unprecedented, then we can set a precedent. Don't be so rigid." Although he said that, the man still disagreed. "Even so, is it reasonable to hold a hearing for something like this?" His words angered the other nobleman. "What do you mean? Something like this? Nobles and even the royal family were almost injured." Faced with this outrage, he calmly continued, "Even so, isn't this all too rushed?" "No, what I mean is, it wouldn't be too late to hold the hearing after the authorities have investigated this matter." Just then, a voice cut in. "No? What's that about?" "Because she has several other abnormalities." A priest smiled and said, "And we at the Holy Temple have also discovered those strange abnormalities." At this point, the nobleman paused for a few seconds and then spoke up. "That's right. The accused and His Majesty are about to arrive. It would be best for you to stop talking." This made him slightly surprised, and he frowned, thinking to himself, "I'm pretty sure he noticed the flaw in the argument. But what's wrong with him? It's as if the Konoha Marquis must be punished for something." Just then, an announcement rang out. "The Konoha Marquis Meldenik is entering." After she entered, the hearing began. The Konoha Marquis Meldenik is accused of the crime of harming the children at the academy, the crime of intentionally approaching the prince with assassination intent, and the crime of summoning the dead with a mysterious power. The council has requested the presence of the Konoha Marquis Meldenik to get to the bottom of the matter. The nobles attending the trial whispered among themselves, "Look at her face. Is she looking for pity? Her complexion isn't very good either. Don't be fooled. She's clearly planning some kind of..." She stood at the defendant's podium, closed her eyes and thought, "So that's how it is." Her face became rigid with a hint of fear. "If I make one wrong move, I'll die, won't I? Especially if the Holy Kingdom gets involved at this point." Just as she thought this, a priest spoke up. "Your Majesty, the Holy Kingdom also has something to say." Seeing this, the Emperor allowed it. "Speak." This made her feel helpless. "See? They're making their move." He pointed to the person beside him. "The priest who came with me today is a summoner. I know it's extremely impolite to say this, but not long ago, when the Konoha Marquis Meldenik came to the academy, he noticed a certain power. A strange power." "Well, priest, please speak." Now he continued, "Yes, allow me to be so bold as to ask this. I am very curious whether the Konoha Marquis Meldenik is serving a demon." This question immediately made everyone there panic. "A demon? Isn't that a capital crime? Using the power of a demon?" She glanced at him. The whispering didn't stop. "The summoner has already confirmed it." The nobleman from before sighed. "I don't understand what exactly is going on. How can we trust that priest's word?" However, the other nobleman said loudly, "We must verify that immediately, Your Majesty." The Emperor waved his hand. "If there is solid evidence, I will verify it. But before that, I want to hear the story from the Marquis's side." Hearing that, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, silently calculating. "Even if I get His Majesty's help this time, it will still be difficult to escape this situation. However, his help like this is enough." Thinking this, she spoke seriously. "Yes, the quality of the magic items I've created recently has been very good, almost as if I guessed. I believe that has raised suspicion. That power has nothing to do with demons. I deny consorting with demons. I request to summon a witness who can testify to this." At that moment, a smiling couple calmly walked in. She announced that they were the Marquis and Marchioness Payden from the Holy Kingdom. She laughed cheerfully and looked at the Marquis. "Yes, we provided the magic items to the Konoha Marquis Meldenik. I didn't expect them to be misunderstood as demonic power." Hearing that, he scratched his head and said cheerfully, "As expected. The quality of our country's products must be very good." The Emperor asked why the two of them provided the magic items. Without a hint of hesitation, she replied, "It's because we are partners." We have decided to let the Konoha Marquis Meldenik open her second stationery shop in the Holy Kingdom. Her announcement surprised the nobleman from before. A partnership with the Holy Kingdom? Why are we only just hearing about this? However, the silence made him frown. He slammed his hand on the table in anger, stood up, and said loudly, "Wait a minute. What's with this atmosphere? Surely everyone knows how wonderful a partnership with the Holy Kingdom is." At this, the emperor cut in. Silence. The nobles and the royal family were nearly injured by those magic items that the Konoha Marquis Meldenik made. Were you two aware of that? This statement shocked the Marchioness. What? We did not know. The priest immediately said, "We can ask the Konoha Marquis Meldenik whether she intentionally harmed the children or not." This reasonable suggestion made him agree. "All right. Speak, Konoha Marquis." Hearing this, she began to speak. Before she could finish her sentence, her mind was overwhelmed by something, causing her to freeze. As she stumbled, the Marchioness, extremely bewildered, pressed on. There's no way the Konoha Marquis Meldenik would have intentionally harmed children, right, Marquis Meldenik? In a daze, she tried to look forward, her heart filled with fear. My vision is suddenly this is. When she didn't respond, the Marchioness called out, "Marquis Meldenik." Whispers rippled through the hall as they saw her face darken at the defendant's podium. "I think the Marquis Meldenik's condition is not very good. Who knows, maybe she feels guilty for her actions." She regained her composure and thought, "So this is your move?" She spoke slowly. "No, I'm fine, my lady." Her lucidity shocked the priest, who thought to himself, the brainwashing didn't work. A sense of irony rose in her heart. "Did you think I would succumb to the Pope's brainwashing trick?" She held her head high and quickly explained, "I did not intentionally harm the children, I swear." Before this, Danny had given her a small bottle and said, "I've transferred my power into this perfume bottle. Keep it with you, mother. You'll be able to avoid the Holy Temple's brainwashing scheme." Although I didn't cast it personally, I used the idea of using a weak brainwashing charm to override the existing one in order to completely reverse it. This had surprised Meldenik, making her exclaim, "That's brilliant." Hearing this, the little boy became happy and more confident. However, this weak brainwashing charm cast by the great Danny will expire in one day. As soon as he finished speaking, she hugged the little boy tightly. "How did you come up with such a wonderful idea, Danny? Are you a genius?" The boy shyly reminded her. "Since noblewomen often carry perfume with them, you can bring it with you to the trial without arousing suspicion." Meldenik smiled and nuzzled the little dragon. "You even thought that far ahead, my little. Who's the smartest dragon of all?" This action made Danny laugh with glee. Back at the trial, Meldenik stared down the priest, cursing him in her mind. "I suspected it. But I never thought you'd actually trample on innocent people like me. To think a man as seemingly witless as you could be so cruel." A nobleman spoke up to defend her. "What happened at the academy was not the Marquis's fault, Your Majesty." Meldenik then continued, "I request the second witness to testify to that." Instantly, the emperor agreed. "I permit the second witness to..." The doors opened and a man calmly walked in, much to the surprise of the nobles at the trial. "Who is that? Are you asking for an unknown person to be the second witness? This is unprecedented. Introduce yourself." He walked forward and stood silently. "I, Count Matthew, the second witness, greet Your Majesty." At the sight of the man before her, Meldenik's cheeks suddenly flushed red. She was quite surprised and hesitated. "But you've never appeared in public before. Will you be all right if people recognize you?" Without hesitation, Isaac replied, "From now on, I want everyone to recognize me." He had smiled gently and said, "About that I'll be by your side." Remembering this, her face flushed red as she bashfully announced, "Perhaps some of you here do not know who he is." Though he introduced himself as Count Matthew, he is the master of the Magic Tower. She placed a hand on her chest and declared solemnly, "The master of the Magic Tower will testify to my innocence." The emperor spoke, "Begin your testimony, Count Matthew." Hearing this, the count raised his hand. "Yes, I can prove that the incident at the academy was not Marquis Konoha's fault. The tower had imbued a type of special magic. Very special magic onto everything shipped from the stationery store." The emperor asked doubtfully, "A special kind of magic?" Isaac explained, "It's a spell that records the scene at the exact moment the incident occurred, when the products malfunctioned. Faced with this sudden reversal, the priest sputtered and shouted, "I've never heard of such a spell. Besides, how can we know if that magic wasn't manipulated, since the magic tower is collaborating with Marquis Kanoa?" Faced with his rebuttal, she wasn't worried at all, thinking to herself, "I anticipated this reaction. But, just as I thought, they're claiming I fabricated the evidence. Did you really think I wouldn't see this coming and arrive unprepared?" Her expression didn't change as she calmly continued. "Then, why don't we summon the Imperial Palace's magic appraiser to verify the authenticity of this spell?" She raised her hand. "The appraiser is unaffiliated with me and the magic tower, so their word can be trusted." Seeing the logic in her proposal, the Emperor closed his eyes in thought for a few seconds, then agreed. "Very well. I permit it." After the appraiser was brought in, he carefully took the enchanted item. "I will begin the verification, Your Majesty." A stream of light appeared, projecting a screen into the air. He carefully examined the spell. After a moment, the appraiser spoke hesitantly. "This is indeed a very complex spell." The Emperor turned to him and asked, "What are your findings?" The appraiser stepped forward, bowed his head, and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. This spell was cast just before the explosion. It's a type. There is no possibility of it being manipulated." On the screen, the scene before the explosion appeared, showing two men with their faces obscured. "We have to finish this before the kids get back. Plant the explosion spell. Tomorrow everyone will know. Once they find out Marquis Kanoa's products have exploded, the spell was planted without a hitch. The explosion will be quite powerful, but it should be fine." The nobleman from before observed and said, "If that's when the explosion spell was planted, it means there was nothing wrong with the products at the time of sale." The screen continued to play their conversation. "It doesn't matter," one of them said. "It's fine if a few kids die." Seizing the opportunity, Meldonick spoke with a stern voice. "From what we've heard, these men in black altered the products. It seems they intended to frame me, and they were even willing to harm the children. Fortunately, that didn't happen." Her voice echoed in the silent hall. "Shouldn't we be investigating these people instead of me? Judging from that footage, it seems I am also a victim." The hall remained silent. She turned to the people from the temple and spoke. "Father, I believe my business has become exceptionally successful thanks to the help of many people. So much so that it's almost as if I borrowed the power of demons. However, at my stationery store, Sir Dominic, the legendary hero who defeated countless demons, is one of the people who has helped me. Would a man like that ever borrow the power of demons?" The priest grew increasingly anxious at her well-structured argument. After a long moment, the Emperor waved his hand. "You have prepared very thoroughly. It seems this hearing is no longer necessary. What do you all think?" Hearing this verdict, the priest refused to accept it and hastily interjected, "No, Your Majesty. It has not been fully verified." Before he could say more, the Emperor cut him off. "Enough. I rule this empire. I understand you are trying to fulfill your duties as priests under the Pope's authority." He frowned at the priest in annoyance. "But if you resist any further, I will consider it a challenge to the Emperor's authority. My victory in this trial contractor of the Holy Sword, the first and only trading partner of the whole nation, partner to the Master of the Magic Tower. The titles I've earned are definitely not just names. From now on, the Pope can no longer use the court of public opinion against me, because I've become an influential figure across the entire continent." The priest wouldn't back down. He was silent for a moment, then continued, "We will find the culprits in this footage. Because," she sighed, "I'm sure of it. And since I'm innocent, this case will just vanish into thin air." With that thought, she stepped closer to the man from the temple. She smiled gently and whispered to him, "Mr. Chairman, if you have business with me, please come directly to the Kanoa estate. I would be happy to welcome you. The one who wants something from me should be the one to visit, shouldn't they?" Her words instantly made him seethe with rage, grinding his teeth without being able to say a word. Meldonick glanced at them, calculating in her mind. "So, they're saying I'm a summoner? A summoner must be able to summon demons. But can they summon the ones I have?" She thought of her demons. If their seals were broken, these demons could destroy the entire continent. Good luck with that. Then she turned on her heel and left. Outside, the atmosphere was lively and crowded. A little girl, walking with her mother, was surprised by what she saw. She saw a beam of light on the protective sphere and asked, "Huh? What's that, Mom?" The surrounding crowd also started to notice projection screens appearing around the sphere. The protective sphere was engraved with the symbol of the Holy Nation. Yeah. Why is something from the Holy Nation? What's that? Something's coming out. Danny appeared on the screen, climbing up while hugging a bunch of corn cobs. Some people were confused and surprised to see him. A little kid? What's he holding? Corn? Danny threw the corn cobs high into the air, cheerfully shouting, "Everyone, please enjoy." As he spoke, pieces of popcorn began to fall slowly from the sky. The astonished crowd reached out their hands towards it. "Something's falling from the sky. It smells so good," a voice announced. "Alchemy. When corn becomes a sweet treat." Holding the popcorn in her hands, a woman said in astonishment, "Alchemy, don't tell me. This is the corn that the kid in the video was holding." The man next to her replied, "It landed right in my palm." The voice from the screen continued, "Where bright stars in the sky turn into cookies, where paper fruits become real fruit. From now on, Meldonic Stationery, where you can see the wonders of your childhood dreams, will now be available in the Holy Nation." This sudden announcement left everyone stunned. A branch in the Holy Nation. A partnership with the Holy Nation. Meanwhile, Meldonic sat in her carriage, leisurely watching the crowd's reaction with a smile. Perfect timing for an ad. Entrusting it to Danny was the right choice. In the gentle breeze and bright sunlight, Meldonic crossed her arms, sitting in her carriage and thinking smugly, "Messing with my stationery store. A store that has just announced a partnership with the Holy Nation won't be so easy anymore. I'm not one to be easily defeated. A good move on my part." She was incredibly excited internally. "I love watching the whole continent get turned upside down." After returning to the estate, Baxin rushed in to report. "Marquis Meldonic, the nobles are camping outside. They're desperate for you to share your business secrets." Hearing this, she turned to him and asked, "The nobles, you say?" He replied, a bit flustered, "The very same ones who used to look down on you." At that, she just waved her hand and laughed dismissively. "Just let them be." Instantly Zibam also ran in. "Marquis Meldonic, the 101 figures, who brought glory to the Empire list, wants to know if they can include your name." She replied nonchalantly, "Tell them to add it." Now Dominic ran in too. "Mel, they want to make a statue of you." She laughed from her chair. "Tell them to make it out of diamonds. I don't like bronze." Hearing that, he became excited. "That's my contractor for you." And so, the rumors about the Pope performing miracles completely died down, and everyone started talking about my partnership with the Holy Nation. But, as Meldonic was humming happily, she thought, "If I'm not careful, I might become a duchess. Then I'll build a huge playground for the children." Before she could finish the thought, she paused. She put a hand to her forehead, rubbing her temples. "Wait, this isn't right." Her eyes glazed over. "Is there anything left for me to do? Was it just about protecting my people from the Pope? All the relatives of House Kanoa are safe, living in one of the secondary estates. I've arranged for someone to look after the academy children, and that's Danny, Grace of the Dragon. And I don't need to worry about Dominic, the sword hero, or Isaac, the master of the magic tower. The only one left is Josa, isn't it?" She remembered Josa crying and calling her master. She said her contract with the Duchy and Villoa expired not long ago. "I told her I'd take her in when I could, though it's taken longer than I thought." At this, Meldonic frowned. "How do I bring Josa over?" She paused for a long time, then placed a hand over her mouth. A worried expression appeared on her face. "This isn't just a thought. Why am I saying my thoughts out loud?" Just as she was starting to panic, Danny knocked and ran in. "Mum!" Seeing him, she quickly brightened up. "Danny!" The boy ran to her. "I'm back. I broke the brainwashing spell the temple put on the headmaster." Meldonic quickly stood up. "Great job." She pinched his chubby cheeks. "Oh my. Whose child is this cute? Whose son is this talented and adorable little dragon? You even..." Hearing this, he became shy and stammered, unable to believe his ears. "Huh?" That's when she snapped back to reality. She quickly covered her mouth. "Ooh. This mouth of mine. I'm sorry, Danny. I think I'm a little tired today." "Thank you. Why am I saying whatever I think?" Hearing this, the boy looked away awkwardly, as if he felt guilty about something. Noticing his attitude, she quickly pressed him. Danny? Danny's explanation was this. The brainwashing spell he used to counteract the temple's spell was a truth-telling spell. Counteracting the temple's magic caused a temporary side effect, which is what's happening now. Meldenik froze. She stared blankly at the boy as he tried to explain. It's just a light brainwashing spell, so it'll wear off in a day. I did the same thing to the headmaster too. Her mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. Her face tense. If I go out today, my social life is over, isn't it? She thought of the poor headmaster, who was in the same condition. Seeing the flustered boy in front of her, she comforted him. Thanks for letting me know, Danny. I just need to review some documents today anyway. She clenched her fists and declared fiercely, for the rest of today, I will not speak to anyone. A moment later, the door opened. She was a little surprised and asked, Isaac? He smiled gently and said, The weather is beautiful this afternoon, Mel. Seeing him, she immediately turned away and muttered, If I slip up, I'm dead. Her unusual behavior made him worry. He stepped closer and gently touched her face. You don't look well. Is something wrong? I don't have a fever or a cold. Meldenik shyly stepped back. Could you step back a little, Isaac? Her face flushed beet red, and she looked down, her eyes darting around. Oh, to be honest, you're so handsome. It's making me shy. Hearing this, Isaac was silent for a moment, then asked, What? She quickly covered her face with her hands. My heart is going to leap out of my chest if you stand this close. He laughed cheerfully. I know I'm quite handsome. But before he could finish, she cut him off. You'd have to be an idiot not to know. He seemed to freeze. And after a long silence, he asked, Are you being serious? Meldenik turned away and mumbled, I'm sorry. Then, as if realizing something, she pointed at him. Wait, no, I'm not sorry. Actually, you're the one cheating by being too handsome. You make people's hearts pound. Isaac laughed. Cheating? So, should I be ugly? Hearing that, she exclaimed loudly, You can't do that. The disappearance of your national treasure-level beauty would be like the Empire losing a shining star. As soon as the words left her mouth, Meldenik slumped down, dejected. I can't believe I'm dying of embarrassment. Seeing this, his voice trembled slightly. So you were telling the truth. She covered her burning face. I'm crazy. Please stop talking to me. Without hesitation, he replied. No. His answer made her pause. She turned her head and asked, No? Isaac said calmly, I don't know why. But I have a feeling that today, you're going to say you like me, even if it's just my face. He gently sat down beside her. Could you like me more? And the other parts of me too, not just my face. She gazed at him, mesmerized. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I already like you a lot. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he asked in astonishment. What? Seeing his reaction, Meldenik quickly tried to explain. No, that's not it. I mean, I do like you, but I think we should take some time to. Before she could finish, Isaac touched her hand. If you like me, what more is there to it? Do you really like me? She was stunned by his gentleness. Yes, he was a little surprised by her answer, but then he smiled gently. Isaac reached out, touched her blushing ear and pulled her closer. Well then, we're a couple now. They shared a gentle, slightly shy kiss. The next morning, Meldenik sat dazed at her desk, her eyes staring blankly into space. She rested her chin on her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed as she wondered, was that just a dream? The memory of the kiss suddenly rushed back, making her blush. Internally, she wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. Dominic, who was reviewing documents nearby, noticed her when he heard a thud on the table. He looked at her confused. Placing the document on the table, he spoke. Mel. Still distracted by the memory. She answered with a jolt. Huh? Dominic continued. That damned Pope definitely did something weird to your body. Turns out, Meldenik had slammed her head on the desk. A red mark was now clearly visible on her forehead, throbbing with a dull pain. She asked in surprise. He seriously recounted her strange behavior from that day. Not only have you been staring into space all day, Mel's day had been one of constant distraction and weirdness. Hearing this, she paused, thinking in embarrassment. You must think I'm so strange. She forced a laugh and replied, It's not that. Dominic crossed his arms and looked her straight in the eye. Then what is it? Did you get into another fight? Meldenik was exasperated. What do you mean? Another fight? It's not that either. Who do you think I am? He asked, confused. Then why are you acting like you're possessed? She answered slowly. Because I still can't believe it. Hearing that, he pressed. Believe what? Meldenik hesitated. That I'm dating Isaac. As soon as she said it, she froze, thinking, wait, should I have told Dominic that? She remembered his anger when he met Isaac before, thinking about how he had reacted. While she was lost in thought, he spoke calmly. I see. His tone surprised her. You see? Huh? Dominic replied without looking at her. I figured it was only a matter of time. Were you afraid I'd flip out? His question made Meldenik turn away in embarrassment. Seeing that, he continued, Mate Chem, it's not like you need my permission or anything. And besides, you seem to really like him. His words made her suddenly stop. Dominic frowned, clenching his fist. But don't worry. If that brat dares to mistreat you, I won't let him get away with it. We're family, after all. His words, expression and actions made her laugh happily. You've really grown up. Her heart swelled with emotion. When did he become so reliable? She wondered. When we first met, his voice was so much sweeter. And more childish. Dominic softened his voice. I'm serious. So if he makes you sad, be sure to tell me. At that moment, she realized. Huh? Come to think of it, you seem to have gotten a bit taller, haven't you? Dom, your voice is deeper and your face is more defined too. Hearing that, he replied, Now that you mention it, even the demons said I've grown up. This alarmed Meldenik. She shot up. What? Her face was a mask of confusion. Why? But Dom shouldn't grow unless our contract is fulfilled. Since he's bound to the sword, right? Seeing her tension, he explained, I think I know why. It's because I don't need to protect you anymore. Our contract was signed to protect your life. But now, you have the power to protect yourself. You made a contract with a dragon, diligently studied alchemy and improved quickly, and you even have someone else who wants to protect you. His logic made her nod in agreement. Right, that makes sense. As soon as she agreed, he pointed a finger at her. I even get the feeling that annoying guy is the first person you think of when you're in danger. As if he'd hit the nail on the head. Her face grew hot and sweat beaded on her forehead. She looked away awkwardly. Dom, Dominic said with a bit of a pout. I'm disappointed, but there's nothing I can do. Besides, I'm a great hero, so I won't do anything. Childish. Meldenik was silent. She stared into space for a long moment, then spoke. When our contract ends, you'll become a complete human, won't you? The question seemed to startle him a bit. I guess so. She asked gently. Hey Dom, what's the first thing you want to do after the seal is broken? He looked at her for a moment, then glanced away, hesitating. I don't know. I've thought about it for a long time. Even though I want to become human, that means our contract will end. His voice was a bit sad, but full of sincerity. Mel, I like being your contractor. He's afraid I'll cut ties with him after the contract ends. Afraid that he'll be lonely again. With that thought, she replied, What are you talking about? She slowly walked over to him, gently touching his clenched hand. You'll become a friend with free will. Her words made him stare. A friend with free will. Meldenik smiled. What do you think? Do you still want to be a contractor? He was silent for a moment, then answered hesitantly. Honestly, I don't know. Even though there are a lot of things I want to do as a human. She looked at him and asked gently, So what's the one thing you want to do most? Dominic pondered, his gaze lowering. The thing I want to do most? Mel, I just want to be a part of your real family. He closed his eyes, thinking of his deepest wish. I want to be a part of a real family. And go out with you, with our friends and the kids. His wish made her freeze. Dom. She bit her lip tightly. Whether you're human or not, you're already my real family. Of course, that will be the same even after the contract ends. In her heart, she had always considered Dominic her companion and family. From the moment she drew the sword until now. She gently squeezed his shoulders to reassure him. So don't worry too much. We'll always be together. Dominic looked up at her blankly. Mel, you say that as if there's a way for me to become human right now. You know? Seeing that, she chuckled and replied confidently. It's just a guess. But I have a feeling if things go well, you'll become human soon. As she finished, she put a hand to her chin. But first, I have a question. If you become human, will the demons be released? Dominic answered vaguely, maybe. I'll seal them so they can't return to the human world. Hearing that, Meldenik was horrified. What? No. You can't do that. You know how skilled our demons are. Let's hire them as official contract workers and put them to good use. Her words struck. He jumped up excitedly. That's a great idea. I even know a magic contract that works on demons. At this, she beamed. Ooh. Cunning looks appeared on their faces as they shared a wicked smile. Let's work them to death. Sounds good. I'll arrange for them to work to their limits and grind them down to the bone. Their satisfied laughter echoed, making the demons, who were currently playing cards, feel a sudden chill. The next day, the plan was put into motion. She brought a contract to the demons. The first one took the contract astonished. His hand trembled. I'm the president. The other demon standing beside him felt the same way. Meldenik leisurely held her glass. That's right. If you sign that contract with your thumbprint, you'll become a president. And you'll hold a great deal of power. She smiled confidently. Temptation tactic number 1. Dalgona coffee, the drink that makes demons weep with joy. Before she could finish, they became wildly excited, shouting, Dalgona coffee? And getting riled up. Let's do it. Hey, me first. Get out of the way. This satisfied Meldenik, a sly, wicked smile spreading across her face. Demon Wintermoon and Demon Springflower were both eager. Oh, I can feel the power coursing through my body. I want to be president. Choose me. She looked at them cunningly, thinking to herself, everything is going according to plan. Now another demon spoke up hesitantly. If we become presidents, can we do whatever we want? Meldenik was a bit surprised and curious. What could he possibly want to do? She thought. She then replied, his face was anxious, looking a bit foolish, his big eyes full of hope. Then let's put cotton candy in the coffee. And beer candy and shaved ice. To them, something tasty plus something tasty equals something. Super, super tasty. Hearing this, she was a bit exasperated. No, that's a horrible combination. Her refusal made him sad and disappointed, tears welling up in his eyes. She continued, Anyway, there's one more privilege of being a president. You can stay here for a very long time. Temptation tactic number 2. Sign the president contract at Melky's shop and earn the right to live in the human world. Hearing this, all of them froze. She quickly added, as long as I'm alive, that is. Instantly their eyes lit up. What? We can stay in the human world? In their eyes, she was practically glowing. Did you say Dalgona coffee too? Meldenik smiled in response. Dalgona coffee is an added bonus. The light emanating from her grew brighter, making them unable to believe their eyes. Oh my God. Where's the contract? Stamp it now before the angel can cancel the deal. What kind of luck is this? Even Lord Satan himself would adore you. Their excitement was a bit more than she expected. She pouted, thinking, they're pretty easily swayed. Well, that's very beneficial for me. She leaned in and whispered to Demon Wintermoon. That's right. You'll all be presidents. Okay, stamp it before I change my mind. As soon as she finished, he pressed his thumbprint onto the contract. All right. I, Demon Wintermoon, swear to learn and fulfill the duties of a president. His actions sealed the deal with Meldenik. She laughed and clapped in approval. Seeing this, the other demons rushed forward. Me too. I'll put my thumbprint on it. Behind her smiling face was a cunning mind. I can't believe they didn't even read the contract carefully. Though she was cheerfully applauding them on the outside. Inside, the real demon Meldenik was thrilled. I'll use you all whenever I want. After the deal was done, they took a break, drinking Dalgona coffee to celebrate signing the contract. She clapped her hands lightly. All right, everyone, focus up. There's one thing you all need to take care of before becoming presidents. Hearing Demon Springflower also became sullen. HMPH. I don't want to deal with it. Seeing this, she reminded them, I think if you don't handle this now, there won't be any Dalgona. It'll get in the way of your lives as presidents. At the mention of this, they became enraged. What? Who dares to stand in the way of our happy future as presidents? That's right. Their ferocity stunned her for a moment. Huh? The demons exploded. If anything dares to stand in our way, We'll peel their bones and swallow them whole. Happiness. Let's start a bloody festival. The smile vanished from her face. She thought to herself, wait, they're this angry? At that moment the demons chanted in unison. Let's go. Their attitude left Meldenik helpless. Do they really think being president is that amazing? At the Holy Temple, the priest was speaking with the Pope. The Pope was silent for a long moment, then spoke coldly. Demons are running rampant everywhere. The priest was suddenly terrified. I'm sorry. We were unable to capture that godless woman due to a lack of evidence. And we are unsure of the whereabouts of the exorcists stationed at the Konoha estate. I will resolve everything immediately. The Pope gazed outside for a moment. He thought of something, then turned back. No, he said. She told me to come to her if I had something to say. So I will have to go see her myself. He walked over to a box and opened it. A sinister smile appeared on his face. It seems I will be seeing you in the near future. At the Konoha estate she was swamped with work. Meldenik held a stack of documents with a bright smile. All right, shall we conclude here? Thank you for the interview. We will contact you within a week. Even after appointing the demons as presidents, I'm still incredibly busy, because now I'm the owner of an entire franchise chain. Although we've set limits on the figurehead presidents so they don't cause any trouble, we're still conducting interviews, looking for people of Konoha blood to assist them, just in case. She turned to speak with them. Baxin, hearing that, he beamed. Yes, leave it to me. His enthusiasm still worried her. She thought, I wonder if I should let Baxin interview alone. He pointed to himself proudly. Don't worry, I'm a master swindler. I can see through liars with just one look. She still wasn't reassured. That's true. But just then, Subam approached politely. If you are worried about that, I will join as an interviewer. I'm quite confident in my ability to read people. Hearing that, she looked at him in surprise and asked, Would you mind? Without waiting any longer, Baxin pushed her out the door. All right, stop worrying and get out of here. You need a rest. Even if it's just for a little while. You'll really turn into a skeleton if you keep this up. She said she was going to eat in a bit. Eating with Isaac, right? After being pushed out, she looked blankly at him, and Zibam smiling behind him, thinking to herself, That's right. The reason Baxin and the head butler are forcing me to rest is because I'm meeting Isaac soon. The door closed and Meldenik leaned against it, dazed. Come to think of it, this is the first time we're meeting since we decided to start dating, isn't it? At that thought, her face turned bright red. My first date. With that, she rushed back to her room. I wonder what I look like right now. Is it that bad? I think I've lost weight from being. I should quickly get some sleep. Her mind was screaming. I haven't even decided what to wear yet. Not long after, Isaac arrived. He opened the carriage door and stepped out gracefully. His beauty today seemed to sparkle even more than usual. Isaac asked gently, Are you all right, Mel? Meldenik forced a smile and waved. Ah, yes, I'm fine. How about you, Isaac? But she was thinking, in the end, I didn't get a wink of sleep. He replied cheerfully, I'm also very well. Suddenly, Isaac put his arm around her shoulder. If you're tired, you can sleep a little on the way. Meldenik flinched. Do I look that worn out? She remembered her earlier panic and felt miserable. There it is again. I must have looked terrible earlier. Meldenik closed her eyes and said softly, Then please wake me up when we get there. Isaac smiled and agreed. Of course, he said. Sweet dreams. Hearing that, a vague suspicion formed in her mind. Is that a sleeping spell? And then, Meldenik slowly closed her eyes. I feel so comfortable. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in a panic. Meldenik woke up, looking around in confusion. Realizing something, she turned to him and asked, Isaac, how many hours has it been? It feels like I've slept for 12 hours or something. His calm face and nonchalant answer sent a jolt through her. I don't know. Meldenik shot up and looked outside in a panic. Don't tell me. The scene was just like before. Isaac remembered her innocent question after waking up. What time is it? You said you'd wake me in 30 minutes. He hesitated. Well, it's 9 a.m. Meldenik looked at the bright, clear scenery in surprise. Oh. Isaac rested his chin on his hand and smiled reassuringly. It hasn't been that long. You woke up for a bit when we arrived. I created a spell because you seemed so busy these past few days. Then he asked caringly, How do you feel? Do you feel refreshed? Meldanic's eyes sparkled as she looked at the man. The gentle man before her was devastatingly charming. She answered quickly. Your boyfriend's deadly charisma. Yes, I'm wide awake. Isaac offered her his hand. I'm glad to hear that. He helped her down from the carriage. Then let's get down. The two of them sat in a luxurious, elegant, and magnificent restaurant. Meldanic thought, I'm sure this place isn't strange since Isaac brought us here. But something feels off. Why isn't there anyone else here? She rested her hands on the table, musing to herself. And it's just the two of us. With that, Meldanic asked, Where are we? Isaac answered vaguely. At the Moon restaurant. She narrowed her eyes, suspecting he hadn't prepared anything. Meldanic said bluntly, There's no one here. Don't tell me you rented out the whole place. He smiled warmly and confirmed, That's right. Then he clapped his hands to summon someone. A voice called out from the distance. Yes, we will begin serving immediately. She felt a vague sense of familiarity. That voice. Meldanic was shocked to see the man in a waiter's uniform. It was Ramos. He placed a hand on his chest. Greetings. Thank you for coming to the Magic Tower restaurant. Ramos placed the first dish on the table, introducing it. First, the appetizer. Mushroom soup. He continued, It's a mushroom soup made with smooth potatoes and fresh cream, seasoned with a bit of truffle powder. A perfect contrast between a luxurious flavor and a smooth texture when blended together. Ramos added, If this dish is too rich for you, we can replace it with a kaboka squash soup. Kaboka is a type of Japanese winter squash. He stepped back politely. Please call for service when you have finished your dish. We will prepare the next course. Meldanic raised an eyebrow, looking at the dish before her. No matter how closely I look, this soup it looks like it was perfectly preserved with a spell the moment it was cooked. Then she covered her mouth and whispered to Isaac. Wait, Ramos is a chef? He's a great artist and a great cook too. Ramos confirmed. I am a chef. Hearing that, Meldanic nearly had a heart attack. What? You are. You are. You are. Isaac spoke up. Mel, you once said you liked men in your family who are good at cooking. Meldanic was silent, not knowing what to say. She thought vaguely. Even though I said that offhandedly, he still remembered. Seeing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, he asked kindly, Do you like it? Meldanic was lost in thought. How could he? She lifted her spoon to taste it while replying, Yes, I like it very much. Meldanic took the first spoonful of soup, and the flavor made her freeze for a few seconds. Then Meldanic exclaimed, This is really delicious. Isaac let out a sigh of relief when he heard her praise. I'm glad you like it. Meldanic continued to eat, exclaiming, It's so good. Seeing her cute expression, Isaac was overjoyed, as if all his efforts had paid off. Next, the chicken dish was brought out magnificently with Ramos's introduction. Here is the main course, Johannesburger Riesling chicken. Seeing the huge platter in his hands, she wondered, You made this too? Meldanic and Isaac laughed and chatted naturally. They enjoyed the exquisite meal prepared by Chef Ramos. When they finished, she put down her fork with satisfaction, and then suddenly realized something. Oh, right. Let me think. I told Dominic. Meldanic blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. That we're, dating. Isaac was curious. Oh? He asked. Wasn't Dominic surprised? Meldanic put her hand on her chin and answered thoughtfully. He didn't really like it. But it's not like he disliked it either, I guess. After a moment, she blushed and added, The important thing is, he said he knew this would happen. I have no idea how he got that feeling. She remembered the kids arguing about her mysterious person. He must be perfect in every way, like the president of the tower. More like my brother. She sighed. I've also told the kids because I've been so busy lately, I haven't been able to see them. I still haven't been able to tell them about this. Meldanic slumped down with her head spinning. The kids write to me every day. I've been so busy that I decided to write back to them all at once. And then I completely forgot. I really need to write to them now. She continued, The kids probably can't wait a single moment, right? Because a day for them feels much longer than for an adult. Isaac thought for a moment. He guessed. Henry and Carrot seemed to have noticed already. Then Isaac recalled the times he had run into the kids. Their innocent question. Where are you going, sir? Is it a date? She was flustered. her mind filled with huge question marks. Huh? What? How? Meldenik was flustered. I think those two have been hanging around Dominic a lot lately. Did Dominic say something to them? Isaac laughed with amusement. I don't know, he guessed. Maybe it's really obvious. She pouted and covered her blushing face. About that, Meldenik reacted shyly. Well, who knows if that's true? I also don't know how Danny found out. But he gave me this gift to congratulate us. Isaac held the blue gift box in his hand, confused. Danny? He widened his eyes in surprise. This is